Chapter 1. The Emperor's Favored Little Cook Part 1. I have heard that the Grand Dowager plans to select 2 concubines from among us for the prince. I wonder which of us is fortunate enough to be chosen. Indeed, who knows who will be selected? As for me, with this barrel-shaped waist, I have no hope. Not necessarily, perhaps the prince prefers a more ample figure. It would be quite comforting to embrace. Hee. If that were the case, my ancestors would surely be smiling down on me. A group of young maidens chattered animatedly after dinner, discussing their master and fantasizing about soaring to prominence. Su Ning sat quietly, listening to their conversation without interjecting. Being a concubine is less desirable than being a maidservant, she thought, observing their excitement, as if becoming a concubine were an extraordinary achievement. Su Ning, you are the most likely to be chosen. You must seize this opportunity to capture the prince's attention, that if you rise to greatness, do not forget us, your impoverished sisters. Very well, should I become Wu Meinyang one day, I shall ensure you all enjoy high offices and rich rewards. She refrained from expressing her true ambition of seizing control of the world, knowing that such words, if overheard, could lead to dire consequences. Besides, they were unaware of who Wu Meinyang truly was. What is Wu Meinyang? Yes, Su Ning. Why have you been speaking such peculiar things lately? Wu Meinyang is a celestial being who governs women. I do not wish to be a celestial being. I simply desire to be the prince's woman. Such a dreamer. Su Ning retired to her bed, indifferent to the childish banter around her. Having been in this world for 3 months, she could no longer deny the reality she faced. She had traversed time. Moreover, she had found herself in the body of a maidservant bound by a contract of servitude, which meant she was destined to serve the prince in life and in death. This was a dynasty that did not exist in history. She had never heard of such a place despite studying history for over a decade. The nation was called Donglu, and the emperor's surname was Luo. It was said that the emperor cared for his people as if they were his own children. The land of Donglu was prosperous and peaceful, or so claimed the maidens around her, as she had yet to encounter anyone else. She had forgotten how she arrived here. It always felt as if she were trapped in a dream, yearning for the day she would awaken back in modernity. Su Ning, rise and shine. How can you sleep so soundly? Sleeping early, yet rising late, have you lost your spirit? Her companion, Ajun, nudged her awake. I am but a wisp of a ghost. Stop with your nonsense and get up. The prince is returning today, and everyone in the manor must go to greet him. The third prince, Luo Qingyang, was known for his handsome features, a paragon of beauty in Donglu. Yet at the age of 22, he remained without a woman by his side, embodying the noble virtue of chastity. Having accomplished great deeds while aiding in disaster relief in Jiangnan, he was returning to the capital today. The Grand Dowager had long harbored intentions of arranging companions for him, which he had previously rejected. This time, however, he had no intention of yielding and would surely accept 2 concubines. Once he experienced the pleasures of companionship, he would willingly choose a consort. Su Ning, hurry. The prince will be here shortly. Shouldn't the prince first report to the palace upon his return? Would his elder brother be pleased if he did not? The intricate dynamics of the court had persisted throughout history. Surely Donglu was no exception. Indeed, the entire household waited at the gates for nearly 2 hours before Luo Qingyang finally returned from the palace. Su Ning, what are you up to again? I am preparing a delicious dish to please the prince. May I see what you are making? Ajun leaned closer and took a whiff. It smells quite delightful. Ajun is a kind-hearted girl, and the two have been inseparable for 3 years since they entered the prince's residence together. Su Ning once suffered from a high fever and lost all memory of that time. She relies entirely on Ajun's recounting, who herself can't recall her surname, having been passed around since childhood until finally finding a good master in the third prince's household. This is my own creation, sweet and sour guabao roe. You should taste it first. Is it for the prince? You taste it first. If it's finished, I will make more. You are quite daring. Aren't you afraid Chef Tong will chase you around the courtyard with a ladle? Last time, she had snuck some ingredients meant for the noble consort and ended up being chased all over by Chef Tong. Don't worry, he is too fat to catch me. Ha 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 ha. The 2 girls giggled quietly in the kitchen. What are you 2 doing? Sneaking around and eating when you should be serving your master. Chef Tong unexpectedly appeared at the kitchen door. Uncle Tong, Su Ning has created a new dish. You must come and try it. In any era, a sweet tongue is never a disadvantage. This is what Su Ning taught her. Not only should one speak sweetly, but one should also have thick skin and not take things too seriously. If you keep at it, others will eventually accept you. Following her advice, Asian found that Chef Tong was not as stern as before. Sometimes he even left them some tasty treats. Asian had already eaten a piece of meat and was reaching for another, even bringing the plate in front of Chef Tong. Chef Tong awkwardly picked up a piece with his chopsticks as the head chef in the residence. It was rather embarrassing to have a young girl directing him, yet each of her suggestions made sense. However, upon tasting the dish, he found it delightful and couldn't resist having another piece. Uncle Tong, isn't it delicious? Do you think the prince will like it? How do you two know that the prince enjoys sweet dishes? We have no idea, we just made it casually. If he likes it, we will prepare it for him. If not, we will eat it ourselves. Suning poured herself a bowl of water. She didn't particularly enjoy meat, she merely made it on a whim. She realized that this dish had not been served in the residence for months. Suning, how did you make this? Please tell me, uncle. Of course, it's quite simple. Suning shared the recipe for guobao ro with Chef Tong before leaving the kitchen with Asian. Suning, weren't you trying to please the prince? Why let Chef Tong make it for him? It doesn't matter who makes it if the prince enjoys it. He will reward the kitchen, and we will all benefit. Aren't you the one who wishes to be the prince's woman? I have no such desire. If you wish, I can assist you. Never mind, I have no special talents, nor can I make elaborate dishes. That I am not exceptionally beautiful. I possess enough self-awareness. What if there is an opportunity to venture into the world with me? We are bound by a contract of servitude. To leave requires the consent of the Dowager Empress. Otherwise, we are not free no matter where we go. In that case, we must seek to please the Dowager Empress. Indeed, the prince has not yet taken a wife, and thus the affairs of the royal residence are dictated by her. Understood. Su Ning snapped her fingers, resolving to focus her efforts on winning the favor of the Dowager Empress, with the ultimate goal of securing their freedom from servitude. As the two maidens returned to their quarters, hoping for a moment of leisure, they were summoned to assist in the preparations for the evening banquet. The Dowager Empress had commanded a sumptuous feast to celebrate the prince's safe return. It is essential to remember that the disaster-stricken areas have been plagued by illnesses. Safe return is indeed a momentous occasion. Chapter 2. The Emperor's Beloved Little Cook. Part 2. Suning, come help me with the cooking, Chef Tong requested. Not only was Chef Tong the head cook, but he also oversaw the kitchen, deciding which ingredients to use, which allowed the young maids to occasionally indulge in a bit of thievery. Uncle Tong, if the prince enjoys the meal and rewards us with money, it will all be mine. Very well, it shall all belong to you, my little money grubber. Suning, without the slightest hesitation, prepared every dish she had mastered in her previous life, showcasing her culinary skills. The young maid's deftness with the ladle left the kitchen staff in astonishment. It turned out this girl had been hiding her talents. Suning, you are remarkable. Who taught you? The wise sage in my dreams, she replied casually. Huh, nonsense. The others thought she simply preferred not to disclose her secrets. Uncle Tong, how does it taste? She asked, insisting that he sample each dish she prepared. I have spent my entire life as a chef and have never tasted anything so exquisite. Delicious, right? No need to drool. I'll prepare a pot for everyone shortly. Is that appropriate? How can we commoners eat the master's food? The prince cannot consume it all. I will leave a bite of each dish and prepare a pot of spicy hot pot for everyone to try. What is spicy hot pot? You will find out shortly. They watched as Suning tossed a variety of ingredients into the pot, adding an array of seasonings, including chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and spices, seemingly throwing everything from the kitchen into the mix. The onlookers exchanged skeptical glances, questioning whether this concoction was indeed meant for consumption. It appeared to be a chaotic medley, and they began to suspect Suning might be playing a prank on them. Suning ladled herself a bowl, took a bite, and found it lacking in spiciness. Can you handle spicy food? Yes, they all nodded. Good, then let us add a bit more. More? Will the broth still be drinkable? Their hopes for the soup began to dwindle. This is perfect now, bursting with flavor. Come, everyone, serve yourselves. Asian, being closest to Suning, quickly filled her bowl, knowing she would have to praise it regardless of the taste. Delicious, though a bit spicy. You all said you could handle spice. Delicious, truly delightful, both numbing and spicy. Wow, Asian exclaimed, her mouth tingling from the heat. Seeing the two girls enjoying it so heartily, the others eagerly grabbed their bowls to sample the broth. To their surprise, it was quite good, and they found themselves unable to stop eating. By the end, the pot was completely empty, prompting requests for Suning to prepare more the next day. Luo Qingyang was equally pleased, as there were several dishes he had never tasted before. Mother, has the kitchen staff changed? Not at all. The dishes today are new to me as well. Xiaohe, go inquire in the kitchen about who prepared tonight's meal. Yes, Your Highness. When Xiaohe arrived in the kitchen, she found several people praising Suning's culinary skills. Upon noticing her presence, they quickly stood at attention, as she was the chief maid of the Empress Dowager. Miss Xiaohe, does the Empress Dowager have any instructions? Chef Tong inquired, taking the lead as the head of the kitchen. The Empress Dowager wishes to know who prepared tonight's meal, as it is quite commendable and the prince enjoys it. Miss, most of these dishes were made by Suning. I merely assisted her. Which one is Suning? I am. Suning raised her hand shyly. You are a cook's assistant? I am merely a helper. Oh, I shall certainly inform the Empress Dowager. After he inquired about the source of the meal, she departed. Suning, is the Empress Dowager intending to reward you? Perhaps. However, she seeks not a reward, but the return of her contract of servitude. Responding to the Empress Dowager, the servant said, I have learned that the meal tonight was prepared by a maidservant who assists in the household. Can a maidservant truly cook? Indeed, Master Tong has stated as much, and others were present. He would not lie. Bring that maidservant to me tomorrow. Such culinary talent must not go unnoticed. Suning waited the entire night for the Empress Dowager's reward, but sleep eluded her. Early the next morning, Xiaohe came to fetch her, announcing that the Empress Dowager wished to see her. A Zhen, standing nearby, widened her eyes in excitement. The Empress Dowager seldom summoned lowly servants, evidently. Good fortune had come to Suning. Having only glimpsed the Empress Dowager from afar, Suning felt a sense of inadequacy upon seeing her up close. In her 40s, the Empress Dowager bore no signs of age. Her willow brows, apricot eyes, prominent nose, and cherry lips exuded grace and nobility. No wonder she bore the most handsome man of the Luo nation. Servant Suning pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. Rise and lift your head. How old are you? Replying to the Empress Dowager, I am 15. Whom did you learn your culinary skills from? Since entering the manor, I have assisted in the kitchen, observing Uncle Tong's cooking daily. Whenever I had leisure, I would ponder over it, and sometimes Uncle Tong would allow me to try my hand. Over time, I became proficient. I see. It appears you have surpassed your teacher. Henceforth, you shall diligently work in the kitchen. When Master Tong grows old, you will take over the culinary duties. For now, this arrangement shall suffice. Yes. Upon her return, Xiaohe presented her with a box, stating it was a gift from the Empress Dowager. Opening it in her chamber revealed several pieces of jewelry and 2 gold ingots. Having lived 2 lives, it was her first encounter with genuine gold ingots. Biting one, she confirmed its authenticity. The Empress Dowager would not bestow upon her a counterfeit. Weighing in her hand, it felt substantial, worth several thousand in modern currency. Concealing the box, she went to assist in the kitchen, seeking an opportunity to exchange the gold for silver notes for convenience. Seeing her approach, a Zhen set aside her task, eagerly inquiring, Suning, what did the Empress Dowager say? Did she reward you? Indeed, she rewarded me and instructed me to keep a close watch on you to prevent any idleness. Idleness? How would the Empress Dowager know whether I am diligent or not? A Zhen asked, bewildered. The Empress Dowager can discern when you are idling or indulging in snacks through her calculations. Suning, Imiest. A Zhen finally realized she had been teased. Enough of your antics. You too. Return to work. Not everyone shares the same camaraderie. There is envy among others. From that day forth, Suning prepared a variety of dishes, each earning the Empress Dowager's praise. Before long, the topic of selecting a woman for her son was broached once more. Qingyang, you are not young anymore. Others your age have children running about, yet you have no maid to warm your bed. What would the world say if they found out? Mother, everyone is preoccupied with their lives. Who would mock another for their marital status? I'm afraid this time, there must be a woman in your chamber. Mother, are you not making things difficult for your son? I do not require one. Are you trying to drive mother to her grave? If she were to pass, she would have no face to present to your father. Why must my life be so arduous? Here we go again. Every time we disagree, we resort to this routine. which has proven effective time and again. Alas, I shall yield. She ought to refrain from meddling in matters of my chamber henceforth. Chapter 3. The Emperor's Favor Towards the Young Cook, Part 3. Xiaohe, please inform that girl named Su Ning to serve in the prince's chamber from now on. Your Highness, will Su Ning still have time to prepare meals for you while attending to the prince? I cannot simply indulge myself and neglect my son. Let her prepare meals for the prince, and if she remembers this old wife of mine, she may bring a morsel. If not, so be it. Very well. I shall attend to it at once. When Su Ning heard this news, she nearly choked on her food. Sister Xiaohe, does this mean I will only serve the prince from now on and no longer attend to you? Yes, as long as you serve the prince well. Should you win his favor, your future will surely be bright. She had no desire for such lofty heights. What she truly craved was the freedom to soar like fish in the sea and birds in the sky. This arrangement may be fortuitous. The prince is young, and there is no generational gap between them. Perhaps she could attain her freedom. This is the silver bestowed upon you by the esteemed dowager. Go out and purchase something you fancy. Xiaohe also handed Su Ning a banknote for 100 taels of silver. Suddenly, she was transformed into a little wealthy lady. After all, a maid like her earned only 2 taels a month. With the previous gold ingot and this 100 taels, she needed to inquire about the prices of houses in the outside world to see if she could make a purchase. Granted a reprieve, Su Ning stepped onto the street with a swagger that dismissed all familial ties under the envious and jealous gazes of her fellow maids. This marked her first outing in 3 months since arriving in this world, and with the autumn air crisp and pleasant, she felt elated, humming a cheerful tune as she skipped to a clothing shop to buy a powder blue dress, followed by a visit to a jewelry store where she purchased several inexpensive adornments for her friends as she had no inclination to wear jewelry herself. Oh, look at her, dressed so splendidly. Turns out she is merely a pauper. A nearby woman, with a haughty demeanor, mocked her. Su Ning chose to ignore her. The best way to deal with such petty individuals is to overlook them, only to infuriate them at crucial moments. The woman, seeing that Su Ning did not respond, exited the shop, drawing the attention of onlookers and instantly feeling humiliated. Stop right there, she yelled at Su Ning's retreating figure. Su Ning feigned deafness and continued on her way. Her business was not yet concluded, and she chose to block out irrelevant distractions. Others had lost interest in her. Anyone with a modicum of pride would not pursue the matter. Yet this particular lady was accustomed to arrogance and had never encountered such disregard. Have her stopped, she commanded, gesturing to the maid beside her. The maid, caught in such a predicament, felt helpless. She wanted to persuade her mistress but feared retribution. So she hastily chased after Su Ning to block her path. Miss, our young lady wishes to speak with you, the young maid said, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Su Ning halted, waiting for the foolish one to catch up. You, how rude you are. I am speaking to you, and you dare to ignore me. Oh, I was unaware that you were addressing me. Do you have something to discuss? She clearly had no pressing matters. She was merely seeking trouble, left speechless when questioned. Nothing is amiss. In that case, I shall take my leave. In the future, refrain from barking like a mad dog, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Su Ning remarked as she walked away, her voice barely audible to the servants trailing behind her. Who are you calling a mad dog? The foolish one continued to escalate the situation, her voice shrill, as if fearing that her words might go unheard. Su Ning hastened her departure, unwilling to further insult her own intelligence. She called me a mad dog. The foolish lady, noticing the attention of those around her, hastily began to explain. The more she elaborated, the more ridiculous she appeared, until her voice quivered with emotion. Why do you not believe me? She truly insulted me. My lady, let us return. The maid was so embarrassed she could not lift her head. You must tell them, she really did insult me. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and remarked, Miss, have you considered why she insulted you? Perhaps you deserved it. The foolish one finally grasped the situation, leading her maid away in shame. While the onlookers shook their heads in lamentation, wondering which family had raised such an unremarkable daughter, who despite her fair appearance, was utterly unlikable. The incident on the street was merely a minor episode. Su Ning turned and forgot it instantly. Yet the guests in the private room on the second floor across the way observed the entire scene. After a day of wandering, Su Ning visited the largest restaurant in the capital for lunch, sampling two signature dishes that were rather mediocre, for she believed she could prepare them better herself. Subsequently, she purchased ingredients, intending to impress Luo Qingyang that evening. By the time she returned to the royal residence, it was already dusk, having lost her way and taken a wrong turn, which delayed her return. Ultimately, she had to inquire for directions to find her way back. A rather embarrassing affair she felt should remain unspoken. As Su Ning was to become the prince's woman, naturally, she could not reside in a communal dormitory any longer. Xiaohe was responsible for arranging her accommodation and came to the courtyard to help her familiarize herself with the prince's quarters for future care. However, after 2 visits without encountering Su Ning, she began to fear that the girl had been frightened away. Any other woman would have rejoiced at such an opportunity. Yet this girl seemed to flee. Could it truly be? It was only when night fell that Su Ning finally returned, burdened with numerous packages. Sister Xiaohe, did you seek me? Where have you been, you foolish girl? Do you expect the prince to wait for you? My apologies, my apologies. I shall prepare it immediately. She truly believed herself to be a cook. Did she not realize that there was a possibility she would be sharing a bed with the prince tonight? Indeed, Su Ning worked efficiently, and with the assistance of Chef Tong and Asian, she swiftly prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Su Ning, are you nervous? Nervous about what? You and the prince. Oh, I should not be the one feeling anxious. It ought to be the prince, she replied. Why? He guess. Su Ning guessed it, knowing full well that it was unlikely anyone could predict her thoughts. Indeed, Su Ning's words were accurate. Luo Qingyang was indeed feeling a bit anxious. Initially, he had not given the matter much thought, but upon returning to find the sheets replaced with pristine white ones, he instinctively grasped the implication. For a young man unaccustomed to such experiences, it was undeniably a psychological temptation. When Su Ning entered, carrying the dishes she had prepared, he found himself blushing and his heart racing. My lord, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have not ventured out in quite some time, and, caught up in my play, returned later than anticipated. You must be hungry. Today, I made a special trip to Rui Tower to sample their signature dishes and prepare them for you. Yes, you. They're no less delectable than those from the restaurant. Su Ning's rambling immediately eased Luo Qingyang's tension. You can cook? What is your name? I am called Su Ning, with Su from the character for tranquility and Ning for peace. Luo Qingyang chuckled, finding the girl rather amusing. Very well, I shall taste your cooking. Should it surpass that of the restaurant, there will be a reward. That is assured. It will be delicious. Luo Qingyang picked up his chopsticks and sampled a lion's head meatball. Quite delightful, he remarked, then tried the sweet and sour fish. Yes, this is the flavor I adore, tangy and sweet. After tasting all 4 dishes, he was not satisfied and indulged further. Clearing his plate, a bowl of white fungus and goji berry soup was placed before him. My lord, please enjoy it alongside your meal. Indeed, it is splendid, truly wonderful. I shall reward you handsomely. The earlier tension had slipped from his mind, and he devoured the 4 dishes as if he had not eaten in days, even letting out a loud burp. In that moment, the composed Luo Qingyang realized how undignified he had been. His image had been tarnished. Stealing a glance at Su Ning, he found her staring at him in astonishment, and he felt his first impression had been irrevocably damaged. My lord, I have not eaten either. I prepared enough for 2, and while you did not invite me to join you, you devoured everything without leaving a morsel for me. What kind of fairness is this? As Luo Qingyang grappled with his embarrassment, Su Ning reprimanded him vehemently, leaving the room in silence. Her silent accusation rendered him speechless. Though he could have felt indignant at a maid daring to chastise her master, he found her audacity charming. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, especially over a mere meal. Will you not prepare a little more? He inquired. The kitchen is locked. Perhaps you could have some snacks instead. You did not mention you hadn't tea eaten. I thought my lord would not be able to consume so much. A little leftover would suffice. You audacious girl, addressing me as my lord while arguing back. Is this how a maid should behave? I am merely stating facts, not being disrespectful. Eating too much at night is unhealthy. One should not indulge excessively. Understood, you little rascal. Watching Su Ning clear the dishes and return, His heart began to race anew. Let's take a stroll. Sleeping now would be uncomfortable. Very well. Two individuals strolled along the pebbled path of the garden, with a personal guard trailing at a distance. The prince truly exhibited remarkable composure. Had they not agreed upon consummation? Why was he not the least bit anxious? How old are you, Su-Ning? I am 15, still a minor. What does being a minor mean? It means I have not yet matured and cannot partake in the affairs of adults. And what might those adult affairs be? Luo Qingyang's lips curled into a smile. Understanding the girl's playful intent, she was deliberately teasing him. Such matters involve seeking a husband, marrying, and bearing children, among others. Ha! Luo Qingyang could not help but laugh aloud. What is it that the prince finds amusing? Oh, little girl, you possess quite a clever mind. I shall not force you. There is no need for concern. I have been worried all day, but I can finally set my mind at ease. With her worries alleviated, Su-Ning chose to rest, plopping down onto a nearby bench. Utterly exhausted from a day of wandering, Luo Qingyang, upon seeing her seated, also came to a halt, while other women schemed to climb into their lord's bed. You appear frightened. Do you not wish to be my woman? Such discussions are premature. I am not yet a woman. And what, pray tell, are you then? A girl. This still suggested her immaturity. When will you mature? Perhaps by the age of 20. By 20, women have already borne 2 or 3 children. To his surprise, the girl leaned back and fell asleep on the bench. Was it common for a maidservant to doze off while her master stood conversing with her? Quite the peculiar sight. Even more bizarre was when Luo Qingyang gently scooped her up, carrying her with utmost care back to his chambers. From that moment forth, the entire royal residence was abuzz with the knowledge of the prince's affection for Su-Ning, and the depth of that affection was evident. Su-Ning enjoyed a deep slumber, awakening naturally, puzzled as to why Asian had not called her. Wait, this was not her own bed. Her mind briefly faltered before she recalled that she had indeed fallen asleep beside Luo Qingyang. Oh my, the sun is bright. I must prepare breakfast. In a flurry, she tidied her attire and dashed outside, where a young servant greeted her. Miss Su-Ning, you are awake? The prince has requested that you wait for him to have breakfast together. I know. I'm just about to make it. Before the servant could finish, she had already hurried away. The prince had instructed the kitchen to prepare breakfast for 2, and this girl had indeed ascended to new heights. Have you finished your meal? Su-Ning, did you just rise? Yes, I awoke a bit late. I hope it won't delay the prince's breakfast. The prince has already given instructions that once he returns, the meal will be served. You should see yourself, your hair unkempt and face unwashed. Hurry back and tidy yourself up. Make yourself presentable, so the prince does not find you unappealing. Chef Tong urged her on, his words laced with concern, which touched her heart. I will just have a little something. I wasn't full last night. Su-Ning took a small oil cake to nibble on. Poor child. Serving the prince without having enough to eat, Chef Tong sympathized, and upon seeing her finish one, offered her another. In the future, when the prince is away, you may come to the kitchen. I will save some food for you. Uncle Tong has been exceedingly kind to me, unlike that selfish prince who only thinks of his own appetite, leaving nothing for me. One must refrain from speaking carelessly. Do not presume upon the prince's affection to speak without restraint, lest misfortune befall you through your words. The sudden loudness startled Su-Ning. Enough. I shall speak no more. A servant announced that the prince had returned from the morning court, instructing Su-Ning to return. She promptly carried her breakfast back to the prince's light and elegant pavilion. Did you sleep well last night? Luo Qingyang inquired as she entered. Of course. It was delightful to wake naturally, counting money until my fingers cramped. There is no greater happiness than this. Yet you dashed about without tidying yourself. Right. I shall wash up at once. I did not wish to delay the prince's meal. Please, eat without me, to save a little. Her room was adjacent to Luo Qingyang's, and Xia he had arranged this proximity for the prince's convenience. Su-Ning took 10 minutes to beautify herself, a feat that astonished even her. This speed was a habit honed over 12 years in a special forces unit in her past life. How about that for speed? Come, let us eat before it cools. Why hasn't the prince eaten yet? I feared you might finish it all, leaving you hungry. Finishing it is no concern. During the day, I can sneak into the kitchen for more. Take this and buy some provisions for yourself. You are still growing, and do not starve yourself. Look at your petite stature. Eat more to grow taller. As she gazed at the stack of silver notes on the table, Su Ning was moved to tears. This mother and daughter duo was so generous, and she suddenly felt that spending her life in the prince's residence might not be so bad after all. Chapter 5. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Cook, Part 5. No wonder everyone enjoys climbing into their master's bed. The benefits are plentiful. She hadn't yet truly ascended, and already she was beginning to prosper. If she were to actually win Luo Qingyang's heart, she would strike it rich. After their meal, Luo Qingyang went to the study to attend to official documents, while Su Ning distributed the jewelry she had purchased the previous day among her circle of friends. Garnering envious glances from all, a jeune discreetly pulled Su Ning aside to a secluded spot. Su Ning, has the prince shown you favor? It is I who have favored the prince. You are quite shameless. I assent that the same? Goodness, she exclaimed, this girl is spouting nonsense. And you believe her. What would you like to eat? I can fetch it for you. Did the prince give you money? Of course, if I share his bed, would he not pay me? Ugh, how does that sound like selling oneself? Su Ning was unreserved as she ventured out of the prince's residence again. This time, she did not lose her way and returned by noon. She needed to prepare a meal for Luo Qingyang and indeed brought back a bounty of snacks, ensuring each friend received a bag, lest anyone feel slighted. However, such generosity did not prevent envy. Before long, whispers arose about how she flaunted her favor after only a few days. Su Ning paid no heed to those petty remarks, diligently preparing varied meals for Luo Qingyang, leaving him savoring every bite and singing her praises. Indeed, Ning Ning, your culinary skills have improved immensely. Then, my prince, might you return my contract of servitude to me? My contract? Your bond of servitude? Yes, yes. Su Ning's eyes sparkled with hope. Freedom was within her grasp. Why do you wish to sell yourself into servitude? Have I not treated you well enough? You wish to depart? No, no, no. How could I bear to leave after encountering a master and mistress such as the prince and the noble lady? I merely yearn for freedom. Have I not granted you sufficient liberty? You awaken at your leisure. Your coffers remain full, and there is no obligation to share my bed. Which concubine in any household enjoys such privileges? How could the mention of a contract for servitude incite such fury? My lord, are you truly angry? It is better to remain silent. Inquiring only stirs the embers further. Am I truly so aged in your eyes? Do you perceive me as an unworthy old fool? Your words strike deeply. A mere maid is hardly worthy of a prince. Luo Qingyang spoke thus with deliberate irony. This quarrel was ignited by the mention of the servitude contract. I take back my earlier words. I shall remain your servant for life, no longer yearning for freedom, nor desiring a contract of servitude. A lowly maid ought to be sold back and forth. What need have I for such a contract? It is naught but a fanciful dream, a delusion. Please, enjoy your meal. I shall return to my quarters. Luo Qingyang watched her exit his chamber, her demeanor heavy with dejection, and a dull ache settled within him. He had merely assumed she intended to leave. How had it escalated to this? He had never viewed her as a lowly servant. He held her thoughts in high regard, envisioning a future where he could take her as a cherished concubine. Yet she seemed oblivious to her fortune. Accustomed to his lofty status, Luo Qingyang would never initiate an apology, while the carefree Su Ning returned to slumber, her mind unburdened by the previous evening's discord. The following morning, as they shared breakfast, Su Ning noted Luo Qingyang's lethargy. My lord, did you not rest well last night? No. Eat your meal, he replied curtly, deftly dismissing the matter. He could not confess that sleeplessness stemmed from their earlier dispute. Su Ning felt troubled. It appeared the issue of the servitude contract was rather complex. Lost in thought, she inadvertently drew trouble upon herself. What troubles you, young lady? Startled by the proximity, she stepped back. Oh, I apologize. I was lost in contemplation. Have I inconvenienced you? The girl was surprisingly polite. Just days prior, she had been as fierce as a rabid dog. No, not at all. You are too kind. The gentle voice of Xian Yuan Mo compelled Su Ning to gaze at him more intently. Once captivated, she found it difficult to look away. Indeed, he was a paragon of elegance and grace, unmatched in the realm. Su Ning murmured to herself, pondering how a man could possess such beauty surpassing even that of women. Isn't it excessive to feel this way? One's appearance is a gift from their parents, immutable. There is no need for alteration. It is simply splendid. Do you truly admire it? Indeed, I adore it. Finding herself lost in admiration felt rather frivolous. She had never been so infatuated with Luo Qingyang. Yet today, she candidly expressed her thoughts to this stranger. Her admiration was innocent and devoid of ulterior motives. Had she harbored any, she would have long since ensnared Luo Qingyang. Where are you headed, young lady? I have no pressing matters and would be pleased to accompany you. Are people in ancient times so generous? Where is their restraint? No, it is unnecessary. I am merely wandering aimlessly. Suning turned and walked away, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Why do the girls seem so frightened? That beauty persisted in following her closely. Please do not follow me. I am not following you. We merely share the same path. The beauty could be quite persistent. And what was with that incessant blinking? Very well, you may go first. Suning took a step back, finding this individual uncomfortably close. Are you afraid of me? Afraid? Why would I be afraid of you? Then why not walk together? I suddenly wish to purchase something. You may proceed on your own. I shall accompany you. Fair maiden. Are you attempting to court me? Court? What do you mean? To pursue softly and insistently. Figure it out. With that, she dashed away, convinced he would not follow. Xian Yuan Mo was taken aback by her unexpected tactic, and after a moment, he burst into laughter. This little girl was truly amusing. Indeed, Suning had managed to evade him. Yet he was quite attractive, albeit rather troublesome. If it weren't for her awkward situation, she would not have minded playing along. Reflecting on her circumstances brought another wave of despair. When would this life reach a conclusion? Upon returning home, she still had to prepare a meal for the god of wealth, who was her provider. After preparing 4 dishes and a soup, she brought them to Luo Qingyang's room, only to find he had not yet returned. At this hour, he should be in his study. So she sent a servant outside to call him in for a meal before returning to his work. Inside Luo Qingyang's study, he inquired of the handsome man across from him. When did you arrive in the capital? Why didn't you inform me? It has been some time. I have been wandering about. Xian Yuan Mo replied with a charming smile. Had I not been wandering, how could I have encountered that intriguing girl? Come stay at the Wang Fu. It has been years since we last met. Let's have a good conversation about life. No need. I shall remain at the inn. Getting too close might raise suspicions with those above. Both men understood the gravity of the situation and did not linger on the matter of accommodation. My lord, Miss Su's lunch is prepared and awaits your presence. She also mentioned that one must eat well to have the strength for work. Xian Yuan Mo felt a flicker of curiosity regarding this Miss Su. Is this Miss Su one of the servants in Xingyang's household? The fact that she could express such words suggests a significant relationship. She is a girl specifically tasked with attending to my meals. Her culinary skills are quite commendable. Gome, let's sample her creations. Luo Qingyang did not deny Xian Yuanmo's assertion, but merely emphasized that she solely served him. With this clarification, Xian Yuan Mo understood. It was common for affluent families to have a few concubines to fulfill their physical needs. Still, in his eyes, Luo Qingyang was not that kind of person. Perhaps she truly was just a chef. The two soon arrived at the dining room, where Luo Qingyang was to eat. Upon seeing the person seated at the table, Xian Yuan Mo's expression suddenly changed, and his heart sank. The little girl he had just found intriguing was indeed a member of Luo Qingyang's household. My lord, do you have a guest? Suning's mind raced through various thoughts, yet her demeanor remained composed. This individual was evidently well acquainted with Luo Qingyang. He likely had not followed her here, but had merely come to visit. This is a longtime friend of mine who has not visited the capital in years. Ning Ning, please prepare a couple more dishes. My brother and I have much to discuss. Very well, you may begin your meal. Suning ventured into the kitchen, while Xian Yuan Mo, unable to leave, had no choice but to accompany Luo Qingyang for a meal. The exquisite dishes tasted bland to him. Amo, how does the food taste? Is it delicious? Quite good. Where did you find such a skilled cook? She is a maid purchased from the Wang Fu. Her culinary skills suit my palate, hence she serves me. Observing that the girl was rather young, Xian Yuan Mo pondered their relationship. What nonsense are you spouting? You know what kind of person I am, don't you? She was forced upon me by my mother. I merely allow her to cook. Oh, Suddenly, his mood lightened considerably. This bold girl exhibited no awareness of her status as a servant, daring to retort against her master. It wouldn't be long before she overstepped her bounds. Luo Qingyang's tone was unmistakably affectionate, which soured Xian Yuan Mo's mood once again. Before long, Suning returned with 2 signature dishes, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. As if she were a stranger to Xian Yuan Mo. Come sit and eat together. If we finish all the food, I'll surely face a reprimand. No need. You enjoy your meal. I shall have mine in the kitchen shortly. Then go ahead. There's no need for you to attend to us. Yes. Suning had awaited this very instruction, hastily exiting the room towards the kitchen. The beautiful girl cast her a resentful glance, as if she were the unfaithful one. They were hardly acquainted, after all. After drinking a bowl of cool water, her mood began to settle. Although she relished cooking, it did not imply that she enjoyed serving others. Why did that troublesome Luo Qingyang insist on binding her with such a strict contract? Were it not for the requirement of her master to dissolve the servant-master relationship at the government office, she would have stolen away long ago. In her past life, she had lived like a tomboy, devoid of any feminine charm. In this life, she desired to embrace her womanhood. Yet she would never accept the role of a concubine. That was her principle. Until Xian Yuan Mo departed from the third Wang Fu, Suning did not make another appearance. Amo, shouldn't you stay a bit longer? If it gets boring at the inn, come to the Wang Fu and let Ningning prepare her signature dishes for you to sample. Luo Qingyang was quite generous in his praise for Suning's culinary skills. Well, I shall visit when I have the time. Xian Yuan Mo left the Wang Fu, burdened with thoughts, while Suning returned to her chamber to rest. The servants cleared the dining table. Truth be told, there was no more contented maid than she. In the eastern Luo palace, the handsome Luo Qinyan sat behind the imperial writing desk, diligently reviewing memorials, one after another, day in and day out, year after year. When would it all come to an end? Xiao Anzi, when do you think I will see the light at the end of the tunnel? Ah, Your Majesty, perhaps you should take a break. You have been seated for 2 hours. Everyone thinks being the sovereign is a glorious affair. Yet no one cares for the exhaustion it brings. Your Majesty, I do feel for you. The ladies of the harem also express concern for you. Spare me. They only know how to vie for favor. A single misstep in service, and they rush back to their families to complain. Just look at those sharp-tongued old hags. They nitpick at everything, leaving no peace. Your Majesty, it is quite unreasonable to marry so many women and not treat them well. It would be peculiar if their families held no grievances against you. I have heard that Xian Yuanma has entered the capital. Indeed, the young master Xian Yuan visited the Three Kings Mansion today. We 3 were the closest of companions in our youth. When did we begin to grow distant? Your Majesty, you worry too much. It is merely the distinction between sovereign and subject, not estrangement. Why does the relationship change once we assume our roles? Perhaps tomorrow, young master Xian Yuan will come to visit you in the palace. Xiao Anzi knows of your nostalgia. He longs for the days of yore. No need for him to come of his own accord. I shall venture out to find him tomorrow, and we shall indulge as we did in the past, returning from the tavern only when inebriated. Very well, I shall prepare at dawn and depart following the morning court session. Xiao Anzi has not left the palace in quite some time. Recently, he has been entangled among the concubines, and it has been exhausting for him. Your Majesty, you yourself show little interest in the matters of favoring the concubines, and he cannot offer substantial assistance. Your Majesty, Consort Hui has arrived. The young eunuch announced from outside. These ladies are quite fervent, either sending tea or snacks. With so many attendants, is it possible for you to feel parched or hungry? Young eunuch, please convey that I have prepared some pastries to personally deliver to His Majesty. Consort Hui, His Majesty is currently reviewing memorials and has requested not to be disturbed. I shall remain silent. I will not interrupt His Majesty. This young eunuch bears a challenging task indeed. My father has mentioned that matters in Jiangnan require a substantial amount of silver, and he is willing to assist. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall report this. The young eunuch entered to relay Consort Hui's exact words, bowing his head as he stood there. His Majesty's instructions were clear. He must prevent any woman from entering. Weighing the pros and cons, he chose to report back. Look at this. The woman you speak of as caring for me only brings me vexation. Your Majesty, truly, if you simply comfort them and shower them with affection a few more times, everything will be well. I shall not sell myself for your sake. You may go instead. Your Majesty, it has been a long-standing principle for emperors to favor their concubines. I wish I had the ability to manage such affairs. Pray tell, what is the benefit of being an emperor if one must rely on such means to maintain harmony in the court? Xiao Anzi felt a headache coming on. Dealing with such a stubborn master, how did sleeping with his own wife equate to selling himself? What a bizarre notion. If this continues, the royal lineage may indeed face concerns. Chapter 7. The Emperor's Affection for the Young Chef. 7. Luo Qingyun and Xiao Anzi concluded their morning court session, disguising themselves as a young master and his servant as they exited the palace. Within Luoyang, the streets bustled with life, a scene of thriving prosperity. Luo Qingyun beamed with pride at this flourishing spectacle. It was his governance that ensured the well-being of the populace. Oh, who is this young lady, rather unfamiliar, wandering alone? Since Su Ning began serving Luo Qingyang, her life has been more comfortable than that of the young mistress. Apart from cooking for the two of them, she need not wash a single dish, and soon she would receive a silver note to purchase whatever she desired in the market. With little left to buy, she merely wished to inquire about the housing prices in the capital when she encountered a flamboyant young gentleman dressed in vibrant colors at the entrance of a pawn shop. The daughters of wealthy families are typically accompanied by maids when they venture outside. Su Ning, walking alone, was certainly not a young lady from a prominent household. Thus the young gentleman felt no qualms in beginning to tease her. Su Ning stepped aside and continued on her way, employing her usual strategy of ignoring the banalities of such individuals. If they persisted in their foolishness, however, she would not indulge them. Hey, miss, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'm speaking to you. With words as trivial as they were crude, he continued, your temper is quite fiery. I like that. Come, accompany me back to my residence, and allow me to cherish you properly. As he spoke, he reached out to pinch Su Ning's cheek. At that moment, Luo Qingyun, who had been reveling in the success of his recent endeavors, witnessed the audacious act of public harassment. Seeing the scoundrel reaching for Su Ning, he immediately moved to intervene, leading to a rather comedic turn of events. With 2 fingers, Su Ning pinched the scoundrel's outstretched ring finger, applying pressure until he succumbed to the force, kneeling on the ground. It hurts. He howled like a pig being slaughtered, clearly in genuine pain. Su Ning remained silent, her expression impassive as she continued to exert pressure. Please, miss, let go. I promise I won't do it again. Spare me. The attendants behind him were taken aback. Typically, their young master would command them to assist, but this situation seemed to have rendered him dazed by pain. Upon releasing her grip, Su Ning took a sidestep to continue on her way. Truly, if one does not court disaster, they shall not meet it. However, the scoundrel, feeling liberated, gestured for his attendants, shouting, "Get her! Beat this little wretch to death." 5 or 6 attendants surged forward, charging at Su Ning. Hearing the commotion, she turned and leaped, using the shoulders of several attendants to propel herself towards the scoundrel. Upon seeing her approach, he turned to flee, but Su Ning would not allow him to escape. With a powerful kick to his back, she sent him sprawling to the ground. Without granting him a moment to catch his breath, she pinned him down with her knee on his lower back and seized his hand, snapping one of his fingers with a resounding crack. Who is the wretch now? He screamed again, his vocal cords proving more resilient than his wit. Crack! Another finger met the same fate. Think carefully before you answer. Who is the wretch? Please, I am the wretch. Spare me. In her previous life, Su Ning had always been a formidable woman. No one dared to cross her. Transmigrating into the body of a mere servant girl was already a source of great displeasure for her. Fortunately, Luo Qingyang and his mother treated her well. Otherwise, as a former elite soldier, would she really be serving others? This unfortunate fellow had touched upon her taboo, daring to call her a wretch. Thus, she would turn him into one. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, reminiscent of her past pranks on adversaries, and a smirk appeared on her lips. From now on, whenever you step outside, you must loudly declare, "I am a wretch," or else you shall not keep a single finger. Fine, fine, I am a wretch. I'm a wretch. I'm a wretch. With that, Su Ning released him and stood up, causing the surrounding attendants to retreat in fear. Do you know who our young master is? One bolder individual dared to inquire. A spoiled brat raised by parents who never taught him any manners. Su Ning replied without turning back, continuing on her way. Luo Qingyun was taken aback, astonished by the existence of such an audacious woman. His heart raced with an unprecedented sensation, and he instinctively placed a hand over his chest, gazing in the direction where Su Ning had departed. Xiaoanzi, my heart has been stirred, he confided. Your Majesty, that girl is exceedingly fierce, capable of breaking a man's finger and still calling herself a scoundrel. We must inquire about her origins. I desire her in the palace. Your Majesty, are you intending to forcibly seize a common maiden? The fate of that man just now. No, it is not a matter of abduction. It is a proposal of marriage. Your Majesty, you have already taken numerous wives. Yet none have been of use. They were arranged by the Empress Mother and the ministers. I wish to take matters into my own hands. Very well. As the most loyal servant beside your Majesty, I naturally wish for your happiness. Thus, Xiao Anzi ventured into a crowded area to inquire about the commanding young lady from earlier, yet none could identify her, despite having seen her several times without her revealing her lineage. My lord, no one knows who that girl is. Whose scoundrel is that? She is the sister of concubine Hui, your little sister-in-law. Ah, no wonder she is so brazen. She relies on my power. Keep a watch on them. Report any developments. The man had suffered a silent defeat and would not let the matter rest. As long as they kept an eye on them, they would surely discover the girl. She appeared quite young and likely unmarried. It had been a fruitful day for Luo Qingyun, lifting his spirits. Though he was discontented that the little rascal had the audacity to harass a common maiden in public, he resolved to deal with him appropriately. The unfortunate wretch gained nothing and was instead beaten by Su Ning and now caught the emperor's attention. At the elegant chamber of the Yueli Inn, Luo Qingyun arrived to find Luo Qingyang had already been waiting. Your humble brother pays his respects to the emperor. Third brother, there is no need for such formalities in private. The emperor said AMO is not a person. Xianyuan Mo interjected. You little rascal, still as annoying as ever. The three had known each other for over a decade. Having trained together for an extended period, their bond akin to that of true brothers. Since ascending the throne, however, he had grown distant from his own siblings. Even upon coming to the capital, he had not visited his elder brother, instead indulging in his own carefree pursuits while his brother had to venture outside the palace to see them. Brother, it is a Mo's fault. Please forgive me. The term brother instantly bridged the gap among them. They refrained from discussing political affairs, instead exchanging tales of the martial world. Eventually, Xianyuan Mo broached the topic of Luo Qingyun's harem. I have heard, elder brother, that your harem is filled with beautiful women. How do you manage to enjoy their affections daily? Xianyuan Mo was curious about how he appeased so many women. It is not enjoyable at all. It is exhausting, both physically and mentally. Luo Qingyun sighed solemnly. Though tiring, it must also be quite satisfying, am I right? Xianyuan Mo gazed at him with a hint of mischief. He had no women of his own and was eager to hear his brother's perspective on the pleasures of such indulgences. What do you wish to know? AMO is curious about the sensations involved in such activities. Chapter 8. The Emperor's affection for the little chef. What do you wish to know? AMO wishes to understand what it feels like during those intimate moments. Luo Qingyun, confronted with the eager eyes before him, sincerely did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. Yet he himself was uncertain. Seek a woman for yourself, and you shall discover the truth. However, I am reluctant to engage casually, for I wish to preserve my purity for the one I truly cherish. Ahem. Luo Qingyang, observing the increasingly frivolous conversation between the two, interjected, Gentlemen, let us partake in some dishes. They have grown cold, and consuming cold food is detrimental to one's stomach. To his surprise, the third brother had taken to advocating for health. I have merely retained this knowledge from frequent discussions with those around me. As Luo Qingyang spoke, his countenance radiated happiness, eliciting a jealous glance from Xianyuan Ma. What are you showing off for? The fare at this pales in comparison to what Ning Ning prepares. I assure you, I'm not exaggerating. Go is Ning Ning, inquired Luo Qinyan. She is the one in his chamber, capable not only of providing warmth, but also of culinary delights. Xian Ma retorted with a sarcastic tone, as he felt no obligation to temper his words, given that the girl held no future with him. Mo, have I offended you in some way? You have tasted Ning Ning's cooking. Do you truly find it lacking? I cannot discern its quality. All right, enough of your quarrel. The two of you should cease this bickering. When the opportunity arises, I shall also sample your Ning Ning's culinary skills before passing judgment. Luo Qinyan quickly intervened, concerned that the spat would ruin the gathering of the three brothers. In the Ministry of Personnel's estate, a cacophony of lamentations erupted. Oh dear, take it easy. My finger, it's been brutally broken. Father, you must avenge me. Honor, my poor son, who has committed this atrocity. My lord, you must seek retribution for Honor. A woman clad in resplendent attire wept sorrowfully. Have you once more trifled with the common folk? How many times have I cautioned you to remain discreet and avoid bringing trouble to your sister? Yet you persist, and now you have finally encountered a formidable foe. Minister Shun sighed in exasperation, lamenting the misfortune of having such a wayward son. His days of revelry were one thing, but his lasciviousness was another matter entirely. And this reckless child would inevitably tarnish his once pristine reputation. The most troubling aspect was that his foolish wife indulged him. Xin Yuhan, having quickly forgotten his pain, secretly sought to uncover the identity of the woman, determined to exact vengeance. As usual, Su Ning returned home after purchasing ingredients, only to be confronted by a masked figure clad in black who obstructed her path. What a world we live in, where one dares to commit violence even in broad daylight beneath the emperor's gaze. I am merely a hired hand, here to collect a debt, my lady. I beg your pardon. The assailant transformed his palm into a blade, striking towards Su Ning. As he spoke, she placed her belongings on the ground, and upon seeing the gust of wind approach, she leaned back, her legs and torso forming a right angle to evade the oncoming force. Without regaining her upright posture, she swiftly advanced toward her assailant with unparalleled speed. Close combat was her forte. Aware of his profound internal strength, she recognized he was not her match. Thus she resolved to surprise him for a swift resolution. The man had assumed his strike would be infallible, but he was taken aback that the seemingly frail girl could evade his palm strike. When he accepted this task, he thought an exaggeration to worry about a mere girl who would pose no challenge. As he was momentarily lost in thought, Su Ning had already arrived before him, her delicate fist swinging toward his face. He tilted his head to evade the blow, but neglected to notice her foot below. By the time he realized her intent, it was too late. When Su Ning delivered that kick, a sharp pain surged through him, clouding his vision and causing his heart to nearly cease its rhythm. That fierce kick was intended to incapacitate him entirely. The man in black collapsed to his knees, clutching his groin and bowing in defeat, utterly powerless to retaliate. Su Ning turned back to gather her ingredients, whistling playfully at him before striding home with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, in the palace, those watching over Xin Yuhan returned to report that the woman who had taught him a lesson was Su Ning from the third prince's residence. She often ventured out for shopping. Xin Yuhan had already paid a handsome sum to hire an assassin from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, intending to ambush the young lady on her way. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinyan became anxious and dispatched his personal guard, Sui Feng, to swiftly protect her. Your Majesty, worrying only brings chaos. Have you not already sent someone? The emperor had indeed made arrangements, fully aware that Shun Yuhan would not let this matter rest, and he insisted on covertly safeguarding the girl. Can those people compare to you? Moreover, considering the perils posed by the assassins from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, it concerns me greatly. Hurry go. Yes, I shall go at once. When Sui Feng arrived at the scene, he found the assassin from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion sweating profusely while clutching his groin. He called out to those lurking in the shadows to inquire about the situation. Boss, that young lady is incredibly fierce. With a single kick, she has rendered him incapacitated. She hardly requires protection. Continue to observe, and should the need arise, intervene. Understood. Sui Feng soon returned, finding Luo Qingyun pacing restlessly in his chamber. "Why are you back so quickly? How was the girl faring?" "Your Majesty, that woman is truly formidable. She has incapacitated the assassin with a single blow. Excellent. Truly deserving of my esteem. As for the purchasing made from the third prince's residence, I shall simply go to the prince's estate to request her." Days later, the emperor issued a decree blessing Luo Qingyang with a marriage, the bride being Hua Yuechu, the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's household, who was elegant, beautiful, and gifted at the age of 18, an ideal match in every sense. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Luo Qingyang was bewildered. Why had his elder brother suddenly arranged a marriage without consulting him? The Empress Dowager, however, was delighted, for Miss Hua was renowned in the capital as a paragon of virtue and talent. It was widely believed she would be a candidate for empress. Yet the emperor had chosen to bestow her upon the third prince instead. As usual, Su Ning prepared a meal and brought it to Luo Qingyang's room. Aware of the decree that had arrived earlier that day, she noted that the other maids had expressed their sympathy for her, believing her days of ease were coming to an end with the rise of a new mistress. "Ning Ning, even if I marry the princess, I shall not neglect you. Let's eat." She truly did not care for his assurances. Thinking she was upset, Luo Qingyang took her hand earnestly, vowing, "Ning Ning, once the princess enters the household, I will ensure you receive a respectable title and will not allow you to suffer. I will cherish you." His overly sentimental words nearly caused Su Ning to spit out the food she had just brought to her mouth. After the princess enters the gate, will she be granted a title? A concubine, perhaps? In his eyes, a woman bound by a contract of servitude is only worthy of being a mere concubine. In fact, even to be his concubine would be a form of elevation for her. Chapter 9. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Cook, Part 9. Su Ning was thoroughly disgusted by Luo Qingyang's words. His impression in her mind plummeted rapidly. Initially rated 9, he barely managed to pass now. After all, he had been steeped in the teachings of feudal ethics for many years. So, she decided to overlook it for the time being. This matter could be addressed later. For now, let's dine. Su Ning was too apathetic to argue with him. "Yes, let's eat first. Cold food is bad for the stomach." This was something Ning Ning often said, and he had committed it to memory. Before they could finish their meal, a guest arrived, Xian Yuan Mo. Upon hearing that the emperor had granted a marriage to the third prince, he found himself inexplicably drawn to their abode. He could not articulate his purpose. Was it to offer congratulations or to discern the young lady's demeanor? "Mo, have you dined yet? Would you like Ning Ning to prepare something for you?" "No need. I have already eaten. Congratulations on the third prince acquiring a beautiful bride." "You did not come solely to congratulate me, did you?" "Not entirely. I also wanted to see if your Ning Ning shed any tears." "Ning Ning is sensible. She would not cry, right?" Luo Qingyang turned to Su Ning. Without lifting her eyes, Su Ning continued to eat. Luo Qingyang felt a touch of embarrassment, rubbing his nose. "My dear sister, someone is about to marry. Why not accompany your brother? He would take you as his legitimate wife." Xian Yuan Mo was merely jesting with them. Little did he know, Su Ning raised her gaze to meet his. "My contract of servitude is in his hands. Is it the contract that binds you here? Is that even a question?" Su Ning shot him a look of incredulity. "Ning Ning, do you realize what you're saying?" Luo Qingyang felt a pang of concern. His Ning Ning was upset, angered by his impending marriage, and she was venting her frustration by uttering such words. "I shall return your contract to you and have it officially recorded at the government office, granting you your freedom. Ning Ning, please do not be angry. Right now?" "Yes." Luo Qingyang summoned a servant to retrieve her contract from the dowager and instructed him to have it registered at the government office first thing in the morning. For it was too late now. There was no one at the courthouse. Su Ning was taken aback by how smoothly this was proceeding, and she found herself increasingly fond of this charming elder brother. "Ning Ning, are you no longer angry?" "I'm not angry at all." "Indeed, Ning Ning is not angry. It is merely my eyes that are failing me." Xian Yuan Mo could no longer bear the scene and took his leave, feeling as though he had come to subject himself to torment by witnessing their display of affection. That night, Su Ning slept soundly, so much so that she overslept breakfast. When Luo Qingyang returned from court, she had yet to awaken. Suddenly, she felt someone stroking her hair. Upon opening her eyes, she saw it was Luo Qingyang. She realized she had overslept again, a most unbecoming lapse in discipline. Ning Ning, rise for breakfast. I thought you might be ill with a fever. Given how soundly you slept, good spirits lead to restful sleep. Did you have someone register the contract at the government office? Do not forget. I have not forgotten. It has already been done, so rest assured. With an affectionate gaze, Luo Qingyang caused Su Ning's heart to tremble. She had envisioned herself as his beloved, yet she contemplated leaving him. The scene was too unbearable to imagine. Once the matter of the contract was resolved, she would clarify her intentions. She would not allow herself to be relegated to a mere subordinate. Upon entering the kitchen, Su Ning noticed that the way others regarded her had shifted from the norm. Had something marred her appearance? Why were they all looking at her so peculiarly? Su Ning, you mustn't take things too hard. Do not quarrel with the prince. Ah Zhen consoled, grasping her hand. Quarrel with the prince? Who spread such rumors? It turned out that her absence from the morning meal led others to believe she had intentionally neglected the prince upon hearing he was to marry a princess. Such arrogance due to favoritism. His marriage has nothing to do with me. What are you all thinking? But did you not have an unpleasant encounter with the prince? Unpleasant? Quite the contrary. We are on amicable terms. The prince even granted me my freedom with the contract, allowing me to go wherever I please. Really? So the prince will not neglect you because of his impending marriage? Oh, you foolish girl. How can I make you understand? I am but the prince's cook. There is no other connection. You all are overthinking it. She needed to clarify her reputation, lest she find herself cast as a rival when the princess arrived. Are you saying the prince has not favored you? Not at all. I am as pure as a snowflake. Please refrain from making wild assumptions that could lead to misunderstandings with the princess. The others remained skeptical. Could a mere cook truly be treated as a lady? They observed her recent carefree demeanor and her seemingly boundless wealth, floating through life like a celestial being. I assure you, my association with Luo Qingyang is non-existent. How could anyone believe her when she casually uttered the prince's name? This was a clear sign of favoritism. Disbelieve all you wish. The truth will reveal itself. Su Ning found herself at a loss for words. This matter was reported to the emperor by a hidden observer. So, she was the Ning Ning spoken of by the third prince. The emperor noted the third prince's evident interest and resolved to act preemptively. He commanded the astrologers to inspect auspicious dates, deciding that in 10 days, Luo Qingyang would marry Hua Yuanchu. Luo Qingyang harbored no aversion to this union. In his heart, he had always intended to take a wife. Miss Hua possessed admirable qualities deserving of him, and as long as he and Ning Ning could coexist harmoniously, he was willing to treat them both equally. Ning Ning, this is for you. Luo Qingyang presented her with a jewelry box and bestowed upon her a considerable sum. Yet he noticed she had not adorned herself with any valuable ornaments. He then instructed someone to procure the latest designs from the Wanbao studio for her. Had this been another, they would have been overjoyed, but Su Ning's heart was a tumult of emotions. How could she delicately decline without causing offense? I do not favor jewelry. The prince should bestow it upon the princess. Since reclaiming her contract, she no longer referred to herself as a servant, and Luo Qingyang seemed indifferent, allowing her to act as she pleased. In truth, Luo Qingyang had treated her quite well, and if he could be wholly devoted to her, accepting him would not be out of the question. He was handsome, of high status, and possessed an elegant demeanor, truly a paragon of a husband. Alas, he was not meant for her alone, and she had no desire to claim him. Ning Ning, this prince understands your discomfort and recognizes your grievances. It pains me to see you like this. Rest assured, I shall protect you and ensure no one can harm you. I am not uncomfortable, nor do I feel wronged. I do not require your pity or your protection, Su Ning anxiously clarified. If she did not make herself clear soon, he would announce her as his concubine, and at that point, any refusal would indeed be a slap in the face. Ning Ning, Luo Qingyang suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Su Ning was taken aback. What did this mean? They had maintained a respectful distance for months, and this sudden intimacy was bewildering. Ning Ning, please do not act this way. It pains me. I promise to cherish only you, so please do not be upset, Luo Qingyang pleaded. Su Ning felt the situation escalating. Please release me. Let us discuss this properly. All right, as long as Ning Ning is not angry with me, he replied. Your Highness, if I were to ask you to refuse the emperor's marriage proposal and take me as your princess, would you be willing? In truth, she already knew the answer. She would pretend she had not asked. Ning Ning, do not throw a tantrum. I assure you, I will never mistreat you. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I am earnestly telling you that I, Su Ning, will never become anyone's concubine. Do you understand? Regardless of whether you comprehend or not, I am resolutely against sharing a husband with anyone else. Furthermore, once you are married, I shall leave the royal residence to avoid disturbing your marital bliss. What are you saying? Ning Ning, one must know when to temper their pride, do not overstep. Luo Qingyang still believed that Su Ning was merely sulking because of his impending marriage. I have made my position clear. It is getting late. I must prepare dinner. As usual, the two sat down to eat together. Luo Qingyang remained silent, waiting for Su Ning to relent in front of him. In his mind, women express their grievances with tears, and he anticipated this little girl would sob in his arms, after which he would comfort her. Regrettably, even after his marriage, he never witnessed the scene he had imagined. He felt a pang of anxiety. Would this stubborn girl truly leave him? At the residence of Prime Minister Hua, the entire household was adorned in festive decorations, brimming with joy. The Prime Minister's daughter was set to marry her ideal match, and the entire family rejoiced. Sure, you will be wed tomorrow. Life in the royal residence will be different from home. You must temper your fiery temper to avoid vexing the prince. The mother knew her daughter well. In public, she appeared gentle and demure, yet in truth, she had a fiery temperament that ignited at the slightest provocation and was prone to physical altercations. Thankfully, the third prince's residence had no concubines. Otherwise, her daughter would surely create chaos. Mother, I have a good temper. I will not provoke anyone who does not provoke me. Miss, I have heard that the third prince has a favored maid, and he dotes on her greatly. She is merely a maid. She could be dismissed easily. Sure, as the principal wife, you must be magnanimous. Do not eradicate all competition, Mrs. Hua urged, alarmed. Humph, I willingly marry him precisely because he has no other women. There is no need for rivalry. Otherwise, how wonderful it would have been to enter the palace. Dear child, refrain from speaking recklessly. It is indeed as such. If I were to marry into the royal residence, I would certainly not permit any woman to linger by his side. Should Su Ning hear this, she would undoubtedly commend the girl with a thumbs up. The third prince's marriage would surely stir excitement throughout half the capital, with the royal residence hosting grand banquets to entertain guests, and nearly all the ministers in court coming to offer their congratulations. The prime minister's daughter marrying a prince must be acknowledged for the sake of appearances. Hua Yuechu arrived in an elaborate sedan chair, accompanied by music and festivities, to the royal residence. Upon the call of the matchmaker, the groom kicked the sedan door, and Luo Qingyang, with a symbolic kick, lifted the curtain to receive the bride. Su Ning stood amidst the crowd, witnessing the entire wedding ceremony, crossing the fire pit, bowing to heaven and earth, and entering the bridal chamber. As Luo Qingyang was ushered into the chamber, he glanced in Su Ning's direction, an ambiguous look passing across his face before he averted his gaze. The emperor himself graced the third prince's wedding, a significant honor indeed. After the festivities concluded, Su Ning prepared to assist in the kitchen when she was suddenly intercepted. Your Majesty, is there something you need? Luo Qingyun's lips curled into a smile. This girl was truly exceptional. Others would have knelt in fear at his presence. Yet here she was, unperturbed, asking if he needed anything. How refreshing. Su Ning, is it? Yes. Are you the third brother's cook? Indeed. Do you cook exceptionally well? Those who have tasted say so. I wish to hire you at a premium to cook for me in the palace. What do you say? How much? Luo Qingyun felt a surge of excitement. His younger brother must not resent him for coveting this girl. Whatever my brother offers, I shall provide tenfold. Su Ning pondered. The monthly allowance from the royal residence was merely a few taels of silver. If Luo Qingyang had given her over 1,000 taels in recent months, then 10 times a few taels would not amount to much. However, if it were 10 times a few hundred taels, that would total several thousand. How much should she request, so that the emperor would not look down upon her and she could leave the royal residence with dignity? Seeing her hesitate, Luo Qingyun assumed she was reluctant to leave the third prince. He quickly raised the stakes. 20 times would suffice, or perhaps you could name your price. Anything would do. Hiring a cook can warrant any sum. Is this emperor truly not foolish? What are you hesitating for? The man has wed. What is there to linger upon? Luo Qingyun grew impatient, sensing that she might know something. Your Majesty, I merely prepare meals, not elixirs of immortality. I cannot bestow eternal life, nor transform anyone into a celestial being. I am aware. I simply wish to savor your culinary creations. 10,000 taels a month. Cough, cough. Concurrently, 2 coughs echoed as Xiao Anzi and Sui Feng choked on their saliva. Just moments ago, she claimed her dishes were not of divine origin. Surely, concocting elixirs would not command such a price. The emperor would never agree. This girl was woefully ignorant. Serving the emperor was a privilege, yet she dared to demand exorbitantly, seemingly courting disaster. Deal. You shall accompany me to the palace today. Cough, cough. Once again, both were choked. If your throats are not well, go drink some water instead of causing ruckus here. The emperor glared at them in exasperation. All right, I shall tidy up and bid farewell to the imperial concubine. Very well, it is settled. I shall await you at the banquet. Although a sense of doubt lingered in Su Ning's heart, she resolved to take a step forward in order to leave the royal residence, curious to see what lay ahead. She had offered an exorbitant sum, anticipating rejection from the emperor, yet, to her astonishment, he accepted without hesitation. Could it be that she possessed some other value? Upon returning to her chamber, she gathered her modest belongings. Despite the few hundred taels, she understood the importance of safeguarding them. Who could predict what conditions awaited her within the palace? Whether payments would be made at the start or end of the month. 10,000 taels of silver indeed seemed a considerable amount. Otherwise, those 2 individuals would not have been so taken aback. Su Ning arrived at the concubine's courtyard and conveyed her intentions to the maid outside, who then permitted her to enter. Your Grace, I am to enter the palace at the emperor's behest and have come to bid you farewell. Why does the emperor require your presence in the palace? I am uncertain. He merely instructed me to prepare his meals, offering a monthly stipend of 10,000 taels. Child, are you jesting with this old woman? Where is there a salary of 10,000 taels per month? Even the highest-ranking prime minister receives but 5,000. But it is true. The emperor himself offered it, stating he would pay 20 times what the prince provides. If the prince gives approximately 500 taels monthly, then 20 times that is indeed 10,000. The prince grants you 500 taels? The concubine was equally astonished, questioning how her son could be so generous, of which she was entirely unaware. Chapter 11. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Chef, Part 11. Su Ning, having been the prince's service for such a time, he must have treated you well. Both the prince and the concubine had been kind to Su Ning, and she vowed to always remember their generosity and to never act against the interests of the royal residence. Do not worry, your grace. She understood the concubine's intent. Serving a monarch was akin to walking with a tiger. One could never predict when one might inadvertently provoke the emperor's wrath. In critical moments, support must be given. What a good child she was, perceptive and understanding. Sadly, Qin Yang lacked such fortune. As the steward of the royal residence, she was acutely aware of the delicate relationship between the two. Her son had cherished this girl for so long, and now she was to depart, leaving her feeling a sense of loss on his behalf. Fortunately, he had recently married, so it likely would not take long for him to forget. Life in the palace would be vastly different from that in the royal residence. One must tread carefully and speak with caution, lest they offend a noble. Even with the emperor's protection, there would be moments when he could not extend his consideration. Thus, one must take care. Thank you, your grace. Su Ning will remember your words. This was a heartfelt concern from an elder, and Su Ning cherished her kindness. After bidding farewell to the concubine, she proceeded to the kitchen in the back courtyard, where she felt it necessary to say goodbye to her sisters with whom she had shared countless days. Su Ning, you are leaving the royal residence? Where are you going? Ajun was particularly concerned for her, having long known of her desire to depart. Yet surprised at the suddenness of it all. I shall first visit the palace. If all goes well, I may stay longer. If not, I shall reconsider my plans. Will you serve as an imperial chef? Cooking for the emperor must mean you are the royal chef. You're going to cook for the emperor? Me, goodness, Su Ning. You are remarkable. Who arranged this for you? It was the emperor himself who extended the invitation. Wow. Su Ning, you are truly impressive. Make sure to perform admirably. Perhaps the emperor will reward you with an official position. Rest assured, should I attain a position, I shall not forget you all. A few individuals engaged in an endless conversation, causing great anxiety for the emperor waiting in the front yard. He had glanced towards the back courtyard countless times, fearing something might have gone awry. Your Majesty, shall I go check on Miss Su? Xiao Anzi, the emperor's devoted eunuch, displayed remarkable insight, earning the emperor's favor. Go fetch her, the emperor commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Qingyang had settled his wife before joining the guests for drinks, yet Xiao Anzi had not returned, rendering him restless. Sui Feng, go have another look, he instructed. Yes, my lord. Not long after Master had departed, it was likely he was already on his way back. The emperor was behaving unusually impatiently, a sight never before witnessed by his subjects. As Sui Feng made his way halfway, he encountered the two returning figures. Master Sui Feng, what is your purpose? My lord has grown anxious, so I have come to escort you. Ah, it seems the emperor may be ensnared by this girl. Let's hope she possesses a kind heart. My dear brother, I toast to you, Luo Qingyang said as he approached the emperor with a cup of wine. Excellent. I shall drink to that. Third brother, do as you please. After all, a crowd awaits your company. I thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty. We are but brothers. No need for formality. By the way, I hope you do not mind that I have taken your chef. Luo Qingyun mentioned casually, as if just recalling the matter. What do you mean? The girl was currently sulking, and he could not allow her to leave. He feared he would miss the chance to atone for his actions. My elder brother has recently lost his appetite and wishes for the little chef to reside in the palace for a time. You wouldn't be so petty as to deny him, would you? Is it merely for a short stay? Of course. Wages will be calculated monthly. Should she wish to depart, she may settle her account and leave immediately. Having finally obtained her, it would be quite unlikely for him to let her go so easily. At that moment, Su Ning and her companions arrived at the entrance of the sitting room. Upon seeing them, Luo Qingyun stood to take his leave, while everyone knelt to respectfully see the emperor off, eagerly anticipating his departure to indulge in merriment. Ning Ning, I shall visit you whenever you wish to return. I will come to fetch you. Luo Qingyang reluctantly bid farewell to Su Ning, eliciting a frown from the emperor. The attentive Xiao Anzi quickly intervened. Miss Su, do not keep the emperor waiting. Very well, I shall come at once. Ning Ning seemed to sense he had much to express, yet ultimately swallowed his words. After all, she was merely going to stay in the palace for a short while. There was no need for sorrow, for he could always visit her after morning court. He reassured himself not to dwell on it, yet he ended up inebriated, missing the opportunity to enter their chamber. Seated in a carriage with the emperor, Su Ning observed the emperor's grin stretch from ear to ear upon their ascent. Your Majesty, do enlighten me. What is your intention in inviting me to the palace? Ning, would you believe me if I said I have taken a liking to you? How could I not believe it? You presently were the unmistakable visage of someone smitten. The emperor touched his face. Is my infatuation so apparent? Indeed, it is exceedingly evident. Su Ning affirmed with a serious nod. Since we have reached this point, I shall not conceal any longer. Ever since I caught a glimpse of a Ning on the street, I have been unable to forget her. Since then, I have lost my appetite and my spirits, and I have noticeably slimmed down. The two individuals seated outside the carriage were taken aback, wondering if this was truly the emperor, pursuing a woman with such shamelessness. Who is she? Su Ning was rendered speechless, pondering if this emperor was merely a jester. Luo Qingyun opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. Ning, Luo Qingyun, have taken a liking to you. Will you be mine? What benefits would there be in being yours? Being beneath one person while above 10,000? No. Being above all. I shall heed your wishes, but I have no interest in managing others. I can only take care of myself. Moreover, the emperor is not lacking in women. How could they ever compare to a Ning? In my heart, a Ning is the only moonlight. The emperor must be quite favored by women, isn't he? With such silver-tongued charm, he could deceive them without consequence, and even when sold, they would help count the coins. All that matters is that a Ning is fond of me. I dislike flattery. Once I enter the palace, I will take charge of your sustenance. Manage your women well and do not disturb me. I'm not one to hold grudges unless provoked. My temper can be quite fierce, and I will not hesitate to strike. The consequences will be yours to bear. The harem is a realm of women, and one cannot predict when jealousy may arise. It is best to prepare him for such eventualities. I know that a Ning is most enchanting when she is angered. Su Ning had lost all desire to converse with this fool. She enjoyed a harmonious relationship with Luo Qingyang. Both were not prone to idle chatter and spoke succinctly. Their meals together consisted of light conversation about daily life, living in tranquility and beauty. Had Luo Qingyang not been betrothed by decree, and had he taken the initiative to propose to her, perhaps she would not wish to leave. Perhaps he was too fixated on social status. As a former maid, she lacked the qualifications to become a proper consort, regardless of her affections. Chapter 12. The Emperor's Overbearing Affection for the Little Cook, Part 12. What was Ning pondering? Luo Qingyun observed her lost in thought, perhaps feeling envious, possibly thinking of Luo Qingyang. I am contemplating who my parents are and how I ended up sold to the royal residence. Ah, I shall have someone investigate this matter. As long as you are not thinking of the third prince. The Emperor is overthinking. I have yet to comprehend my own affairs. How could I concern myself with others? And Ning, I assure you, I shall make you the happiest woman in the world. This phrase seemed eerily familiar, akin to something a scoundrel might say to deceive a woman in modern tales. Luo Qingyun, have you traversed time? Luo Qingyun was taken aback. Who taught you such words? These are my heartfelt sentiments. And Ning, what do you mean by traverse time? It's nothing. Such phrases are often used by playboys to charm women. I'm a man of my word. I would never deceive you. How many cups did I have at the third prince's residence today? I am not intoxicated. My words hold weight. Those who are truly intoxicated never admit to it. Luo Qingyun chose not to elaborate further. He would allow time to demonstrate his sincerity as long as this girl remained within the palace. The Emperor returned from the royal residence with a young kitchen maid. Yet her presence in the palace stirred not a single ripple, for he was a youthful sovereign. It was entirely plausible that he would not only bring her to the palace, but also take a liking to her, and none would dare speak against it. However, the court officials soon observed a remarkable change. The Emperor appeared to be in high spirits, often jesting and no longer prone to anger, his health seemingly flourishing. Luo Qingyang left the morning court to visit Su Ning. Ning, I have come to see you. Are you adjusting well to life in the palace? Has anyone troubled you? If you find it unbearable, I shall take you back, he said. I am doing splendidly here, with His Majesty backing me. Who would dare to bully me? Right, Your Majesty? The young maid replied confidently. The Emperor, following closely behind Luo Qingyang, was determined to keep them apart, ensuring they had no chance for private interaction. Without any support, I can handle myself. Anyone who dares to trouble me will find themselves in a world of pain, she declared. In the royal residence, she had played the role of a timid servant, but in the palace, as the Emperor's personal chef, who would dare cross her? Indeed, Ning is formidable, but do not tire yourself while fighting. Let Suifeng handle it. Luo Qingyang jested, glancing at Suifeng, who seemed to have taken on the role of Miss Su's protector, caught up in the sight of his brother's obsequious behavior. Luo Qingyang momentarily forgot his purpose and bid farewell with a slight bow. Even if he had not forgotten his objective, it was apparent to any observant individual what the Emperor's intentions towards Ning were. His mother had advised him to forget Su Ning. One should not provoke someone favored by the Emperor. He had intended to inquire about her feelings, believing that if she did not reciprocate the Emperor's affections, he could take her away, trusting that his brother would not force her into anything. Yet he found himself at a loss. Ning had declared she would not become a concubine. Would his brother make her empress? Unlikely, as the ministers would never consent, nor would the Empress Dowager. Lost in thought, he nearly collided with concubine Hui, who was cloaked in a heavy mantle and accompanied by two maids. Upon seeing Luo Qingyang, she slightly inclined her body. I have the honor of meeting your highness, the third prince. Concubine Hui, do you seek something from me? He inquired. I have heard that the young lady, Su, serving at the Emperor's side, is a woman of the third prince. I wish to know if this is true, if you would be so kind as to inform me. She replied, "Why do you ask such a thing? Of course, it is for the benefit of both the emperor and the prince. Do you not desire harmony between brothers? What does Ning Ning's status as my woman have to do with brotherly love?" Upon hearing Ning Ning's name from Luo Qingyang's lips, concubine Hui's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "I understand now. Thank you, third prince, for your revelation." She bowed slightly once more and turned to leave. What did she gather from his words? Did she harbor intentions that could jeopardize Ning Ning? He turned to rush back to inform the emperor and Su Ning, but after a few steps, he hesitated. If Ning Ning encountered difficulties in the palace, she might not wish to remain, and he would have to return to escort her back. With that thought, he pivoted and made his way back to the royal residence. Since marrying Hua Yuechu, they have always shared a bed, and to everyone's eyes, the prince and princess are a loving couple, having long forgotten Su Ning. Yet only Hua Yuechu knows that he harbors the memory of another. At times he gazes vacantly at a distant spot, occasionally calling out her name, Ning Ning. She is both resentful and helpless, unable to act against him. Su Ning was taken away by the emperor, and even if she wished to create trouble, she must weigh the consequences. Surely, she cannot let her temper flare just because the prince calls her Ning Ning. She must uphold her dignified and gentle image. These days, the restraint has nearly driven her mad. Now, seeing Luo Qingyang in a state of despair, the pent-up frustration finally erupted. "Luo Qingyang, has your soul been left in the palace? How could you even think of returning? What nonsense are you spouting?" In his eyes, Hua Yuechu is gentle and virtuous, incapable of unwarranted anger. "Am I speaking nonsense? Don't you know your own situation? If you love her, why not marry her? Why marry me? Were you all this time? Now that she has left, you feign deep affection. Men are truly unreliable, coveting what they already possess while longing for what they do not have. You think of her, don't you? Go find her, stay in the palace, and spare me the sight of you, which only vexes me further." Luo Qingyang was utterly bewildered. Is this truly the gentle and delicate young lady from the residence? Who has swapped her? After enduring a flurry of reprimands from his wife, he seemed to grasp something. He was indeed in the wrong. If he loved her, why not marry her? Why subject her to being a concubine? Ning Ning had once vowed never to be anyone's concubine. Had she been made a princess, she would not have left. Alas, he was mistaken, irrevocably so. His Ning Ning, whom he misses dearly. He would never again savor her culinary delights, nor witness her disdainful glances, nor endure her incessant chattering. That night, Luo Qingyang drowned his sorrows in drink, hoping that upon sobriety, he could forget her, the girl who had awakened his heart. From that day forth, he never sought her out again, as if she had never graced his life. Hua Yuechu and he never quarreled again, and their married life resumed in tranquil harmony. In recent days, whispers in the palace have circulated regarding Su Ning, claiming she is the favored maid of the third prince Luo Qingyang, already taken into his household. The emperor visited the third prince's residence, and it was said that she seduced him, leading to her being brought back to the palace. The emperor never intended to grant her a title, thus relegating her to the kitchen, providing her a place to survive. Little did they know, this woman is anything but content, fixated on enticing the emperor, preparing various delicacies to draw near him. The emperor has succumbed to her charms, believing everything she says. Chapter 13. The Emperor's Overindulgence of the Little Cook, Part 13. Have you heard? The new cook is a woman once favored by the third prince, and now she dares to covet the emperor, truly overestimating herself. The beauties in the emperor's harem far surpass her, and she has yet to receive any favor. Su Ning listened to the two little palace maids gossiping about her and merely tugged at her lips. Indeed, wherever there are women, there exists a world of intrigue. When speaking ill of others, it is wise to seek out a secluded spot, for this area is frequently traversed and one might be overheard. My hearing is of little consequence, but should the emperor catch wind of such words, you can surely fathom the dire consequences that would ensue. Miss Su, I beg your pardon. I am deserving of punishment. I deserve it. The two young palace maids, trembling with fear, knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads. Let us depart. Let us depart. Refrain from uttering such reckless words in the future. I have not been taken into the emperor's quarters. I merely prepare his meals. As for the emperor, I have not seduced him. Rather, he has persistently pursued me. What? The two young maids widened their eyes in astonishment. You shall speak of it in this manner from now on. Do you understand? We understand. She spoke naught but the truth since her arrival in the palace. That whimsical emperor has relentlessly sought to entice her, leaving nothing to the imagination. Luo Qingyun had contemplated employing such tactics, wishing to consummate their relationship. But Su Ning had warned him that should he dare, he would find himself transformed into a brother of Xiao Anzi, known as Xiao Yunzi. Terrified, he promptly abandoned that notion, as he had no desire to become a eunuch. He yearned to love and create a family with a Ning. What delectable dishes has a Ning prepared today? The aroma wafts towards me from afar. Su Ning surveyed him from head to toe. Luo Qingyun hastily struck a pose he deemed handsome. Has a Ning been captivated by my dashing appearance, my refined grace? Have you gained weight? Gained weight. It must be the effect of a Ning's exquisite cuisine. A man who gains weight becomes a greasy uncle, quite unappealing. I shall endeavor to eat less henceforth to maintain the physique that a Ning adores. As he spoke, he nestled closer to Su Ning, playfully rubbing against her in a show of affection. Su Ning playfully pinched him. A Ning, to strike is to express love, and to scold is to show care. Where did you learn such nonsensical banter? Allow me to share a secret with you. What secret? Come a little closer, a Ning. I shan't listen. Secrets are best kept to oneself. As long as he is not from another world, I have no interest in knowing. A Ning, this secret has never been shared with anyone else. Would revealing it result in silencing? No need, a kiss will suffice. As she beheld his handsome face, eyes closed and lips puckered, Su Ning surprisingly did not shy away, allowing him a genuine kiss. It is said that a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor, and this holds true. Su Ning realized that if this continued, she would indeed find herself ensnared in the tender snare he wove. Luo Qingyun, having kissed his precious gem, felt joy radiate from him like pink bubbles. A Ning, weren't you to share a secret? Yes, indeed. When I was still the crown prince, I resided in the Eastern Palace, which was in close proximity to the Wanhua Tower. On evenings devoid of engagements, I would frequent the Wanhua Tower. A Ning, why do you gaze at me thus? I am afraid. I shall avert my gaze. Please continue. Very well. I shall proceed, but do not strike me. Although it is said that to strike is to express love, and Ning, your enthusiasm and closeness is overwhelming. I fear I may not withstand it. I promise not to strike you even once. I know. You wish to strike me 2, 3, 4, or even 5 times. Just speak. I merely eavesdropped from the rooftop of the Wanhua Tower while they flirted. I assure you, I listened but did not look. What did you overhear? Merely some secret techniques that enhance the pleasures of the boudoir. Your interests are truly peculiar. Such inclinations are quite abnormal. Do you not understand? I possess considerable self-restraint, merely having listened without any practical application. Why, you may ask, why not put into practice? The imperial harem is filled with numerous women. Yet my interest lies solely with a Ning. Feel my heart race. You may test the warmth of my body. When the body grows cold and the heart ceases to beat, that signifies death. Now, let us dine and refrain from jesting. In truth, as long as we love one another, even the most meager meals bring happiness. If one truly loves another, they would not permit them to subsist on mere scraps. I, for one, would never wed a man who cannot provide a hearty meal. A Ning, that was merely a metaphor. Why engage in frivolous comparisons when we ought to focus on nourishment? Should anyone overhear, they might think I am suggesting that the emperor feasts on the barest rations. Luo Qingyun, fearing that Su Ning might find him unattractive should he gain weight, has settled for a mere half-satisfaction. Weight loss should not rely on starvation. Rather, it requires increased physical activity. I am far too occupied to find the time. However, if A Ning is willing, we shall practice together in the evening. Thus it is settled. Luo Qingyun intended to tease Su Ning, yet her eager agreement left him somewhat bewildered by this sudden bliss. Your Majesty, Consort Hui seeks an audience, announced Xiao Anzi, interrupting Luo Qingyun's delightful reverie. This Consort Hui is insufferably bothersome. She is full of trivialities, and I wish for her to keep her distance. Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Consort Hui called from outside. Very well, Let her enter. If her matter proves trivial, she shall witness my displeasure. Upon entering, Consort Hui bowed to the emperor but stood idly, awaiting Su Ning's acknowledgement. Su Ning remained seated, not even lifting her eyelids. Consort Hui, you need not wait. I have yet to receive formalities from the emperor himself. Your expectations are rather lofty. What an imposing demeanor Miss Su possesses. The emperor indulges her. Do you believe you have any authority here? She then provocatively offered a piece of meat to Luo Qingyun's mouth. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Henceforth, he must frequently incite A Ning with the women of the harem, for she would treat him with greater kindness. Your Majesty, I have recently heard numerous rumors regarding Miss Su within the harem. Though I cannot ascertain their truth, I have come to seek her counsel. The rumors are, of course, unfounded. As the foremost consort, do you not comprehend the wisdom that rumors cease with the wise? Instead of quelling their spread and identifying their source for punishment, you come here with trivialities, disrupting the emperor's meal and risking his health. Can you bear such responsibility? Su Ning deftly placed a heavy accusation upon Consort Hui, leaving her speechless. She had presumed that revealing Su Ning as the third prince's woman would create discord between the emperor and her. Unexpectedly, Su Ning denied her even the opportunity to speak, striking her down with a single blow. Not only did she fail to manage the harem, but she also intruded upon the emperor's life, and despite being the emperor's woman, she felt neglected. Each audience with him was treated as an intrusion. Who could she turn to for justice? Luo Qingyun was equally astounded by Su Ning's remarkable maneuvering. He had not anticipated her ability to entangle matters so skillfully. It was truly impressive, and he found it immensely enjoyable. In a place unseen by Consort Hui, Luo Qingyun secretly gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 14. The emperor's favor for the little cook. Empress Hui's face flushed crimson with anger. Had the emperor not been present, she would have rushed forward to silence Su Ning. Your Majesty, do you not wish to know what rumors circulate in the harem? Empress Hui was resolute in her intention to bring the gossip to the emperor's ears. If you cannot manage the inner court, perhaps it is time to appoint someone else, remarked Luo Qingyun, his expression impassive. Your Majesty, I am in the wrong. I shall refrain from speaking further and will deal with those who spread the rumors. Empress Hui pleaded, falling to her knees in desperation. If she were to lose her authority over the harem, her standing in the palace would be irrevocably compromised. Should there be a next time, I will not be lenient. With a proud entrance followed by a dejected exit, Empress Hui's anger simmered as she recalled a letter from her mother stating that her brother had suffered at the hands of someone named Su Ning. She had yet to avenge that grievance, and now this woman dared to intrude upon her domain and vie for the emperor's affections. This could not be tolerated. She would seek out the Empress Dowager. Is it truly appropriate for me to bully your wife? The women in question were all brought into the palace through the approval of the empress and the ministers. This Empress Hui was favored by the Empress Dowager, and the emperor could only argue for his preference in women. Now that he had found someone he favored, he could not simply dismiss her. Donotist. They are ostensibly your women. You cannot allow them to remain in a state of perpetual solitude, can you? Such solitude is of their own choosing. I have not coerced them. Continuing in this manner is not a viable solution. The families of those women will not simply acquiesce. They will bring you trouble. The Empress Dowager had stated that to stabilize the court's power, it was necessary to marry the daughters of influential ministers, thereby ensuring their loyalty to the state. In essence, it meant that the emperor must submit to please these women for the sake of national peace and stability. Is it not rather pitiable to be an emperor? Indeed, it is rather pitiable. Su Ning nodded in agreement. Then, dear Ning, have compassion and accept me. The seriousness lasted no more than 3 seconds. Would Ning be willing for me to indulge in these women? Not at all, Su Ning replied earnestly. She genuinely wished for Luo Qingyun to remain untainted, a rarity among men who could maintain their virtue amidst a sea of beauty, and she was unwilling for him to engage with any other woman. Suddenly realizing something, she looked up at Luo Qingyun, who was gazing intently at her. Su Ning smiled after a moment of contemplation. Luo Qingyun, it seems I have fallen into your hands. Indeed, it was I who first fell for Ning. You must protect me, for I fear that group of women will divide your man amongst themselves. Then we must strategize. The days ahead will not be tranquil. I have my plans. As long as Ning agrees to become my empress, I shall be filled with confidence and vigor, ready to vanquish all demons and monsters. Demons and monsters? Do you think you are Sun Wukong? Who is Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong is the bane of demons. From this day forth, I shall accompany you in physical training. Only with a strong physique can one triumph over all. Luo Qingyun, still harboring whimsical thoughts, believed that Su Ning had resolved her feelings and was inclined to engage in more intimate endeavors, only to find himself rather unceremoniously exhausted through the night. Are you certain you have learned martial arts? Certainly. In my youth, a hero does not boast of past valor. On Ning, I fear that in my eagerness, I may inadvertently harm you. It is only through challenging those who surpass oneself that one can truly grow. There is no need for you to hold back with me. Indeed, when Luo Qingyun becomes earnest, his skills are commendable. The two of them engage in daily sparring, offering guidance to one another, and they continually improve. Su Ning is acutely aware of the considerable challenges that come with being the sole favored one of the emperor. She has prepared herself for the worst, yet remains uncertain of the depth of Luo Qingyun's affections for her. Secretly, she procured sulfur and saltpeter, intending to apply her knowledge of chemistry from her previous life to experiment with gunpowder. If she could create portable explosives, it would be even better. However, before she could make any progress, trouble arose. This time, Hui Fei has become more astute. She refrained from acting personally and instead sought a powerful ally, enlisting the Empress Dowager to deal with Su Ning. Mother, why the sudden urgency in seeking me? I have heard that you have favored your little chef, neglecting all the concubines in the palace. Which gossiping woman has filled your ears with such tales? Luo Qingyun shot a glare at Hui Fei, who stood beside the Empress Dowager. My son, you are no longer a child. At 26, you may have played in your youth, but I did not pressure you. Now, as a sovereign, you must clarify the relationships within the court and the importance of royal heirs. Is it so difficult to visit the harem and ensure the continuation of our lineage? Mother, you are mistaken. A mere visit does not guarantee offspring. Qingyun, you are becoming increasingly impudent. If you treat the concubines with proper regard, I shall overlook the transgressions of that Su girl. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for adhering to the law regarding her. By law, I am unaware of any offense committed by Ning. Su Ning has clandestinely hoarded sulfur and saltpeter with unclear intent. I suspect she may pose a threat to Dong Luo, and she has already been detained. What? How is it that I was not informed of this, Xiao Anzi? Your Majesty, I too am in the dark. When did this occur? Where is Sui Feng? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Did you not send him to investigate Miss Su's background? Luo Qingyun discovered that Su Ning's origins lay in Baiming and instructed Sui Feng to personally look into the matter, as Sui Feng possesses exceptional agility and would be swift in his inquiries. Su Ning was in the kitchen, meticulously calibrating her explosive mixture when several eunuchs and matrons barged in. Do you have no manners? Do you not know how to knock? Miss Su, the Empress Dowager wishes to see you. One particularly stout matron's voice reminded Su Ning of Roan Mama from My Fair Princess. What business does the Empress Dowager have with me? You will find out once you go. Please follow us. I have yet to comprehend this. Can it not wait a moment? Miss Su, you bear quite the arrogance, making the Empress Dowager wait. Take your belongings. They are her evidence of your crimes. Evidence of a crime? Have I committed an offense? It has been reported that Miss Su has been illicitly manufacturing gunpowder, allegedly intending harm to the palace. If you contest this, you may address the Empress Dowager directly, for His Majesty will be present as well. The young eunuch who spoke winked at her, signaling that she need not fear, for the Emperor would protect her. Very well, I shall accompany you, but truly, you have disrupted the carefully balanced proportions I painstakingly prepared. Su Ning strode confidently out of the kitchen, leading a procession behind her. To an uninformed observer from afar, it might have seemed as though a royal figure was sauntering through a palace garden. As she walked, Su Ning abruptly halted, causing the entourage to come to a standstill as well. What is it, Miss Su? Are you perhaps feeling apprehensive and reluctant to proceed? Remarked a voice reminiscent of a matron. Dear aunt, if you lack the wit, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking. Please lead the way, came the response. Ah, Miss Su, this way, please. Please, a young eunuch gestured respectfully, enhancing the air of nobility around Suning. Chapter 15. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Cook. 15. At that moment, the Emperor, unable to remain seated any longer, awaited Suning's arrival, surrounded by a throng of servants. Your Majesty, Miss Su has arrived, a matron announced to the dignified lady seated above. Suning approached the Empress Dowager, taken aback by her youthful appearance. In her mind, she had envisioned the Dowager as an older woman, yet before her stood a sisterly figure. The Shokong Palace fell into a hushed silence, all astonished by Suning's bold demeanor. You have been summoned to answer for your actions, yet you exhibit no sense of guilt. Empress Dowager, may I inquire about your skincare regimen? You bear not a single wrinkle. When seated beside the Emperor, you appear more like siblings rather than mother and son. Indeed, he is not as youthful as you. Is that so? Am I truly that youthful? The Dowager replied, intrigued. Indeed, you are remarkably youthful. Just ask them. Suning gestured around, and the assembled courtiers nodded in unison, affirming her statement, for who would dare disagree? The Empress Dowager is indeed lovely. It is no wonder the Emperor is so handsome. He has inherited his looks from you. This statement held a kernel of truth, as Luo Qingyun undeniably bore resemblance to the Dowager. You sweet-tongued girl. No wonder my son is so fond of you. The Dowager, who had just moments ago been filled with ire, now transformed into a benevolent and amiable figure. Luo Qingyun concealed her smile behind her hand. Fully aware of her mother's demanding nature, this girl had managed to charm her with just a few words. Impressive. Empress Dowager, who has been spreading unfounded rumors about Miss Su. Perhaps they hold some misconceptions about you. Once clarified, all will be well. Very well, since we are all gathered here today. Let those with grievances voice them. Suning took a seat beside Luo Qingyun and surveyed the 8 concubines present. Empress Dowager, ever since Miss Su entered the palace, the Emperor has spent all his time with her, completely disregarding us. The 8 women knelt, collectively accusing Suning, as though their lack of favor stemmed solely from her presence. Ladies, are you implying that before my arrival, the Emperor was devoted to you? Is it now that I am the reason for his neglect of your affections? Silence ensued. Do not misinterpret, my dear Aining. I have never favored them, the Emperor interjected. Your Majesty, we are your women. You cannot simply ignore us after taking us as wives. One of the concubines pleaded. Indeed, even if you cherish Miss Su, it is only just that all should receive equal affection, not to be favored or slighted. The 8 women, initially focused on Suning, had turned their grievances into a collective lament against the Emperor. Stop, Suning called out, feeling compelled to intervene. Were we not to discuss our misunderstandings? How have we veered into your domestic matters? Indeed, that Lady Rong mentioned that I have committed a crime. What transgression have I committed, and who has judged me? Shouldn't Miss Su's concealment of gunpowder warrant some explanation? Suddenly, the Empress Hui found her voice. I have not concealed anything. If I had, how would you be aware of it? I merely wished to craft some fireworks to celebrate Her Majesty's birthday. For is not the Queen's birthday approaching? At that, the Empress Hui fell silent. Have you sent someone to watch over me in secret? Why do you concern yourself with my affairs when you should focus on your own well-being? Is it not more prudent to cultivate your mind and spirit? If you cannot garner the affections of a man, do not lament your fate. Perhaps consider if it is due to having chosen the wrong partner. Since no one else speaks, I shall continue. When your parents arranged this fate for you, was it with your happiness in mind or the family's future? Luo Qingyun gazed at Su Ning with a smile as she expounded her thoughts. A few concubines began to ponder deeply, while Empress Hui continued to struggle. Regardless, we have entered the palace, and the Emperor cannot perpetually neglect us. If the Emperor has truly fallen for you, he would not disregard you. If he does not love you, it is best to avoid quarrels. Ning, what does avoid quarrels mean? The Emperor is quite the inquisitive soul. It refers to the relationship between a patron and a courtesan. Are you implying that we are courtesans? If the Emperor is a patron, then you are indeed courtesans. Would you prefer the Emperor to be a patron? How should one respond? To say yes would be to acknowledge oneself as a courtesan, while to say no would imply a rejection of the Emperor's affections. Su Ning, though your words may be somewhat harsh, they possess a kernel of truth. Yet, Empress Hui is correct. The emperor cannot continually neglect them. Should he take you as a consort, I would not oppose, but it must be equitable for all. Though somewhat harsh, indeed, exceedingly so. Empress Hui dared not voice her thoughts, for it was evident that the Empress Dowager had been beguiled by this woman. The emperor is, after all, a benevolent figure, a truth I had not perceived. Su Ning muttered softly, "Ah Ning, would you wish to be cherished?" With a wink, she continued. The emperor and Empress Hui, closest in proximity, interrupted the flirtation. "Ahem, mother, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. I have pressing matters to attend to." Rising, he took Su Ning by the hand and departed. "Beautiful Empress Dowager, we are leaving. I shall prepare a delectable feast for you upon our return." Su Ning called back with a wave. "Your Majesty, where will you be this evening?" The Empress Dowager began, but they had already exited Shokong Palace. It is often said that 3 women can stage a drama. With your 8, plus the Empress Dowager, you could assemble 3 troops. Let them entertain the Empress Dowager. I require only Ah Ning. Pray tell, what is your intention with the gunpowder? I merely wish to blow up the palace and elope with you. There is no need to destroy the palace. Simply tell me when to depart, and I shall not hesitate. Is this true? Indeed. Very well. Then we shall not blow up the palace. Their exchange sent the heart of Xiao Anzi racing, oscillating between exhilaration and dread, nearly causing him to faint. Observing those delicate beauties, it felt somewhat disheartening to think of them whisking you away. Do you wish for me to experience the emperor's affections? After enduring such an encounter, would you still be alive? Thus, Ning must keep a watchful eye on me, lest I become a victim of fate. Very well. I shall do my utmost to observe you. Little Anzi trails behind, with an attentive gaze. I cannot hear. What utterances of wolves and tigers are these? Within the confines of Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager is besieged by a cacophony of women, proving once more that too many women can lead to discord. Silence. Before entering the palace, you ought to have considered that being the emperor's consort, though outwardly splendid and glorious, entails enduring the profound loneliness and solitude that few can bear. The emperor is but one, and cannot engage with his consorts as an ordinary couple would. Years have passed, and you have yet to penetrate the emperor's heart. We cannot entirely blame that girl, Su. From now on, live your lives well and refrain from needless strife. As a mother, who does not wish for her son's happiness? Observing the emperor's demeanor towards that girl, it appears he genuinely cares for her. She has relinquished her concerns. Let the future be the domain of her progeny. She has traversed her own path of solitude, having faced widowhood at a tender age. Certainly, during the late emperor's reign, her situation was not dissimilar, with many wolves and little meat to share. Chapter 16. The emperor's unwavering affection for the little cook in the eastern Luo kingdom. The 4 prominent families are the Su, Chu, Xianyuan, and Murong clans. Xianyuan Mo is the young master of the Xianyuan family. Each of these families boasts extensive branches and enterprises that span the realm, holding significant sway in the eastern Luo kingdom. 5 years prior, the Su family endured a tumultuous upheaval, sparked by the eldest master's desire to take a concubine. While it is not uncommon for affluent families to have multiple concubines, the young mistress, with her fierce temperament, vehemently opposed this notion, resulting in the matter becoming widely known. Ultimately, she could not prevent the concubine from entering the household. Since the deed was done, the young mistress retreated into her own courtyard, refusing to emerge, even avoiding the eldest master. In essence, her message was clear. If you have chosen another woman, do not seek me out. Life was initially tranquil, but after a year, an unexpected incident arose. Someone discovered a man in the young mistress's courtyard. The man claimed to have been sent by the young mistress herself, asserting that they had engaged in an intimate relationship. Naturally, the young mistress denied these allegations, yet the newly entered concubine relentlessly pursued the narrative, insisting that the young mistress, unable to bear solitude, had lured the man. Those with discerning eyes could see through the facade, yet the eldest master, for reasons unknown, insisted on forgiving the young mistress without uncovering the truth. The young mistress, known for her fiery spirit, was not one to acquiesce meekly. From beneath her pillow, she retrieved a dagger and aimed it at the newly pregnant concubine. Had the eldest master not acted swiftly to intervene, There could have been a tragic outcome for both mother and child. The situation escalated. While the concubine's life was spared, the child was lost. Many anticipated that the young mistress would face familial repercussions, yet the opposite transpired. The eldest master refrained from pursuing the matter of the concubine's injury. Instead, the young mistress issued a letter of divorce, severing their marital ties, and thereafter, they parted ways, never to meet again. This incident became the talk of the town, with the young mistress publicly discarding the divorce letter as she departed the Sioux household with her 12-year-old daughter, leaving the Sioux family unable to cover up the scandal. With the wind, I arrived at Biming, where I heard whispers of the young Master Sioux's favoritism towards his concubine at the expense of his wife. It was evident that the scheming concubine was the source of the turmoil, while Master Sioux feigned ignorance, forcing his rightful wife to depart. The concubine's child had perished, and she had borne no offspring in recent years, an apparent retribution. Pray tell, where is the young mistress now? This remains a mystery. The two women left Biming, and none have seen them in many years. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, where is the young mistress's maternal family? She was brought back by the young master from his travels for business, and her identity remains unknown. Is it possible to ascertain whether Su Ning is indeed the child taken away by the mistress? A visit to the Sioux family is necessary. Wishing to avoid drawing undue attention, I stealthily entered the Sioux residence at night, seizing a servant to inquire about the young master's quarters, and then vanished like a wraith. The young Master Sioux is indeed a paragon among men, possessing both striking appearance and acumen in business. As the legitimate son of the primary wife, he stands as the heir apparent of the family. Alas, as he approaches middle age, he remains without a male heir, and his only daughter has been taken by his wife, her whereabouts unknown. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at the window. Who goes there? I am but a humble messenger from the capital, sent to inquire about the whereabouts of Master Sioux's wife. Su Minran opened the door and scrutinized me from head to toe. My lady? Who seeks news of my lady? My master bears no ill will. All I ask is that Master Sioux share what he knows, for this would benefit both the lady and her daughter. I know not where they have gone. Perhaps they have returned. Returned where? I cannot say. When I encountered the lady, she had no recollection of her past. Perhaps she has since remembered. Upon mentioning his wife, Su Minran's expression turned melancholic, revealing that he was not devoid of compassion. How could he, in times past, favor a concubine over his wife? Such matters are private, and I cannot pry. Does the lady possess any distinguishing traits, such as an accent or peculiar habits? Perhaps these could serve as clues, but alas, Su Minran offered no insights, leaving us without leads. Brave sir, might you reveal who is investigating my lady? I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose that information. Every unfortunate soul must harbor their own faults. Master Su has brought this upon himself, and once the truth is revealed, it will be Su Ning's decision whether to acknowledge him or not. As I departed, I inquired if Master Su had any portraits of the mother and daughter. He opened a drawer, revealing two likenesses. Though years had passed, one glance was enough for me to recognize Su Ning, with her identity confirmed. I must assist in locating her mother so that I might provide a full account. Thus, I sought out the man responsible for bringing Su Ning to the capital, searching layer by layer until a breakthrough emerged. The informant from Biming disclosed that Su Ning had been purchased from a band of bandits, suggesting that the lady may have met with misfortune, leading the bandits to sell Su Ning to the informant. I felt a pang of sorrow. Once a distinguished daughter of a prominent family, she had been reduced to a lowly maidservant, sold by human traffickers. No wonder Su Ning could not recall her true identity. She must have endured great trauma. Now, I must locate those bandits to ascertain the fate of the mistress. In the northern wilderness, the bandits had multiplied. To ascertain their numbers, one must contact the authorities. The emperor had bestowed upon him a royal token, which granted him immediate access to the local magistrate. Upon presenting the token, he was treated as though the sovereign himself had arrived. With the cooperation of the officials, he swiftly uncovered the bandits involved in the transaction concerning Su Ning 4 years prior. The bandit confessed that they had seized the money, and when the lady intervened, she was kicked down the cliff. They were uncertain whether she had perished from the fall. The terrified girl rendered speechless by fear, was subsequently sold to a trafficker at the foot of the mountain. It was understandable that a sheltered young lady, unaccustomed to such chaos, would be momentarily struck dumb. Reports from the personnel of the third prince's residence indicated that Su Ning had been reticent and unskilled upon entering the royal household, occasionally appearing rather foolish. The situation had been largely clarified, and Su Ning's identity was confirmed. The whereabouts of the lady remained unknown, and there were no remains from years past at the cliff face base. With a heavy heart, he could only return to the capital to report to the emperor. Since departing from the Su residence, Sui Feng had sensed a presence shadowing him, a person of considerable skill who could keep pace with his movements. It seemed the Su family concealed formidable talents. This must have been orchestrated by Su Minran, eager to uncover his background. Let them follow. The truth would eventually surface. Yet, he pondered what face Su Darren would have to confront his daughter. In the palace, Luo Qingyun had already received Sui Feng's letter, revealing Su Ning's true identity. Her plight had caused him much heartache. He fervently wished that Su Madam were still alive, for then Su Ning would not be so pitiable. No wonder the girl was adamant about not sharing a husband. It was an intrinsic legacy. Indeed, daughters take after their mothers. Unlike Su Minran, he would not allow Ning to tread the same path as her mother. Chapter 17. The Emperor's Favor to the Little Cook, Your Majesty. Lord Sui Feng has returned. Luo Qingyun was reviewing memorials when Xiao Anzi reported from outside. Sui Feng served as a royal guard, holding a fourth-rank position, and all in the palace were obliged to address him as Lord. Let him enter quickly. Your subordinate pays respects. Spare me the formalities. Tell me what you have discovered. Before Sui Feng could kneel, he was halted by Luo Qingyun. Spare me the formalities. This phrase was also learned from Su Ning, who found such rituals tiresome. He had granted her exemption, for she believed that respect was not dictated by bowing. True foes often concealed their daggers beneath sweet smiles, akin to sugar-coated bombs. When Luo Qingyun inquired about the bombs, she merely promised him a surprise that would broaden his horizons. Your Majesty, I have not ascertained the whereabouts of Madame Su. If you have not found her, continue your search. Since the authorities have no record of remains, she must still be alive. Ning also has family to consider. Though he did not care for Su Ning's lineage, those obstinate elders could be perilous. You have worked hard. You may retire to rest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sui Feng withdrew, and Luo Qingyun ceased her review of the memorials, heading directly to the small kitchen she had prepared for Su Ning. At this time, Ning was surely busy preparing a delightful meal, and the thought filled her heart with sweetness. However, before the emperor and Xiao Anzi reached the kitchen, a loud crash resounded from within, sending Luo Qingyun into a panic as she dashed toward the source of the commotion. From afar, thick black smoke billowed from the small kitchen, and soon after, one could see Su Ning emerging, her nose pinched shut as she rushed outside, gasping for air. Are you trying to scare me to death? Luo Qingyun's high-pitched shout startled Xiao Anzi, causing the emperor's voice to tremble, truly alarmed. Recovering from the explosion sound, Su Ning did not catch his words, yet her worried expression spoke volumes. Ignoring the dust clinging to her, Luo Qingyun embraced her tightly, his heart racing. How could a simple firework cause such an explosion? In truth, Su Ning had braced herself for failure, covering her face tightly, merely choking slightly on the smoke. Stop it, Ning, you frighten me to death. If something happened to you, how could I possibly live? Surely not, she replied, touched. Were you hurt? No, I'm fine. As long as you're unharmed, that's good. But I nearly lost my wits. You owe me compensation. He bent down, lifting her away from the kitchen. Put me down. I can walk. I'm uninjured. Luo Qingyun ignored her protests and carried her back to his chamber, where he changed clothes and took a bath, never leaving her side. You did this on purpose to take advantage of me, she teased after tidying up and pulling him to sit down. I am utterly drained. Even if I wish to take advantage of you, I lack the strength. Ning, just thinking about it now makes me break out in a cold sweat. Please, do not scare me again. All right, I won't scare you. Let us just pet the fur and calm down. Su Ning reached out to stroke Luo Qingyun's head, only to be pulled back into his embrace. The two remained entwined in silence for a long while, feeling each other's heartbeats. The emperor ordered Xiao Anzi to dispose of all the hazardous materials Su Ning had been experimenting with, forbidding her from ever touching them again. The fright she had experienced made her forget the matter she had intended to share. From that day forth, she was exempt from cooking, as the imperial kitchen would provide their meals. Fearing she might secretly engage in dangerous activities again, he insisted they share the same living quarters, accompany each other to court, and sit beside him while he reviewed petitions. He was almost inclined to tether her to his belt. Is this truly acceptable? Are you not concerned about others branding you a foolish ruler? I fear not, for I only dread losing you. If that is the case, why must I remain behind? I can accompany you to court. Very well, you may sit beside me. Ha! You might as well let me be the emperor. Luo Qingyun kissed the back of her hand, indeed drawing ever closer to the moniker of a foolish ruler. The incident in Su Ning's kitchen shocked many. Upon hearing the news, concubine Hui secretly mused, why not just let her perish? That would surely win back the emperor's heart. The Empress Dowager sent someone to inquire about Su Ning's condition and whether she could still cook, for she had only tasted her culinary delights a few times and was still yearning for more. The messenger returned, reporting that the emperor had prohibited Su Ning from cooking again, fearing for her safety. What danger could cooking possibly pose? It was she who meddled with hazardous materials, they thought. Upon hearing of Su Ning's incident, Luo Qingyang intended to visit her, but turned back halfway. He recalled his wife's words, urging him not to conceal matters from her, but to discuss everything together. Thus, he resolved to return and deliberate with her. Upon returning to the residence, Hua Yuechu relayed the matter to Chu, who had prepared gifts and sent a formal invitation to the palace. With the emperor's consent, she entered the palace alongside Luo Qingyang. The third princess consort wishes to visit me? It must be that the third prince, having heard of your predicament, arranged for her to come along. The couple was escorted to the emperor's chamber, and they were taken aback to learn that Su Ning had taken up residence there. Indeed, she seemed poised to become the empress. The third prince and princess consort, the emperor has summoned you inside. As they entered the outer chamber, they were greeted by the sight of the emperor and Su Ning seated together. The couple approached to offer their respects. We have heard of Miss Su's unfortunate incident and came to inquire after her well-being. Hua Yuechu, being astute, preempted Luo Qingyang's words, fearing he might inadvertently refer to Su Ning as Ning Ning in the emperor's presence, potentially leading to misunderstandings. I am quite well. It is His Majesty who has overreacted. I appreciate your concern, princess consort. Her tone revealed a hint of arrogance born from her favored status. The couple engaged in polite conversation for a brief while before taking their leave. Stay for dinner. I shall prepare it. You two brothers should have a good chat, while the princess consort and I converse. Ning, you're not to enter the kitchen again. I am fine, I will sit. Luo Qingyun shot her a glare. Su Ning had just stood up only to sit back down again. Was there some sort of performance planned? The couple felt it best to excuse themselves promptly. What do you mean by that? Su Ning asked Luo Qingyun, perplexed by the day's implications. I simply do not wish for you to cook for others, particularly for the third prince. What does that mean? Are you jealous? What does that imply? Are you being coy? If you no longer require my cooking, shall I return the 10,000 taels of silver? I have given you my all, yet you still covet that sum. Can you truly compare yourself to silver? Silver can procure sustenance, but can you substitute for it? Are you implying that I am less valuable than silver? There is no comparison. Do not act unreasonably. The emperor, on the verge of being mischievous, found himself pausing. Chapter 18. The emperor's favor for the little cook. I see that Sui Feng has returned. What news do you bring? Su Ning inquired. I was so startled by recent events that I forgot to inform you, Luo Qingyun said, pulling her to sit. Are you aware of the 4 great families of Don Luo? I have heard of them. The Su, Chu, Xianyuan, and Murong families. Am I truly of the Su family? Indeed. Ning is the legitimate daughter of the Su family, but due to certain circumstances, you found yourself in the capital. Could it be that I, a mere maid, am the product of a rivalry among noble families, leading to my fall? Ning is remarkably clever, she said, speaking with a flow of insight. Then do I still have a mother? Why do you ask that? Typically, a legitimate daughter suffers misfortune due to either a deceased mother who can offer no protection, or a mother who has been wronged, thus implicating her daughter. Am I without a mother, or has she been harmed by some vixen? Luo Qingyun initially believed he would thoroughly elucidate the grievances and entanglements of the affluent families. However, it appeared that the girl possessed an astute understanding. This made things considerably simpler, as she succinctly articulated the intricacies of the matter in just a few sentences. Madam Su, must be rather foolish, for I am well aware of the bandits rampant in Baiming, yet dared to venture forth with silver in hand. Was I not sending my daughter straight into the flames? It was fortuitous that she found herself within the royal palace. Had she been sold to a brothel, what a calamity that would have been. Upon hearing her speak, Ning's heart ached, prompting Luo Qingyun to embrace her tightly, filled with affection. Why do you keep holding on to me? Su Ning truly felt uncomfortable. Initially, she maintained some decorum, only engaging in ambiguous banter. However, since their feelings had been established, she no longer cared whether anyone was watching and became rather indiscreet. A bit of privacy would be appreciated, after all. Xiaofeng was present the entire time. Although he was a eunuch, it would be considerate to regard his solitary heart. Luo Qingyun conveyed that this too was a sorrowful aspect of being an emperor. It was said that even the emperor's favored concubines were observed, merely separated by curtains or screens, ensuring that others could hear and verify what transpired within, all meticulously recorded for posterity. What a wretched custom, utterly devoid of humanity. With ears lurking outside, how could one truly indulge? It seems that those who ascend to the throne possess formidable psychological fortitude, their faces thicker than city walls. The mere act of cradling Ning in his arms made him feel secure, for she would not leave his side. Ning, you are my precious jewel, my heart's delight. Stop, enough already. You're giving me goosebumps. This impudent girl, ordinarily, wouldn't women melt at such declarations from men? Truly, my Ning is unlike any other. Are you comparing me to the courtesans of the Wanhua building? How dare you? No, it's not just them. I've encountered other women as well. I misspoke. So, it turns out the emperor not only frequented the Wanhua building, but had visited other establishments as well. And Ning, those were merely incidental encounters while attending to official matters. All of them. It seems you've listened more than once. And Ning, can we please refrain from discussing this? It's rather tedious. He keeps a close watch on her, not allowing his gaze to stray. It feels as though she is being extravagantly adored. Go attend to state affairs. Rest assured, I shall refrain from the pleasures of the brothel. When the Empress Dowager's birthday arrives, I will prepare some of my signature dishes for her. And Ning's words must be taken to heart. She cannot allow him to worry. Go on. I shall take a stroll. Very well. Let Sui Feng accompany you. Luo Qingyun anticipated that she would merely wander the imperial garden, but by the time he received word, the two had already exited the palace. Su Ning cast a glance back at Sui Feng, who stood 3 paces away, clad in black attire with a grave expression, exuding an air of superiority that made one acutely aware of her elevated status. How could they possibly enjoy themselves under such scrutiny? The pair first arrived at a clothing store, selecting 2 sets of pale moon-colored attire for men, urging Sui Feng to change. Before Sui Feng could voice a refusal, Su Ning's firm command silenced him, compelling him to swallow his words. Having served as the emperor's guard for over a decade, it seemed he had never donned garments of any other hue. Unexpectedly dressed as a gentleman, he felt quite out of place. Indeed, one's appearance is paramount, and elegance is akin to divine adornment. Our windy hero's attire is not at all inferior to that of Luo Qingyun. Su Ning, observing Wendy's awkward demeanor, incessantly lavished him with praise, while also complimenting herself. Am I not as captivating as the ladies of the imperial harem? Indeed, Miss Su is the most enchanting of all. Naturally, Wendy acquiesced to her words. Brother Wendy, have you ever visited the Orchid Pavilion? Su Ning inquired, eager to uncover his thoughts. I certainly have, for Luo Qingyun frequents it. How could he not? Do you wish to enter and experience the allure of the beauties? I do not desire that, Wendy replied candidly, refusing to lie. Miss Su, why do your eyes twinkle so? Are you contemplating that we should venture inside? Experience? What kind of experience? Wendy questioned. You are a lady. How could you possibly go to such a place? If the emperor were to find out, he would surely be displeased. Brother Wendy, you are being crude. The so-called experience merely entails listening to music and sipping tea. Surely, you do not wish to engage with women in that manner? No, no, I would never. Wendy protested. Then let us go. That is not appropriate. Miss Sue, are you afraid of being recognized? Fear not. I have a plan, hee. As she spoke, she produced an item from her sleeve and pressed it to Wendy's face. He attempted to evade, but she pulled him back. Lower your head a bit. I cannot reach. Wendy's heart raced, for Su Ning's delicate hand roamed his face. If the Emperor were to witness this, chaos would surely ensue. Miss Sue, allow me to handle this. It will be done shortly, just a moment longer. I acquired this false beard and eyebrows from costume shop. Once applied, no one will recognize you. She insisted on applying them herself, ensuring their disguise was foolproof. For she was curious to discover what enchanting allure the Orchid Pavilion held that could compel Luo Qingyun to eavesdrop so frequently. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they were greeted by a flamboyantly dressed, fragrant matron who escorted them upstairs. Su Ning pinched her nose and sneezed, exclaiming, "Mother, please refrain from using so much powder. The scent is overpowering. Ah, young master, how amusing. Have you never encountered a woman before? Surely, you can endure such a trivial scent. How would you manage in bed? Not at all. I'm strictly supervised at home. I merely wish to learn from the sisters here." She casually handed the matron a gold ingot, which made the matron beam with delight as she went to summon the women to attend to the two young masters. Miss Sue, will the Emperor be angry if he learns of this? Not at all. I am here to gain knowledge. Men desire their women to be demure in public yet sultry in private. Without learning, how would one know what a courtesan truly is? Wendy gazed at her in astonishment. Did the Emperor truly wish for her to learn such ways? Chapter 19. The Emperor's favor for the little chef. 19. Suddenly, four alluring women burst into the room, surrounding the two with flirtatious gestures and raised glasses. Wendy remained seated, unperturbed, while Su Ning smiled and said, "Ladies, I must confess I have a brother at home who, despite having countless beautiful companions, chooses to revel in the Orchid Pavilion. Might I inquire if any of you possess secret techniques to share? Dear brother, come with me to the inner chamber, and I shall personally demonstrate." Very well. As the wind swept through, he watched helplessly as two women entered the inner chamber. Before long, the air was filled with the soft, breathy sounds of the women, each wave of sound more intense than the last, leading one to believe that a fierce battle was unfolding within. Meanwhile, the three outside were not idle. They began to shed their garments, aiming to stir his interest. Confusion clouded his mind. Could it be that Miss Sue had an inclination towards women? She had certainly stirred quite a commotion. The poor Emperor, with his one-sided affection, treated her like a treasure. He could not simply stand by and do nothing. Rushing into the inner room, he found Su Ning seated gracefully on a chair, while the woman on the bed was engaging in enticing gestures. "Oh, do continue," he remarked, then retreated. Su Ning stood, retrieved a banknote from her bosom, placed it on the table, and exited the chamber. "Are you not considering finding a woman, brother?" he inquired. "No, we should take our leave now." His heart raced. What on earth was happening? All right, I see you're in a hurry," he said, noticing the sweat beading on her forehead. Once outside the Wanhua Tower, Su Ning brushed off her attire, the scent lingering heavily upon it. "Is it going to snow?" he asked. "Snow? We don't have snow here in winter. Only in the northern regions of Dongluo does it occasionally snow," she replied. "Oh, so it seems Dongluo is situated in the southern hemisphere?" he mused. "What you speak of, I do not comprehend," she countered. "I mean, our winters are not particularly cold. They are quite pleasant, though strong winds can be quite chilling. Let's find a place to dine. We have missed mealtime. We could have eaten at Wanhua Tower." I had given them a gold ingot. After all, she suggested. "Miss Sue, we should return to the palace. We left without the Emperor's knowledge. What if we are late and he becomes angry? Isn't this an opportunity to learn how to appease him?" She reassured him. "No need to worry. It will be fine. Are you planning to offer yourself to the Emperor?" he teased. "It may be necessary at a critical moment. Oh dear, the Emperor may finally indulge himself. After years of following him, he has not taken a single woman for himself. One might think he was merely preserving his virtue. However, having married so many consorts and still not dallying with them raises suspicions. Judging by the way he looks at Miss Sue, it seems he is in good health. practically yearning to be with her at every moment, though it appears he has yet to act on it. In truth, Miss Su need not seduce the emperor. A mere glance from her could ensnare him. "This will do," she declared, "though it may not be as exquisite as my cooking, it will suffice." The two arrived at Zhu Xianlu, entered a private room, and ordered 4 dishes and a soup. He insisted on standing rather than sitting. "Do you wish to eat while standing?" she queried. "It is improper for me to sit with a lady," he replied. "Is it improper to sit together, but proper to lie together?" She jested. "Miss Su, you cannot put me in such a position. If the emperor hears of this, I could face dire consequences. Let us sit and eat together. I shall not utter a word." After a few bites, he awkwardly remembered he still had his beard on. He swiftly removed it, feeling more at ease. "Look at you, a grown man acting so awkwardly. Before me, there are no such constraints. One must eat well to have the strength to work. Eat your fill. We must not waste food." How could he not feel uncomfortable? She is indeed the emperor's beloved, destined to become the matriarch of the inner palace, while I remain merely a subordinate. And to complicate matters further, there exists a distinction between genders. If you regard me as a sister, it would alleviate the awkwardness. Can we truly sustain ourselves amidst such discomfort? Here, dear brother, partake in this. Miss Su, this is not appropriate. In the future, we may very well become family. Therefore, among kin, there is no need for formality. Please, eat freely. Very well, I shall serve myself. Once the two of them had their fill, they exited the tavern, only to fortuitously encounter an acquaintance. You are that Su." Upon seeing her, the other party was startled and attempted to flee, but was halted by Su Ning. "What was your name again?" She was still unaware of the other's identity. I am Shin Yuhan. I have heard of you from the emperor, but did not take it to heart." Shin Yuhan, the only son of Minister Shun and the brother of Consort Hui, correct? Yes. What was it that I asked you to do?" "Su Ning, do not overstep. I've already let go of the matter regarding your injury to my finger. But do not push your luck. And what of your attempt to hire an assassin to kill me? But you are unharmed, are you not? That matter is in the past. Let's not dwell on it." "Very well. I shall send an assassin to attempt your assassination once, and we shall consider the score settled. Just wait for it." "What? You cannot do that. I am the son of a minister, and assassinating a court official is a grave offense. Even if the emperor were to shield you, it would not suffice. Are you a court official? My father is. If you attempt to assassinate me, it is tantamount to targeting him. I have heard the emperor speak highly of your father. Are you certain he is truly Minister Shun's progeny? You are a complete fool. This is no amusement. Zue Feng, let us depart. I cannot be bothered with this fool. You cannot allow anyone to assassinate me." They walked quite a distance, yet the fool continued to shout behind them. "I believe there is a high probability that this fellow is not truly Minister Shin's offspring." Zue Feng found himself at a loss for words. It is rather unbecoming for a young lady to speak in such a manner. The two returned to the tailor shop to change back into their garments. Should they return to the palace in this attire, Luo Qingyun would surely have much to say. On the way, they purchased 2 candied hawthorns to bring back and appease the emperor. This emperor indeed requires some coaxing. Having skipped lunch simply because she had stealthily left the palace without informing him. "Why did you not eat, Gongongen?" "I was not hungry." How can one not feel hunger? Even if one is not very hungry, one must still eat. A person is like iron, and rice is like steel. Without iron, how can one have steel? "I shall prepare it for you." "I am angry. I am quite full from my anger." "Who has angered you?" She glanced back at Xiao Anzi, who merely pouted, indulging in a little temper tantrum. "Miss Su, you are quite clever. How have you become muddled today? Surely you're not upset with me? I had informed you of my intention to take a stroll. I thought you had gone to the Imperial Garden. In this frigid winter, there are no flowers in the Imperial Garden. So what is there to stroll about? In the future, take me with you. You are the emperor. If you frequently venture out, it would be deemed neglectful of your duties. And you, as the empress, cannot simply leave the palace." "I am the empress? When did this happen?" "I'm unaware. In any case, you must not stray too far from my side. It has been several hours since I last saw you, which is far too long." Alas, it seems she has regressed to a state of childishness once more. Chapter 20. The Emperor's Affection for the Little Cook, Part 20. Do not be angry, my dear. From now on, I shall take you with me whenever I go out. A kiss, please. Luo Qingyan pouted. If a Ning kisses me, I shall not be upset. Masterin, please fetch the emperor's lunch. Yes, your highness. Little An hurried off to the imperial kitchen to get the meal. Aning, was it only after sending Little An away that you became affectionate with me? Indeed. But let us be more discreet in public from now on and consider the feelings of others. Very well, I shall heed your words. The young emperor, recently granted a special pardon, excitedly lifted her into his arms and spun her around. He settled her upon his lap, cradling her face and kissing her tenderly. It was rare for the girl to be so compliant. Usually, they would steal a kiss or two in secret, but this time he was determined to savor the moment, wishing to kiss her until she melted like spring water. Just as they became lost in their embrace, Luo Qingyun's stomach began to rumble audibly, creating an awkward moment. Aning, I wish to devour you. I know you are hungry, but you cannot eat me. Masterin should be arriving shortly. Luo Qingyun regretted skipping lunch. Had she eaten, she would not feel this embarrassment and could have enjoyed their intimacy fully. From now on, no matter what happens, remember to eat, all right? I will remember. Come in, Masterin. At the doorway, Little An hesitated, torn between entering and staying out. He feared the emperor might go hungry if he did not enter. Yet he was also concerned about interrupting their affectionate moment. Hearing Su Ning's call, he quickly instructed the servants to bring in the meal. Su Ning ensured the emperor was well fed, and once Little An escorted the servants away, he did not return, preferring not to be a mere backdrop. Aning, let us continue. Do your work diligently. Do not let anyone label you as a lascivious ruler. But I have not had my fill of kisses. Mind your own affairs. Just keep your household in order. Oomph. Aning feigned innocence, reverting to a childlike demeanor once more. Finish the memorials for today. We shall continue tonight, shall we? Really? Luo Qingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I shall attend to the memorials now. Wait for me inside. No, Aning must accompany me and watch. Su Ning realized he had discovered a promising young ruler. Recently, the women in the harem have been racking their brains to prepare birthday gifts for the Empress Dowager. Not only those in the harem, but also the families of the ministers were eager to present something that would please her. Mother, since the emperor ascended the throne and selected his consorts, it has been 3 years. Will he not choose more maidens this year? There has been no news. The emperor does not seem inclined to do so. It is said that even the current consorts in the harem remain untouched. How can this be? Could it be that the emperor is incapable? Otherwise, he would not have stayed away from the harem for 3 years. Does he not feel lonely? If the emperor truly cannot perform, I shall not enter the palace. I do not wish to be an old maid for life. Schwanger, what good is it to enter the palace? Even if the emperor favors them, how many can enjoy long-lasting affection? There are many talented young men in the capital. One need not marry into the royal family. Chu Ling Shuang pondered. If the emperor is incapable, are there not several princes? Surely, not all of them are. She is the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, representing the entire stature of the Chu clan. It would be unacceptable to marry beneath her status, as it would invite disdain from the illegitimate branches of the family. This journey to the capital is an opportunity to seek a match bestowed by the Empress Dowager herself, to find a suitable husband from the royal lineage, thereby elevating the prestige of the Chu family in the eastern Luo kingdom. Mother, let us take a stroll. It is not every day we visit the capital, she suggested. Very well, let's explore the splendor of the city together, her mother replied. As officials from various regions began to arrive for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, the streets of the capital buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness. It was Chu Ling Shuang's first visit to the capital, and she found herself captivated by the array of delicacies and goods, many of which she had never encountered before. After wandering the streets for a while, Mrs. Chu grew weary and returned to the inn with her maid, while Chu Ling Shuang continued her exploration with the young maid, who soon found herself laden with numerous packages. Engrossed in her search for delightful items, Chu Ling Shuang inadvertently bumped into a woman clad in purple. Watch where you're going. You've bumped into our young lady. The purple-clad maid shouted with arrogance. If your lady had been attentive, how could I have collided with her? Chu Ling Shuang retorted defiantly. The maid attempted to intervene, but found her hands too full to assist. How can you be so unreasonable? You have crashed into our lady. Did I? Your mistress hasn't uttered a word, so why are you barking? Chu Ling Shuang shot back, her temper rising. To her surprise, the silent lady did not admonish her maid, but instead gave a thumbs up, seemingly approving the maid's insolence. You, a lowly servant, dare lecture me on manners? How audacious! In the Chu family, Chu Ling Shuang was a prized jewel, and being insulted publicly was intolerable. She raised her hand to strike the maid. Seeing her maid in peril, the purple-clad lady quickly pulled her aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. So you wish to resort to violence? I, Morongzi, have never feared a fight. Morongzi, you are from the Morong family? Indeed, and who might you be? State your name, for I do not engage with nameless strangers. The young lady exuded arrogance, surpassing that of her maid. Very well, my name is Chu Ling Shuang. What ensued was a spectacle to behold, as two esteemed daughters of their respective families clashed in the streets like common ruffians. Initially, there were some semblances of technique, but it quickly devolved into a frantic scuffle, with garments being tugged and hair being pulled, as the maids struggled to separate them. Morongzi, you are shameless. Chu Ling Shuang exclaimed, her dignity on the line, compelled to retaliate against the relentless provocations. Shameless? What can you possibly do about it? The audacity of the woman only infuriated Chu Ling Shuang further. Release me. I refuse to continue this fight. Why do you not strike? I have yet to receive enough. Have you no shame? Release me. What need have I for face when it cannot be consumed? Two young ladies from prominent families, grappling with one another while exchanging words, left the onlookers in a state of astonishment as dark clouds loomed overhead. This incident swiftly spread throughout the capital, becoming the foremost topic of conversation. Chapter 21. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Cook, Part 21. Ultimately, it was Murong Zi's elder brother, Murong Li, who intervened to separate the bickering parties, his body trembling with rage, wishing he could eliminate his sister on the spot. Upon witnessing her brother's fury, Murong Zi seized her maid, Kaiyun, and fled. The two returned to the inn, shutting the door and daring not to emerge again. My lady, is it not a bit late to be fearful now? This plan has been in the making for quite some time, deliberately crafting a brazen persona in public. It was all orchestrated by her, leading to this confrontation, with the intent to incite conflict. Now, her reputation lies in tatters, and she has implicated the eldest son as well. My lady, do you think the eldest son will send us back? Returning would be splendid. I could take you to explore. My lady, if you wish to defy the eldest son's arrangements, why not simply speak up? There is no use in voicing it, for the sake of family honor. They care not for my happiness. Her father desires her to marry into the imperial family to elevate their status, so she shall tarnish her own reputation. For she doubts any noble family would wish to wed a woman known for her unruly behavior and public brawls. She has not been idle, having also dragged Chu Lingxiu into this predicament. She cannot assist the Murong family, nor can Chu Lingxiu aid the Chu family. Thus, these families remain on equal footing. My lady, the eldest son requests your presence. Oh no, my lady, shall we be punished? Fear not, my brother does not resort to violence. At most, he will scold us and deny us our meal. Though she spoke with bravado, her heart was rife with trepidation. The two approached Murong Li's chamber with trepidation, entering without daring to sit. Brother, please do not be angry. I shall not misbehave again. Aji, you're no longer a child. How can you lack such discernment? If you do not wish to marry, simply confide in me. After you have sullied your reputation, who would still wish to marry you? Ah, brother, you are aware? You are my sister. How could I not understand your thoughts? I have already begun persuading father. This union may not even materialize. Moreover, not all royals are heartless. If a suitable match arises, remaining in the capital may not be a misfortune. Oh, brother, why did you not mention this earlier? You nearly frightened me to death. Stand still. Your reckless behavior warrants punishment. If I do not reprimand you, you shall not learn your lesson. I shall have you and Kaiyun stand for an hour and deny you supper tonight. Ah Chung, ensure the young lady does not cheat. Yes, young master. Brother, an hour will leave my legs numb. May it not be half an hour? Speak again, and you shall face an additional hour of standing. Enough. Brother, you may carry on with your matters. I shall stand here. In contrast to Murong Zi, Chu Lingxiu found herself in a more distressing situation. Upon returning to the inn, before anyone else could speak, she was already in tears. That Murong Zi acted with intention. She herself did not wish to behave properly, but insisted on dragging me down with her. This matter is far from over between us. You have completely overstepped. Do you wish to continue this farce, seeking further disgrace? My dignity has been utterly tarnished. Upon hearing of this incident, Chu Tianlin, the head of the Chu family, was infuriated and shattered numerous cups in his rage. For the reputation of his daughter, cultivated over many years, was ruined in an instant. He had envisioned this as an opportunity for his daughter to make a name for herself in the capital, hoping that a favorable match might elevate their family status. Alas, on her very first day in the city, she became the subject of such ridicule, making it nearly impossible to avoid notoriety. Father, I am at my wit's end. You must seek vengeance for me. Shuang'er, cease your tears. The deed is done. Let your father devise a plan to mitigate the damage. Madame Chu, gentle in nature, found her daughter to be far too impulsive. Very well. Let us claim it was a childish wager to see who could set aside their pride more readily in public, with the one who lost their composure deemed the victor. It must be said that Chu Tianlin exhibited remarkable quick thinking. Regrettably, he lacked allies. Murong Zi would not acknowledge the incident, rendering his words futile. The Empress Dowager's birthday fell at the year's end, and it had been years since a grand celebration had been organized. Officials from distant lands were required to spend the new year in the capital, making arrangements inconvenient. Thus, the emperor was reluctant to host a lavish birthday banquet, yet it was unacceptable to let several years pass without one, as it would reflect poorly on filial piety. The celebration of the Empress Dowager's birthday was a matter of royal dignity, beyond the scope of a mere concubine Hui to manage. Hence, the emperor entrusted this task to the reliable Luo Qingyang, who was to be assisted by the fourth prince, Luo Qingfeng, in overseeing the birthday festivities. It was then that Su Ning discovered they had another brother. Were there 4 brothers in total? Who was the second? The second brother had always been fond of wandering the world, rarely returning to the capital. It remained uncertain whether he would return this year. He was indeed the most astute of them all, enjoying a life of leisure without responsibilities. For this birthday banquet, I intend to proclaim to the world my intention to take you as my empress. I refuse. Why is that? With so many wives already, I would never accept you. Then I shall dismiss the harem for you. Is there even a need for discussion? I believe they shall not impede us, will they? I have heard that Su Minran has entered the capital, likely with intentions concerning me. I shall return to Beiming with him. And Ning, I shall dismiss the harem. Do not leave. Do as you please. I am indifferent. I have no particular interest in being empress. I can take it or leave it. Very well, I understand. I shall not let a Ning down. While the emperor pondered the means to disband the harem, young ladies from noble families outside the palace schemed on how to gain entry to accompany the prince. I have instructed Xiao Anzi to select 2 clever maidservants for you. Henceforth, you need not attend to matters yourself. Simply command them. Are you suggesting I should be waited on hand and foot? I am unaccustomed to it. I do not favor being served. You are my empress, the most esteemed woman in the realm, and must be attended by maidservants. During the day, they shall serve you, and at night, I shall attend to you. How do we arrive at such an intimate discussion? What kind of gaze is that in Ning? Is it sullied? My intention was merely to suggest massages and back rubs, as well as bedmaking. Must even bedmaking be the emperor's task? Did you not say that the privacy of married couples should not be intruded upon? Henceforth, no one shall enter our chamber but the 2 of us. She had certainly stated such, yet she never prohibited others from entering. Is it not the case that one must clean for oneself? Ever since Luo Qingyang was tasked with organizing the birthday banquet, he has frequently sought the emperor's counsel, which inevitably leads to encounters with Su Ning. Ning, how do you fare? With no one around, Luo Qingyang ventured to inquire. To avoid causing his elder brother unnecessary concern, he refrained from visiting her directly. I am well. Have you come to see the emperor again? Indeed, I have matters to discuss with my brother. Then let us go together. I, too, wish to see him. Is your elder brother treating you well? Is satisfactory, I suppose. Do you harbor any resentment towards me? Her voice was barely audible. A whisper that would have been lost had they not been so close. Why would I resent you? You think too much. Without love, how could there be hatred? In Chapter 22, the Emperor's favor for the little chef, Luo Qingyang forced a self-deprecating smile, realizing that he alone had invested his emotions. Perhaps it was for the best, as it relieved him of feeling indebted to her affections. Luo Qingyun observed the two entering the imperial study and narrowed her eyes. I encountered the prince on my way. He seeks you. Su Ning spoke casually, as if conversing with an idle acquaintance, offering a chair to Luo Qingyang before seating herself. This startled Luo Qingyang, causing a chill to run down his spine. Did this girl not understand the perils of serving a ruler? Her nonchalance was a result of his own indulgence, leading to her disregard for hierarchy. What business does the third prince have? Luo Qingyang, unable to discern the emperor's mood, hastily conveyed his purpose, receiving the emperor's response before fleeing the study like a startled hare. The more aloof the emperor appeared, the more anxious he became. Would the emperor take issue with Su Ning? Inside the study, Su Ning was grinding ink for the emperor. What did he say to you? Who? Are you referring to Luo Qingyang? She met his gaze, which was shrouded in ambiguity. What is with that look? As if you had been betrayed. What did he say? His mood soured. Ever since he had seen them together, displeasure had settled within him, and this woman dared to feign ignorance. He said, Ning Ning, I miss you so dearly. If the emperor mistreats you, tell me, and I shall whisk you away from the palace, and we shall wander the world together. I replied, very well, Brother Qingyang. A profound silence enveloped the room. Even their breathing was audible, causing Xiao Anzi to hold his breath in fear. Suning, unfaset, continuet grinding ink. Gesturing to the memorials on the desk, indicating, why do you look at me when it's time to review these? Little Su Ning, do you presume that I am too lenient to discipline you, and thus seek to provoke me? Xiao Anzi, step outside and wait. Yes, your majesty. Please do not be angry. Miss Su is merely jesting. Leave. Oh, why frighten him? Look how terrified you've made the child. She was preoccupied with others' concerns. Yet he ought to worry about himself. How do you propose I punish you? Why must you punish me? You have incited my ire. Is it not permissible to jest? That jest was in poor taste. I am quite upset. Understood, understood. I shall refrain from such jests in the future. Please do not be angry, be gentle. Once more she attempted to placate him, yet it bore no fruit. He remained vexed. What is it that you desire? I have dismissed the others. What do you wish to do? This individual exhibits a remarkable level of immaturity. If he desires affection, he should simply express it, rather than feigning anger and frightening little Anzi in the process. Su Ning boldly seated herself upon his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck to plant a kiss on his lips. Luo Qingyun remained immobile, leaving Su Ning to continue her advances. And Ning displayed a distinct lack of sincerity. Had she not gone to the Wan Hua building to observe? Did she report to Sui Feng? Did Ning not claim she would return to delight me? Is that what Sui Feng conveyed to you? Could it be that Ning aspires to please another? I am merely curious about the sentiment with which you initially sought to hear such sounds. Now, I long to hear Ning's voice. Luo Qingyun buried her face in her bosom. Su Ning, provoked by him, found herself gasping, her heart racing with trepidation, fearful that little Anzi might overhear outside the door. And Ning, I love you. Do not depart from me. If you do not leave, I will not abandon you. Very well, I shall dismiss the harem for you. You must love me for eternity without wavering. If you remain steadfast, so shall I. Su Ning maintained a clear-headed rationality at all times. Your unwavering loyalty enables me to stay by your side, but should your affection shift, you would be the first to slip away. The Empress Dowager's birthday was celebrated on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with clear skies and a gentle breeze. The scale of the palace banquet was unprecedented, with numerous officials bearing gifts entering the palace. There were designated personnel to record the gifts, noting names and items. Su Ning, intrigued, strolled around before the banquet commenced. The basic procedures resembled those of modern times, with individuals welcoming guests, arranging seating, and documenting gifts, while the Imperial Guard stood vigil at various checkpoints. For with so many attendees, one could never be certain of ill intentions lurking among the crowd. Luo Qingyun's arrangements were impeccably organized. This man indeed possessed a meticulous nature, regrettably not directed toward her. The kitchen bustled with activity, everyone fulfilling their duties, leaving her the most idle within the palace. The emperor was occupied with various unforeseen events, lacking the time to attend to her. As the time approached, Su Ning returned to the Qian Kuan Hall. Her current status did not afford her the privilege to appear at the banquet. Luo Qingyun insisted she attend and sit beside him. That would be the empress's position. Those stubborn old officials would surely criticize me. This is a perfect opportunity. I shall announce you as empress. Is it not necessary to acknowledge the Su family before the announcement? My affection lies with that fiercely capable maid, not the legitimate daughter of the Su family. That is more agreeable. It brings a sense of pride. Change into your attire and accompany me to the banquet. The garments prepared for her by Luo Qingyun, though not the formal regalia of an empress, were nonetheless dignified and elegant, far from ordinary attire. Should she don them in public, there would be no need for a royal proclamation. Everyone would discern her status. Well then, what do you think? Is it beautiful? It is indeed beautiful, dignified, and elegant. Quite befitting me. Knowing her aversion to yellow, he had specially commissioned a vibrant red ensemble, exuding an air of nobility. Misu, you truly embody the grace of a nation's matriarch. Little Anzi, lurking nearby, flattered her. Why not just declare her empress outright? Bestowing the title of empress is not as simple as you imagine. It requires venerating our ancestors, inscribing her name into the family lineage, and entails a full day of ceremonies. You would bear the burden of that. Such a hassle. On that day, I endeavored to minimize my arrangements for you. Depart now, dear Anzi, and do not forget to bring along the imperial decree. Rest assured, your majesty, how could a humble servant forget such an important matter? The banquet is set in the warm pavilion of the imperial garden. As Anzi announced the arrival of his majesty, Miss Su also made her entrance. Everyone knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in reverence. Long live the emperor! Rise and be at ease. Standing beside the emperor, Su Ning experienced the unique thrill of being revered from such heights. It was quite exhilarating. Luo Qingyun took Su Ning's hand, guiding her to the main seat. With everyone present, they awaited the birthday celebrant to emerge for the festivities and libations. Go fetch the Empress Dowager, commanded the emperor with a wave of his hand. And the young eunuch obeyed. Before long, the Empress Dowager arrived, surrounded by a throng of concubines, prompting everyone to kneel once more. After the Empress Dowager and her retinue settled in, the attendees began to ponder the identity of the woman beside the emperor. The women of the harem all recognized her as the emperor's cherished one and dared not draw attention to themselves. The Minister of Rights was the first to rise, having wished to prevent this woman from occupying the empress's seat since the moment the emperor entered. Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the identity of this lady who sits in the position of the empress? Chapter 23. The Emperor's Overwhelming Favor for the Little Cook, Part 23. The Minister of Rights voiced the thoughts of all present. Could anyone sit in the Empress's seat so casually? Even if the Emperor dotes on you, one must not overstep. This is my cook, Su Ning. Anzi proclaimed the decree. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, the daughter of the Su family, Su Ning, gentle and virtuous, endowed with both wisdom and grace, possessing both literary and martial talents, has won my favor. Therefore, I hereby confer upon Su Ning the title of Empress, with formal marriage rites to be conducted in March of the coming year. Anzi's sharp voice echoed throughout the grand hall, leaving everyone in a state of shock as he reverently presented the decree to Su Ning. Even the eunuchs and palace maidens were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to leave or remain. After a brief period of astonishment, Luo Qingyang was the first to rise and offer his congratulations. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your Majesty for finding your beloved, and to Miss Su for assuming her role in the inner palace. The guests at the banquet joined in the well-wishing, whether sincere or not. For the emperor's decree had been issued and could not be undone, thus they could only follow suit. The obstinate old ministers harbored a multitude of grievances, but found no opportunity to voice them, especially those who had hoped their own daughters might bear the emperor's first child and ascend to the inner palace. How could they accept that a mere cook, without any background, had gained such favor? Each individual present held their own thoughts, but the most astonished was Su Minran. He had returned to report that someone had entered the palace, and he had come to investigate who might be probing into the affairs of his wife and daughter. Upon seeing Su Ning, he immediately recognized her as his daughter. However, due to the conflicts between himself and his wife, he feared that a rash acknowledgement might lead to his daughter refusing to forgive him. She would not even look at him, surely harboring resentment in her heart. The concubines, unable to voice their anger, turned their pleading gazes towards the Empress Dowager. With a sigh, she realized that the emperor must have issued the decree unexpectedly to prevent any obstruction. Now that the decree had been proclaimed, there was little she could do. Furthermore, marrying a queen without any notable background could be quite advantageous, as it would preclude the potential for power struggles instigated by ambitious relatives. Moreover, the delectable dishes crafted by this Su Ning are truly exceptional. With a little training for the royal chefs, her later years could be filled with happiness. Most importantly, her son adores her. If he holds her in such esteem, he would never permit her to live in solitude. Should they consummate their union, the prospect of heirs would surely follow. The more I contemplate this, the more joy fills my heart. It seems the Empress Dowager envisions her grandson racing toward her, and the other concubines behold her smile, one of self-indulgent delight. Yet, the assembly is rife with unspoken thoughts. This is perhaps the most awkward banquet in history. Although it is ostensibly a celebration of longevity, it feels more akin to a display of the emperor's affections. One wonders what charm this Miss Su possesses that has so utterly captivated the emperor. Observing his beaming countenance and sycophantic expressions, many present find it unbearable to witness such a loss of dignity. Even Miss Su herself begins to sense the awkwardness of the situation. Is it truly your intention to make me the target of everyone's scorn? Astute ministers ponder how to curry favor with Miss Su, as it is evident the emperor is wholly submissive to her wishes. As the wine flows, someone kneels on the ground to plead for mercy. An elderly official, acknowledging his failure in parenting, earnestly beseeches the empress to show leniency toward his son. This man is wise. He addresses her as empress from the outset. Miss Su stands bewildered. What is this performance? Pray tell, good sir, who is your son? My son, Shun Yuhan, has recklessly offended the empress. I implore you to pardon him this time. Should there be a next occurrence, you need not lift a finger. I shall personally ensure he is punished. I recall that little scoundrel. I have already dealt with him. As long as he refrains from further mischief, I shall not trouble him again. As for the assassination incident, I have chosen to overlook that as well. Do you have further matters to address? Your Majesty, that wayward child returned home recently, claiming someone would attempt to take his life. He is now in a constant state of fear and worry. If this continues, he may soon meet his demise. That was merely a casual remark to frighten him. I did not expect it to truly terrify him. He is rather spineless, considering the audacity he displayed when harassing common women. Go back and inform him that if he conducts himself with propriety and ceases his bullying, I shall spare him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. He knows best what manner of son he is raised, spoiled by his mother. He is nothing but a cowardly bully who has finally encountered a formidable obstacle. 3 of the 4 great families attended the birthday banquet. Su Minran of the Su family, Murong Li of the Murong family, and the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianlin. Initially, Chu Tianlin intended to bring his daughter along, but after the recent public scandal, Chu Lingshuang, aware of her shame, chose to remain hidden at home to avoid the public eye. As the banquet nears its conclusion, Su Minran unexpectedly makes an appearance to acknowledge his daughter. After much contemplation, he fears that re-entering the palace would prove difficult, and thus decides to cast aside his pride. Even if his daughter does not recognize him, he must ensure that everyone knows the current empress is his child. Perhaps her elevation to empress is indeed connected to her being a legitimate daughter of the Su family. Your Majesty, a humble subject has something to say. Mr. Su, please feel free to speak your mind. I am rather democratic, am I not? And Ning? Su Ning cast him a sidelong glance, wondering why he involved her in his conversation with others. The daughter of a commoner also bears the name Su Ning. She vanished from the Su family 4 years ago, and commoners do not dare to claim kinship indiscriminately. It is merely that the queen bears an uncanny resemblance to my daughter, prompting me to inquire whether she is indeed my daughter. I cannot say, for I lack the memories of my past. I am sorry, but I cannot provide a definitive answer. Mr. Su, please take your leave. The emperor interjected, halting him from continuing. I shall investigate Ning's origins thoroughly. If she is indeed your daughter, I shall have someone inform you. Thank you, your majesty. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that the queen's lineage held significant weight. They had assumed she was merely an unremarkable girl without connections. This banquet had indeed become a cascade of revelations. The once unknown kitchen maid abruptly ascended to the status of queen, and before they could fully digest this information, she was suddenly revealed to be the legitimate daughter of the Su family. This news overshadowed the recent scandal of noble women brawling in the streets, swiftly becoming the talk of the capital. Perhaps the most exhilarated of all was a jeune from the third prince's residence. Uncle Tong, have you heard? Su Ning has been crowned queen, and she is the daughter of the Bei Ming Su family. This Su Ning has quite the remarkable background. Oh, I am so thrilled. My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest. I am truly happy for her. Indeed, Uncle shares in your joy, he replied. Su Ning has often said that if she were to rise to greatness, she would not forget us. I hope one day I can see the palace and witness its splendor. Don't be foolish. Do you think she will remember you now that she is queen? A round-faced maid interjected, dampening her excitement. Su Ning is not that kind of person. Enough. Let's focus on our work. Regardless of who becomes queen, we must fulfill our duties. A jeune could not bear to hear anyone speak ill of Su Ning, and even after others had departed, she remained sulking. Jeune, remember that uncle is older and has seen more of the world. Sometimes, a seemingly glamorous exterior hides many struggles beneath. Uncle Tom, what do you mean? Though Su Ning has captured the emperor's favor for now, consider the numerous concubines in his harem. Will they not feel envy? And what of the Empress Dowager? Would she not make things difficult for Su Ning? Surely, the emperor cannot be by her side at all times. Then, does that mean Su Ning is in quite a precarious position? Not necessarily precarious. But what I mean is that even those in high positions do not lack their share of troubles. Oh dear, what should we do? Su Ning speaks her mind so freely. What if her words bring her misfortune? A jeune's earlier excitement shifted to deep concern. All right, let's pretend I said nothing. Back to work, Su Minran returned to the inn, awaiting news from the emperor. He was now certain that Su Ning was indeed his daughter. She must harbor resentment towards him, and he was determined to meet her privately, to seek her forgiveness, and to reunite with her mother, envisioning a future where they could be a happy family of three, with him as the prospective father-in-law of the nation. Regrettably, while ideals are often resplendent, reality can be rather disheartening. He has waited for 3 days at the inn, yet no word has arrived from the emperor, let alone a chance to meet his daughter. He ventured out to inquire about the background of the current empress, eager to gather opinions from the townsfolk. It is rumored that the future empress was once a maid in the Three Wang's residence, serving as the chef for the third prince, until the emperor, completely smitten by her culinary skills, took her away. It appears that the emperor is not concerned with the empress's status. He simply wishes to marry the little chef he admires. It dawned on him that Ninger has endured considerable hardship over the years, all stemming from his momentary lapse in judgment. Yet, if her lineage were insignificant, why then would he seek to investigate her background and Biming? The emperor must be concerned about appearances, which is why he has refrained from seeking him out. Resolving to be prudent, Su Minran arranged for sumptuous gifts and sent a message requesting an audience with His Majesty. He had anticipated that the emperor would summon him to the palace upon receiving his letter, but instead, a young eunuch arrived at the inn to inform him that the empress has been unwell and out of concern for her rest. The emperor would not be meeting with anyone. Su Minran stood in stunned silence, perplexed. He sought an audience with the emperor, not the empress. Could the excuse be any more tenuous? Why not simply state an unwillingness to meet? However, he could not voice his grievances against the emperor. He merely had to maintain a pleasant demeanor, offering silver to the eunuch to convey that he would remain at the inn, awaiting a more opportune moment for an audience. In the emperor's chambers, Aining pondered when she might meet her father. He is not my father. He is Su Ning's father. But aren't you Su Ning? I am not. Very well, if you're not Su Ning, then you are my Aining. Luo Qingyun assumed she was merely sulking over past grievances with Su Minran and playfully pinched her nose. I truly am not. Do you not believe me? Then tell me. Who are you? I am but a wisp of a soul from another realm, floating aimlessly until I found myself within Su Ning, thus transforming her into me. Are you frightened? I am a true dragon of heaven. Why would I fear a mere spirit? I'm not even afraid of wild ghosts. It seems she remained unconvinced. So she added, do not claim later that I have kept secrets from you. Silly girl, why so whimsical? Have you not rested well these past few days? Luo Qingyun continued to believe that Su Ning was jesting, and after a moment of affection, returned to attending to official documents, leaving Su Minran's plight forgotten. At this moment, he remained at the inn, pitifully yearning for his daughter's forgiveness, indulging in dreams of becoming a father-in-law. Yet, Su Minran was not the only one dreaming. Shu Lingshuang, too, was lost in reverie. She had heard that the emperor's first encounter with Su Ning occurred on the street, where he was captivated by her spirited demeanor during a brawl. If he is enamored with girls who can fight, then her previous altercation with Murong Zi may not be a blemish after all. Perhaps she still has a chance to enter the palace as a consort. The emperor's fondness for Su Ning signifies that he is in good health. His disinterest in the concubines of the harem suggests that perhaps the delicate young ladies of the capital do not fit his preferences. She must ensure that he sees her. Only then will she have a chance. She confided this thought to Chu Tianlin, requesting his assistance in arranging a meeting with the emperor, convinced that given the opportunity, she could win his heart. Consequently, Chu Tianlin diligently sought information about the emperor's whereabouts, hoping he might venture out of the palace soon. In the palace, Luo Qingyun and Su Ning were immersed in their romantic affair when suddenly a pang of conscience struck. Ning, Su Minran has not yet departed from the capital. He still inquires daily about when we might meet him. Do you wish to see him? He is not my father. Oh, come now, not all. Ning is but a wisp of a spirit, isn't she? Whatever my wife says is absolute. I cannot contest it. The Su family's business spans the globe. They must possess considerable wealth, correct? Indeed, the Su family is the foremost among the 4 great clans, the wealthiest to the extent that they could rival nations. Such riches. We must arrange a meeting. Why did you not mention this sooner? Had I known of his fortune, I would have acknowledged him at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Ning has an affinity for wealth, as he is aware. Otherwise, he would not demand 10,000 taels of silver monthly. Now that the treasury's funds are at her disposal, she still pines for the Su family's riches. Make the arrangements. Let us meet him, as it has been quite some time since we last left the palace. Ning, is my fortune not enough for you? Do you not desire even greater wealth in the treasury? Is Ning considering my interests? Well, if it is offered freely, why not accept? As the legitimate daughter of the primary house, I am entitled to my share of the assets. Thus, they arranged to leave the palace the following day to meet Su Minran, sending a message ahead. Meanwhile, Chu Tianlin also learned of the emperor's impending departure from the palace. When Su Minran received the news, he was overwhelmed with excitement, discussing with the innkeeper about expelling the guests, as he intended to reserve the entire establishment for the occasion. Disguised as an ordinary couple, Luo Qingyun and Su Ning, accompanied by Xiao Anzi and Sui Feng, arrived at the inn, where Su Minran had successfully cleared out all the patrons by offering a handsome sum to secure the venue's exclusivity, resulting in a serene atmosphere upon their arrival. Su Minran invited the emperor to a private room, eagerly watching Su Ning, yearning for her to call him father. Yet, Su Ning held the emperor's hand, silent and unresponsive. Ninger, do you resent your father? I have stated that I do not recall the past. The emperor mentioned his investigations suggest I am likely your daughter. Hence, I came to see you. After much exchange, she still did not utter the word father. Chapter 25. The Emperor's Affection for the Little Cook, Part 25. I have resolved to take Ning as my wife. Ning's matters are my concerns. Thus I must inquire, Mr. Su, why you favored a concubine over your wife in the past. This led to Ning enduring countless hardships, suffering amnesia, and being sold repeatedly, nearly reducing the dignified daughter of the Su family to a mere concubine for others. As Luo Qingyun articulated these words, Her voice was laden with indignation, causing Su Minran to kneel in fear. Your Majesty, I beg for forgiveness. I was momentarily deceived by treachery, which caused Ninger to endure such trials. Grant me an opportunity for recompense to atone for my transgressions. Suning felt her eyes welling up at Lu Qingyun's words. She did not consider herself particularly pitiable, yet upon reflection, there was no denying the truth in her statement. She had indeed been sold into servitude. However, the masters of the Wang family treated their servants quite well. The labor was demanding, yet she had not suffered any significant indignities. Why then? Was the matter of nearly becoming a concubine even brought up? Hadn't they advised the servants never to speak of it again? Why did he have to mention it himself? Moreover, if she were to become Luo Qingyan's concubine, it was likely he would treat her well. Her reluctance was solely her own. In truth, Lu Qingyun intentionally portrayed her as pitiful, aiming to stir feelings of guilt in Su Minran. The memories of Aining's plight pained him, and she wished to share in that discomfort. Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Come home with me, and I will give you what is rightfully yours. Such an offer was questionable. After all, how could a few kind words suffice to absolve the harm he had caused her? This man seemed as if he had taken a dose of gunpowder. He hadn't even conferred about performing this act of duality. How was she to carry on? Should she forgive or not? Lu Qingyun initially intended to invoke Su Minran's conscience with a few words, after which she would transfer her assets to Suning. To her surprise, he suggested that Suning return home with him, igniting her anger. How could he steal away his wife? If he wished to offer money, let him. She resolutely refused to allow her wife to accompany him back to that den of wolves. Then I shall heed your counsel. Whatever you say goes, Suning whispered. But I need some guidance. Yet her voice was so soft that, within the confines of the room, Su Minran could still hear her. Observing his daughter, who had to tread carefully before the emperor, filled him with even greater sorrow. Poor child, though she had ascended to the position of empress, she still had to act in accordance with the emperor's whims. Your Majesty, when you wed Ninger, the Su family is willing to contribute half of our fortune as her dowry. Mr. Su, do not exaggerate. You're not the head of the family yet, are you? The emperor conferred the title of empress in March. During this period, I will assume the position of family head, and the Su family's matters will be dictated by me. I have only this one daughter, and thus, all my assets rightfully belong to her. Quite right. Suning suddenly found Su Minran more agreeable. Lu Qingyun's anger dissipated, and her expression brightened considerably. They are still kneeling. Let them rise. Suning tugged at Lu Qingyun's sleeve. Su Minran was once again filled with emotion. His daughter still cared for him. Mr. Su, please rise. Regardless of everything, you are Aining's biological father and my prospective father-in-law. Henceforth, there is no need for such formalities. This was a classic instance of giving a slap followed by a sweet date. He had been furious moments ago, clearly having terrified Su Minran into kneeling. Yet now he had become the father-in-law. Nevertheless, the title of the emperor's father-in-law did seem rather impressive. Su Minran arranged for dishes to be ordered from Jushin Tower, to be delivered around noon, as father and daughter intended to enjoy a meal together and discuss their return home. Your Majesty, please, father-in-law, please. Lu Qingyun endeavored to maintain the image of a good son-in-law. These dishes cannot compare to Aining's cooking. Who has taught Ninger how to cook? This individual neglects to eat properly and questions her actions, which seems to require deceit. Over the past few years, I have been assisting in the kitchen, learning from the master chef. It is merely my innate intelligence that allows me to surpass my mentor. But from whom did Aining acquire her culinary skills? How can she silence you with mere food? Enough talk, eat. She directly shoved a piece of meat into Luo Qingyun's mouth. Why so many questions today? One cannot claim that skills were learned from the chef, nor from the Su family. Would Su Minran be unaware of her abilities? After this series of actions, Su Minran was so frightened that he immediately knelt beneath the table. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I did not intend to offend. I beseech you to overlook this minor transgression. What is this girl thinking? Why has she suddenly resorted to such behavior? This is the emperor, and it nearly frightened him to death. The two exchanged glances at Su Minran beneath the table, and after finishing her morsel, Luo Qingyun spoke. Rise, father-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. Aining has been indulged by me. Trembling, Su Minran crawled out from under the table, glancing at the Emperor's expression, which did not seem angry. Before daring to take a seat, Aining, you must not be so disrespectful to His Majesty in the future. Ahem, there is no need for your admonishment. I am willing to indulge her. Let us eat. Ah, is that so? It seems this young couple often engages in such antics. Oh dear, I nearly had a heart attack. Indeed, father, we are accustomed to it. Do not take it to heart. The term father nearly sent Su Minran to the heavens. His daughter had forgiven him, and she now called him father. Oh, how his heart raced, feeling as if it could leap from his chest. Just as his soothed heart floated in the air, Su Ning's next words plunged it into an icy abyss. One must not indulge men, not even the emperor. Such indulgence breeds bad habits. For instance, father, had my mother not spoiled you, would you have dared to take a concubine? Without that, I would not have had to serve others as a maid. Thus, men must be disciplined early. Delaying such discipline can lead to grave errors, affecting one's own children as well. Luo Qingyun nodded along while eating, as if the words did not pertain to her. Su Minran's face flushed crimson. He felt utterly humiliated before his daughter. Before he could recover, Su Ning continued, As for the concubines you took before, I am unaware, so I shall forgive you. However, before I am crowned in March, you must send them away, and the Su family shall contribute half of its wealth to the national treasury. If you fail to do so, I shall not marry. This time, Su Minran, having gained some experience, steadied himself against the table to avoid collapsing. My daughter, your audacity is remarkable. To threaten the emperor and seek exclusive favor in the harem? He is the emperor, not your father. How can he be compared to ordinary men? What has this child endured over the years? Why does her reasoning differ so drastically from that of ordinary people? Little did he know that the emperor's subsequent actions would leave him utterly speechless. Chapter 26. The emperor's unwavering affection for the young chef. 26. Just as Su Minran's heart fluttered anxiously, Luo Qingyun's actions completely shattered the regal image of the emperor in his eyes. Rest assured, my dear Aining, I shall honor my word and will not renege on my promise. If you wish to return home, remember to take me along. Who will attend court in your absence? Let the third prince go. After all, you cannot depart alone. I must accompany you to prevent others from selling you off. Who would dare sell me? They must be tired of living. As if I have not been sold before. Luo Qingyun, are you asking for trouble? Su Ning reached out to tug at his ear, but he deftly dodged. Dignity, dignity. This means your father is still here. Spare me some face, will you? Su Minran felt it was time for him to depart. The young couple was playfully bickering, rendering his presence redundant. His concerns were unnecessary. The only thing he could do was prepare a dowry to ensure his daughter's grand marriage. Father, there is one more thing. Find my mother. I hope to have her present when I marry. Rest assured, I will locate your mother and ensure she sees you off on your wedding day. Moreover, the troublesome spirits in the manor must be dealt with swiftly. Should I have to intervene personally, it would tarnish the queen's reputation, wouldn't it, Your Majesty? Indeed, indeed. Dear father-in-law, please ensure the manor is in order before our visit, lest it offend our eyes. Yes, it seems His Majesty truly intends to accompany his daughter. The conversation flowed pleasantly among the few, and Su Minran decided to return to Beiming to assume the role of family head. His father had long wished for him to take over, but he had hesitated due to personal matters. Now, with his daughter needing him, returning to assume the family leadership would also allow him to prepare her dowry. Luo Qingyun and the others departed the inn and headed back to the palace. Just as they turned a corner, they heard a commotion ahead. The young beauty is not from around here, is she? Is this your first visit to the capital? Do you require assistance from your elder brother? How dare you? I am not someone you can treat so lightly. Oh, the young beauty has quite the fiery temper. I like that. Come, let me steal a kiss. Scoundrels, you are courting death. And then chaos ensued. Your Majesty, there are disturbances ahead, reported Sui Feng. Your Majesty, it appears someone is harassing a commoner, Su Ning added. Sui Feng, go assist and see which reckless son of a noble family is causing trouble, commanded the emperor. Yes. Sui Feng soon returned, stating that the young lady was quite capable and had managed the situation herself. However, the ruffians had been subdued, and he inquired how the emperor wished to handle them. What is the identity of those who harass the commoner? Notify their families to discipline them properly. Should this happen again, there will be no mercy. Your Majesty, they are merely a group of ruffians I do not recognize. If they were from noble families, I will be familiar with them, but these individuals are clearly new faces. Inform the authorities to take them into custody for reformation. We shall return to the palace first. Understood. Xiao Anzi drove the carriage away, while Sui Feng went to notify the authorities. However, before the carriage had moved far, the girl who had been harassed approached and addressed the carriage. Thank you, kind sir, for your assistance. Inside the carriage, neither spoke, and Su Ning looked at Luo Qingyun, indicating that she was addressing him. There is no need for such formalities, young lady. Assuming the emperor would speak, Xiao Anzi was taken aback when he remained silent, prompting him to respond. Miss, Ling Shuang sincerely thanks you. Why do you not speak? Chu Ling Shuang grew anxious. If the emperor did not acknowledge her today, there might not be another opportunity. Indeed, why does the noble sir remain silent? In the carriage, Su Ning whispered to Luo Qingyun. How could she know that a gentleman was inside? Luo Qingyun leaned closer to Su Ning's ear and spoke softly. Su Ning's eyes darted around as if she had grasped the situation. My dear lady, there is no need for formality. We have done nothing at all. Moreover, there is no gentleman in the carriage. We should be on our way, she declared aloud within the carriage. What? No gentleman? How can that be? My informant told me that the emperor and empress had entered a carriage heading this way. They orchestrated this scene to capture the emperor's attention. If the emperor is not within the carriage, then all my efforts have been in vain, she lamented, recalling the elaborate makeup she had spent the morning applying and the exquisite fabric she had purchased at great expense. As the emperor's carriage gradually departed, Chu Ling Shuang stood dumbfounded on the street, while a few ruffians who had been rendered immobile by Sui Feng spoke up. Miss, we cannot be captured. Please release us. Chu Ling Shuang, filled with bitterness, turned to free them from their paralysis. Quickly, change your clothes and do not show yourselves in the capital again. In the blink of an eye, the group vanished from sight. Just as Chu Ling Shuang intended to leave, Sui Feng arrived with several constables. Miss, what became of those ruffians? He inquired. I'll let them go. She replied. Let them go. They behaved improperly, causing disturbances in the streets of the capital. They should be punished. How could you release them? I believe they did not commit a grave offense, and they begged for mercy, so I allowed them to depart, Chu Ling Shuang explained. Very well, they are gone now, and there is nothing more to be done. I appreciate your hard work, constables, Sui Feng said to the officers. It's quite all right. Thank you, Sir Sui Feng. We shall return now. Go ahead. I apologize for the inconvenience. After performing for so long with no audience, how embarrassing. Suddenly, a woman approached and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Chu Ling Shuang looked up to see Murong Zi striding towards her with a mocking expression. She wished to avoid this harbinger of misfortune, knowing that encountering her would bring no good. She attempted to leave, but Murong Zi was unwilling to let her pass. Swiftly blocking her path. Do not walk away. Dare you clarify the matter before this gentleman? Murong Zi challenged. Do I have a grudge against you? Why do you persistently target me? In truth, I harbor no animosity. I simply find you unpleasant, Murong Zi replied. Do not go too far. How have I gone too far? I merely wish for this gentleman to know the truth. What truth? Sui Feng inquired. Those individuals just now were in cahoots, Murong Zi began, but was abruptly interrupted by Chu Ling Shuang. Silence. You must be quiet. Chu Ling Shuang lunged at Murong Zi, and a scuffle ensued between the two. Observing the inexplicable altercation, Sui Feng shook his head and departed. Are the young ladies of today so quick-tempered, so prone to physical altercations? Sui Feng reported the incident to the emperor, who paused momentarily in his work. What are the names of those two young ladies? The first is called Chu Ling Shuang, and the latter is Murong Zi. How familiar they sound. Ah, now I remember. Just days before the empress's birthday banquet, these two were embroiled in a brawl on the street. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Chu Ling Shuang must have heard of the tale between myself and Ning, and now seeks to mimic the allure of Dong Shi. hoping to draw my attention. How utterly foolish. Does she believe any woman can captivate my gaze? Chapter 27. The Emperor's Overbearing Affection for the Little Cook, Part 27. Luo Qingyun swiftly reviewed the memorials, eager to conclude his duties and return to the inner palace to be with his beloved wife. In just 2 days, the new year would arrive, and he wished to celebrate a joyful New Year's Eve with Ning. After the festivities, he would leave Luo Qingyang to govern the state while accompanying his wife back to her family home. Ning insisted on returning alone, but he could not bear the thought. She was still young and naive to the dangers of the world. He needed to stay close by her side. Besides, how could he endure the long, lonely night without her? Ning, have you cooked again? Yes, I prepared some delicious dishes and sent some to the Empress Dowager. She seems to quite like her, showing no resistance to her becoming the Empress. It is often said that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are natural adversaries. Yet the Empress Dowager treats her kindly, even urging Su Ning to hurry and bear grandchild. Did the Empress Dowager praise her daughter-in-law for her filial piety? She did, remarking on how perceptive her son is to have chosen such a rare and virtuous wife. "Haha, my darling, you truly have a thick skin. Does my husband think I am among the rarest in the world?" "Not quite." "Humph." Su Ning pouted. "Indeed, you're one of a kind." Luo Qingyun kissed her pouting lips. "That is more like it." Su Ning, being a modern woman, was far less reserved than those of ancient times. During their courtship, affectionate gestures such as kisses were commonplace. She was bold and spirited. As long as they did not result in premarital pregnancy, it was not deemed inappropriate. Each encounter left Luo Qingyun utterly enchanted. How could he ever bear to part from this enchanting woman? As the two enjoyed a candlelit dinner, they began discussing the events of the day. "Are you saying that Chu Ling Shuang intends to seduce you? Rest assured, my heart will forever belong to you and cannot be swayed." Oh my, to so brazenly entice another husband in broad daylight. How shameless. "Husband? You mean my lord?" Ning's unique way of addressing him was utterly charming. In Luo Qingyun's eyes, Su Ning was nothing short of a treasure. She was beautiful, even without adornments. Her culinary skills unmatched, surpassing any other. Her words were melodious, often filled with novel insights that made him feel she was exceptionally learned. Even her rebukes were delivered with grace, always managing to convey her discontent without resorting to vulgarity. He adored witnessing her fierce spirit when she defended herself. The more he looked, the more he adored her. "What are you smiling at?" "I find myself lost in thought about my beloved wife. Is it as though I have never married in several lifetimes?" "You have not married in this life. Will you marry me in the next? Who knows if we will even enjoy this life together, yet you're already planning for the next. How could Ning say such a thing? Is there no happiness in being with me? Happiness? To have everything handed to me on a silver platter and still claim discontent would be to deceive the heavens. Besides, I have a handsome husband to indulge in. Let's practice our skills after dinner. One must not grow lax in their training. Is practicing on the bed acceptable? No, it is not. Well, everything shall be as my wife wishes. I am gradually becoming a devoted husband." 2 days before the new year, the emperor sealed his imperial brush and ceased to review memorials, only resuming his writing after the 3rd day of the new year. During these days, he has only written a few auspicious characters to bestow upon the various palaces as tokens of blessing. The spring festival couplets were crafted by the scholars of the Hanlin Academy and were affixed at the doors of the palaces by the eunuchs assigned to this task on New Year's Eve. On the evening of the 30th, the royal family gathered to usher in the new year, a tradition that entails sharing a sumptuous reunion dinner, feasting from the early evening until the late hours. On this day, Su Ning encountered a member of the royal family, the second prince, Luo Qingyun. With features as delicate as a painting and a demeanor exuding grace, he resembled an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. The royal lineage truly boasts remarkable beauty. Qingyun acknowledged the royal sister-in-law, and rather than bowing to others, he approached Su Ning to greet her. "Are you the second? How could she be so impolite?" Referring to him simply as the second prince. He is indeed the second brother, having journeyed far and wide, and it is a rare occasion to see him. Luo Qingyun introduced him. As everyone gathered, they took their seats to dine together. The couple, Luo Qingyang and his wife, also arrived. and all four brothers were present this year. The Empress Dowager remained for a brief while before retiring, leaving behind the younger crowd. In such gatherings, only the principal wives are deemed worthy of attendance. Hence the hall was filled with 6 royals and a throng of attendants. With the Empress Dowager present, Su Ning maintained a facade of decorum, but once she departed, her true self emerged. Come, come, let us fill our cups. Tonight we shall drink to our heart's content. The palace attendants came forth to refill everyone's glasses, and Su Ning raised her cup, downing its contents in one go. I shall drink first to express my respect, she proclaimed, her youthful ignorance evident, as she would subsequently rely on her brothers for support. Luo Qingyun attempted to intervene, but was too late. Witnessing her guzzle the wine like a seasoned rogue. "Dear sister-in-law, you are quite the drinker," exclaimed Luo Qing, whose eyes began to droop from the effects of the drink. "It's nothing. I recall a time when I single-handedly drank an entire table under the table," she boasted, standing with one foot on her chair, cup in hand, ready to drink again. "What year was that?" Luo Qingyun inquired, seizing her cup. "It was that very year," she replied, her words evoking images of falling snowflakes and blooming plum blossoms. And as she spoke, she began to sing. "You've had too much. You must stop drinking," he insisted. "I'm not drunk. I can still sing." The others shared the sentiment that she had indeed imbibed too much and hoped the emperor would intervene. In a fleeting moment of love and hate, raising our cups to the moon, our emotions are as vast as the heavens, love and hate intertwined. Tell me, when shall we fall in love? Though intoxicated, her singing was rather melodious, albeit the lyrics were peculiar. Did her emotions toward the emperor not run smooth? What nonsensical lyrics are these? Luo Qingyun bent down to carry her outside. "You all drink slowly. I shall escort this drunken fool back." The wine, a refined essence of grain, renders one increasingly youthful with each sip. How amusing. Even as he departed, he couldn't resist uttering drunken remarks. Once the emperor left, Hua Yuechu declared her weariness, and Luo Qingyang accompanied her out as well. The great hall was left with only the second and fourth brothers. The second brother maintained an air of tranquility throughout, as if the preceding events had never occurred. "Brother, now that they have all left, it is just the 2 of us left to welcome the new year. Because we have no wives. What if next year we both marry? Might it be that no one will keep vigil for the new year? Who do you plan to marry?" "In no one. I was merely making an analogy. Once we are both wed, the third brother's son can take on the responsibility of keeping vigil." "Indeed, brother, you are quite clever. We still have the next generation." Chapter 28. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Chef, Part 28. The consequences of excessive drinking manifest as a splitting headache the following day. Luo Qingyun tenderly massaged her temples. "You mustn't drink so much in the future. Do you understand?" "I understand. I thought ancient wine wouldn't affect one so much." "What ancient wine?" "It is the sorghum liquor buried within the palace." "Were there firecrackers last night?" "I didn't hear a thing." "There were, but you were so inebriated that you couldn't even hear the thunder." "What nonsense! In the heart of winter, who hears thunder? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" "I don't feel hungry, but I suppose I should eat something." "Help me up. I need to move around a bit." Luo Qingyun assisted her to sit up for a while, then gently guided her around the room. He admired her resilience, finding her fortitude refreshing. She was undeniably uncomfortable, yet stubbornly determined to recover swiftly. Had it been another woman, she might have indulged in complaints and stayed in bed all day. Shaoan instructed the 2 maidservants, Mingyue and Saixia, to bring in the food, and the emperor joined her for a meal. "You haven't skipped breakfast too, have you? It is already well past noon." She had been so heavily intoxicated that she had not yet awakened, and it seemed Luo Qingyun had also neglected his meal. Replying Her Majesty, "The emperor is waiting for you to eat together," Shaoan remarked. "Waiting for what?" "I overslept from drinking too much." "Are you not hungry?" "I cannot eat alone. I must wait for a Ning." "What a peculiar habit. How did you survive for 26 years? After only a few months of knowing her." "How did I manage before?" "Previously, my heart was unencumbered. Now, with a Ning in my thoughts, I feel her discomfort, and, in turn, I cannot eat." How touching. Though the 2 had not yet formally wed, the palace had already begun to treat Su Ning as the empress. After their meal, they proceeded to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, who graciously bestowed upon her a generous red envelope. The emperor informed the Empress Dowager of his intention to accompany Su Ning back to Beiming, which met with her vehement opposition. As the sovereign of a nation, how can you act so recklessly? To marry the one you love is one thing, but to abandon state affairs for leisure? Do you wish to disregard the Eastern Lu's territory? Mother, your words are too severe. The nation is currently at peace. The affairs of the court will be managed by the third brother, and with the second brother returned. My absence will allow him to collaborate with the third brother in governance. The fourth brother has also reached adulthood and can stand on his own. There will be no chaos. Your Majesty, how could you be so foolish as to grant such power to the princes? Are you not afraid they may harbor treasonous intentions? Mother is being overly cautious. My younger brother is not that sort of person. If he were, I would relish the opportunity for leisure. Are you attempting to infuriate Mother? Su, why do you allow such absurdity without intervention? Mother, I tried to dissuade him, but he would not listen. If it weren't for having promised Father, I would have no intention of returning. Mother, you need not worry. Nothing will happen. Simply await the arrival of your grandchildren. Luo Qingyun deftly grasped the Empress Dowager's deepest desire, and with a mere mention of grandchildren, her ire dissipated. Su, are you expecting? Su Ning gazed at Luo Qingyun, bemused by his unreliability and erratic behavior as he winked at her. Mother, it will happen soon. Good, the sooner the better. I have heard that the third son's wife is with child. You must put in more effort. I shall. I can no longer manage your affairs. Just ensure you bring me several grandchildren. Yes, Mother, I will exert myself doubly, aiming to deliver twins. This earned him a sharp glare from the Empress Dowager. On Ning, Mother-esque glare suggests she thinks 2 is insufficient. Perhaps we should aim for 3. As you wish, Your Majesty. Their playful banter seemed to lighten the Empress Dowager's mood, prompting her to send them off to attend to their own matters. Mother wishes for us to return and procreate, Luo Qingyun remarked on their way back to the palace. Su Ning fell silent, noticing a throng of people trailing behind them. Silence implied acquiescence. He longed to cover his mouth. Upon returning to the palace, they dismissed everyone and made their way to the bed. Are you ready, Ning? Shall we begin? No. Why not? I'm not yet grown. Didn't you just have your monthly cycle? Does that not signify maturity? Who told you that? Is it not true? No. Come lie down, and I shall explain. What? Must one be 18? That means we must wait another 2 years, and that would surely distress the Empress Dowager. She merely explained the normal process of human development. She never insisted that one must be over 18 to conceive. Look how anxious you are. Are you worried? I am indifferent, regardless. If Ning does not bear me children, she still sleeps in my bed. Should you not value heirs? If I truly valued heirs, I would have long ago produced a dozen with those women, and you would not be in the picture if you had already fathered a dozen. I would refuse to be your empress. Ning too would feel jealous. This is not jealousy, but a matter of principle. I refuse to accept a man who has been used by others. What do you mean by a used man? Is he making a cold joke? Ning queried. What does used entail? It means he has been with other women. He is no longer pure, understand? Well, that was not intentional. There were circumstances. You cannot possibly have already. No. I have not. I was merely asking. Not intentional can be forgiven, provided there are no complications. What if one day a woman arrives with a child claiming him as their father? That would surely be mortifying. What do you mean by complications? Luo Qingyun, could it be that you have had women in the past? It seems this is an unspoken truth. Indeed, you have, you great deceiver, claiming I am your only one. Just wait until I uncover your secrets. Ning, there is nothing. Nothing? I have no women. I was merely jesting with you. That cannot be true. You must be concealing something from me. Speak the truth, or if I discover it later, I shall not spare you. They hardly qualify as my women. They are merely palace maids selected by the matron, and I have done nothing but observe. Ning, do not look at me like that. I did not touch them. I am innocent and entirely yours. Tell me how that maid instructed you. Must I? Very well, I shall recount. The maid disrobed, inviting me to indulge in her charms. Fearing I might be inexperienced, she offered guidance. And then, I told her I understood and that she could leave. I swear by heaven and earth, I did not lay a single finger upon her. And the maid? I have never seen her again. What sort of custom is this? Is this some sort of ancient anatomy lesson? Chapter 29. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Cook, Part 29. According to Luo Qingyan, he was merely 16 at the time. Truly, futile thoughts can cause great harm. Henceforth, her children shall not be subjected to such education. She shall raise them herself. Boys shall not marry before the age of 20, and girls must not engage in romance too early. Your Majesty, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Speak. On Ning, as long as it does not involve abandoning me, I shall acquiesce to your request. How could I ever abandon you? I intend to tether you to my waist, carrying you wherever I go. And where shall you take me, On Ning? To the Wang residence. To visit the esteemed dowager, he, Uncle Tong, and Asian. I have been in the palace for 2 or 3 months without returning. I long to see my old friends. Why is your Majesty not jealous today? Every mention of Luo Qingyang used to provoke your jealousy, and Su Ning had to sacrifice her charm to placate you. I am no longer jealous once I am satisfied. Previously, I feigned jealousy to receive On Ning's tender comfort. Now that little Ning is so gentle and virtuous, there is no need for cunning to seek affection. The Emperor, hand in hand with Su Ning, arrived at the Wang residence, where all the members of the household knelt in welcome. Luo Qingyang ushered them into the hall, inviting the Emperor to take a seat. If your royal brother has summoned me, there must be important matters at hand. I have no business. Rather, it is On Ning who has something to address. What could it be that the Empress has to discuss? The Emperor has issued a decree. Henceforth, she shall be referred to as the Empress. And the name Ning Ning shall remain hidden in the depths of the heart, to be whispered only in the quiet of night. I have come to visit the Dowager, for it has been too long since I have seen you all. Your Majesty, how considerate of you to remember this old woman. The Dowager, he was deeply touched, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Ning and the Dowager conversed in the Dowager's quarters, leaving the Emperor and the third prince in the hall. My brother, in due time, I shall accompany On Ning to Baiming. You shall manage the court affairs in my absence. I will enlist the assistance of the second and fourth brothers to support you, and I shall strive to return as soon as possible. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall safeguard the court and protect the East Luo in your stead. I have the utmost confidence in you. Your second elder brother has grown accustomed to idleness. He must not be allowed to stray any further. As a scion of the royal family, it is our duty to contribute to the nation. As long as we brothers unite in purpose, no obstacle shall thwart us. Indeed, my elder brother speaks wisely. I shall keep his words firmly in my heart. Su Ning and the noble consort he engaged in light-hearted conversation, with the consort grasping her hand and expressing her sentiments. I always said you are no ordinary girl, and indeed, you have gained the Emperor's favor and ascended to the central palace. Such fortune is rare and must be cherished. Rest assured, Your Grace, I am not one to lack reason or to become arrogant due to affection. I shall treasure the Emperor's kindness. Your Majesty, please enjoy some tea. Sister Xia, there is no need for formality. I have brought some exquisite tea for the noble consort. Mingyue, please bring it forth. Mingyue placed a box upon the table. This is a gift from the Emperor, said to be exceptionally rare and thus precious. As I do not partake in tea, I present it to the noble consort. Thank you, Your Majesty, the consort replied. Your Grace, you may simply call me Su, which feels more endearing and down-to-earth. Calling me Your Majesty seems too formal. Very well, Su. Dear child, you truly are a remarkable girl. It is a pity that your son lacks such fortune, she remarked, glancing at Wayuchu beside her. If only both of you could be my daughters-in-law. In the kitchen of the third prince's residence, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. The imperial presence demanded utmost diligence, and Chef Tong was fully alert, aware that he was preparing a meal for the Emperor, an experience not afforded to many. Uncle Tong, Ajun, I have returned to see you. Su Ning called from outside the kitchen, eliciting surprise and joy among the staff. It's Su Ning. She has come to visit us. Ajun was the first to rush out. Su Ning, we have missed you so, Ajun exclaimed, embracing her and shedding tears. Silly girl, why are you crying? Indeed, Ajun, do not soil the Empress's garments. The kitchen staff gathered, bowing in respect. There is no need for such formalities. I merely wish to see how you all fared. Given the kindness of the noble consort and the prince, I am certain you are all thriving. Yes, we're all well, Suning. And you? Is the emperor treating you kindly? Very well indeed. When I expressed my desire to visit you, he graciously accompanied me. That is splendid. Suning, being alone in the palace, you must exercise caution and refrain from speaking recklessly, lest you offend the noble ones. The empress and the emperor are both very kind to me. There are no nobles I could possibly offend. There is no need for your concern, Ajahn. And what of those favored consorts? They too are well. There is nothing to worry about. At present, it is unwise to speculate whether the emperor might dismiss the harem. Circumstances can change. Although he treats her well now, if he were to act as her father did, she would not be as weak as her mother, allowing the unworthy to benefit. Kaixia, please distribute the palace confections for them to taste. The maid presented a box of pastries, sharing them among the group. These delicacies were from the palace, something they had never tasted before. The maids and matrons expressed their gratitude, and after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Xiao Anzi arrived to inform them that the emperor requested the empress return, lest she catch a chill. The emperor is indeed very kind to you. Once again, it sparked the envy of the maidens. I shall take my leave now, as my presence may hinder your tasks. Please continue your work. Very well. We are preparing lunch for you and the emperor. It has been a long time since Su Ning has savored the royal cuisine. She must indulge today. All right, Uncle Tong. Farewell. In the parlor, Luo Qingyun had already consumed 2 pots of tea, and as Su Ning had yet to return, she instructed Xiao Anzi to step outside and check on her, concerned that she might be feeling cold. I'm back. How was your conversation, you two? Su Ning entered the room, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Indeed, we have made a rare visit. We cannot return on empty stomachs. Upon seeing his wife's serious demeanor, the emperor quickly composed himself, donning a warm and gentle expression as he gazed affectionately at Su Ning. Did you enjoy your chat? Yes, indeed. I have shared meals and lived together with them for 3 years. That is a bond forged in pure, revolutionary spirit. What kind of bond? The bond among the poor. That is a relationship devoid of impurities, free from harm or exploitation, only filled with support and assistance. Her words led the 2 men in the room to ponder deeply. While they enjoyed lives of luxury, this young girl tirelessly worked, chopping wood and tending to their needs. Particularly, Luo Qingyang felt a pang of emotion. Quickly turning his face away, Ning will no longer be among the poor. She will be the wealthiest person in the world. Chapter 30. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Cook, Part 30. Wealth is merely an external possession. Enough to suffice is sufficient. Excess serves no purpose. Excess serves no purpose. Yet you extort so much from me. 10,000 taels a month, and even your subordinates deem me a foolish ruler for employing a cook at such a price. Is that extortion? It is a mutual agreement. You are indeed justified. Luo Qingyun playfully pinched her nose and handed her a cup of hot tea. First, enjoy this warm tea to soothe your body. The emperor then began to crack open walnuts from the table, one relishing the act of peeling while the other savored the fruits of his labor, filling the hall with the sounds of cracking and munching walnuts. Luo Qingyang observed the two before him and recalled the time Su Ning was at the royal residence, when walnuts had just come into season. He distinctly remembered Su Ning purchasing them from the market and using a small hammer to crack them open, extracting the kernels for him to enjoy. He claimed not to like them, urging her to eat instead, and he watched her as she cracked and consumed them, finishing an entire bag while he teased her for resembling a little squirrel. Your Highness, lunch is prepared. Shall we serve the dishes? Luo Qingyang snapped back to reality and instructed for the meal to be served. He also summoned the Grand Dowager and the Princess Consort to join them for the meal. The dining experience was warm and amicable, with Su Ning's lively discourse encouraging everyone to eat heartily. Having indulged excessively the day before, I shall abstain from alcohol today. It is detrimental to one's health. Upon seeing the wine jars brought in by the servants, Su Ning resolutely declined. Sister-in-law, this is a fruit wine prepared by my sister. I had it specially retrieved from the Xiang residence. It is sweet. Please give it a try. Sweet, you say? Perhaps I should sample it? She turned to Luo Qingyun. You glutton. If you crave it, then drink sparingly. Indeed, just a little. Pour me a cup. The maid poured the drink, and Su Ning raised the cup to take a sip. Not bad at all. You should try it. She extended the cup towards Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun took a sip and nodded appreciatively. And Ning enjoyed drinking and had requested a larger batch to be brewed this year. Yes, yes. I will also brew some myself, experimenting with various flavors to store for later. Will Ning brew wine as well? Of course, I possess many skills. If the Empress Dowager likes it, please take some back to enjoy. No, no, you should keep it for yourselves. I prefer what I make. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. On their way back to the palace, Su Ning did not forget to inquire if Sui Feng and Xiao had eaten enough. We are well fed. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. She had not seen the two during her meal and worried they might be hungry. Why not ask if I have eaten enough? Did you not say so yourself at the table? Luo Qingyun embraced his wife, feeling that he had only attended to her needs and had not eaten his fill. He worried about her drinking too much, not having enough to eat, and even the threat of fish bones. After all his efforts, his wife seemed solely concerned about her two attendants, neglecting him entirely. With his hunger unfulfilled, he decided to indulge in some playful affection with his wife. Su Ning, fearing the people outside the carriage might hear, allowed Luo Qingyun to be mischievous, stifling any sounds until her lips were tinged with red. She could only glare at him, not daring to resist. It was a delightful sensation. Luo Qingyun burst in a hearty laughter, leaving the two outside exchanging puzzled glances, wondering why the emperor was so joyful. At the end of the month, he received a letter from Su Minran, who had now taken over the position of head of the Su family, expressing hope for Su Ning's swift return. Remarkably, within less than a month, he had assumed leadership and managed to send the letter to the capital with great haste. The journey from the capital to the Su family must take at least 10 days. It seemed that upon returning home, Su Minran had swiftly taken charge and dispatched the letter at once. Luo Qingyun had already arranged everything, setting off for the capital the very next day after receiving the letter. Xiaoan and Sui Feng accompanied them, while Mingyue and Saixia attended to Su Ning, with hidden guards providing discreet protection. Such a grand display made Su Ning feel somewhat guilty. It was merely a visit to her family. Yet it seemed the entire court was aware. If you abandon the court to accompany me home, will they not say I am a source of calamity? They will. And they will claim I am bewitched by beauty, becoming a foolish monarch. Then why do you still leave the capital with me? If I were no longer an emperor, would Ning still love me? Indeed, I would. Rest assured, even if you became a beggar, I would love you still. And Ning, I am truly touched. Touched by what? Do you really think you would become a beggar? Could you not let him feel a little moved? They traveled with 2 carriages, half filled with luggage and clothing. 2 maidens occupied the rear carriage, while Xiaoan drove. The emperor and Su Ning were at the front, with Sui Feng guiding the carriage, stopping along the way to indulge in delightful sights and delectable treats, fulfilling every request uttered by Su Ning. Eventually, Su Ning fell silent, urging them to hasten their pace. At this rate, it would take 20 days to reach Beiming. Why has Ning stopped speaking? Do we have any news of my mother? Not yet. Su Minran is also spending considerable resources to seek her out. If she were still alive in this world, there should have been news by now. I have appeared, so why has she not? And Ning, do not be disheartened. You still have me, and I shall cherish you for a lifetime. Why must one be so sentimental? She merely inquired about her mother's well-being. If she cannot be found, then so be it. She is not her mother. Luo Qingyun, noticing her silence, assumed she was still sorrowful and embraced her as one would comfort a child, which only caused Su Ning's lips to twitch in irritation. She was no child. In her past life, she was nearly 30, older than him. However, the current Su Ning was only 16, still a minor, so let him comfort her. And Ning, are you no longer sad? Su Ning remained silent. And Ning, the girl had fallen asleep in his arms. After all his coaxing, she had not even listened. As the group entered the territory of Beiming, they were met with a warm reception. Arrangements for meals and lodging were meticulously organized. In 3 days, they would arrive at the Su residence. Did Ning feel any trepidation about returning home? No, she had no recollection of her past. I had forgotten, and Ning does not remember the past. Perhaps returning home will help her recover lost memories. Yet, perhaps it is best to forget the unpleasant ones. In prominent families, who does not have a few sordid affairs in their backyard? Your father's actions are hardly noteworthy. Are you trying to defend him? No. Those who have caused Ning's suffering are unforgivable. I merely wish to inform Ning that upon returning to the Su residence, she may encounter even more bizarre and unsavory matters, so she should not be too taken aback. This lady's eyes do not tolerate sand. Should I encounter such matters, I shall not spare them and will make them rue the day. And Ning, you are the empress. There is no need for you to sully your hands. The maids I have arranged for you are all exceptionally skilled. Chapter 31. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Chef, Part 31. Outside Su family fortress, early in the morning. The heads of each household and matriarchs awaited eagerly. Today marked the return of the Su family's legitimate daughter, and the family head had summoned all to welcome her. Su Min-ran did not inform them that the emperor was accompanying them. It was Luo Qingyun who had written to him, advising discretion. He disguised himself as a servant to follow Su Ning closely. Most of those who came to greet were Su Ning's elders. And after waiting for a long time without her arrival, complaints began to surface. Eldest brother, you have wronged Ninger, now that you wish to treat her better. That is your concern, but do we really need the entire family to welcome her? Ninger is now the empress, granted by imperial decree. Should we feel aggrieved to welcome her? The crowd fell silent. They had not anticipated that this girl would rise to such fortune, having assumed that both she and her mother had perished outside. With the elder branch's estate lacking in heir, they had expected to benefit from it. Now, with her marrying the emperor, would her dowry be insignificant? They could only expect to drink soup instead. After waiting for over an hour, Su Ning's carriage finally arrived. Everyone respectfully knelt on the ground, awaiting the emergence of the Su family's young lady. At first glance, this carriage was no ordinary conveyance. Even those from noble families had never seen such opulence. Indeed, being the emperor's woman was extraordinary. As the wind rustled, a low stool was placed for the master to disembark. Luo Qingyun lifted the carriage curtain, stepping down gracefully with her long legs, and turned back to assist Su Ning. After dismounting the carriage, Su Ning helped Su Min-ran to rise, prompting everyone to stand as well. She was unaccustomed to having a group of elders kneeling before her. Ninger, your room has been prepared by your father. After your arduous journey, you should rest, he said. Very well, let us proceed inside. Su Ning followed Su Min-ran into the grand courtyard of the Su family, while the others dispersed to their respective quarters, each lost in their own thoughts. If Su Ning could ascend to the position of empress, could their daughter not also enter the palace? It would be prudent to cultivate a closer relationship. Perhaps they might benefit from her status. Su Min-ran had meticulously decorated the room, transforming it into a splendid space rivaling that of a palace. Do you not feel a sense of returning home? Ning's home is indeed my home. We have returned. But do you not perceive how your father has adorned the room like a royal chamber? He wishes to ensure Ning is not treated inadequately. We shall not stay long. It seems a great extravagance. The table was laden with tea and delicacies as the two sat down to eat and converse. The lunch was lavish, akin to a grand banquet, accompanied by the elder and Su Min-ran, as well as several of Su Ning's uncles, all relatively young, yet exhibiting composure and propriety in their demeanor. As they greeted the elders, Su Ning introduced Luo Qingyun. This is my boyfriend, the Emperor of Donglu, Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun acknowledged the elder and several uncles with a nod before settling beside Su Ning. It took a moment for the others to remember to pay their respects. There is no need for excessive formality among family. Please be at ease. With the emperor present, how can we continue to dine? Why did my brother not inform them beforehand? The meal was a mix of comfort and tension. Min-ran, you should have given prior notice. What if we had inadvertently slighted his majesty? After the meal, the elder reprimanded. Father, it was his majesty's wish to keep this matter discreet. Only those present are aware. Others must remain uninformed, as the emperor wishes to avoid unnecessary commotion. If this were made known, local officials would be at a loss on how to host him. Luo Qingyun merely accompanied his wife home as a son-in-law. Ninger will not stay long. She will return to the capital next month for the marriage of the Su family's daughter. I shall ensure she has a splendid bridal procession into the palace, and she shall not be wronged. But why would the emperor wish to marry a daughter of the Su family? Is it for their wealth? It seems unlikely. His Majesty genuinely cherishes Ninger, and it was I who insisted on acknowledging my daughter. Su Ning had no desire to recognize him as her father. Regardless of the reasons, having an empress from the Su family will undoubtedly be advantageous for future business endeavors. We must ensure the emperor is well received, allowing Ninger to gain honor in his presence. Indeed, I understand the importance. Su Ning and Luo Qingyun proceeded to the courtyard where she and her mother had once resided. A pristine and tidy little abode, evidently maintained by someone. A young maid approached, greeting her with a bow. I have seen the young lady. You have returned. Do you recognize me? Su Ning inquired. Miss, I am Chun Mei. Do you not remember? I have been attending to you for 6 months since you left. I have forgotten much of the past. Please share what you remember. When I was brought here, you and your mother were already residing in this courtyard. The master seldom visited, and whenever he did, he was invariably driven away by your mother, leaving him in a fit of anger. One day, an unfamiliar man inexplicably appeared in the courtyard, and Aunt Ruan suddenly accused your mother of infidelity with him. In a fit of rage, your mother wounded Aunt Ruan with a dagger, and shortly thereafter, she took you away from the Su residence. Where is Aunt Ruan now? After she recovered from her injuries, she vanished, and I know not where she is. The master instructed me to clean this courtyard, stating that your mother would return, as would you. Miss, we all know your mother was framed. Why did she not return with you? It seems this girl is unaware of her circumstances. After my mother and I left the Su family, we became separated, and I know not where she has been these past years. Ah, does the master not know either? No, he is also searching for her. He hopes to atone for his sins upon finding her. The young girl bowed her head in silence, her expression tinged with sadness. Su Ning took Luo Qingyun's hand as they departed the courtyard. The north was colder than the capital, and fearing for Su Ning's comfort, Luo Qingyun drew her into her embrace, enveloping her in her cloak. I'm not afraid of the cold. Perhaps it is due to the fact that the original owner grew up in the north. She felt no chill at all. It was already February, and it was hardly cold when the winds did not blow. Is there anything that a Ning fears in this world? Luo Qingyun had never witnessed Su Ning in a state of panic or sorrow. Of course, he wished for his beloved to be happy forever. Yet, why did this girl seem devoid of weaknesses? Other young ladies might tremble at the slightest unexpected occurrence, seeking refuge in a man's arms. Why was a Ning not like that? Fear? What should I be afraid of? Young girls are often timid, fearing many things, such as cockroaches. Su Ning shook her head. A cockroach was not formidable enough to warrant fear. What about snakes? While she was not afraid of cockroaches, surely she must fear snakes. Su Ning shook her head again. If one was swift enough, one could simply grab the snake by its tail and toss it aside. She had never feared snakes since childhood. And mice? Su Ning shook her head once more. Mice were far less frightening than snakes. Poisonous snakes posed a certain danger. While mice were merely to be beaten, what was there to fear? Then, does a Ning fear thunder? Su Ning shook her head, whether the original owner feared it. She did not know, but she herself was unafraid. Chapter 32. The Emperor's Favor Towards the Little Chef, Part 32. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to frighten me with a mouse? How could he frighten her? He was more concerned about inadvertently scaring her. Why ask me what I fear? I merely wish to know if a Ning has anything she fears. I know. Sister Ning fears caterpillars. A woman's voice suddenly echoed from behind. The two had been so engrossed in conversation that they had not noticed her approach. Luo Qingyun cast a glance at Sui Feng in the distance, who felt a shiver run down his spine. He refrained from intervening, believing the young girl to be in no danger. Where did you spring from? I, Sister Ning, merely ventured out for a stroll and happened upon you all. And who might you be? How old are you? Sister Ning, do you not remember me? I am Su Han, a year your junior, now 15, and the daughter of your second uncle. Ah, Su Han, I had forgotten. Sister Ning, you have endured much. It is that wretched Aunt Ruan who has caused you such distress. How do you know Aunt Ruan is to blame? I overheard father and mother discussing it. Uncle has been bewitched by that woman, neglecting Aunt. You appear to know quite a bit. That is all I know, nothing more. If one were to disregard the young girl's expression and only listen to her words, she would seem like an innocent child. However, her eyes frequently darting toward Luo Qingyun hinted at deeper intentions. It is quite chilly, We should return. Are you cold, Ning? Upon hearing her mention the cold, Luo Qingyun quickly enveloped her in his embrace. Sister Ning, you are to marry the emperor. How can you be so intimate with another man? Oh well, we are at home. The emperor is unaware of this. Please, do not tell anyone. What? My father claims he is the emperor. Could that be false? This man is truly handsome. Marrying such a person would be quite fortunate, even if he were not the emperor. We must hurry back to the room. We cannot let others see us. Luo Qingyun held on to Su Ning and departed. Su Han lingered for a moment before leaving, needing to ascertain the true identity of this man. As soon as they returned to their room, Su Minran approached. I see the emperor. There is no need for such formalities, my son-in-law. I have come to discuss the dowry arrangements for Ning. Father, please speak freely. I have prepared houses and shops for you near the capital, making it convenient for Ning to manage in the future. Additionally, I have arranged 10 carts of jewelry and adornments to be taken from Baiming. Upon your arrival in the capital, someone will be there to assist you. You will then transfer them into red silk boxes, ensuring you do not lose face when entering the palace. Thank you, Father. No need for thanks. This is your due. However, I have yet to locate your mother. I worry you may face difficulties upon your marriage. Do not fret. Just make the effort to find her. Very well. Ning, rest with the emperor. Ning, come out. I have something to discuss with you. There is no need to go out. You may speak here. I believe there is nothing to conceal from Luo Qingyun. Upon hearing that Su Ning was to be called out, Luo Qingyun felt displeased. But when Su Ning suggested they converse here, he felt more at ease, knowing his wife was aligned with him. Did Su Han seek you today? We encountered one another in the courtyard, but I sense it was not merely a coincidence. She kept her gaze fixed on her brother-in-law. Cough, cough, Ning. How is it that I remain unaware? Do not speak. What is it you wish to convey? It is good that you have noticed, Ning. I merely wish to remind you to keep an eye on her, lest she take advantage of the emperor's leniency. The second son must have returned to inform her mother and daughter that Su Ning's companion is the emperor, and Su Han cannot contain her ambition to ascend socially. Rest assured, Father, she would not dare to act recklessly. If she attempts to entice her man, I shall break her fingers. Ning, you must safeguard your man and ensure that no woman entices him away. As soon as Su Minran departed, Luo Qingyun feigned a look of terror. Fear not. If he is indeed lured away, I shall simply find another. Find another what? Another man, of course. There are countless men in this world. Surely, one will not be so easily swayed. Ning, I shall not be swayed, so there is no need for a replacement. Not swayed, you say? Then I suppose I shall make do for now. How does Ning wish to indulge? Why speak of passion in broad daylight? Su Han returned to her quarters, her heart racing. The man she desired was one she wished to marry. Even being a concubine would suffice. She did not believe Su Ning's words. He must surely be the emperor, for otherwise she would not dare embrace him openly in the courtyard, especially not with subordinates lurking nearby. How could she separate them? As long as Su Ning was absent, she would seize her opportunity. If she could just get closer to the emperor, he would have no choice but to accept her. She had been secretly observing for days, but had yet to spot the emperor alone. Time flew by, and soon, her uncle had arranged Su Ning's dowry, while several uncles prepared gifts for their niece. Her mother had also made arrangements to deliver it. Mother, I shall take Ning's gifts. Her mother, sensing her daughter's intentions, advised. Honor, I have already inquired. The emperor will take another consort. Your uncle has offered nearly all the family fortune with one condition: for the emperor to dismiss the harem and solely favor Su Ning. Do not harbor any foolish dreams. Is that possible? Has the emperor agreed? He has indeed. The emperor's word is as good as gold. It cannot be false. Su Ning is truly fortunate. I wish I had such a father. Honor, you are mistaken. This is only because the emperor favors Su Ning. Otherwise, how could he acquiesce to such terms from your uncle? I must give it a try. Would Ning's sister not miss home while alone in the palace? Perhaps I could enter the palace to keep her company. If you wish to humiliate yourself, then go ahead. In Su Ning's chamber. The two had just shared a tender moment, the atmosphere still thick with intimacy, when Xiao Anzi announced that Miss Su had arrived. Have her wait outside. Su Ning tidied herself before stepping out to greet her, only to find Luo Qingyun lounging on the bed, casting a mischievous glance her way. Darling, be swift and return. Upon exiting, Su Ning beheld a floral peacock perched at the table. Sister, what is this? Ning's sister, this is a gift from our parents. An adornment for your bridal attire, sent by Honor. Thank you, sister, and please extend my gratitude to uncle and aunt. No need for thanks. We are family. Mingwei, serve the tea. Noticing that her sister had matters to discuss, Su Ning realized she would not be leaving soon. Ning's sister, I heard that the brother-in-law will dismiss the harem for you. That is indeed the case. Then you will be alone in the palace. Won't such a vast royal abode feel lonely? What are you thinking? The palace has an empress dowager, matrons, eunuchs, imperial chefs, palace maids, the emperor, and guards. How can one feel lonely? But the palace maids and eunuchs are mere servants. Surely they cannot engage in conversation with you for amusement? Why not? I often converse with Mingyue and Saixia to alleviate boredom. Mingyue nodded in agreement. Yet they are not your family. I have wed the emperor. Those in the palace are my kin. Sister Ning, I merely wish to accompany you to the palace for a glimpse. May I? Yes, you. It is solely for the purpose of sightseeing, devoid of any ulterior motives. It is improper for the emperor's sister-in-law to reside in the palace. Sister Ning, discuss it with your husband. He will surely heed your counsel. Su Ning regarded her with a smile, recognizing her folly in inviting trouble. Sister, do you even comprehend the phrase inviting the wolf into the house? I, Mingyue, bid you farewell. Miss Su'er, let us depart. Mingyue neglected to utter even a word of courtesy. Chapter 33. The Emperor's Overbearing Affection for the Little Cook, Part 33. I had anticipated he would attempt to woo the Emperor. Yet he seems to be fixated on me. Do I appear to be a fool? Your Highness, she has been lurking outside the courtyard for days. She has undoubtedly failed to find an opportunity to approach the Emperor. You two are like conjoined twins. How could she possibly find a chance? Indeed, it appears that Luo Qingyun's attachment to me has its advantages, as it eliminates the opportunity for other women. The Su family, having reclaimed their long-lost daughter, fortuitously caught the Emperor's eye and was bestowed the title of Empress. This news swiftly circulated throughout Beiming. Those eager to curry favor began flocking with lavish gifts, causing the Su residence to become bustling with visitors, leaving the steward worn out from receiving presents. Your Highness, several ladies have arrived outside to offer you adornments. Do you wish to see them? I do not wish to see them. Let them leave the gifts and return. Luo Qingyun outright rejected the visitors. He has not even had a moment with his wife these past few days. Indeed. Wait, this is rather impolite. Let's at least grant them an audience. On Ning, it is only for a few days. We shall depart shortly, and they have come bearing gifts. We shall compensate for this later. It has indeed been quite a busy time. One group after another arrives. She is merely the Empress. If they were to discover the Emperor is also present, who knows what extravagant gifts they would bring. Su Ning has gone to meet the guests, and, at last, Su Han has seized her opportunity. Mingyue and Kai Xia remained steadfastly by Su Ning's side, while Shaoan ventured to the kitchen to fetch some pastries for the Emperor. Sui Feng, having just returned from running errands, noticed Su Ning was absent from the courtyard. Upon seeing Su Han enter, he paid little heed, allowing her to seize this rare opportunity. Luo Qingyun was in a foul mood, irritated by Su Ning's absence as she attended to others, when Su Han boldly entered. Brother-in-law, Hano has come to see you. Who permitted you to enter? Leave at once. Your Majesty, Honor harbors affection for you. Please accept her. Su Han was utterly shameless in her quest to enter the palace. Throwing herself onto the floor and grasping at Luo Qingyun's robes, pleading desperately. Honor will not compete with her sister for favor. She seeks no title, only the joy of being by your side. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Sui Feng, who rushed in to find Su Han sprawled on the ground. A bookshelf having toppled upon her. Items from the shelves lay scattered across the floor. Sui Feng, have you lost your eyesight? How could you allow anyone into my chamber? Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I shall rectify this immediately. Unfazed by the delicate nature of the situation, Sui Feng, upon witnessing the Emperor's anger, swiftly lifted the unconscious Su Han and dragged her out. As I stepped outside, I encountered little Anzi returning from the kitchen, dragging someone and carelessly tossing them into the yard. Come and see which girl from this household dares to intrude upon her master's quarters. The maidservants drew closer, and upon recognition, exclaimed, "Isn't this the young lady of the second house?" Someone promptly went to inform the second master, while others notified Su Minran. By the time they all arrived, Su Han lay on the ground, slowly regaining consciousness. She had been kicked in the chest by Luo Qingyun and had fainted from shock. As she opened her eyes to find a crowd surrounding her, she was momentarily dumbfounded. What are you all doing here instead of attending to your duties? Just as she felt utterly lost, her savior appeared, her father arriving the fastest. The servants discreetly dispersed, and Su Han felt as though she had been revived. "Father, Honor, what has transpired? Why did you faint?" "Sir, your daughter took advantage of Her Majesty's absence to trespass into the inner chambers, disturbing the master's peace. You are well aware of the consequences, I presume?" He had long understood his daughter's intentions, yet he never anticipated such boldness. It was sheer folly. If this angered the emperor, the repercussions would be dire. It is the fault of a humble parent in guiding her. I shall take her home to discipline her appropriately. When did this occur? Su Minran and Su Ning arrived almost simultaneously. Knowing that Luo Qingyun was reluctant to let him leave, Su Ning exchanged a few pleasantries with the ladies before returning, just in time to witness the unfolding drama. "Your Majesty, this young lady has intruded into the Emperor's chamber, and His Majesty is quite displeased. You should go and see." "What? In such a short time, she managed to slip in? She truly is audacious. I admire my younger sister's courage, so eager to marry. Uncle, do find her a suitable match quickly, lest she continues to embarrass herself." With that, Su Ning departed, feeling utterly humiliated, especially before Luo Qingyun. Su Ning was taken back by her father, and news of the incident spread, with various interpretations circulating, none of which were favorable. The second house had no alternative but to seek out a merchant family, quickly arranging a marriage for the son who was studying in the academy. Su Ning hurried back to her room to see Luo Qingyun. Upon entering, she found him sulking in a chair, while little Anzi tidied up on the floor. And Mingwei and Kaiwa came to assist. "What happened? Did you strike someone? Why do you not inquire if I was injured? Yet you concern yourself with others who have been struck. In your case, it is clear who has been harmed. Su Ning, I spared her today for your sake. Even my women in the harem would not dare act so insolently before me." As Su Minran approached the door, she overheard this remark, paused momentarily, then turned to leave. As long as Su Han was spared, she would allow Ninger to handle the aftermath. In what way was she audacious? Did she lay hands on you? Luo Qingyun remained silent. Did she assault you? The onlookers stifled their laughter. "Oh, it is not such a grave matter. Do not be angry." "Umph. Do not be upset. Be good. Little Qingyun, do not let anger consume you." Luo Qingyun was left exasperated. What nonsense was little Qingyun? "Brother Yun, please do not be angry." This term, Brother Yun, seemed to amuse him, softening his expression slightly. "Call me again. Call me brother once more. Brother Yun, Brother Qingyun. Good Brother Yun." Addressing one as brother would quell the anger, so why not? It's quite simple. In a fervor, Yungu lifted Luo Qingyun and carried her into the inner chamber, his fervent desires indifferent to time or circumstance. The three individuals tidying up discreetly departed, gently closing the door behind them, demonstrating the keen perception befitting a servant. Su Ning, having been thoroughly consumed, remained oblivious to the fate that Su Han had befallen him. To the eye, it appeared as though he had been tainted by another's touch. Yet, it seemed utterly improbable, for Su Han ought not to have even brushed against him. It was only later that Luo Qingyun revealed to her the distaste she felt from a woman's words. What could those words have been? From Luo Qingyun's demeanor, Su Ning deduced that he repeatedly uttered a particular phrase while embracing her. "I can only love a Ning. I belong solely to a Ning." Clearly, Su Han must have confessed her affections for him, igniting his ire. Chapter 34. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Chef, Part 34. Su Ning was perpetually perplexed by Luo Qingyun's fervent affection towards him. Among the women in his harem, he hardly ranked as the most beautiful. He was neither gentle nor considerate and lacked the art of flattery. Initially, when he pursued her, she was merely a destitute little chef. He claimed to have fallen in love at first sight, But is it not said that such feelings are merely lustful inclinations? In Luo Qingyun's case, that assertion did not hold. The women in the harem surpassed her in beauty. Was it possible that he appeared particularly charming when he was violent? Could a single action have subdued a sovereign who shunned the company of women? Originally, Su Ning intended to discreetly visit the Su family. Yet his presence stirred the entire Biming. Remaining longer could lead to unforeseen troubles. In truth, she had unfinished business. She wished to confront the scheming concubine Ruan, who had wronged her mother. No one knew of her whereabouts, save Su Minran. To inquire would be akin to reopening a scabbed wound. Better to wait until her mother returned to address the matter herself. After all, without Su Minran's tacit approval, concubine Ruan lacked the means to pose any threat. When the edict was issued, it declared the coronation ceremony to take place in March. Should she delay any longer, returning to the capital by the end of March would be impossible. The Su family's dowry was already prepared, awaiting an auspicious day for departure. Your father has prepared such a substantial dowry. What of your bride price? I have entrusted the treasury keys to a Ning. What more does a Ning require? Now, it is simply I who remains. Consider me as your bride price. Indeed, even an emperor could fetch a hefty sum. A Ning, would you truly part with me? Would anyone even purchase me? I doubt it. What use would they have for an emperor? Ah, look at that. It seems you cannot sell me. Alas, I suppose I am destined to remain with you for life. Yes, a Ning, cherish me as your sole treasure. On the 18th of March, the sun shone brightly, and the peach and plum blossoms bloomed. The Su family was to marry off their daughter, and not just to any suitor, but to a sovereign. Given the long journey ahead, all formalities were to be simplified, which Luo Qingyun had already arranged in the capital. Su Ning merely adorned herself with minimal embellishment before being assisted into the carriage by Mingyue and Kaiwa. Su Minran, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, whether for the pain of parting from his daughter or in memory of his late wife. None could tell. The convoy of the Su family set forth alongside the imperial carriage, with numerous ladies in attendance to bid farewell. Mingyue and Kai Xia graciously greeted them. After all, they were esteemed palace maids of the empress, and their acknowledgement was a matter of great prestige. Amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, the procession departed from Su family fortress. Inside the carriage, Su Ning gradually sensed something amiss. Your Majesty, does this woman need to embroider her wedding gown herself? As the empress, shouldn't the palace prepare it? Have they made the arrangements? What do you think? If it is not ready, a few days' delay would suffice. I instructed them to prepare it well before the new year. You truly are proactive. Are you not concerned that I might gain weight over these few months and be unable to fit into it? I have calculated accordingly. Unless you gain an extraordinary amount of weight or are 5 months pregnant, it should fit perfectly. 5 months? Preparations began the moment I entered the palace. From the day I recognized you, I knew that Ning was destined to be my Luo Qingyun's woman. I began organizing our grand wedding and even arranged for provisions for our future children, both for boys and girls. You need not worry about anything. Simply bask in my affection within the palace I have crafted for you and bear my offspring. That sounds quite touching. Is a Ning moved? Not at all. His Ning was no ordinary woman. A husband ought to devote his all to his wife, creating a haven for her. A father should strive to provide the best possible environment for his children. You have merely done what is expected of a husband. Is there a need for me to feel touched? Ning, could you not feign a bit of emotion? He longed for his Ning to tenderly leap into his embrace, uttering sweetly sentimental phrases. In the midst of feeling touched, she would willingly offer her warmth, seeking his affection, and he would naturally reciprocate. This scene had played out countless times in his mind, yet it had never materialized. He was always the one, like a ravenous wolf, yearning for his wife's love. Feign? Why should I pretend? Is there any merit in that? There is none. You need not put on an act. From the moment a couple decides to share their lives, there can be no room for deceit or concealment. If one is not fond of the other, marriage should not ensue, and certainly, children should not be born, for the innocent child is the most pitiable victim in such circumstances. Take you and me, for example. You promised to dismiss the harem, and you must honor that promise. Failing to do so would be deceitful. and a man who does not keep his word is unworthy, especially a ruler. Why are you silent? Are you displeased? Not all. That is well. If you have any thoughts, please express them rather than keeping them bottled up. His true desire was for his wife to willingly embrace him, but voicing such a longing would render it devoid of charm. Would it not? The journey was uneventful, and after a fortnight, they arrived at the capital, halting at the royal palace situated 20 miles from the city. The palace sent forth the empress's phoenix crown and ceremonial retinue, with a matchmaker coming to attend to Su Ning's wedding. The Su family transitioned from carriages to bearers, transforming 10 carts of luggage into 100 bridal gifts. On the last day of March, the empress's procession departed from the palace, followed by 100 bearers of the Su family's dowry. With the eunuch's proclamation, they entered the bustling capital in grand style. As the queen's ceremonial procession arrived at the palace, Luo Qingyun returned to the royal residence, for the groom must also prepare himself. The capital was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with more fervor than during the New Year celebrations. All the taverns had set aside seats, and today, every beverage was free of charge, allowing merchants and beggars alike to indulge without expense. A crimson carpet was laid from the city gates to the imperial palace, and the sounds of firecrackers and music resonated continuously as the wedding procession entered the city, only ceasing once they reached the palace. At last, tranquility ensued, leaving Su Ning's mind in a state of bewilderment from the cacophony. The procession halted at the Qian Kuan Hall, where the emperor, clad in resplendent red, personally assisted her down, akin to an ordinary couple bowing to heaven and earth amidst the officiant's chants, while commoners would typically retire to their bridal chambers. The queen had other obligations, to conduct a ceremonial prayer for the nation at the Guogua Temple. Luo Qingyun, unwilling to burden his bride, invited Master Kong Yi from the temple to the palace, allowing Su Ning to merely pay her respects at the altar. Master Kong Yi found himself bemused. As the newly appointed abbot of the temple, he had never encountered such a situation involving a queen. Nevertheless, he complied with the emperor's wishes, for the sovereign's commands were absolute. The emperor and empress sat together as they listened to Master Kong Yi recite prayers, while the ministers stood nearby, relieved that they need not traverse far. As Su Ning began to drift into slumber, Master Kong Yi declared the prayers concluded. How could he not finish? The emperor, impervious to his bride's fatigue, continued his recitations. Once the prayers were complete, they entered the royal ancestral hall to inscribe Su Ning's name. She was granted the title Jiajun, signifying the most exquisite jade in the world, regardless of how many concubines the emperor might take. Only the empress would lie beside him in eternal rest. With the formalities concluded, they were free to retire to their bridal chamber. Upon exiting the ancestral hall, Luo Qingyun bent down to lift Su Ning into his arms, hastening back to the empress's Fengyang palace. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, while Luo Qingyang invited the ministers to the imperial garden for a banquet, indifferent to the emperor's whimsical behavior, which seemed increasingly outrageous. Fortunately, the third prince remained a reliable presence. Carried back to Fengyang Palace, Su Ning marveled at the opulence surrounding her. Wow, has this been recently renovated? The entire palace shimmered with golden splendor, exuding an air of luxurious grandeur. The ceiling was adorned with luminous pearls, and the floors were laid with crystal stones, akin to modern marble. The intricately carved bed was draped with crimson curtains, invoking a desire for intimate moments. Are you moved, Ning? She pondered, confused by his insistence on her emotional response. Should she express whether she was touched or not? Perhaps a hint of excitement lingered. So it's excitement rather than mere sentiment? Indeed, it was a surge of passionate impulse. I didn't quite follow, he chuckled. I simply wish to share a chamber with you. Ah, if my lady desires her husband, I shall gladly oblige. He laughed heartily, reveling in the serendipity of their connection. A simple phrase brought forth more fervor than mere embraces. While the ministers celebrated in the imperial garden, the emperor and empress retired to their bedroom, remaining secluded until the sun dipped beyond the horizon and the moon rose above the willows, with guests dispersing and the emperor not making an appearance. After bidding farewell to the guests, Luo Qingyang sat in a chair, gazing at the distant flickering lights. He had long realized that Ning Ning no longer belonged to him. But never had this truth been as clear as it was today. His heart felt half empty, as the little girl who once complained about him not leaving her food, who insisted that minors should not engage in adult affairs, and who made crunching sounds while eating, drifted further away from him. 2 tears rolled down his cheeks and reached the corners of his lips. He reached out to touch them, and upon tasting them with his tongue, found them to be salty. "Your Highness, shall we not return?" His loyal guard, Jingyun, reminded him. "Let's go back," he replied, standing up unsteadily. As Jingyun offered him support, "It is nothing, let us proceed. Life must continue." His own princess was already 5 months pregnant. He needed to confront reality and relinquish the thoughts that were not meant to be entertained. He had already missed his chance, and Ning Ning could only remain a fleeting dream. Su Ning awoke naturally, stretching lazily before playfully kicking Luo Qingyan. "Good morning, husband. It is no longer early. The sun is high in the sky. Why did you not wake me? Is there no toasting today?" "There is." However, upon discovering that he was unclothed, he returned to the warmth of the blankets. "Were you satisfied with my performance last night? I have always been pleased with you." "That is different. Last night was what you desired, and I made every effort to attend to your needs. Do not be shameless. Get up. How could I and Ning say such a thing? I merely wish for you to take the initiative. It feels different." "Oh, I understand now. So you prefer to be the submissive one. No wonder I fell for you at first sight when I saw you dealing with others. Shall we proceed?" "Not yet. Get up." "Understood." As Ming Yue and Kai Xia entered to assist her with her grooming, Luo Qingyun stepped outside, attended by Xiao Anzi. Once both were prepared, they left Fengyang Palace. Looking up at the sun, Su Ning felt she was wasting her life. It must be around 10 o'clock by now. The two proceeded to Shokong Palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. The concubines had been waiting there for 2 hours, unable to show their impatience, especially since the Empress Dowager remained composed and even seemed quite pleased, though they could not fathom the source of her joy. The Empress Dowager bestowed upon Su Ning a generous red envelope and gifted her a bracelet from her wrist. "Thank you, Mother Empress. We have yet to eat. Is there food here?" "Oh dear, how can you not have eaten at this hour? We must not let my beloved grandson go hungry." Understanding dawned upon the concubines. The Empress Dowager was delighting in the prospect of her grandson. Quickly sent for food. A nearby maid hastily left to summon the meal. The concubines took their leave, unwilling to witness the happiness of the trio any longer. They had come to realize that they would spend their lives in solitude, regretting their parents for sending them to the palace. Being the emperor's women meant they could not live like ordinary folk, divorcing or being dismissed. They were to await their fates in the depths of the palace, appearing as royal consorts while bringing glory to their families. "Eat well, eat well. You must rise early for meals in the future," the Empress Dowager urged as she watched the couple eat. "It is all my son's fault. He wore Ning out last night." Su Ning choked on her food, tears streaming down her face from the coughing fit. How could he speak so recklessly? It was utterly shameful, just like his mother. Take it easy, Luo Qingyun said, patting her back and chest, finally managing to calm her down. You mustn't speak." "All right, I won't say a word." The Empress Dowager shot him a fierce glare, perhaps irritated either by the exhaustion he caused her the previous night or by the choking incident just now. After finishing her meal, Su Ning returned to her chamber, wandering around the palace several times. The palace was splendidly constructed, not only opulent but also remarkably insulated. She resided in the inner chamber, surrounded by a larger room that provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Did they begin crafting this upon knowing me? Indeed, hundreds of craftsmen worked tirelessly, and it was only just completed a few days ago. Did you plan this all along from when we got married? Of course. Otherwise, why would I have waited until the 3rd month for the coronation? Wouldn't it have been better to marry before the new year? Is the sacrificial ceremony merely listening to a monk chant? Going to the National Guardian Temple is quite exhausting. Wouldn't it be better to have him come here? You certainly know how to carry on, without fear of those old ministers rebuking you. They offer advice every day, but I can't hear them anyway. Brother has kept them at bay. My current task is to accompany my wife on our honeymoon and perhaps create a few children. The idea of a honeymoon was taught to him by Su Ning, and to think of producing several children in a month seemed rather ambitious. Aren't you supposed to attend court? No, I'm to accompany my wife. It's one thing if you're absent, but now that you're back, you can't just skip it, can you? Brother has a plan. There's no need for Aining to worry. Aining should focus on how to conceive multiple children at once. She is a human, not a pig. She can only bear a litter once. Chapter 36. The Emperor's affection for the little chef in the court. Officials were presenting their memorials. Your Highness, the Emperor has returned. Why hasn't he attended court? Minister Zhao, do you have business with the Emperor? No, I merely inquired. Is there anyone else with matters to discuss? Speak up if you have something to say. Otherwise, dismiss the court. With this, no one felt inclined to voice their concerns. So they retreated, heading home to see their grandchildren and leaving the affairs of the young to themselves. Luo Qingyang went to the imperial study to deal with memorials. Accompanied by the second prince, Luo Qingyan, who was ordered by the emperor to stay and assist him. It was clear now how burdensome the responsibilities of ruling could be. No wonder the emperor had entrusted them with these duties. Since the emperor had such faith in them, they could not disappoint him, and they should allow him to enjoy some leisure time with his wife. After a day of reviewing memorials, Luo Qingyan headed to Fengyang Palace. Qingyan seeks an audience with me? It seems urgent. I will be right there. I will go too. All right, let's go together. She felt rather restless and wished to find some amusement. As the couple entered the hall, they saw Luo Qingyan pacing with an air of concern. The usually calm and unflappable second brother seemed troubled today. Brother, I have a request. As brothers, there's no need for formality. Speak freely. I wish to request a marriage from you, brother. Oh, which maiden has captured your heart? She is the legitimate daughter of the Murong family, Murongzi. Murongzi. Why does that name sound so familiar? Su Ning remarked from his side. Indeed, your highness. She is the girl who fought with Chu Ling Shuang on the streets just before the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Could it be that my younger brother has taken a liking to her after witnessing that brawl? How do you know, your highness? Because you are brothers. Ha ha ha. Her laughter bewildered Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan touched his nose. I too once fancied a girl who engaged in fights. Who might that be? Luo Qingyan gave him a look that conveyed he was foolish. Oh, I see. So, does Morongzi consent? She does. And she is merely awaiting my elder brother to bestow the marriage. Hurry and grant the marriage. Otherwise, it will be too late, Su Ning urged. Why will it be too late? Because it simply will be. What sort of talk is that? Speak clearly. Su Ning noticed Luo Qingyan's anxiety. If she guessed correctly, the two had already been secretly entangled. Very well, I shall draft the decree. Thank you, your highness. Just days after the imperial wedding, a marriage decree reverberated through the realm. The legitimate daughter of the Murong family, Murongzi, was to be wed to the second prince, Luo Qingyan, as the court of astronomy had identified an auspicious date for their wedding in a month's time. How did this come to pass? It dates back to the previous year. Ever since Murongzi and Chu Ling Shuang became adversaries, they could not meet without engaging in a brawl. This time, they clashed again, coincidentally witnessed by Luo Qingyan. Murongzi, if you have no desire to marry into the royal family, why drag me into this? Do I hold any grudge against you? I am considering the future of Dong Luo Kingdom. A petty and ruthless woman like you in the palace would only bring chaos to the emperor. If the emperor's mind is distracted by turmoil in the harem, he will be unable to govern the state properly, leading to great disorder in Dong Luo Kingdom. You speak nonsense, slandering me. I shall tear your mouth apart. Yet, their martial skills were evenly matched, and neither would yield. Eventually, both were exhausted and panting before they ceased their skirmish. With their frequent encounters, passers-by had grown accustomed to their altercations, and few cared to watch, save for a handful of children cheering from a distance. Murongzi sheathed her whip and approached the children. You must be tired of shouting, come. Let me buy you some candied hawthorn. Wonderful, thank you, sister. After Murongzi left, Chu Ling Shuang, infuriated, stomped her feet and returned home. Luo Qingyan followed Murongzi, witnessing her indeed by each child a stick of candied hawthorn, saving one for herself as she walked back, munching on it. Along the way, she encountered a small beggar, clad in tattered, thin clothing. She pulled out some coins and handed them to him, also giving him the candied hawthorn she held. Luo Qing Yin watched her until she returned to the inn before departing. In the days that followed, whenever he had the time, Luo Qing Yin would glance at the inn from afar, noticing that despite being a lady of noble birth, Murong Zi held no heirs. When she ventured out with her maid, they appeared as sisters, carrying their purchases together. Sometimes she would go out alone, returning with treats for her maid, and he gradually found himself enamored with this girl. Murong Zi had previously made it abundantly clear that she would never marry into the royal family. How could he possibly approach her? For someone who had never interacted with a girl before, the challenge was insurmountable. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Murong Zi prepared to return home with her elder brother, Murong Li. This left Luo Qingyan in a state of distress, prompting him to make a bold decision to confront her directly. Perhaps her straightforward nature would lead her to agree. He went to the inn to find Murong Zi, but she had already left. Thus, he sought her in the places she frequented, only to stumble upon a fight between two maidens. This time, Chu Lingshuang was determined to teach Murong Zi a lesson for tarnishing her reputation, leaving several bloody scratches on Murong Zi's face before departing the capital for Shichu. Witnessing this, Luo Qingyan hurriedly took Murong Zi to a clinic. "Who are you? Let me go," she protested. "Foolish girl, you don't even realize you've been schemed against," he replied. Chu Lingshuang's enigmatic smile upon leaving hinted at something sinister. Indeed, the physician at the clinic revealed that the substances on Murong Zi's wounds could cause them to fester, leading to permanent scars if not treated properly. That unscrupulous woman, resorting to underhanded tactics. "I shall settle the score with her," she declared. "She has left. Where will you find her?" Luo Qingyan pulled her back. "I will leave the capital to pursue her." Luo Qingyan swiftly lowered his head to silence her protest. "What are you doing? Who are you? You seem quite handsome, yet you act like a rogue. Come with me. I will find you a physician." It would be unfortunate for a young lady to bear scars on her face. Murong Zi, bewildered, allowed him to lead her to a grand estate. What wind has brought the reclusive second prince here? An elderly man with a white beard was tending to herbs in the courtyard. "Su Lao, I have come seeking your assistance today," Luo Qingyan said. "Your Highness, what can I do for you? Please examine this young lady's face. The physician at the clinic mentioned it could scar, which is why I have troubled you." Murong Zi was left in a daze when the old man referred to Luo Qingyan as Your Highness. How could she have garnered such attention from Prince? As she dreamily underwent the examination and treatment, she was soon led out of Su Lao's courtyard by Luo Qingyan. "Why are you acting so daft? You're usually quite sharp," he observed. "Your Highness, why did you kiss me?" Her thoughts lingered on that kiss. "Because I like you. Will you accept me?" Murong Zi's heart raced. The sudden kindness from a prince left her breathless. Accepting would mean betraying her vow never to marry into royalty. Yet to refuse felt like a loss. Oh, how conflicted she was. I need to think about it." "Very well. I shall not pressure you. I await your response." The journey back was silent until they reached the inn, when Luo Qingyan dropped a bombshell that obliterated all of Murong Zi's concerns. "In the Qingyan residence, there are no other women. If you marry into the family, you will be the only princess. If you so desire, the palace shall hold only you." "All right, I will come to you in 3 days with my answer." Upon encountering her elder brother, Murong Li, she hesitated to speak. "Have you been fighting again? How did you injure your face?" "It was Chu Ling Shuang who played tricks, intending to leave scars on my face, and even applied poison on her fingers." "What? Poison? Let me see." "Brother, it's already fine. Dr. Su has treated me." "Dr. Su? Which Dr. Su?" "He is merely an old man with a white beard, residing in the courtyard to the east of the city." "How do you know Dr. Su?" "He is a prestigious figure in the Imperial Medical Institute, renowned for his exceptional medical skills and integrity. He is the royal physician." It was Luo Qingyan who took me to him. "Who is Luo Qingyan?" "Brother, we don't know Luo Qingyan? He is the second prince, the brother of the emperor." How could Murong Li be unaware of who Luo Qingyan is? He never anticipated that Murong Zi would have ties to royalty. Is it not true that she has always been scheming, willing to tarnish her reputation rather than marry into the royal family? How did she end up entangled with the second prince? Why are you silent? What transpired between you two? No, nothing happened. I just met him recently, and he said he wants to marry me. I was merely discussing it with you. Just met, and he wishes to marry you? Is marriage merely a game? This is utterly absurd. I find it quite absurd too, but he seems earnest. You are young. Do not let yourself be deceived. Ah, brother. I told him I would give him a response in 3 days. Should I accept or decline? In 3 days, you should speak to him. Luo Qingyan arrived as promised, but did not find Murong Zi. It was she who attended to him. The commoner, Murong Li, has met the second prince. There is no need for such formalities, Murong. I trust as Zi has informed you. May I ask if you can agree to our marriage? The prince is rather forthright. How well do you know my sister Az? That girl has a kind heart, is straightforward, lacks pretensions, has a fiery temper, enjoys fighting, and does not covet wealth or fame. She is a good girl. Murong Li gazed at him intently, astonished at how accurately he described her. Could it be that they are quite familiar? How long have you known Az, Your Highness? I have been observing her for a long time. However, I only formally met her 3 days ago. Are you certain you wish to marry her, and not merely acting on a whim? I am indeed certain. As long as Brother Murong agrees, I shall proceed to the palace to request a royal decree for marriage. My sister Az has a fiery temperament and does not get along with women. I understand. I will not take a concubine, only a wife. Given that a prince has spoken thus, it would be unreasonable to refuse. Since both of you are willing, I shall not obstruct this. I will return to discuss it with my father, and it will not be too late to request a royal decree later. Thank you, brother, for your support. Thus, the matter was settled. During their days in the capital, Luo Qingyan took the young girl to explore various shops and taverns. Naturally, lovers in the throes of passion could not resist some affectionate gestures, though Luo Qingyan, a gentleman, maintained propriety, nearly consuming the young girl in his desire. Eventually, they parted reluctantly, and thereafter exchanged letters every few days, clearly missing each other intensely. Murong Li observed his younger sister transform entirely. The once unkempt girl now spent hours before the mirror, enamored with cosmetics and fine fabrics, adorning herself beautifully for her outings. He was deeply concerned that if he did not leave soon, his sister would take matters into her own hands and send him away. Upon returning home, Murongzi eagerly awaited the imperial decree for her marriage, yet it was persistently delayed. Luo Qingyan reassured her not to fret, as her elder brother was not in the capital. Upon his return, he would seek the decree. The very next day, after the emperor returned to the capital, Luo Qingyan requested the marriage decree, which swiftly arrived at the Murong residence. The decree explicitly stated that Murong Zi was to be wed to Luo Qingyan, designating her as the sole consort without the addition of secondary wives or concubines, and granting them a month to prepare for the grand wedding. This news quickly reached Chu Lingshuang, who, infuriated, overturned the table. This wretched Murong Zi had thwarted her plans, and now she was marrying into the royal family. To the gentle and refined second prince, no less, destined to be cherished exclusively within the royal residence. This incited a burning jealousy in Chu Lingshuang. Why was she not blessed with such fortune? At that moment, Murong Zi, clutching the decree, was lost in a blissful smile. Was this what happiness felt like? My lady, you have been smiling foolishly for an entire hour. Shouldn't you begin preparing your wedding attire? Prepare for what? She replied. Qingyan insisted that I need do nothing but await my role as the bride. Ah, then what shall you wear on your wedding day? Oh, just a simple garment will suffice. Once we reach the palace outside the capital, Qingyan will have someone bring it to me. Every mention of her beloved fiancé filled Murong Zi's heart with overwhelming joy. Luo Qingyan, adhering to the emperor's customs, arranged to receive his bride at the palace. The emperor, bound by numerous protocols, could not personally welcome them. As a prince, he ventured outside the city to greet the bridal procession, ushering the bride's palanquin into the royal residence. They performed the customary rituals, including the kicking of the palanquin door, leaping over the fire basin, and paying homage to heaven and earth, all unfolded seamlessly, culminating in a flawless wedding. The emperor and empress graced the royal residence with their presence to offer their congratulations. Unlike the emperor, who was rather extravagant, Luo Qingyan returned the bride to her chamber before emerging to toast. I raise a glass to my imperial brother and sister-in-law. I thank my brother for his gracious support. I have indeed supported you, but you must not disappoint us. I assure you, I shall not. He understood his brother's intentions. As the decree clearly stated no concubines, to contravene this would be to strike a blow to his brother's honor. Third brother, fourth brother, I appreciate your assistance with the wedding preparations. No need for formalities. Second brother, once you marry, a generous gift would suffice. Luo Qing, too, had reached the age of marriage, yet he remained rather unrefined, as if he had not matured at all. Among the four of us brothers, you are the last. Time is of the essence. Choose a suitable lady, and I shall arrange the marriage. Eldest brother, does it matter whose daughter it is? Indeed, as long as you're fond of her, social standing is of little consequence. Just as he had once fancied a maid, only to later discover her extraordinary lineage. Could it be that fourth brother has already set his sights on someone? Su Ning sensed an inkling. Not at all. I'm not yet finished with my freedom, and shall not allow anyone to dictate my choices. Though spoken lightly, the glimmer in his eyes betrayed him. It was evident that his heart was already captivated. Since he was not inclined to divulge more at that moment, they refrained from further inquiries. Chapter 38. The Emperor's Overwhelming Affection for the Little Chef, Part 38. Luo Qingyan had graciously attended to all the guests and was now quite intoxicated. Second brother, will you still be able to consummate the marriage? I have heard that one must perform well on the first night. Otherwise, it might leave the bride with psychological scars that could affect their future life together. Who told you that? The teaching matron. Why have I not heard of such a thing? Regardless, your brother has informed you, so please proceed with caution. This matter had lingered in Luo Qingyan's heart, prompting her to inquire of her wife after their wedding night. How do you feel? Are you satisfied with yourself? Murongzi blushed deeply, feeling quite flustered in the intimate setting, contrary to her typically composed demeanor in public. How could she articulate her feelings? To be honest, she was overwhelmed with nervousness and shyness, leaving her uncertain of her satisfaction. Much later, when the sisters-in-law reminisced about the event, Su Ning found it utterly amusing, remarking on how adorably innocent they were. The emperor's honeymoon could not stretch indefinitely. Following the wedding of the second prince, the emperor resumed his duties, issuing a decree to dismiss the imperial harem. The announcement startled the ministers. Your Majesty, historically, a harmonious harem is essential for a stable court. We implore you to reconsider. They protested. Your Majesty, the concubines are all daughters of noble officials. Will this not incite resentment? They continued. They have been in the palace for over 3 years. How shall they be provided for upon their departure? How will they face the world? Indeed, it was unheard of for an emperor to dismiss his wives. It seemed utterly absurd. Once they had voiced their concerns, Luo Qingyun struck the dragon-engraved desk with a decisive hand. You have all said enough. It is time to heed my words. Your Majesty, please speak. I am the emperor, revered above all, yet I cannot even secure my own lifelong happiness. How tragic. The women in my harem were chosen by you, and I harbor no affection for them. I have never even touched them. They remain untouched. If they continue to reside in the palace, they shall live as widows for eternity. Surely, as fathers, you do not wish that for them. You claim that a stable harem ensures a stable court. Yet if I do not marry your daughters, will you rebel? No, your Majesty, we would never. They replied, trembling. We serve you faithfully. If your affections do not fall upon our daughters, and they harbor resentment, then perhaps it is best for us to resign and return home. For the court will not support those with ulterior motives. I have already found someone I cherish. I intend to clear the harem to provide her with a comfortable and secure home. I trust you will not oppose this? Of course, we dare not oppose, they murmured. Have any of you ever truly loved someone? A love where her joys are your joys, her sorrows are your sorrows, and you wish to spare her from even the slightest distress? If she suffers, your heart endures 1,000-fold anguish. For you only wish to offer her the best in the world, to make her the happiest person alive. The court fell silent. The elder ministers reflected, while the young ones envied. What a pure love it was. Once upon a time, they too had dreamed of such affection, only to succumb to the harshness of reality. The emperor had become their object of admiration and aspiration. I understand deeply, a young official remarked, stepping forward. I shall pursue such a perfect love, another young officer declared. The elder ministers felt a sense of shame, acknowledging the emperor's wisdom. Long live the wisdom of the emperor, they chorused. Luo Qingyun exhaled, convinced he could manage the situation despite the presence of these old fellows. The departing concubines may return home if they so desire. Those who prefer not to may temporarily reside in the royal villa. I shall grant them a sum of compensation, and should there be suitable candidates, I can arrange marriages for them. Even the current ministers may seek their hand, provided they consent, and I shall bestow upon them a generous dowry. The emperor is indeed wise. With this matter resolved, Luo Qingyun felt a lightness of spirit, as if freed from all burdens, and suggested that the ministers take their leave. As for my two royal brothers, you must continue with your petitions. Have you become addicted to shirking responsibilities? The emperor has more pressing matters at hand, namely, to appease the women of the harem. After all, they were once formerly his, and his wife graciously encouraged him to comfort them, insisting that it should not appear as though he could not associate with other women. Even friendly gestures were acceptable, especially since their hearts remained steadfastly with him. He had been troubled by this for quite some time, wondering if his wife truly cared for him, given her indifference towards his interactions with other women. However, should anyone dare to touch her, he would not stand for it, not even a mere fingertip. Upon his arrival in the harem, the concubines had already received the imperial edict and regarded him with sorrowful eyes. I have come to bid you farewell. I apologize for the grievances you have endured over the years. I regret that I could not bestow upon you the affection you deserved, nor do I wish to hinder your lives. The palace has been your home, and I consider myself your brother. Should you ever find yourselves in distress, you may seek the queen, who will assist you. This was advice imparted by his wife. Although they could not be husband and wife, there was no deep-seated enmity, and it was best to foster amicable relations, for they were all daughters of esteemed officials. We may not be destined as spouses, but we can certainly be friends. Having finally conveyed his wife's sentiments, he prepared to take his leave, only to be met with the sound of weeping. Several women approached, clinging to his arms and sobbing. In times past, he would have swept away without a second thought, but recalling his wife's counsel, he restrained the urge to dismiss them and gently patted their arms. Do not weep. Your tears make you look like a bedraggled cat. We shall never see the emperor again. I will miss you, one lamented. Indeed, Mayor will miss you as well. Once you marry your ideal husbands, you will hardly remember me. There is no better suitor than the emperor, but alas, he is not ours. Enough of this crying. I have already informed your families. Prepare your belongings and return home. Take your people with you, and if any loyal servants wish to accompany you, they may do so. I shall allocate a sum of silver to ensure your future well-being, even if you remain unmarried. After speaking at length, he pondered how anxious his wife must be waiting. Perhaps she claimed not to mind, yet felt unease in her heart. My darling, I have returned. Upon entering Fengyang Palace, Luo Qingyun called out, having grown accustomed to their daily closeness over the past few months. Just a few hours apart had left him yearning to embrace her once more. After searching in vain for her, he turned to Xiao Anzi and inquired, "What plans did the queen have this morning? Your Majesty, do you not know what your beloved is up to? Why inquire of me? Xiao Anzi, you're increasingly losing your sense of hierarchy and need to be disciplined." With a swift kick, Xiao Anzi dodged to the side. Do you dare to evade? It seems the Empress has spoiled you. Su Ning, lacking a sense of rank, mingles daily with the maids and eunuchs. Thus Xiao Anzi's audacity has grown. Knowing that with the Empress's protection, they would not face any consequences from the Emperor's wrath. Chapter 39. The Emperor's Favor for the Little Chef, Part 39. The Emperor was reprimanding Xiao Anzi when Su Ning entered from outside. What is happening? Replying to the Empress. The Emperor is venting his frustrations on this servant due to your absence. If you utter another word, I shall have you punished. Xiao Anzi made a face and hurriedly exited, shutting the door behind. That is more like it. Where have you been, my dear? Instantly transforming into a charming demeanor. He continued, I went to the kitchen to instruct them to prepare some delectable dishes. From now on, it will just be the two of us and Mother Empress dining together frequently to strengthen our bonds. We cannot become estranged, can we? My dear, I've already sent them all away. Are you pleased? Indeed, isn't that why I asked the kitchen to celebrate? Should we not also celebrate together? Shall we sing or dance? Can we sing in bed? No, we cannot go to bed during the day. Aning, move aside. You're being bothersome. Aning, they have been dismissed for your sake. Mustn't you show some appreciation? Why are you so fussy? It's just one matter. Exactly. I merely wish to express affection. After all, a man's desires naturally surpass a woman's. Otherwise, why would one man marry multiple women? Now that the harem has been dispersed, leaving only you, one must fulfill their duties. All right, I concede. Hurry, don't delay our meal. As you command. Luo Qingyun's eyes sparkled. His wife urged him to hasten, as he must not slacken. When a man is in the mood, how could he finish quickly? Even after finishing, one can always begin anew. The poor empress waited alone for over an hour. Growing hungry, she finished her meal and returned to rest. In the past, she would have had the company of the harem women to converse with. Now she has truly become an empty nester. You heartless creature, reveling in your own happiness while leaving Mother Empress to dine alone. The two looked at the departed empress, feeling a twinge of guilt. Shall we dine together tomorrow? Let's invite everyone. It will be more lively. Who is everyone? Your brothers, sisters-in-law, and the grand consort. Very well, what is their relationship like? The empress and the grand consort should be rivals, correct? On the surface, they appear amicable. What do you mean? On Ning, with so many women and only one man. Ponder the dynamics of their relationships. The empress has always been magnanimous, yet she is the loneliest, relinquishing her man to dote on others. I have witnessed her weeping until dawn, and from that moment, I vowed never to allow the woman I cherish to endure such suffering. Thus, having endured half a lifetime of hardship, I wish for her to find more joy in the days to come. The Empress's greatest happiness now is holding her grandchildren. Oh, it will come soon. Could it be that she is expecting? In the future, please be gentler and do not harm the child. That evening, Suning sent messages to the various royal residences, inviting them to the palace for a banquet the following day. Since the passing of the late emperor, the kind-hearted new emperor had allowed concubine He to reside with her son at the royal residence. And it had been 4 years since she last entered the palace, a place that evoked both sorrow and nostalgia within her. She was fortunate to have borne a successful son, while those concubines without offspring had been relegated to the ancestral temple, destined to spend their remaining years in solitude. Some concubines had only entered the palace a few years prior, in the prime of their youth, only to see their promising lives come to an abrupt end with the emperor's demise. The mother of the second prince had passed away early, and the only other elder present was concubine Xia, the mother of the young prince. Thus, the gathering would consist of merely 3 elders. The emperor's family of 3, the Lua Qinjiang family of 3, the couple Luo Qinjian and Looking Feng, who was unmarried and accompanied only by her mother, made a total of 10, a full table indeed. As the elders sat together, they reminisced about the fleeting years, their hearts swelling with emotion, and tears welled in their eyes. Past grievances, jealousies, and rivalries seemed trivial and laughable in hindsight. The emperor gestured for everyone to take their seats, and Suning raised her cup to speak first. We are all one family. In a family, there are no divisions. There is a saying, when brothers are united, their strength can cut through metal. With you brothers united in the eastern Luoqing kingdom, prosperity and stability shall surely follow. The eldest sister-in-law echoed her sentiment, expressing her disdain for familial strife and advocating for a harmonious life together. The second to speak was Murong Zi, straightforward and candid. Huaiwa glanced at Lua Qinjiang, having been raised under traditional values, where women were to remain silent until spoken to by men. Sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are right. We shall always be a harmonious family. Lua Qinjiang lifted his cup, saying, Sister-in-law cannot drink alcohol, so let us eat instead. We must not let the little prince go hungry. Thank you for your concern, eldest sister-in-law. Come, let us toast. At that moment, their hearts were united, devoid of deceit or rivalry, and free from jealousy. The emperor set a commendable example by not taking concubines or secondary wives, ensuring a tranquil household. Everyone was in high spirits, and the emperor praised Suning publicly for being a virtuous helpmate, stating that the banquet was her idea, as she wished for the family to remain united, for harmony brings prosperity. The others regarded Suning with profound respect. I have a suggestion. Let us gather for family dinners regularly, perhaps once a month. It cannot be just our turn to host. You must also invite us. We could take Mother Empress out for an outing as well. Right, Mother Empress? It has been a while since you left the palace, hasn't it? Indeed. I can hardly recall the last time I stepped outside. How about we go out tomorrow? You all go, and take me along. Don't you have state affairs to attend to? Let the second and third princes handle them. The elder brother, prioritizing affection over brotherhood, stirred dissatisfaction among the younger ones, who wished to accompany their wives. As the meal progressed, everyone was filled with joy, except for Looking Feng, who remained silent, quietly drinking and eating. Fourth brother, have you experienced heartbreak? Be honest. What is heartbreak? When the girl you cherish suddenly withdraws her affection, it leaves you in a state of melancholy. Yearning to win her back, does it not? Indeed, dear elder sister, I find myself heartbroken and at a loss for what to do. If you cannot let go, then seek her out. However, if it is unrequited love and she does not reciprocate your feelings, it may be wise to consider another. I find it difficult to move on, for she promised to return once her mother recovered, yet she has secretly departed. What a tale. Do share the details. I shall offer my counsel. Why do you all gaze upon me so? How am I to articulate this? It seems the others are reveling in my misfortune. With everyone else's attention upon me, I must speak. The group chuckled at Su Ning's words. We shall not look at you any longer. Please proceed. If needed, I, your second sister-in-law, shall assist without hesitation. Murongzi declared her unwavering support for the happiness of the fourth brother. Chapter 40. The Emperor's favor towards the little cook. 40. Luo Qingfeng spoke hesitantly, leaving the audience in a state of confusion. Su Ning, a modern individual well-versed in romantic tales, grasped the essence of his muddled words. The master, intoxicated, favored a maid who felt unworthy and therefore concealed herself, leading the master to fret. Such is the simplicity of the tale, is it not? Su Ning encapsulated the situation with a single phrase. Ning is quite astute. I could not decipher the fourth brother's mumblings. Neither could I. Fourth brother, is this the case? Indeed, this is where your fault lies. If you favor someone, you must take responsibility. Such behavior is unbecoming of a true gentleman, Luo Qingyan admonished. I have not shirked my responsibilities. She returned home to care for her mother, and I even provided her with silver. You likely did not express your intent to marry her. She surely assumed that remaining meant becoming a concubine. Murongzi remarked incisively. What use is your discourse if she is no longer present? If she has vanished, it signifies a desire to avoid you. If you truly care for her, seek her out. If not, let her be. Perhaps she will thrive without you. Su Ning contemplated the matter with a modern perspective, viewing the incident as a mere drunken folly. Yet how could these ancient souls agree with her reasoning? How could one not seek her out? It is imperative to bring her back, to fulfill one's responsibilities. Otherwise, how shall she find a husband in the future? Indeed, it is essential for Fenger to retrieve her. His mother echoed this sentiment. Ah, but you must ponder carefully. If you seek her out, it must be with the intention of marrying her. If marriage is not your desire, do not pursue her. Su Ning observed Luo Qingfeng, eager to discern his genuine feelings for the maid. Dear elder sister, I have come to a realization. I shall seek her out and bring her back as my princess, regardless of her status. Excellent. Su Ning applauded. A man of honor must keep his word. Go forth, and if you cannot find her, do not return. What? What do you mean by that? Oh, how formidable is the elder sister. I wonder how the emperor tolerates this. Jin Yu Tao, a name as melodious as it is noble, originates from esteemed lineage. Her father, a merchant, though not exceedingly wealthy, raised her in the confines of their home, nurturing her in the arts, hoping she would marry into a respectable family. Alas, misfortune struck unexpectedly. Her father encountered difficulties in business, and amidst his turmoil, he succumbed to a severe cold. Exhausted from his struggles, he passed away after half a year. Her mother, a woman of the inner chambers, had never meddled in affairs of commerce. Once the family pillar was gone, she too fell ill. Poor Jin Yutao, at merely 16 or 17, found herself burdened with caring for her mother while also earning a living. By sheer coincidence, The fourth prince's household sought maids, offering 2 taels of silver a month, so she enlisted to serve in the royal residence. The palace provided meals and lodging, allowing her to save money for her mother's medical treatment. Jin Yutao possessed a striking beauty and a tall stature, which led to her selection to serve her master, Luo Qingfeng, who naturally cast several glances at the new maid. 2 months prior, inebriated, Luo Qingfeng was attended by Jin Yutao, and under the influence of alcohol, he took advantage of her. Generally a person of virtue, he found himself succumbing to desires he had long harbored. Upon awakening, Luo Qingfeng bestowed upon her 100 taels of silver. Though Jin Yutao hesitated, she ultimately accepted it, for her mother's health was paramount. Regardless of the young prince's regard for her, Luo Qingfeng's pride was wounded. He believed Jin Yutao ought to plead with him to remain. Yet she simply took the money and departed, not even returning to the palace. After several days without her return, he visited her home, only to discover that her mother was indeed gravely ill. "Xiao Tao, are you upset with me?" he inquired. "I dare not be so," she replied. "But my mother requires care, thus I cannot serve the prince. Then when your mother recovers, you may return." "Very well." Jin Yutao kept her gaze lowered, and Luo Qingfeng, mistaking her shyness for modesty, offered her 2 more silver notes before returning to the palace. A month passed, yet Jin Yutao did not return. Unable to contain his impatience, Luo Qingfeng visited her home once more, only to find it deserted. Standing amidst the wind, he felt disheveled. The girl had evidently no intention of returning to the palace. Had he been so thoroughly rejected? For the first time in his life, he had developed feelings for a woman, only to be met with complete disregard, culminating in her abrupt disappearance. Since that visit, Jin Yutao's mother had sensed the change, especially upon receiving such a substantial sum from the young prince. She inquired what had transpired between them. Jin Yutao recounted the events in full, leading her mother to weep inconsolably. "My poor Tower, the young prince wishes for you to become his concubine. It is all due to my burdens on you." "Mother, I shall not become his concubine. Even if I remain unmarried for life, I will not share a husband with another." "Then you must not marry." A month later, as Jin Yutao's monthly cycle failed to arrive, a chill settled in her heart. Without a child, she could refuse the prince. However, should she bear his offspring, she would inevitably have to enter the palace, for the royal family could not allow their lineage to fall into obscurity. The young prince had not visited in over a month, indicating a lack of genuine interest, and after consulting with her mother, she decided to leave the capital. Vanishing from Luo Qingfeng's world, Luo Qingfeng leveraged all available connections, and after a prolonged search lasting half a year, he finally discovered Jin Yutao, who was on the verge of giving birth, in an unassuming rural courtyard. Upon seeing her, tears streamed down his face. "Oh, dear aunt," he lamented, "because of your departure, I have been unable to return home. The Empress Dowager has made it clear that if I cannot find you, I must not return." Jin Yutao and her daughter were taken aback, not expecting him to locate them despite their efforts to remain hidden. Why was he crying upon their reunion? "This is a moment of overwhelming joy," he proclaimed. "Tao, in the future, please inform me before you leave, shall we? Let us not endure such turmoil anymore. Look at you. You already have a child and still cannot find peace." It seemed he had only just realized his child, his very own offspring. The thought of becoming a father filled him with elation, and then he fainted spectacularly. Those who accompanied him hurriedly laid him on Jin Yutao's bed. The young prince had been searching for his beloved, neglecting his own well-being for months. Perhaps the exhaustion finally caught up with him, and in a moment of relaxation and joy, he collapsed. His subordinates, however, suspected that the young prince had merely fallen asleep. "Very well, you all should rest. I will take care of him," one of them suggested. As the crowd dispersed, Jin Yutao sat by the bed, troubled. Ultimately, he had found her, and it seemed her life would be inextricably intertwined with his. "Xiao Tao, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The Empress Dowager had advised that upon meeting, one must first seek the other's forgiveness before any further development could occur, lest one fall prey to the prince's arrogance and simply take someone away. "The young prince has awakened?" she mused. "I sought you out, yet you vanished. How can you break your word?" Did you not promise your mother you would return to the palace once she recovered? She placed a hand on her abdomen. This child is mine, is it not? I am about to become a father. Do you wish for me to be a concubine? No, no, no. You shall be the princess. There is yet to be a princess in the palace. How could I allow you to be a concubine? You carry my flesh and blood. How could I allow you and our child to suffer? Jean Yutao remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Tower, please forgive me. I was wrong and will not force you anymore. I will heed your wishes. Shall we return home? Do you truly mean that? A man's word is his bond. I would never go back on it. Very well, I shall return with you. Luo Qingfeng brought her back to the capital, where the emperor granted their union and hastily arranged the marriage, ensuring that she was welcomed into the palace before the impending birth of their child. Chapter 41. The emperor's favor for the little chef within a year. The Luo brothers had all taken wives, and Luo Qingyang welcomed a robust son. Su Ning and Murong Zi also found themselves with child, though none were as far along as Jean Yutao. Luo Qingfeng took pride in showcasing his prowess, boasting that he had succeeded in making his wife pregnant on the first attempt. This led to a thorough reprimand from Luo Qingyun and Luo Qingyan, who swiftly quelled his arrogance. Su Ning often accompanied the Empress Dowager beyond the palace walls, strolling through the bustling streets of the capital like any ordinary mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Initially, passers-by were filled with trepidation, bowing and kneeling, but over time, they began to greet her warmly. Everyone praised the Empress for her virtue, kindness, and approachability, lauding her as a paragon of a wise empress. It was no wonder the emperor chose to dismiss the harem, favoring her above all others. The Empress Dowager has embarked on a life she never dared to imagine, believing she would spend her days within the confines of the palace. Fortunately, with the transformative influence of her daughter-in-law, Su Ning, her later years have taken a remarkable turn. Not only the Empress Dowager, but also the women who were sent away from the palace have gradually found husbands, each marrying their ideal partners. Years later, they reflect on their fortunes, grateful that the emperor dismissed them from the palace. Otherwise, they would not have experienced the joy of a bustling family, with one man devoted to one woman. The likelihood of conception naturally increases, and lo and behold, the young crown prince is but 2 years old, and Su Ning is once again expecting. And Ning, let us have one more daughter this time, and then we shall cease. Luo Qingyun gently caresses Su Ning's abdomen. Why stop? Do you not revel in the act of creation? And Ning, you are well aware that I long to savor the very process of procreation. Such frivolity. In your presence, I have become a mere shadow of ambition. Pray tell, what is it that you adore about me? Why? Perhaps it is the hand of fate that guided me to you, allowing my heart to be irrevocably entwined with yours. Fate, indeed. Have you ever heard of the concept of borrowing a corpse to return the soul? Is that not a fanciful fabrication? Do you doubt my belief in it? Of course, for I am but a wisp of a soul from another realm, and Ning is no mere ghost. She is clearly the enchanting spirit that has ensnared my heart. If you choose not to believe, it matters not. I have arrived and shall remain by your side for eternity. I aspire to experience another life. I can only govern this lifetime. Matters of the next are beyond my purview. If I were to depart first, I would not partake of Meng Po's soup, but rather seek you in my next incarnation. How would you recognize me? There is a red birthmark upon Ning's posterior. Would you have me reveal such a private part for your inspection? Indeed, if we were to be reborn together, forgoing Meng Po's soup, we would surely find one another. Perhaps we could be reborn from the same womb. And Ning merely wishes to evade the bonds of matrimony with me. Brother Yun, to be your wife is a fortune earned over 2 lifetimes. My dear, are those words truly from your heart? Indeed, from the depths of my heart. And Ning loves Brother Yun most dearly. With her endearing words, and Ning sends Luo Qingyun soaring into the heavens, lost in blissful reverie. After all these years, is there still no news of my mother? None. Perhaps she shall not return. There are legends that immortals reside atop Kunlun Mountain, and that they must endure trials in the mortal realm to achieve true enlightenment and ascend. Legends they are. The truth remains uncertain. In a realm shrouded in ethereal mist, a young woman, imbued with an aura of divinity, gazes vacantly into the void. Junior sister, You remain tethered to your earthly past. A man with an air of celestial grace steps forth. Elder brother, it is only my daughter I cannot release. She has her own life. Do not burden yourself with her fate. Besides, she thrives. Have you seen her, elder brother? Have you forgotten? I possess the power to glimpse all that transpires in the world. May I see her? Just one glance, and I shall dedicate myself to diligent cultivation, striving to forget the past. Very well. With a flourish of his ample robes, a scene of happiness and harmony materializes in the void. The resplendent palace, adorned with vibrant gardens, was alive with the laughter and frolic of children on the verdant lawns, while an elderly woman with snow-white hair sat nearby, smiling. Emerging from the palace were a young couple, the man gently draping his arm around his wife's shoulders. As they approached the children, the little ones rushed toward them. The wife lifted her youngest son into her arms and showered him with kisses, inciting a hint of jealousy in her husband, who leaned in for a kiss of his own, only to be playfully pushed aside by their son. Father has spent the entire night showering mother with affection. Yet during the day, he refrains from such displays, remarked one child. Oh dear, don't you ever tire of playing? Grandmother is rather aged and must return to rest for a while, the elderly woman said as she stood, supported by her maid, and departed. Have you completed your studies today? She inquired. Yes, mother, the older children replied. Our tutor advised us to balance work and play, which is why we are here. Lo Qingyun crouched down to embrace her adorable daughter, planting a kiss on her cheek. Did you finish your lessons today, Wunner? Yes, father. Wunner has also learned to play the piano. Very well, my dear. The couple spent a brief time playing with the children before taking their leave, while the palace attendants remained to oversee the children's merriment. The scene then froze in time. Is there anything else that troubles you, junior sister? Is that truly my daughter? Indeed, the emperor of Donglu has dismissed his harem for her sole favor and loves her deeply. My daughter possesses such fortune? What more could I possibly worry about? Farewell. Child, may we meet again. Since the ascension of Lo Qingyun as emperor, the royal sons of Donglu have adhered to monogamous unions, living in blissful harmony without the strife of concubines or the rivalry of brothers for power. The officials and common folk of Donglu have followed suit, resulting in numerous beautiful love stories that have been celebrated through the ages. Chapter 42. The Southern King Pursues His Wife, Part 1, in the capital of the Western Chu Kingdom. Amidst a night so dark that one could scarcely see a hand in front of their face, a slight figure, akin to a specter, silently scaled the high walls of a courtyard. With a few deft movements, they arrived at a study, seemingly producing a slender piece of steel wire from nowhere. After a brief manipulation of the door's lock, it yielded, allowing the shadowy figure to enter. In their hand now lay a luminous pearl, which illuminated the dim recesses of the study, revealing the sought-after items. A stack of documents hastily secured before the figure slipped away, vanishing into the enveloping darkness as quietly as they had arrived. The following day, incriminating evidence of Prime Minister Wang's corruption inexplicably surfaced on the desk of the Dali Temple. Investigators, tracing the clues, uncovered the Prime Minister's astonishing conspiracy. For over a decade, he had engaged in the illicit trade of official titles and the ruthless acquisition of wealth, all while concealing his vast fortune from the emperor, amassing riches rivaling those of nations. His ambition was laid bare. This was intolerable. The emperor, in a fit of righteous fury, issued a decree confiscating all of the prime minister's assets to replenish the national treasury, promptly sentencing him to a death cell, with execution to follow on a chosen day, while his entire family was exiled to the frontier as slaves. The prime minister would die ignorant of the identity of his betrayer. In the aftermath, officials who had been close to him trembled with fear, wary of the flames of retribution. Not long after, another calamity struck the capital when the son of the Ministry of Personnel's deputy was ambushed at night, rendering him incapacitated. The Vice Minister of Rights was exceedingly enraged, spending a considerable amount of wealth in an attempt to uncover the perpetrator behind the recent disturbances. After a prolonged investigation, he found no leads. Instead, the misdeeds of his son over the years surfaced, becoming the subject of public discourse. Whispers filled the streets. declaring that his son deserved the consequences for his heinous acts against innocent women, as chivalrous individuals sought to administer justice. In a short span, officials who had engaged in wrongdoing were gripped by trepidation, fearing that they might soon catch the attention of this formidable figure. Inevitably, the anticipated events unfolded. Before long, a theft occurred at the residence of an official who reported the loss of an exorbitant amount of silver notes and coins, yet could not account for their origins. However, based on previous patterns of criminal activity, the investigators from the Supreme Court conducted an inquiry into the owner, revealing that the silver had been acquired through illicit means. Ultimately, the investigation concluded with the discovery of the official's corruption and bribery, leading to his incarceration for further examination. In the study of the Prince of Southern Town, the strikingly handsome Chu Mohan listened intently to his subordinates' reports. After years of guarding the borders, he had established stability and harmony in the frontier regions. He had just been summoned back by the emperor, entrusted with the command of the Imperial Guard, responsible for maintaining peace in the capital. As his guards recounted the recent happenings within the city, Chu Mohan narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the prospect of encountering such an interesting individual upon his return. The air was arid, and the night watchman's rhythmic knock on the wooden board gradually faded into the vast darkness. A slender figure emerged on the street, walking leisurely. As she passed by a shop still illuminated, it became evident that she wore a fiery red dress, her face veiled in crimson gauze, and her hair elegantly coiled atop her head, devoid of any adornments. She meandered slowly, as if taking a stroll or pondering deeply. Chu Mohan followed from a distance, recognizing that the figure was indeed a woman. Although he suspected she was the person he sought, he knew that apprehending a thief without evidence would be unwise. Upon reaching a corner, she vanished in an instant. Alarmed at the thought of losing her, he hastened after her, only to find the street empty. Leaping onto the rooftops, he scanned the surroundings. The desolate night was silent, and the renowned Prince of Southern Town, celebrated for his martial prowess, found himself humiliated by having lost track of a mere woman. It was a grave oversight on his part, for he had never before taken such a keen interest in anyone. Since she was in the capital, he was determined to capture her. The emperor of the Western Chu Kingdom was sagacious, fostering harmony among his ministers, with brothers treating each other with respect, thereby governing the nation so that the populace lived in peace and prosperity. However, beneath this facade of flourishing success lay unscrupulous individuals secretly stirring discord. Emperor Chu Moyu, approaching middle age, had 3 sons, all of whom, inheriting the royal lineage, were strikingly handsome, admired by noble women in the capital. While none could aspire to be the official consort, becoming a concubine was still a coveted position. Those who gained favor could eventually find themselves in the role of future empress. Mu Wanqing, in her past life, was an ordinary office worker. While waiting for the bus by the roadside, she was unexpectedly struck by a reckless driver, despite being clearly visible. Upon regaining consciousness, her first impulse was to reprimand the foolish driver, only to be met with the sight of a tearful young maid. "Miss, you frightened me to death. How did you suddenly faint? Are you unwell? Where am I?" "You are in your own bed." After much contemplation, she reluctantly accepted the reality that she had traversed time. She had been killed by that foolish driver, and her soul had found refuge in the body of a young lady from a noble family in ancient times. The original owner was an ardent admirer of the prince's, akin to a lovesick girl. From a young age, she harbored a passion for martial arts. But in the Western Chu Kingdom, where women were discouraged from practicing, she could only train in secrecy. Lacking guidance, she met her demise when her practice led her astray. The source of the martial arts manual was a distant memory. She could no longer recall who had given it to her, only that she had practiced with fervor, all while maintaining a facade of fragility. For men favored gentle, delicate women. The original owner concealed her skills so well that even her maid was unaware of her abilities. Now that she inhabited this body, she resolved not to let the martial prowess go to waste. In the seemingly prosperous capital, where many scoundrels lurked beneath the surface, she chose to reclaim her identity as a heroine, punishing the wicked and aiding the innocent. If she could not act openly, she would do so covertly, and thus a champion of the downtrodden emerged in Linen City. He moved silently, his identity a mystery, and no one had ever seen his true visage. Initially, his noble deeds of redistributing wealth were overlooked by Chu Mohan, who could turn a blind eye. However, this individual dared to challenge the emperor's authority by sneaking into the palace to spy on the emperor's indulgences with his concubines, an affront the emperor could not tolerate. He commanded the prince of Southern Town to capture this rogue. Upon receiving the order, the prince could barely contain his disdain. Why would anyone eavesdrop on the emperor? Moreover, what business did a woman have in such matters? This girl was in dire need of correction. Deep down, Chu Mohan hoped this individual was not a frivolous woman. Someone with such a sense of justice ought to possess a pure heart. Time was of the essence. He could not allow another to seize the opportunity first. Mu Wanqing, eager to test her martial abilities, challenged the palace guards, deeming it a trivial matter. Had she not laughed at the emperor's antics during his dalliances, she would have remained unnoticed. Little did she know, the emperor was quite the jester behind closed doors. Chapter 43. The Prince of Southern Town pursues his wife. Part 2. The chill of late autumn sent shivers through M.O. as he stood there. Having spent the entire night waiting to catch a thief, His Highness insisted on being present, yet not a single glimpse of the rogue had materialized. Your Highness, allow me and my brothers to take turns keeping watch. You need not personally intervene. You're no match for her. Anyone who can slip away from under my nose and escape the heavily guarded palace must possess skills comparable to my own. I am eager to meet her. It has been far too long since I encountered an opponent. Your Highness, dawn is approaching. It seemed unlikely that she would appear tonight. Perhaps it was time to return. After approximately an hour of returning to the Wangfu, a subordinate arrived to report that the eldest son of Prime Minister Gu had been rendered impotent, and the Prime Minister had entered the palace to seek the imperial physician. When did this occur? Inquired the prince. Just moments ago, Your Highness. Prime Minister Gu has likely not yet returned home. This woman, he mused, why does she engage in such base actions? Why must a lady resort to punishing a man in such a manner? Does she not possess any sense of decorum? Your Highness, which woman do you refer to? His subordinate was unaware of her identity. Never mind. Investigate what misdeeds Gu's eldest son has recently committed. Yes, Your Highness. Shimohan lamented, regretting that he had not returned a bit later, pondering whether she was aware that he awaited her presence. Had she intentionally committed her act that morning? In truth, Mu Wanqing had simply overslept, intending to carry out her plan in the dead of night, but instead slept until just before dawn. Estimating the time, she realized it was still early with no one yet awake, and thus proceeded with her actions, inadvertently missing Chimohan. Upon her return home, she instructed her maid, Chunlan, to prepare her for the day. Her mother had mentioned that her cousin would be visiting soon, urging her to entertain him well. Wanqing harbored serious suspicions regarding her mother's intentions. Why was it her responsibility to host her cousin when she had both brothers and a father? Chimohan did not have to wait long. His subordinate soon clarified the situation. Your Highness, I have learned that Gu's eldest son once took a peasant girl against her family's wishes, and when her fiancé came to confront him, he ordered the man's legs to be broken. Is Prime Minister Gu aware of this? With such a reckless son, the Prime Minister cannot be at ease. After discovering the incident, the Prime Minister sent silver to the girl's family, who then ceased their pursuit of the matter. To indulge a son is akin to destroying him. Does Prime Minister Gu not comprehend this principle? It is utterly disgraceful. He fails to discipline his own son and permits that girl to act. The very thought of her touching such a thing is unsettling. Miss, your cousin has arrived. Madam wishes for you to join them. Very well. It has been years since I last saw him. In the front courtyard, Madame Mu was engaged in conversation with her nephew, who increasingly pleased her with his demeanor. Xian, how is your grandmother? Aunt, grandfather, and grandmother are in good health. They often speak fondly of you. And how are your parents faring? They're well, too. Wow. Is this handsome young man truly my cousin? I scarcely recognize him. Mu Wanqing entered with an expression of infatuation, earning a sharp rebuke from her mother. Do not act foolishly. You will make your cousin laugh at you. Sister Wanner, you remain as charming as ever. Indeed, cousin, you are truly handsome. Not at all inferior to the princes. Enough of your nonsense, her mother warned, raising her hand once more. Please do not strike, mother. My cousin has just arrived. Grant me some leniency. For the sake of your cousin, I shall spare you this time. Cousin, my mother can be quite fierce. You have no idea. I am subjected to daily beatings. How could that be? Sister Wanner is so delightful. Cousin Yu Mingxian, age 22, was a prodigy in business. Tall and graceful with an elegant demeanor. Having traveled extensively over the years, he was well-versed and distinguished, a rare young talent. Mu Wanqing's observation held merit. He possessed an aura that rivaled that of several princes. If she were to marry such a gentleman, it would indeed be her fortune, yet alas. She possesses a modern soul, making the notion of cousinly affection rather moot. Her cousin must stand at around 185 centimeters tall, perhaps. He seemed not to comprehend Mu Wanqing's words. The cousin was remarkably handsome, capable of gracing the runway in contemporary times. Strangely, he perceived his cousin's peculiar demeanor this time. How long does he intend to stay? I shall guide you through the entirety of the capital. As a man, he need not be accompanied by Wanner. Indeed, you are unfamiliar with these locales. Your cousin knows them far better. If only her mother were aware. In truth, she is quite knowledgeable. Mother, this is merely a matter of hospitality. Cannot you grant me this opportunity, right, cousin? Indeed, in the days that followed, Mu Wanqing accompanied Yu Mingxian on a comprehensive tour of the capital, where she was well-versed in the finest delicacies, the most enjoyable entertainments, and the most picturesque sights. Sister Wanner, do you often venture out? Indeed, otherwise how would I be so familiar? Are you alone? Wherever Wanner roamed, there were those who recognized her. Of course, surely. And is unaware? A keen mind is evident. One need not inquire. It is imperative that mother remains oblivious. If she discovers this, I shall face her wrath. When you venture out alone, be sure to prioritize your safety and take a maid with you to ensure assistance should any trouble arise. Oh, cousin, you are exceedingly thoughtful. I hardly wish to relinquish your care to another. Why do you gaze at me so, Sister Wanner? Aunt claims that Sister Wanner is merely infatuated. Yet he did not share that sentiment, perceiving rather that she was performing. I ponder which fortunate woman shall win your favor, cousin. You jest, dear girl. Pray tell, have you set your sights on a particular locale? What? Do not feign ignorance. I am aware that you are scouting for a shop, contemplating a business venture. Can I be of assistance, dear sister? You are even more astute than I had anticipated. Yu Mingxian believed her not to be as simple as she appeared. He had not foreseen her hidden talents. Let us be clear from the outset. Even between brothers, accounts must be settled, and compensation must be rendered. Very well. Once cousin has made arrangements, you shall be informed. Is it a clothing store you intend to open? How did you know? Hee. Cousin's gaze often lingers upon women. I do not perceive you as licentious. Thank you for your trust, Wanner. The garment trade, paired with jewelry and women's necessities, is a lucrative endeavor across any dynasty. For a woman's purse is easily swayed. Once cousin secures a shop, I shall request Sister Wanner to assist in the arrangements. The capital shall be provided by cousin, while Sister Wanner contributes her ideas, and the profits shall be split evenly. What? Is that a yes? She had never before had the chance to showcase her talents. Now, she was poised to flourish and aspire to become the wealthiest in the capital. Regrettably, such a fine man as her cousin could never be hers. A lamentable fate. Chapter 44. The Prince of Zhennan pursues his wife while accompanying her cousin through the capital. She was not merely a passive observer. She also gleaned some confidential matters regarding the officials. Once she unraveled the truth, she would take action. One day, Mu Wanqing received an invitation from Tang Ruolin to attend a flower viewing banquet. On this chilly day, what flower shall we admire? Miss Tang, with her profound affection for chrysanthemums, has undoubtedly seen her blooms flourish once more. Every year she invites guests to appreciate their beauty during this season. Indeed, it is a yearly tradition, and she also extends invitations to several princes, which inevitably leaves her so enamored that she scarcely pays attention to the flower splendor. This year, however, I shall take a closer look and, if possible, I might procure a few to plant in my own garden, thereby enhancing my own taste. Tang Ruolin, renowned as the most beautiful and talented woman in the Western Shu Kingdom, has earned this title from sources unknown. Nevertheless, she is both exquisite and accomplished. Hailing from a prestigious lineage, her grandfather served as the imperial tutor and her father is a grand scholar. Thus, It is no wonder that princes grace her flower appreciation banquets with their presence. Were it not for her beauty, Mu Wanqing would likely not even be considered worthy of such an invitation. Regardless, I shall not dwell too much on comparisons, as I am aware that no matter how I adorn myself, I cannot rival her. My lady, you are truly enchanting, said the maidservant. I believe you are not at all inferior to Miss Tang. It is merely her literary talents that surpass yours. Spring Orchid, you are my personal maid, and dare to claim that her talents are merely a bit superior? Is it not evident that I cannot compose poetry to save my life? If we were to compete now, I would surely best her in reciting Tang and song poetry. That is sufficient. We are not here to judge beauty, she replied. Will several princes attend this year? I am uncertain. Their attendance is of no concern to us. Oh, but it is of some concern, for not a single prince has ever cast a glance in your direction, yet you are so enamored with them. The Tang residence is not far from the Mu household, and the two ladies strolled leisurely, presenting their invitation, which the doorkeeper promptly accepted, guiding them into the garden. Ah, hello everyone. In the garden, clusters of young ladies were engaged in conversation, and Mu Wanqing's entrance elicited disdainful looks from the crowd. It was a mystery why Miss Tang invited her year after year, as she was utterly incapable of appreciating flowers, let alone composing poetry. Her only inclination was to gaze longingly at men. Wanqing, you have arrived, said Luo Xiu, approaching to converse with her. She still had a few good friends. We were delayed, as we did not travel by carriage. No matter, many have yet to arrive. The young lady reassured her. Will the eldest prince be attending this year? We shall see. She has already revealed her true intentions upon her arrival. She is merely here to see the men. Why are you all staring at me? Have you suddenly realized how beautiful I am? The crowd fell silent, astonished by her unabashed vanity. Wanqing, cease your chatter. As her close friend, Luo Xiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Spring Orchid, however, remained unfazed, her resilience unmatched. Isn't this a flower appreciation gathering? Where are the flowers? She exclaimed. If one cannot disparage the man, surely discussing flowers is acceptable. This remark drew yet more disdainful glances from the assembly. Why is it that everything I say seems to be wrong? She lamented. Fine, I shall refrain from speaking. Perhaps I shall find a cup of tea instead? Is there no tea available? I have grown quite parched, and have yet to see any. No one responded to her. Had she erred again? Luo Xiu tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. Very well, I shall not speak further. Let's find a bench to sit, she said, pulling Luo Xiu towards a long seat, beckoning the maidservants to join them. Spring Orchid shook her head vigorously at her, leaving her utterly bewildered. In this era where status is of paramount importance, associating with maidens is often deemed a lack of self-respect and invites ridicule. What has Wanqing been preoccupied with lately? It has been ages since I last saw you. My cousin has arrived, and I have been accompanying him to explore the sights. Is he the cousin renowned for his business acumen? Indeed, he is. He intends to expand his ventures in the capital and will not be leaving anytime soon. Oh, I must seize the opportunity to introduce you to him. He is a splendid individual, well-traveled and knowledgeable. Furthermore, he possesses striking looks, surpassing even that of the crown prince. Miss Chunlon cautioned from behind her. Such remarks should not be overheard, for it subtly implies that the crown prince is unattractive. Wanqing, have your family arranged a marriage for you? Luo Xiu inquired softly. Not at all. My mother favors my cousin, yet I feel too close to him, akin to a brother. It would be inappropriate to marry him. What do you mean by that? Your father would not prevent you from marrying, would he? Although Luo Xiu is the legitimate daughter of a minister, she has grown up without a mother, and she dares not defy her father's wishes. They are proposing matches for me, but I am unwilling. If you are unwilling, simply inform them. They cannot force you against your will, can they? I have spoken up, but my father became furious, claiming I was unfilial. To refuse to comply is considered unfilial? How archaic. Chunlon rolled her eyes. Only her young lady would dare express such sentiments. Who have they chosen for you? The second son of the Minister of Justice. Ah, that rascal? What is your father thinking? That scoundrel already has several women in his household. Any maid with a modicum of beauty has fallen victim to his advances. He idles about, neglecting his duties, much to his father's chagrin, and yet he expects to ensnare others. My father insists that marrying him would position me as the principal wife, asserting that the second son is merely lax in discipline but of decent character. He believes that marriage would rectify him. While it is true that he is lax, surely he should be better guided before taking a wife. The moment this topic arose, Luo Shiyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Children without mothers are indeed pitiable. Had her mother lived, she would never have allowed her daughter to marry such a man. Do not worry, I will devise a plan. What plan could you possibly have? Rest assured, if you do not wish to wed, I shall ensure that you do not. Luo Shiyu considered her words to be mere frivolous banter. She merely sought someone to vent her frustrations to, without any expectation of assistance. At the flower-viewing banquet hosted by Tang Ruolin, several princes were absent. She informed the guests that their absence was due to pressing matters, rendering the event somewhat awkward. Those capable of composing poetry refrained, and it became apparent that it was not only Mu Wanqing who had sought the prince's presence. Without them, the gathering lost its allure, leading to an early dispersal. This realization struck Tang Ruolin, revealing that her own prominence had merely been a fade supported by the prince's favor. That evening, Mu Wanqing visited the Luo residence. Assuming the guise of a wandering hero to warn Minister Luo that Luo Shiyu was the one he had chosen, there was no need for him to intervene in such personal matters. He would ensure that when the time was ripe, he would seek her hand in marriage. Minister Luo, upon seeing the dart lodged in his door, trembled as he unfolded the note attached. How had his daughter become entangled with such a figure? This individual, a phantom, was not to be trifled with. He decided to postpone any discussions regarding marriage proposals. Chapter 45. The Southern King Pursues His Wife. Part 4. Several princes had initially agreed to attend the banquet at the Tang residence, yet they ultimately withdrew. The Southern King entered the palace to engage in a discussion with the emperor regarding the academic progress of the princes. Chu Mohan remarked that by the age of the eldest prince, he had already been on the battlefield, pondering the martial prowess of his nephews. The emperor, upon hearing this, summoned his sons, instructing them to showcase their skills before their uncle. The outcome was disheartening. Their once-prided martial abilities failed to surpass even 10 moves before their uncle. The emperor's face flushed with embarrassment as he declared that they could remain in the palace only until they could best their uncle in 10 moves. Mohan, do we have any news of that rogue? My brother is investigating, but do we know if anything has gone missing from the palace? Nothing has been lost. It appears they were caught before they could act. The emperor felt a profound embarrassment, having been overheard in a compromising situation with women, which left him with a psychological scar. He now refrained from allowing his favored concubines to speak, fearing that someone might spy on them from above. The favored concubines found the emperor's behavior peculiar. A gentle whisper would have them silenced, a stark contrast to his previous preference for their vocalizations. Yu Mingxian was swift in his endeavors. Within 3 days, he had secured a location and informed Mu Wanqing to oversee the renovations. He had even arranged for the construction workers, awaiting her command to commence. Wow, this expansive space could serve as a self-service supermarket. Everything shall proceed as you direct. Whatever you propose, we shall execute. Mu Wanqing promptly sketched a blueprint, instructing the workers to follow it closely and to seek clarification whenever necessary. Yu Mingxian observed her with a smile, realizing that she was indeed a treasure concealed beneath her modest exterior. Upon leaving the shop, they chose not to ride in a carriage, but instead visited a nearby tea house. Ascending to the second floor, they ordered a pot of tea and listened to the conversations below regarding the affairs of the Gu family. Though several days had passed since the incident, the gossip had finally emerged. The family's misfortunes could not be hidden. Have you heard? Young Master Gu has been incapacitated, and despite the Chancellor's efforts to summon a physician, there has been no remedy. Such a calamity for the Gu family. The Chancellor, having finally fathered a son in his old age, faces this tragic fate. Not long ago, the Deputy Minister's family also suffered a similar downfall. They must have engaged in wrongdoing to attract such a formidable adversary. How ruthless! Even a broken leg would have been preferable. Just look at how the Chancellor has aged 10 years in a matter of days. This is a fate that ensures the end of his lineage. I suspect that this formidable adversary is simply inept and resorts to such draconian measures as punishment. Mu Wanqing could not stifle her laughter. Wanner, be careful not to choke. Yu Mingxian, ever considerate, offered her a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. His attentiveness stirred her heart, making her feel a flutter of emotions. Cousin, please refrain from such thoughtfulness. I worry I may be unable to resist you. Once again, she found herself lost in infatuation. Yu Mingxian playfully pinched her nose. On her way home, Mu Wanqing stopped by a pharmacy to procure some medicinal pills for unforeseen circumstances. Wanner, why are you purchasing so many medicines? For nefarious deeds under the cover of night. Vaner, Yuyist. She had indeed purchased various antidotes for poisons, ostensibly to perform noble deeds. After several days of inactivity, Mu Wanqing could no longer contain herself. She donned her attire and ventured out into the night. Utilizing her lightness skill, she swiftly made her way to the infamous Wan Chunlu in the capital. Having heard whispers of the sordid dealings of certain officials taking place within its walls. Beneath the moonlight, she traversed the rooftops with ease. Arriving at the top of Wan Chunlu, where she spotted a lit room and peered through the back window. To her astonishment, a strikingly handsome man sat within, his profile captivating enough to enchant anyone who beheld it. He resembled an ancient beauty straight from mural. What would it be like to see his full face? Lost in admiration, Mu Wanqing inadvertently stepped through the window into the room. At that moment, Chu Mohan had also received word that several court officials frequented Wanshanlu. He had brought Mo.E along that evening to gather some intelligence. Just as he arrived and instructed Mo.E to contact their informant, Mu Wanqing appeared in his chamber, clad in red garments and a veil. It seemed as though fortune had delivered the woman he had been yearning for right to him, igniting a fervor within that he struggled to suppress as he drained his teacup. Could this ethereal young man possibly be seeking carnal pleasures? Though Mu Wanqing was infatuated, her mind remained clear. She not only admired his beauty, but also looked down upon his presumed actions. Forgive me, miss, you misunderstand. I have other matters at hand. Not the kind you suggest, he said, his voice melodious and his physique admirable. Yet, she retorted, if you are not here for such pursuits, why partake in the tea? Isn't tea meant to be enjoyed? He replied, this is your first visit, isn't it? Indeed. He was a man of integrity, at 28. He had never been with a woman. Rumors circulated about him. Some claimed he had no interest in women, while others suggested he was incapable. Even he himself was uncertain of his preferences until he encountered this intriguing girl, which confirmed his attraction to women. Upon entering the room, she was struck by the unmistakable scent of aphrodisiacs. Do you not smell that? Aphrodisiacs? Me? Indeed. The thought of potentially embarrassing himself in front of her was disconcerting. Miss, you should depart quickly. I will leave, but only if you plan to summon a horde of women for your indulgence. That's not the case. I have never engaged in such activities. Never? Then I certainly cannot leave. How could such a handsome young man be squandered on others? Oh, your visage is a divine masterpiece, growing ever more enchanting with each glance. Am I truly that handsome? Chu Mohan fought against the impulse to embrace her, yet could not help but showcase his charming features. Yes, I have never encountered anyone so exquisite, more striking than the three princes. You know the three princes? Of course, every woman in the capital does. They are quite ostentatious, believing themselves to be the epitome of beauty. I can assist you in neutralizing the poison. Will you pay me? You would help me? Chu Mohan felt a surge of excitement. Could this girl truly know how to counter the seductive toxin? Certainly, but you must compensate me. Assistance cannot be rendered without remuneration. Of course, I shall grant you whatever you desire. This foolish girl, what coin could compare to her? 1,000 taels of silver. Agreed. Payment is made upon delivery. Delivery? What goods? The antidote, of course. Did you think otherwise? Oh, surely you didn't think I would let you sleep with me? Chu Mohan felt the embarrassment of her words keenly. It was quite the sordid thought. Although you are undeniably handsome, and I find myself quite fond of you, if anyone were to sleep, it would be I who sleeps with you. What did she just say? She adores herself and intends to indulge in herself, and he is willing. I am willing. Here. What? The antidote. Take it, lest you lose control of yourself later on. Mu Wanqing handed him a black pill, freshly acquired from the pharmacy that very day. A trifle bought for a few coins, sold for 1,000 taels, a truly lucrative venture. I ought to frequent this place more often. Chapter 46. The Southern King Pursues His Wife. Part 5. Chu Mohan accepted the pill, chewed it, and swallowed it down. Mu Wanqing extended her hand towards him, reminding him of their agreement. Payment upon delivery. Chu Mohan unfastened the jade pendant from his waist and offered it to her. With this, you can freely withdraw silver from any shop beginning with the character Mo in the capital. Where shall I return this to you? It's a gift for you. No. I only require 1,000 taels. Then head to the Southern King's residence. You can't possibly be the Southern King, can you? Chu Mohan was already battling heavy eyelids. The Southern King is so handsome. I had imagined he would return from the battlefield looking rugged and unsightly. Why am I so drowsy? So soon? This medicine is quite effective. My money was well spent. Did you give me the wrong medicine? Not all. It's a sleeping drug. One pill will grant you a day of slumber. Was it supposed to be an antidote? You fool. Where would you find an antidote to a seduction poison? If you wish to avoid women, you ought to sleep soundly. When asleep, you won't think of women. Clever. Isn't it? Chu Mohan could no longer withstand the weight of his eyelids and succumbed to sleep upon the table. Mu Wanqing retrieved the jade pendant and hoisted him onto the bed. Gazing upon his extraordinary beauty, her infatuation flared once more. With no one around, what harm could there be in indulging a little? She reached out to pinch his cheek and pressed her finger against his lips, which parted ever so slightly, reigniting her impulse to pounce upon him. In a moment of reckless abandon, her hand slipped beneath his clothing, brushing against his abdominal muscles. Just as she contemplated further actions, the door swung open and Mo entered, spotting Mu Wanqing. Your Highness, who are you? Did you not see? I am the one who dared to impose upon your lord. If you had returned just a tad later, I would have succeeded. What an untimely return. You shameless woman. Release His Highness. This woman was utterly brazen, assaulting her master and lamenting his early return. Just let go, why the fuss? Our clothes are still on, and I've done nothing. Your lord remains unblemished. With that, she turned and leaped through the window. It was a second floor, and Mo hurriedly leaned out to look. He saw her in a flowing red garment, illuminated by the moonlight, like a fairy, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. Mo quickly returned to check on Chu Mohan, whose upper garment was disheveled, revealing his alluring chest. Thank goodness he returned. Otherwise, His Highness's reputation would have been compromised. How could the formidable Chu Mohan fall prey to a mere girl? What potent concoction had she administered? He showed no signs of waking even through the night. The following noon, Chu Mohan slowly awoke, his eyes fluttering open as he inquired, "Where is everyone?" "Your Highness, they have departed. Rest assured, I arrived in time, and your innocence remains intact. What are you babbling about? I speak the truth. That woman dared to impose herself upon you, even going so far as to remove your garments. Elaborate. Indeed, when I entered, she was caressing your chest. Had I been any later, your reputation would have been compromised. Why did you not delay a little longer? Is your Highness displeased with my tardiness?" Upon their return to the royal residence, the doorman presented a jade pendant, stating it had been delivered by a woman in red. This girl had left no trace behind. As long as he knew she resided in the capital, he had ample time to track her down. Mu Wanqing had accurately predicted that Chu Mohan would not awaken early, and thus had gone to the shop he mentioned at dawn to retrieve 1,000 taels of silver, returning the jade pendant to its owner. Just as she had changed back into her attire, Chun Lan entered. "Miss, why are you up so early today?" She had entered upon hearing sounds from the room, as the young lady typically slept until well past noon, often earning reproaches from her mother. "My cousin's shop is undergoing renovations. I need to inspect it." "Oh, so you are capable of conducting business? How impressive. I believe you surpass Miss Tang." She could not comprehend why Chun Lan perpetually compared her to Tang Ruolin. When she arrived in the dining hall, her mother regarded her with an expression of disbelief. "Is the sun rising in the west today? Our esteemed young lady is having breakfast? Mother, from this day forth, I shall strive to achieve greatness and ascend to prominence." "You? Ascend to prominence? Just aim to be an ordinary person." "Madam, The young lady intends to accompany her cousin to oversee the shop renovations. Her mother appeared to awaken to a realization, and even her sister-in-law exchanged knowing smiles with her. Do you all doubt me? Very well, I shall not discuss it further. Let's eat. Is father not back from court yet? Your father has matters to attend to and will not return for breakfast. Your cousin left early this morning. Where did he go so early? Who are you asking? Do you not spend time with him daily? True, he did not inform me. I shall inquire later. The dining room was occupied solely by 3 women. Mu Wanqing's brother, Mu Qingyun, served in the Imperial Guard stationed outside the capital, ever ready to heed royal commands and safeguard the city. He received a half-month respite, during which he sometimes did not return home. The reason for the Yang family's 3-year struggle with childbearing was evident. Mother, do you know what kind of person the Prince of Jinan is? I have not seen him, but I have heard tales of his unparalleled martial prowess and ruthless nature, capable of slaying many. He is not easy to associate with. Now that he has returned to the capital, should we encounter him, it would be wise to keep our distance. Ruthless and a killer? Surely that pertains to his enemies? He possesses a celestial countenance, and does not seem like a difficult person to engage with. You have seen him? Indeed. He is the most handsome man I have ever laid eyes upon. Yes, mother, my wife has also heard from Qingyun that the Prince of Jinan is exceedingly handsome, surpassing several princes. Right. I too believe he is remarkably handsome. The young girl, have you once again succumbed to infatuation? Your cousin is the one who treats you the best. Do not be ungrateful and risk becoming the subject of ridicule, which might lead your cousin to disdain you. Lady Mu unleashed a torrent of words upon her daughter. I merely remarked on the good looks of the Prince of Jinan. How can my cousin possibly find fault with me? Besides, what does it have to do with him? I am not marrying him. Then tell me, who do you wish to marry? Who would even want you? Is this truly a maternal figure? Can one be so disheartening? Mother, is your daughter truly so lacking? Why can't I find a suitor? I am determined to marry the Prince of Jinan. Chunlan covered her mouth, exclaiming that this girl had gone mad. Her infatuation reaching new heights, daring to fantasize about a prince. I am full now. I shall seek my cousin. Mu Wanqing set down her chopsticks and fled, running quickly lest she incur her mother's wrath. Her mother's temper was solely directed at her, showing no ire toward her brother. It was as if she were a foundling. Next time, she must inquire with old Mu. Chapter 47. The Prince of Jinan pursues his bride. 6. Do you not know whether I am a foundling? Miss, I believe your temperament closely resembles that of the madam. You are likely not a foundling. You impudent girl. Is my temper truly so volatile? Miss, you've struck my head once more. I feel quite dazed. This phrase sounds familiar. Every time her mother struck her, she would say the same. Oh dear, could it be that she has indeed inherited her mother's fierce temper? One cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow for her future daughter. In the study of the Prince of Jinan, Chu Mohan caressed his jade pendant, pondering why this girl, upon discovering her identity, chose to hide. What could she be thinking? Clearly enamored by her own beauty, why conceal her identity from him? Did she already have a suitor? As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Mohan grew anxious. He unfurled a sheet of rice paper on the table and sketched the veiled visage of Mu Wanqing, fearing he might forget her appearance in a few days. With these eyes as a reference, he would surely find her. Time was of the essence, for he could not allow another to seize the opportunity first. Before long, a portrait of the masked beauty emerged on the paper, her expressive eyes seemingly alive. If Mu Wanqing were to see it, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "How could I possibly look so exquisite? This clearly resembles Shishir." Indeed, beauty is subjective. In Chu Mohan's eyes, this girl in red was the most beautiful maiden in the world. Summoned the steward, he instructed Moe, the steward of the prince's residence, in his 50s, had once been a palace guard and had watched Chu Mohan grow. After sustaining injuries during a mission, he remained at the residence to oversee its affairs, staying in the capital where he might recognize this girl. Uncle Zhong, take a look. Do you recognize this woman? Old Zhong examined the portrait closely, unable to identify her. Your Highness, it's difficult to discern with only her eyes visible. It would be easier if her face were fully revealed. If her face were fully revealed, would I even need you to identify her? Chu Mohan retorted. Let us devise another plan. The Emperor is pressing for results, insisting that I capture her and deliver her to the palace. Not only have I failed to catch her, but even if I did, I cannot deliver her. What does the emperor want with her? Could he possibly harbor the same intentions as I? A sense of profound astonishment enveloped her. Surely, her royal brother, surrounded by countless beauties in his harem, would not entertain such thoughts. In his fervent quest to locate her, Chu Mohan was in a state of anxious urgency. While Mu Wanqing thrived in her new venture, she had transformed a store into a self-service supermarket, incorporating clothing, jewelry, shoes, and children's products, all inspired by contemporary business principles. Within a mere month, Yu Mingxian had successfully established a comprehensive supply chain. On an auspicious day, they grandly inaugurated the store, with firecrackers resounding for an entire hour. As the colorful fabrics were unveiled, the golden characters Yuxian apparel gleamed prominently on the high signboard. On the opening day, every customer who entered the store was gifted 10 shopping cards, and those who returned with the cards would enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases. As this enticing news spread, a continuous stream of customers flocked to the store. Positioned at the entrance to promote the business, Mu Wanqing's allure surpassed that of any other. She fashioned a megaphone from a large sheet of paper rolled into a tube, as she refrained from using her internal energy, opting for this more rudimentary method. Come one, come all, brothers and sisters. Even if you don't buy anything, you can collect 10 shopping cards. Why not take them for your future savings? It would be foolish not to. With these cards, you can enjoy a 10% discount on your next purchase. And there's more. Anyone who spends over 100 taels of silver today will receive an 8% discount on their next visit. This offer is valid only for today. Once it's gone, it's gone. In an era devoid of recording devices, she tirelessly repeated her messages, patiently explaining to those who did not understand. By the end of the day, her voice had grown hoarse. "Water, drink some water," Yu Mingxian urged, pouring her a glass and offering fruit. Although the town had already posted notices, she insisted on announcing it herself, believing it to be more authentic and persuasive. "How much silver did we earn today?" Despite her vocal cords failing, the flow of air allowed Yu Mingxian to comprehend her words. The first day of business was a resounding success, exceeding expectations. With half of the initial investment already recouped, Mu Wanqing anticipated that her investment would yield returns within 3 days, and once the money was recovered, she could procure the next batch of goods. Do not concern yourself with the merchandise. Focus on your recovery and await your share of the profits, he reassured her. She nodded in agreement, unable to speak. Upon returning home, her mother surprisingly brought her snow pear and white fungus soup, urging her to rest early for a swift recovery. Moved to tears, she realized that her mother, whom she believed to be indifferent, truly cared for her. Before leaving, her mother mentioned that Yang had become pregnant, and the soup was prepared for her sister-in-law, with an extra ladle added for good measure. Initially believing herself to be the biological child, she now understood that her status was merely a result of her nephew's fortune. Yang's pregnancy surely came after following her advice. After 3 years of difficulty conceiving, she had shared her methods just over 2 months prior. Yang was particularly fastidious, always insisting on cleanliness before intimacy, which made Mu Qingyun hesitant to approach her, fearing he would tarnish her reputation. Though Mu Wanqing had never borne children, her extensive reading in modern times had equipped her with knowledge. She even imparted wisdom to Yang on how to capture her brother's affection, though whether it would be effective remained uncertain, as she herself had never put it into practice. She felt profoundly sorrowful, neglected, and constrained. During the 2 days she spent recuperating at home, her sister-in-law, Yang, visited her and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "There's no need for such formality. We are family. My eldest nephew is the hope of us all. Take good care of yourself, and when I marry, a generous red envelope will suffice. You can count on my sister's contribution as well." As the 2 sisters-in-law engaged in conversation, someone announced the arrival of Luo Shiyu. "Wanqing, I heard your voice was damaged, so I came to see how you were faring." "I'm fine now, I can speak." Upon seeing her dear friend, Yang took her leave. "Take care," she said, and Luo Shiyu politely escorted her out. "I visited you the other day. Your loud voice was audible from afar. You must learn to lower it. You seem exhausted. Please be more cautious in the future." "Yes, I've been mindful, hardly speaking these past 2 days." How did you know my voice was damaged? I inquired with the shop assistant while shopping for clothes. Was my cousin not in the shop? I didn't see him. Has your father ceased pressuring you to marry? He hasn't mentioned it lately. For some reason, he just stopped. Wanqing, did you do something? I pretended to be a hero to scare him a bit. Perhaps that did the trick? Really? Please don't take such risks. If someone mistakes you for a thief and captures you, no words could justify it. She was aware that Mu Wanqing practiced martial arts, but she thought it was merely a trivial skill. Chapter 48. The Prince of Nan Pursues His Wife. Part 7. I consider myself fortunate to have gone unnoticed. You must not betray me. Why would I betray you? You act in my best interest. Even if it means marrying that ruffian, I would never turn against you. What mischief has Wanner gotten into now? Yu Mingxian entered, having visited several times that day without the need for formal announcements. Luo Shiyu stood and politely nodded. Greetings, young Master Yu. There's no need for formality. Are you Wanner's friend? Indeed, I am Luo Shiyu. Please take a seat. Wanner has only you as a good friend visiting her. That remark sounded rather ungracious. A good friend is sufficient. At critical moments, one is worth 10. Indeed, you're quite right. Those who do not befriend me lack discernment. This is tea that my cousin purchased for the care of your voice. Drink a pot daily, and with continued use, it will enhance your voice's beauty. Thank you, cousin. Well then, I shall take my leave. All right, farewell, cousin. Yu Mingxian smiled helplessly. This girl always spoke in peculiar phrases, insisting on saying bye-bye instead of goodbye. Your cousin is quite gentle, Luo Shiyu remarked once he departed. Indeed, we must create more opportunities for you two to become acquainted. Such a wonderful man should not be taken for granted by others. Me? Yes. He is not yours. My cousin indeed. Are you not in some form of relationship? Not at all. You are overthinking it. We are merely collaborating to earn money. Is that so? Indeed, however, I cannot ascertain whether my cousin has feelings for you. Let me be clear. If this matter does not come to fruition, it must not affect our friendship. For as my cousin said, you're my only friend. The two young women erupted into joyous laughter. Mu Qingyun took a few days off upon receiving the news of his wife's pregnancy to come back and see her. Why have you returned, my husband? She inquired. My mother wrote to inform me of your condition, and I could not resist the urge to see you. It's only the beginning. There is no need for haste. She replied, I simply miss you and yearn to be with you. Mu Qingyun, possessing striking features with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, was undeniably handsome. His father had married only his mother in his lifetime, and Mu Qingyun vowed not to take a concubine. Despite numerous noble ladies seeking his hand, he chose only the modest Yang family for his bride. Their marriage was filled with affection, but they lacked a child. While ordinary men might have taken a concubine, Mu Qingyun remained true to his promise, treating Yang with unwavering devotion. Now that their regret was finally rectified, their relationship blossomed further, and his wife became increasingly ardent. Each time he returned from leave, he found it hard to part from her. The couple resembled love-struck youths, whispering sweet nothings to each other in their chamber. However, Yang's mother eventually intervened, sternly admonishing them, warning that physical intimacy could jeopardize the pregnancy. Mother, I did not. Mu Qingyun pretested awkwardly. You may not now, but who has to say what might happen later? She retorted, Mother, I know my limits. When passion ignites, who can maintain restraint? Shall we then live apart during her pregnancy? He pondered, guessing correctly that after only a short leave, he would have to sleep in the study. When Mu Wanqing learned of this, she burst into laughter. I thought her mother only targeted me. Ha ha ha. It seems my brother is in the same predicament. Be quiet. Laugh again, and I shall scold you. Mu Qingyun warned, raising a hand in jest. Unfazed, Mu Wanqing tilted her chin defiantly. Her brother had never laid a hand on her and treated her with utmost kindness. Brother, has your wife been exceptionally gentle lately, rendering you unable to resist? She teased. How do you know? I taught her. You, an unmarried girl. How could you possibly comprehend such matters? I am clever and have learned independently. Honestly, have you befriended the wrong crowd? What? Does my sister have friends? Just the other day, my cousin teased me about having only one friend. Then how do you understand these subjects? Discussing such matters with his younger sister was somewhat awkward for him. I read it in books. You ought to avoid such literature in the future. Very well. I shall not read it anymore. How naive. Will your wife serve you if I do not enlighten you? You will remain unaware of true bliss all your life. In the capital, Yashuan apparel incited an unprecedented shopping fervor among the elite women, initially attracted by discounts of 20 to 30%. They soon discovered the exquisite and unique styles available, offering everything from clothing and accessories to footwear. If one wished to adorn themselves in fashionable attire, Yashuan apparel was the destination, promising satisfaction with every visit. The enthusiastic clientele included not only young women but also mothers and children, with a wide array of children's items available. Moreover, within 7 days, items could be exchanged or returned as long as they remained unworn. In no time, Yashuan apparel became a household name in the capital, and profits flowed in abundantly. As the reputation soared, inquiries began about the identity of the store's owner. Yu Mingxian was quite forthright, openly declaring that this establishment was a partnership between him and his cousin. His uncle, the Minister of Rights, was not a trivial matter, for it is essential to have a person of stature to provide support, and Minister Mu South's reputation in court was commendable. Thus, it was indeed advantageous to harness a bit of that favorable wind. This revelation, however, thrust Mu Wanqing into the spotlight. The once inconspicuous girl, lacking in notable attributes, now revealed a plethora of innovative ideas, amassing a fortune that would make any family fortunate to marry such a girl, akin to acquiring a mountain of gold, entrusting her with business affairs, who would not prosper. Moreover, the minister's household upheld a strict family tradition, and this young lady's character was undoubtedly commendable. Consequently, suitors began to flock to her, seeking her hand in marriage. Miss, the son of the Du family has come to propose again. They are utterly shameless. Seeing that I can earn money, they come to propose after having mocked me before. What are you going to do, miss? I shall scold them. Oh dear, our young lady has quite the temper. As she stepped into the hall, her mother's voice echoed. Madam Du, I beg your pardon, but my daughter is still young and does not wish to marry. She is no longer a child. After the new year, she will be 17. She is 2 years younger than my son. It is a perfect match, not at all suitable. I have no interest in your son, who resembles a pitiful toad yearning for a swan. Get as far away as you can. Fuming, Mu Wanqing stormed inside, unleashing a barrage of retorts. You, how can you be so impolite? Madame Du stammered, pointing a finger at her, though her mother refrained from chastising her this time. I am indeed impolite. Now be gone. Dear sister, I quite like you just as you are. Sadly, it is not your turn. Wanqing has already captured someone's heart. Yu Mingxian gracefully entered from outside, rendering the Du family's son a mere clown in comparison, swiftly overshadowed. Who has taken a liking to Sister Wanqing? The Du family's son was not only unattractive but also foolish. I am Yu Mingxian, and I am fond of Sister Wanqing. My dear brother, you are too late. Even if you had spoken sooner, I would still have no interest in him. Hurry along and spare yourself the embarrassment. The mother and daughter duo were expelled, as if they were fledglings chased away by Mu Wanqing. You. Madame Du stammered for a while, but could not form a complete sentence, ultimately left outside by the Mu household. What shall we do now, mother? Let be. I knew it would not work. That old hag insisted she come to demonstrate sincerity, clearly coveting a daughter who can generate wealth. The Du family held a significant position. Their ancestor had fought alongside the founding emperor, bestowed the title of Duke of Dingyuan, a hereditary nobility. Alas, each generation has been less illustrious than the last, and now they were left with only the title of Duke, lacking both scholarly and martial accomplishments, merely surviving on court stipends. Yet they presumed the Mu family would covet their meager title. The old lady had her daughter-in-law attempt, but it ended in disgrace. In the Mu household's hall, Mu Wanqing expressed her frustration to her mother. Mother, why do you entertain such people? You must express your displeasure towards them. They ought to be left in utter disarray. They treat others with courtesy, so how could my mother bear to dismiss someone? You clearly believe I am unmarriageable. Having someone propose serves to alleviate the perception that your daughter is undesirable. But now, since someone is willing to accept you, it is only my nephew who can tolerate your tempestuous temperament. Yu Mingxian remains as composed as ever, smiling and nodding. Is my cousin merely here to join the fray? Wanner, my cousin genuinely wishes to marry you. If you are willing, I shall write home immediately to prepare our parents. If you prefer not to return, we can reside in the capital. Should our business prosper, we could bring the elders over as well. Very well, cousin. You seem to have arranged a lifetime of matters. Yet I must decline. Warner, dear sister, you insolent girl, are you seeking a beating? If I do not marry your nephew, you resort to violence. Surely, you cannot be my true mother. Aunt, please do not be angry. Let Warner speak. All right then, tell me, is there anyone better than your cousin? Yes, there is. Yet, they are not yours. They would not look upon you favorably. Mother, should you not inquire as to who it might be? No matter who it is, they cannot surpass your cousin. I seriously suspect that your cousin is your child, while I am merely adopted. You wretched girl, do you not know your own worth? You follow your cousin in business, and he does not disdain you. You ought to cherish this. Should you miss the chance with your cousin, you will surely regret it. Goodness, even now, she believes her association with you Mingxian in business is due to his favor, when she is but a hindrance. It is truly unfortunate. The original owner of this persona is quite disappointing, lacking in talent, too timid to reveal any martial prowess, and even her needlework is merely passable. Though her appearance is decent, her timid demeanor renders her unremarkable. Auntie, Warner, please cease your quarrel. It is all because of me. It has nothing to do with you. Both women respond simultaneously. Mu Wanqing, unwilling to engage in further argument with her mother, pulls Yu Mingxian away. Cousin, come with me. The two find a seat in the courtyard. Warner, do you not like your cousin? How did you discern that I do not favor you? I am quite fond of my cousin. I can sense that you do not wish to marry me. That is because I regard you as an elder brother. How could a sister marry her brother? I am your cousin. A cousin is still a brother, and in any case, I will not marry my cousin. In truth, you do not genuinely wish to marry me, do you? I can marry Warner. Cousin, what do you wish to do now? Warner, what do you mean? What do you intend to do? Look, you merely like me. Is not love. Is not liking someone akin to love? How naive of you, cousin. How should I explain this to him? Liking and loving are not synonymous. For instance, if you truly loved me, being this close, your thoughts would lean towards more intimate pursuits. Do you not think so? Not at all. Yu Mingxian does not even contemplate it. That is precisely the point. You do not genuinely wish to marry me. A marriage devoid of love cannot yield happiness. Your cousin would treat you well. I do not desire that. I want someone who loves me, who calls me darling every day. He. Yu Mingxian discovered that Mu Wanqing possessed an extraordinary level of audacity. Is this how an unmarried young lady speaks? Cousin, do you remember the girl you saw in my room last time? Oh, I do. Was she beautiful? I didn't pay attention. Next time, take a good look. If you find her appealing, perhaps you could get to know her better. Are you trying to push me toward her? Cousin, you're not a child anymore. You should consider marriage. Shiyu is quite kind, and once you get to know her, you'll surely come to appreciate her. And what about Warner's future? As for me, there is someone I have my eye on, but I am unsure of his feelings. Who is it? Can you tell me, cousin? You must promise to keep it a secret. All right, it's Prince of Zhennan. Have you seen him? He is remarkably handsome. Yu Mingxuan's gaze mirrored that of her mother when she looked at her. Is my judgment not commendable? Indeed, it is commendable. The character of Prince Chu Mohan is unparalleled in the Western Chu Kingdom. I've heard that the prince is indifferent to women. What if I were to forcibly pursue him and consummate our relationship? Would he kill me? Yu Mingxian was utterly speechless. While it was one thing to covet beauty, to even consider desecrating another's dignity was truly audacious. You must not look at me with such eyes. My mother gazes at me in the same manner. Warner, I kindly advise you against flying too close to the flame. I recognize your exceptional qualities, and even if you do not marry your cousin, you will find someone far better. However, pursuing the Prince of Zhennan might be a tad unrealistic. How could that be unrealistic? It is entirely realistic. He is merely a man, not a deity. Why shouldn't it be possible? Are you implying that I am unworthy of him? Warner. It is no wonder that Annie constantly belittles this girl. If she were to praise her, she might just ascend to the heavens. What is the prince doing every day? I have not seen him in ages, and I find myself missing him. This girl is anything but infatuated. She clearly exhibits the symptoms of lovesickness. Chapter 50. The Prince of Zhennan's Pursuit of His Bride. Part 9. Meanwhile, in the Prince of Zhennan's residence, Chu Mohan stared blankly at the portrait of the young woman. It had been a long time since he had received news of her. He wondered what she was doing. The crown prince was about to undergo the rite of passage into adulthood, and upon reaching this milestone, he would directly designate the crown prince. The emperor had instructed that the list of potential brides be prepared by the Ministry of Rites, and he was also to include the young ladies from the royal residence. Since he was no longer a youth, and having delayed marriage due to years spent on the frontier, it was indeed time to establish a household now that peace had been restored. However, the selection of candidates was crucial. Rumor had it that the crown prince was to choose a bride, which stirred the ambitions of those noble ladies seeking to ascend in status, each dreaming of becoming a royal consort and thereby soaring to great heights. What? Everyone wants to become a bird? Miss, they want to become phoenixes. A phoenix is a bird, is it not? Miss, do you not wish to go? I do not wish to. I have no desire to become a bird. If not a bird, would you consider becoming a prince's consort? I would not. I already have some in my heart. Weren't you saying you wouldn't marry the young master of the family? My heart belongs to another. Who is it, miss? I shall not tell you. Miss is deceiving again. Humph, I do not believe it. In the court, all officials of third rank and above were required to report the unmarried girls aged 15 or 16, allowing the royal family to make selections. This time, a crown princess and 2 secondary consorts were to be chosen. The Minister of Rites holds the esteemed rank of 3rd grade, and Mu Wanqing is among the candidates. When officials submitted their reports, Mu Wanqing declined, candidly informing everyone that she already has a beloved and would not partake in the selection of concubines. Her mother initially favored her nephew, so she acquiesced to her decision. This incident drew scorn for quite some time. It was widely believed that even if she participated, she would not be chosen, as the crown prince has little regard for her. The current emperor exhibits a degree of democracy, allowing the princes to select their own brides. The list of candidates was prepared, and the process of conferring the title of crown prince was concurrently underway, all proceeding in an orderly fashion, except for Chu Mohan, whose heart grew increasingly restless. Since their first encounter at Wanshun Tower, he had not heard from her again. He felt wronged by her negligence. Once he found her, he would ensure she could not rise from her bed for 3 days. 3 days before the appointed day, an incident occurred. Several young ladies, likely to become princesses, simultaneously fell ill, covered in red rashes that itched unbearably, leading them to scratch their skin raw, rendering them unable to attend the crown prince's selection banquet. The emperor ordered a thorough investigation, and due to the urgency of the situation, the selection of concubines was postponed, with only the appointment of the crown prince proceeding. This event caused quite a stir, even implicating Yashuan clothing, as these young ladies had purchased their garments from the establishment, raising suspicions of foul play with the fabrics. In preparation for the selection, Mu Wanqing had exerted considerable effort, seizing the opportunity to design several innovative garments for limited sale, earning a substantial profit. The noble ladies were willing to spend lavishly to captivate attention, and Mu Wanqing was counting her earnings when she was informed that the store was sealed for investigation. Yu Mingxian happened to be absent, leaving the officials to seek out Mu Wanqing. Her first thought was that she had been sabotaged by a competitor. Excessive profit often breeds envy, a notion she had mentally prepared for. She requested to meet the victims to inquire further. The case was handled by Lu Wenjua, a young and amiable magistrate, who complied with her request. Upon seeing the afflicted individuals, she dismissed the idea of being wronged by a rival. If it were merely a business setback, an allergen would suffice, but this was clearly poisoning. The young lady suffered not only from intense itching, but also from rashes on her hands and face, worsening by the moment. This is quite severe. Have you summoned a physician? She asked. Sir, this is not a mere allergy. It is evidently poisoning. If it were an allergy, medication would alleviate the symptoms within 3 days. Look at the new welts forming. Miss Mu, do you possess medical knowledge? Given her father's status, no one dared to treat her harshly. This is common sense. Medical expertise is unnecessary. You cannot treat this as an allergy. Why has a physician not been called? Initially, they believed it to be a typical allergy, expecting it to resolve in a few days, especially with the impending court proceedings, hence no report was made. Little did they know, the condition had worsened. Today was the grand day for the crown prince's appointment, and the palace did not permit casual entry. The young lady's mother wiped her tears, having hoped her daughter would be chosen by the royal family. But now, Sir Liu, how many individuals have been affected? 3 in total, he replied. And who are they? 2 are from the Chancellor's household, and 1 from the General's family. And what of Tang Ruolin? Miss Tang is unharmed. Miss Tang has also purchased clothing from the Yashuan boutique, and since she is unharmed, it indicates that this matter is unrelated to our garments. The subsequent information must remain confidential for the time being. Mu Wanqing and Lu Wenjue have departed from the manor. My Lord Liu, consider this. With the Crown Prince's selection of a consort, these individuals are excluded. Who stands to gain the most? Did Miss Mu refer to Miss Tang? Miss Tang is amiable and does not strike one as someone capable of malice. Surely, Lord Liu, you have investigated many cases, which murder can be discerned merely by sight. The more flawless something appears, the less it can withstand scrutiny. Tang Ruolin, now 18, has never been rumored to possess flaws. She is exceedingly concerned with her reputation and presents herself with an almost perfect grace. Even when provoked, she remains magnanimous. Does such a person truly exist? Even the benevolent Tang Sung was ensnared by Sun Wukong's tightening spell. How could a mere young woman withstand such pressures? There must be some hidden intricacies. Miss Mu, where do you believe we should begin our investigation? Lu Wenjue noticed her youthful yet astute analysis and was eager to hear her thoughts. If Tang Ruolin were responsible, the Emperor's cancellation of the consort selection would thwart her intentions, undoubtedly driving her to madness. Tonight, you shall return as a thief and listen outside her window. That will reveal the truth. Is that appropriate? Mu Wanqing observed the straightforwardness of this individual. My Lord Liu, one must learn to be adaptable in one's endeavors. Do you comprehend the essence of flexibility? The process is inconsequential. What the Emperor desires is the outcome. Lu Wenjue felt as though a revelation had struck him. Akin to a pelican imparting wisdom, it dawned on him why his diligent investigations had yielded little merit. He could covertly acquire genuine information. Thank you, Miss Mu, for your insight. I have learned much. Once Mu Wanqing resolved the matter, she returned home. Upon completing his affairs, Yu Mingxian hurried to the Yamen after hearing that Mu Wanqing had been taken away. Lu Wenjue courteously informed him that Miss Mu had already returned home. Yu Mingxian rushed back to the Mu residence and entered Mu Wanqing's courtyard, where he encountered Luo Shiyu, whom his cousin had recommended. Upon hearing about the allergic incident involving the Yashuan boutique, she had sneaked out with her maid to see her. Just as they exchanged a few words, Yu Mingxian arrived. Wanner, are you unharmed? I heard that people from the Yamen were looking for you. I am fine. I returned long ago. Young Master Yu, greetings. Luo Shiyu stood and curtsied. Suddenly recalling Mu Wanqing's words, Yu Mingxian scrutinized the young lady before him. She was quite lovely, comparable to Wanner. Chapter 51. The Prince of Zhennan pursues his wife. Part 10. Mu Wanqing discerned her cousin's intentions and hastily made introductions. Cousin, this is my only good friend, Luo Shiyu. We're the same age and have confirmed that she has no betrothal. This girl is rather whimsical. Since you are well, cousin, I shall rest assured. You may converse. I will take my leave. Hey, don't go. Let's talk for a while. Why is he acting shy? Wanqing, what do you mean? Luo Shiyu appeared somewhat bewildered. I have already told you. My cousin is quite a good person. You should find an opportunity to converse. It seems he has a favorable impression of you. Happiness must be pursued actively, and the opportunity lies before you. It is up to you to seize it. Lo Shiyu, having been influenced by Mu Wanqing, exhibited an unexpected change in demeanor. She no longer confined herself within her quarters to embroider, but frequently ventured to the Yashuan clothing store, ostensibly to visit Mu Wanqing, yet in truth to meet Yu Mingxian. As their interactions deepened, their feelings subtly intensified. A month later, upon encountering the two again, Mu Wanqing distinctly sensed her own redundancy in their companionship. The individual who had professed his affection for her just 2 months prior had swiftly shifted his affections elsewhere. After Yu Mingxian handed Lo Shiyu a glass of water for the second time, Mu Wanqing could no longer contain her frustration. Cousin, even if you favor beauty over kinship, must you display it so overtly? I too am parched, she pouted, feigning anger. Mu Wanqing, you may have the drink. I am not thirsty. Lo Shiyu hastily offered the water to her. Humph, I shan't drink it. I am upset, she retorted, ignoring Yu Mingxian's indifference to her plight. Dear cousin, you have changed. You no longer care for Wan Qing, nor do either of you care for me. Lo Shiyu exclaimed, her concern palpable. Wan Qing, we do care. Yu Mingxian reassured her, as Lo Shiyu tugged at Mu Wanqing's arm in alarm. Rainer, do not be deceived by her theatrics. She is merely trying to frighten you. Haine? Cousin, you have progressed rather swiftly. In just a few days, I have transformed from Miss Lo to Rainer. Shall I be addressing you as sister-in-law next? Mu Wanqing teased. Wanqing, do not mock us. Is this not your doing? Lo Shiyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I have already penned a letter to my parents. Once I receive their reply, I shall propose to the Lo family. Yu Mingxian declared with haste. Is this not rather rapid? Should you learn more about one another? Mu Wanqing questioned. No need. What I wish to pursue with Rainer is distinctly different from what I would have with Wanqing. Hence an early marriage is warranted, he replied, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. Lo Shiyu, although aware of her friend's facade of annoyance, felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had pledged not to divulge her feelings to anyone, yet here she was, sharing her heart with Brother Xian without reservation. Very well. As long as I can be of assistance, I shall do my utmost. After all, I am a kind-hearted and enthusiastic young lady. Thank you, Wanqing. I believe my father may not be entirely opposed. Brother Xian is truly remarkable, and I would consider myself fortunate to marry him, whether fortunate or not. With your father's timid nature, it is merely a matter of my word, Mu Wanqing replied confidently. As the year drew to a close, Mu Wanqing found herself preoccupied with her business endeavors, coupled with the frigid weather, resulting in a prolonged period of inactivity. Meanwhile, Chu Mohan was left in anxious anticipation, his daily strolls yielding no results. However, during his evening outings, he did encounter the vile countenance of some unscrupulous individuals. Lu Wenjua, living up to expectations, uncovered the true instigator behind the poisoning of several young ladies. It was none other than Tang Rulin, the daughter of the Tang family. At a critical moment, her maid took the blame, claiming that she acted out of fear that the other young ladies would compete for her mistress's favor. She had secretly bribed assassins from the underworld to poison the food of those young ladies deemed likely to be chosen. Lu Wenjua, fully aware of Tang Rulin's culpability, found himself unable to disclose that he had overheard the entire affair. Thus, she managed to evade justice. In truth, Chu Mohan had already suspected the truth of the matter. He had seen shadowy figures entering and exiting the Tang residence that very night. Consequently, he advised the emperor to cancel the selection of the consorts. Lu Wenjua's clandestine visit to the Tang estate was also within his knowledge, and he showed little interest as long as his maid did not appear. He merely instructed Mo.E. to keep watch, ensuring that no disturbances arose. Tang Rulin's scheme ultimately backfired, although her maid took the fall. Those adept in the political realm, particularly the astute emperor, would see through her ruse. Her dreams of becoming empress were dashed after so many years of ambition. The emperor issued a decree stating that Tang Rulin was unfit to manage her subordinates and would no longer participate in the selection of consorts. However, the charge of mismanagement was not a grave offense. Her elimination from consideration indicated the emperor's recognition of her involvement in the scandal. Tang Rulin fell gravely ill as a result, and upon her recovery, she seemed to transform entirely, withdrawing from the society of noble women and no longer attending gatherings with her peers. She completely retreated from the circle of elite ladies in the capital. Alas, how the insatiable heart can lead to one's own downfall, and what a pity it is for her beautiful visage. Now, in the balmy month of March, the warm spring breeze lulls one into a state of drowsiness. Mu Wanqing reclined on a sunlit chaise in the courtyard. Spring Orchid, I have a question for you. Answer correctly, and I shall treat you to roast chicken at the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Please ask away, miss. After all, if I cannot answer, I bear no loss. And besides, you often say one thing and mean another, so even if you do not take me, you will surely bring something back. What am I currently doing? This question is easy to answer. My lady is basking in the sun. Yet, the sun shines upon me. Why must I say I bask in the sun? Well, That's just how it is commonly expressed, isn't it? You cannot answer, can you? Today, I am home watching over the house. I shall go out alone. Is there even a need for watching over the house? Just say you're not taking me. Indeed, I'm not taking you. Humph. Mu Wanqing had not visited the beggarest inn in the eastern part of the city for quite some time. She had opened a clothing store and employed all the able-bodied beggars, leaving only a few old, weak, and infirm. She had also had their shelter repaired and purchased several acres of land to enable them to be self-sufficient. "Miss, you have come," exclaimed the limping old Li upon seeing her. "I came to see how everyone is faring. Are you all well fed?" "Yes, yes. We are all doing quite well. Thanks to your benevolence, Miss, which has provided us homeless souls with a place to stay." "And what of the children? They say they cannot take your generosity for granted and wish to contribute in some way." What Oldley referred to as contributing was their efforts to gather information from various households, relaying what they heard and saw to Mu Wanqing. "This matter must remain confidential. You cannot speak of it to others." "Understood, understood. You may rest assured, Miss." She engaged in activities she wished to keep hidden from others to avoid unnecessary troubles. Chapter 52. The Southern King Pursues His Wife, Part 11. Mu Wanqing handed a pouch of silver coins to Old Li, who was moved to tears. Miss Mu truly embodied the benevolence of Guanyin, performing numerous good deeds while remaining unnoticed. Feeling the pleasantness of the day, Mu Wanqing chose not to return to the city. Instead, she meandered to a nearby forest. This was the perfect season for a spring outing, yet she found herself alone, a pang of sadness creeping in. Having spent a year in this world, she had fully integrated, becoming familiar with its nuances and establishing her own small venture. Her cousin's engagement to Luo Xiu had been finalized. Amusingly, when Yuming Xian went to propose at the Luo residence, the minister Luo mistook him for the person who had previously delivered a dart, responding courteously and even preparing a generous dowry for Luo Xiu. They were lovers destined to be united. But what about her? That rogue, the Southern King, had audaciously declared his intent to capture her and teach her a lesson. What wrong had she done, merely brushing against him? Such pettiness from a grown man had left her hesitant to venture out at night. She secretly harbored feelings for him, yet resolved to suppress them. Nonetheless, thoughts of him lingered in the stillness of the night, as if she were bewitched. After wandering the forest without discovering anything novel, she sat by the river for a while before returning home. Chu Mohan, accompanied by Moe, arrived in the eastern part of the city and noticed several farmers' courtyards. Were there truly no beggars left in the capital? Returning to the prince, "I have heard that the beggars here have all been employed at Miss Mu's Yixian clothing store. Most of the workers there are former beggars, personally trained by Miss Mu to become self-sufficient." "That infatuated young lady from the Mu residence?" "Yes." "When did the prince become so inquisitive about the preferences of the young ladies in the capital? Are you perhaps seeking a lady to be your consort?" At that moment, two young beggars, around 7 or 8 years old, approached, and Chu Mohan called to them. "Children, I seek information about a sister in red attire, who covers her face at night. Do you know who she is?" They shook their heads. "Here is some silver. This is yours if you help me. We have not seen a sister in red. Only Sister Mu has visited here. Sister Mu prefers white and never wears red." Chu Mohan handed the silver to the children, then strolled back to the palace with Moe. "Your Highness, you do not suspect Mu Wanqing of being that enigmatic female bandit, do you?" "A heroine," Chu Mohan asserted with conviction. "Indeed, a heroine." Moe thought it more apt to refer to her as a rogue. Mu Wanqing was known for her boldness and would not conceal her actions. It likely wasn't her. "For the sake of accuracy, I shall meet her tonight." Mu Wanqing, feeling uplifted after her stroll, did not forget to purchase a roasted chicken from Zhu Xian Lu for Chunlan. Chunlan had been by her side since she was 8, and after 10 years, they were like sisters. She had never regarded her as an outsider. Now that Chunlan had reached marriageable age, it was time to consider her lifelong happiness. She had already uncovered the despicable deeds of several vile individuals and resolved to take action that very night. After a family dinner, Mu Wanqing sent Chunlan away and settled herself on the bed to meditate. Typically, she would venture out in the dead of night, returning before dawn. In the stillness of the night, one's senses become particularly acute, especially for Mu Wanqing, while meditating, discerned the sound of someone entering her courtyard. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Chu Mohan harbored suspicions about her and had come to investigate? Fortunately, she had yet to change her attire. Still clad in her self-made nightgown, sitting cross-legged with her hands resting on her abdomen, she heard movement outside, and, instinctively, she repositioned her hands to cover her stomach. Oh dear, she moaned softly. Chu Mohan had intended to enter the room to test whether she possessed martial skills, but upon reaching the window, he was startled by her lamentations. Oh my, why is it so painful? What did she eat? Mu Wanqing murmured to herself, uncertain if Chu Mohan could see her clearly. Those skilled in martial arts often had exceptional night vision, so she endeavored to act convincingly. After fidgeting on the bed for a while without hearing any further sounds from outside, she suddenly leapt from the bed, slipped on her shoes, and rushed outside. In her haste, she forgot about the threshold, and with a dramatic stumble, she fell outside in a rather undignified manner. Hearing the thud, Chu Mohan grimaced, wondering if she had fallen heavily. Mu Wanqing lay on the ground for a moment without moving. Goodness, she hasn't injured herself, has she? From a distance, Mo felt a surge of sympathy for her. The prince was still doubtful that Miss Mu was the formidable heroine. Could someone who could trip over a threshold truly possess martial prowess? Oh dear, has the poor child met her demise? Mu Wanqing finally managed to utter after a brief pause. Child? Chu Mohan was taken aback, his mind racing. Had she truly lost her senses? Mu Wanqing thought to herself, why are you still here? I made such a spectacle of myself. Surely, that would dispel your doubts. Suddenly, she realized that her pain had dissipated. She rose and touched her stomach, her gaze discreetly searching for the hidden figure in the shadows. To her annoyance, he still lingered. If it doesn't hurt anymore, then I shall return to sleep. Clearly, her earlier rush had been an urgent need, but now, having tumbled, her discomfort had vanished, and she turned back to her room to rest. This left the two onlookers in the courtyard bewildered. Had she truly lost her wits? Mu Wanqing returned to her bed, remaining perfectly still as she listened intently to the sounds outside. After a moment, the two figures departed from her courtyard. Fortunately, her performance had been convincing, allowing her to escape suspicion for the time being. On this night, even if Chu Mohan racked his brain, he would never suspect her involvement. Rising swiftly, she changed her clothes, covered her face with a cloth, pushed open the door, and leapt over the courtyard wall, vanishing into the night. The next day, a stack of account books was placed on the stone steps in front of the Dali Temple, containing evidence of certain officials' involvement in human trafficking. The chief of the Dali Temple presented these to the emperor, who, in his fury, struck the dragon desk. He had not anticipated that seemingly upright officials would engage in such heinous deeds behind his back. The emperor decreed a thorough investigation, ordering the imprisonment of all officials linked to this matter. What began as an inquiry revealed shocking truths that left many aghast. Numerous officials discreetly harbor young concubines within their homes, some as young as 7 or 8 years old. In certain households, young masters conceal girls of similar tender age in their chambers, exhibiting a depravity that surpasses that of beasts. Chu Mohan crushed the teacup in his hand, pondering how the girl had resorted to castration. Perhaps all of them deserved the same fate to prevent future calamities. Following the revelation of these occurrences, the emperor discovered a letter in his study outlining how to enhance the legal protections for women and children. It warned that if the rights of women and children remained unprotected, the nation would inevitably falter. The next day, the emperor decreed that the Ministry of Justice refine the laws, imposing severe penalties, such as confiscation of property and annihilation of families, on those who engaged in human trafficking, particularly of minors. He also informed Chu Mohan that the elusive thief should no longer be pursued, as he was not a villain. Having such an individual monitoring the corrupt officials alleviated his burdens. Chapter 53. The Southern King Pursues His Wife, Part 12. Brother, do you know who she is? How could I possibly know? This fellow comes and goes without a trace. Even you cannot capture him. What can I do? Why have you ceased to pursue her? Look at her. Why would we capture someone so talented? She does no evil and even assists me in overseeing these court officials. Let her be, if possible. Lend her a hand. The emperor handed the letter to Chu Mohan. Did she write this? It seems so. It was left in my study. What audacity this person possesses. Or perhaps they believe their skills are formidable enough to intrude upon the imperial chamber. It is precisely such prowess that breeds courage, as the saying goes. Great skill begets boldness. I'm even more curious about her true identity. Regardless, let us deal with those rascals and restore cleanliness to the court. As Chu Mohan contemplated while walking, he wondered who this person could be. He largely dismissed Mu Wanqing as a possibility, judging from the handwriting. She appeared to be an accomplished young lady. Therefore, he decided to examine the handwriting of the young ladies from prominent families. He had work to do, collecting the handwriting samples of all 16 or 17-year-old daughters of officials, excluding Mu Wanqing, of course. Chu Mohan was destined for another fruitless endeavor, a mere exercise in futility. Is that all? Chu Mohan's study was cluttered with papers filled with writing, each inscribed with a name. Your Highness, these are the handwriting samples of the daughters of ministers. If this does not suffice, should we then turn to the common folk? The scope would be vast, and it could become quite troublesome. No, this ink and paper are not materials that ordinary families can afford. She must be concealed among them. Perhaps she has deliberately disguised her true handwriting. How shall we proceed? Chu Mohan rubbed his temples, exasperated by the girl. He felt an overwhelming urge to discipline her. Accompany me for a stroll. The carriage of the Southern King passed through the streets, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Chu Mohan rarely ventured into town, and his sudden appearance compelled many to witness the grandeur of the Southern King, especially the young ladies, who, upon seeing Chu Mohan alight from the carriage, were captivated by his presence. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing arrived at Jushin Tower to purchase her favorite roasted duck. As she carried it outside, she spotted Chu Mohan and Moe entering, draped in an elegant gown of dark fabric that accentuated her flawless figure, adorned with a jade hairpin that secured her coiffure, while cascading strands fell gracefully upon her shoulders and a delicate folding fan tucked at her waist. She bore a jade pendant tied to a ribbon that dangled beside her, precisely the one she had given to Mu Wanqing at the Wanshan Tower. Her expression betrayed no emotion as she entered the tavern, where the proprietor guided her to the staircase leading to the second floor. The stunning visage she had endeavored to forget re-emerged before her, causing her heart to race as she fixed her gaze intently on Chu Mohan approaching. Biting her lower lip, she clasped her hands over her heart, blinking fervently, standing still in hopes that he might cast a glance in her direction. Yet, he ascended the stairs without so much as a fleeting glance. As she watched his retreating figure vanish from sight, she turned away, pouting slightly. Even his silhouette was captivating. What should she do if she wished to throw herself at him again? Noticing the eyes of others upon her, she pondered if she could ever rival Chu Mohan's allure, leaving them all agog. Oh dear, Miss Mu, please, they chuckled, bemused by her unabashed flirtation with the prince, who had offered her not even a passing glance, leaving her feeling oddly embarrassed. It seemed that as long as she remained unperturbed, the discomfort belonged to others. In an even more exaggerated display, Mu Wanqing lingered at the entrance, casting a lingering glance toward Chu Mohan's chamber, embodying an air of reluctance that elicited gasps from the onlookers. How could such a clever girl lack self-respect? Understanding their thoughts, Mu Wanqing mused that what was wrong with admiring a national idol? In modern times, a visage like Chu Mohan's would incite shrieks of delight among women. She had yet to scream, demonstrating remarkable restraint indeed. Upon ascending the second floor, Chu Mohan inquired of Moe regarding the identity of the woman. Your Highness, that is Miss Mu from the minister's residence. Moe hesitated, almost revealing that she was the one who had fallen and embarrassed herself, but refrained. In truth, upon entering the establishment, Chu Mohan had already spotted her. Her unwavering gaze had startled him, compelling him to avoid direct eye contact. With such compelling charm, he reasoned that he should frequent public venues more often. Perhaps that bold girl would dare to approach him. The court had issued a proclamation exposing the vile deeds of certain ministers and meting out severe punishments. Some were exiled while others imprisoned. The populace learned that the incriminating evidence had been unearthed by a mysterious hero lurking in the shadows, garnering endless admiration and reverence. The Prince of Jinnan, Chu Mohan, transformed his previous demeanor, often seen in taverns and tea houses or strolling through the streets, his unparalleled beauty providing a feast for the eyes, prompting bolder women to express their affections toward him. Hearing of the prince's frequent ventures into the marketplace, noble women from ministerial families contrived various encounters in hopes of capturing his favor. Those who had approached the prince shared a common observation. The enigmatic demeanor of both him and his attendants seemed to suggest they were in search of someone. A month elapsed without any progress. Why had that girl not appeared? In his heart, he had already dismissed Mu Wanqing as a possibility. How could he locate her? Upon hearing of this matter, the emperor summoned him. I have heard that my younger brother is in search of a woman. Indeed, your majesty. Is she the one who holds your heart? Well, we have met once, and I harbor some fondness. You do not know who she is? On that day, she was veiled. The emperor gazed meaningfully at him. It must be quite extraordinary for his younger brother to be so concerned. Do you require my assistance? He inquired. How can my elder brother possibly assist? You could allow them to enter the palace under the guise of selection process, and then you can retrieve her. No, that would be too extravagant and burdensome for the populace. I shall find her myself. In a year, you shall be 30. If you have not found her before the new year, I shall arrange a marriage for you. There is no time to delay, at worst. I shall first marry the princess and later take her as a secondary consort once she is located. Chu Mohan, disheartened by the lack of news regarding the woman in red, intended to visit the Jushian Tower for some wine to alleviate his gloom. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered the woman who had caused him such embarrassment. Mu Wanqing donned a gown of purest white, were it not for her expression. Her tall figure and slender waist would render her a transcendent beauty. Upon noticing Chu Mohan's approach, she imitated the mannerisms of those refined ladies and shyly stepped forward. Your Highness, I have long admired you. May I sing a song for you? Chu Mohan's lips twitched in irritation. What whimsical notion possessed this woman? Why had he become an elder in her eyes? Suddenly, he recalled his brother's words about him growing old without marriage. Was 30 truly so old? Chapter 54. The Prince of Jinnan Pursues His Wife, Part 13. Before Chu Mohan could devise a way to decline this peculiar woman, she had already begun to sing. The wind I have blown, the wind you have blown, does it count as an embrace? The path I have walked, the path you have walked, does it count as a meeting? I still like you so much, wishing to grow old together. I still cherish you, solely for your tenderness. Mu Wanqing swayed her body rhythmically. As she sang, some bystanders even began to clap along, inciting Chu Mohan's annoyance as he waved his hand dismissively. Cease your singing. I have no ear for music. Miss Mu, perhaps you should sing for someone else. Ah, your Highness does not enjoy songs? Then I shall refrain from singing and instead perform a dance for you. Though she had no skill in dancing, having only participated in group dances with older women, she thought no one here would discern her lack of ability. Just as she was about to begin, Chu Mohan interrupted. I am hungry. Miss Mu, please entertain yourself elsewhere. He then entered the tavern. Hey, your Highness, you can enjoy your meal while watching me dance. Mu Wanqing feigned ignorance of Chu Mohan's impatience, stubbornly following him inside, only to be intercepted by M.O. Miss Mu, our prince is not in a good mood. Perhaps you could perform another day. Why is he in a bad mood? Did he receive his monthly visitor? Ah, very well. I shall not disturb him today. I shall return tomorrow. To her surprise, she truly intended to return, prompting the need to inform the prince to avoid Jushian Tower in the future. As Mu Wanqing turned to leave, she skipped merrily, humming the tune she had just sung, earning her a round of applause from onlookers. Miss Mu possessed an extraordinary thick skin. She deliberately mentioned her return, though she had no time to spare. As her uncle and aunt were visiting the capital, she had to assist with her cousin's wedding preparations. Her cousin would be marrying soon and had no time to manage the shop, leaving all matters in her hands, keeping her quite busy. Chu Mohan, however, was so unnerved by her words that he refrained from visiting Jushian Tower for a long while, fearing another encounter that would lead to singing and dancing, and feeling unable to simply cast her out due to his respect for the Minister Mu. M.O.E. observed that ever since his lord had come into contact with women, his temper had significantly improved, particularly towards the peculiar Miss Mu. In the past, he would have easily dismissed her, in a modest yet charming courtyard in the capital. The gate bore the characters of the Yu family, a new residence that Yu Mingxian had prepared for his marriage to Luo Shiyu. The courtyard was adorned with pavilions and towers, galleries and waterside pavilions, elegantly decorated in a style that was both ancient and refined, offering a refreshing sight to behold. Aunt, Uncle, this courtyard is quite splendid, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Warner is becoming increasingly capable. I heard from your cousin that Warner is not only astute in business, but also a designer, capable of creating garments and jewelry, and even designing courtyards. Such remarkable talent at such a young age. Hee, Aunt, you flatter me. When others refrain from praising her, she boasts about herself, yet when they do commend her, she becomes bashful. Father, Mother, the interior was also designed by my sister Warner. The rooms are warm in winter and cool in summer. Yu Mingxian led the elderly couple into the house. This modern design concept was unprecedented in the Western Shu Kingdom, prompting further compliments from uncle and aunt, until they finally inquired, "Why doesn't T. Warner fancy your cousin?" They were quite fond of this capable young lady. Why wouldn't she marry their son? I do not disdain my cousin. It is he who looks down upon me. What? Exclaimed his mother. Dear, do not listen to Warner's nonsense. It is not as she says. Then please, tell us what is the matter. The truth is, the relationship between a brother and sister is too good to be transformed into a spousal one. What nonsense is this? Uncle, Aunt, once you meet Shiyu, you will understand why my cousin is enamored with her. Luo Shiyu is far gentler. She would never speak in such a soft voice. Just look at how she has frightened Chu Moan. Mu Wanqing hosted a dinner at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion for her uncle and aunt, naturally inviting her parents as well. Her sister-in-law was unable to attend due to her pregnancy, and her brother was occupied at the military camp. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, please stay in the capital for a while longer so we may converse properly as sisters-in-law. Madame Mu grasped her sister-in-law's hand, reminiscing about their youthful days. And when the emotions ran deep, she could not help but shed tears. If you are so reluctant to part, then do not leave. Wait until you are settled before bringing grandfather and grandmother to stay with us. Exactly. Let father and mother come to the capital as well. It would be wonderful for our family to live together and look after one another. Her parents, however, were attached to their homeland and reluctant to leave their old home. The Yu family estate was over 1,000 miles from the capital, a journey that would take half a month round trip, and with advancing age, they could not endure such travel, so they remained in the countryside. Perhaps, aunt and uncle, when you leave, mother, you could return with them and stay for half a year before coming back. Impossible. Your sister-in-law is about to give birth. Mother cannot leave. In Madame Mu's eyes, her eldest grandson was of utmost importance. Shaw, as if one must have a mother-in-law to bear children. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Madame Mu raised her hand, and Mu Wanqing swiftly darted to the other side of Yu Mingxian, evading her mother's reach. Aunt, was my mother always this hot-tempered? Did she often resort to violence? Indeed, your mother was not one to be trifled with. Ask your father if you do not believe me. Everyone turned to look at old Mu. Dear sir, could it be that you have succumbed to the charms of my mother? Ha! It is I who was captivated by her grace, and thus endeavored tirelessly to win her hand. Ah, what a tale lies herein. A scholar encounters a valiant heroine who punishes a tyrant, and instantly he is smitten. After enduring countless tribulations, he finally secures her heart, and in the end, the lovers are united, living harmoniously and raising children. Even in high office, he remains steadfastly devoted to his humble wife, a beautiful love story indeed. How I envy you. Father and mother, has there been any progress regarding Warner's marriage? My aunt is quite earnest. Her son is to wed, yet she still thinks of her nephew. This remark provoked the ire of Madame Mu. This girl, unaware of her limits, dares to covet the prince of southern Jun, shamelessly declaring her affections in public. Alas, I can hardly bear to walk the streets. Mother, we cannot speak falsehoods. You have been frequenting the streets daily. You wretched girl. Shinner, bring her here, so I can give her a good scolding. Cousin, do not be angry. Warner is simply true to her feelings, loving fiercely and hating passionately. Indeed, my cousin understands me well. Look at her, this obstinate girl, showing no signs of discipline. Oh, do not be upset. I believe Wanner is quite delightful and will not struggle to find a suitable match. She does not lack suitors, yet she refuses to marry, instead lingering on with the prince. Do you think a man of such extraordinary stature would take notice of her? Come, let us eat. The meal is cooled. The child is no longer small. Do not meddle in everything. Ultimately, it was old Mu who spoke, bringing an end to her mother's tirade against her character. Chapter 55. The Prince of Southern Jun pursues his bride. Part 14. She does not necessarily have to marry Chu Mohan. It is simply that thus far, there has been no one better. Should the handsome prince find someone more suitable, she would not insist. Perhaps that man is simply too discerning, for otherwise, he would not be nearing 30 without a companion. As for Lord Luo's daughter, she is to marry the recently esteemed young Master Yu in the capital, a man of remarkable presence and charm, which has left many of her peers envious. Xiu, you are truly fortunate to have found such a splendid husband. The very next day, she is to wed, and her friends gather to adorn her. I have also heard that the Yu family has provided 60 dowries. Is that true? Of course, it is true. I have seen it myself, another young lady interjected. Wow, so this means your father must also prepare 60 dowries? Xiu, you have indeed become wealthy. In the customs of the Western Shu Kingdom, the groom's family provides a certain amount of betrothal gifts, while the bride's family offers a dowry, both of which are taken to the groom's home on the wedding day, becoming the bride's personal property. As Luo Xiu marries her ideal partner, everyone admires her, and it becomes clear that Wan Qing played a pivotal role in this union. Having a supportive best friend makes all the difference. At the Prince of Southern Jun's residence. Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence in the palace to discuss arrangements for the envoy from Donglin Kingdom. Very well, Your Highness. I heard from Eunuch Liu that the envoy from Donglin is none other than Princess Janning, who seeks to forge a marital alliance with our nation. Your Highness, you must depart. Startled, Mo hurriedly exited the study. It seemed the prince had fallen into a state of infatuation, gazing longingly at the portrait of the woman in red each day. Unfathomable is the intensity of longing for someone whose appearance remains unknown to one. Mo, he finds it utterly incomprehensible. The sudden visit from the Eastern Kingdom, accompanied by the Princess of Janning seeking a marriage alliance, is a matter that Chumo Han understands all too well. It is indeed directed towards him. Years ago, during the battle at Yalongpo, he rescued a wounded young girl from the battlefield and ensured her transport to a medical facility for care. It was later revealed that she was a princess who had escaped the palace. The princess sent him a letter expressing her affection, which he declined, believing she had long since married. Now, the prospect of a marriage alliance holds no allure for him. However, should his nephew not mind, perhaps it could be arranged. The Princess of Janning must be around 20 by now. For 6 years, Princess Murong Xening has cherished the memory of her fleeting encounter with Chumo Han. Unable to forget him, with tensions rising between their two nations, she felt unable to approach her father. Now that a peace treaty has been signed and stability restored, a marriage alliance would be most beneficial. Over the years, she has turned down countless suitors because her heart has already been claimed by another. Initially, she believed she would remain devoted to him for a lifetime. Yet her father unexpectedly granted her wish and dispatched envoys to the Western Shu to negotiate the union. My dear child, your temper has been spoiled by your father and your brothers, he admonished. Things in the Western Shu are not as they are at home. You must temper your fiery disposition. The princess understood that for the sake of peace between their nations, she would not disappoint her father. Filled with joy, Janning arrived in the capital of Western Shu, finally set to meet the man she has long adored. He appeared even more captivating than she remembered, exuding an irresistible charm that deepened her affection for him. Accompanying her was her second brother, Murong Zifeng, along with a retinue of guards. The emperor had entrusted the reception of the envoys to the crown prince, who, at 20 years of age, was deemed capable of handling such matters. Chumo Han had suggested this arrangement, harboring his own intentions to minimize entanglements with Janning. Crown Prince Chu Tiange, handsome as jade and possessing striking features, donned a gold-embroidered moon-white robe, exuding an elegant charm. Had it not been for Chumo Han's formidable presence, he would be regarded as an ideal husband. Alas, Janning's heart was already captivated by Chumo Han, leaving her indifferent to the dashing crown prince. Chumohan's beauty was laced with an air of dominance and pride, a refined demeanor honed through years of warfare, unmatched by any other. Upon entering the capital, the Eastern envoy proposed a marriage between the Princess of Jianing and the Prince of Zhennan, offering a dowry of 10 cities. One enticing olive branch. Would the emperor acquiesce? Who is this Jianing, arriving with such bold intentions? Is she skilled in martial arts? Ahem, it appears that Princess Jianing indeed possesses considerable martial prowess. In the Yashuan clothing store, Mu Wanqing busily sorted through her inventory while conversing with her cousin. Is she formidable? She inquired. Very formidable, he replied. What does very formidable entail? Is she more skilled than Chimohan? Wanqing, one must not speak of the prince by name, he cautioned. Why not? Isn't that what names are for? She had heard that Princess Jianing had trained in the military alongside her brother and had sought guidance from esteemed masters, thus sharing a mutual respect for the unparalleled martial prowess of the Prince of Zhennan. Does that imply they may become engaged? Ah, well, Warner, one should not be overly persistent. Are you suggesting that I relinquish my feelings, that Jianing is more suited for the prince? I believe Miss Mu is the finest choice. Suddenly, a fellow named Lu Tang interjected. Indeed, I also think the young lady is far superior to that so-called princess. Another companion chimed in. Ha ha, what do you think? The eyes of the crowd are discerning. I am truly the best. Laughter erupted throughout the shop, a delightful and hearty sound. However, the raucous laughter attracted the attention of a wolf. Murong Zifeng, wishing to explore the city of linen, accompanied by the crown prince, had intended merely to admire the splendor of the capital without the intention of making any purchases. Upon hearing the boisterous laughter of women, his curiosity piqued, and he entered the elegant clothing store. Welcome. The attendant by the door promptly greeted the new arrival. Ha! Even if I am unwelcome, I have arrived, Murong Zifeng jested, embodying a jovial spirit. This store has an abundance of goods. Quite impressive indeed. It allows for personal selection and is quite innovative, he remarked while browsing, eventually noticing 2 individuals beside a display. Sir, are you in search of something? Mu Wanqing approached to greet him, recognizing the figure behind her as somewhat familiar. The crown prince, clad in civilian attire, had not been seen for nearly a year, and it took several moments for her to recognize him. Is that not His Royal Highness? What gust of wind has brought you here? Mu Wanqing, what nonsense are you speaking? What wind? Perhaps it is some celestial breeze that has brought your highness here? Without a sense of hierarchy, Mu Wanqing showed no deference to the crown prince, which startled her companion Yu Mingxian, prompting him to quickly apologize and bow to the prince. Cousin, which side are you on? Warner, do not act foolishly. Apologize to the prince. Ha ha, this girl is amusing. Are you quite familiar with each other? Murong Zifeng inquired, directing his question toward the prince and Mu Wanqing. Not at all, they answered in unison. Chapter 56. The Southern King Pursues His Wife, Part 15. Murong Zifeng evidently took an interest in Mu Wanqing, prompting Yu Mingxian to lead her away. Being in the company of the crown prince surely indicated that she was an envoy for the Eastern Lin Kingdom. Wanner's unrestrained tongue could not afford to offend them. This young lady, please take care. I am Murong Zifeng. May I inquire your name? Mu Wanqing. May I ask how old you are, young lady? It seemed improper for a man to inquire about a lady's age upon first meeting. Mu Wanqing discerned his intentions. I am 17, yet no one desires me. I spend my days shamelessly pursuing my royal uncle. The crown prince's disdainful voice rang out. Zhu, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. A prince of the realm, speaking with veiled barbs to belittle a fragile woman. Where is your royal upbringing? Are you not concerned about being the subject of ridicule? Mu Wanqing retorted sharply. When have I been chasing after your royal uncle? It was merely a couple of instances where I expressed admiration for Chu Mohan. Chu Tinga found himself at a loss for words. Her argument held merit, and he realized he had indeed acted rather rashly. Ha ha ha. I appreciate your spirit, Miss Mu. Might you have a moment for us to sit and converse? I have no time. I am quite busy. All right, let's wait for Miss Mu to have some time to chat again. Ha ha. That Murong Zifeng is indeed quite shameless. Despite being directly rejected, he still manages to smile. After a few had departed, Yu Mingxian sighed in relief. My dear aunt, Why do you dare to confront anyone? Wanner, you are a wise person. You mustn't cause trouble for your uncle. Yu Mingxian believed that Mu Wanqing was merely being arrogant and disrespectful, relying on her father's influence in the court. The crown prince brought this upon himself. I did not provoke him, yet he chose to insult me. Cousin, do you also think I am rather brazen? Wanner, it is not wrong to pursue someone you admire. But if they are unwilling, do not force it. The Princess Jianing has chased after you from Donglin to Shichu, yet no one mocks her for being bold. Why should I not pursue? They all say I am better than the princess. Can you truly take those fellows' words to heart? They only think well of you because you are kind to them and shower them with silver. How can this girl, usually so clever, be so stubborn in this matter? In the grand hall, the Emperor of Shichu hosted a banquet for the Donglin envoy, where officials of the third rank and above were gathered. The atmosphere was lively with music and dance, and the princes and ministers of both nations were exceedingly courteous. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Murong Zifeng expressed his intention to marry the royal sister to the king of Zhennan, offering 10 cities as a dowry to solidify the friendship between the two nations. There are countless talented youths in the Shichu country. A marriage alliance need not be with this king. The king of Zhennan declined. Your Highness, Jianing has come for you. The Princess Jianing said earnestly. I already have someone I cherish. I fear I must disappoint the princess. Someone you cherish? Who is this person? Jianing has not heard of her. It was not just Princess Jianing who had not heard of her. No one had. One naturally keeps their beloved close to their heart. Must they broadcast it to the world? Is the king of Zhennan merely being contrary? Is it not appropriate to pursue or seek a marriage with this person? Who is she to be considered superior to Jianing? Certainly, she far surpasses the princess. If such an exceptional woman exists, might Jianing have the pleasure of meeting her? Chu Mohan pondered in silence for a moment before replying. Your Highness is not deceiving Jianing, are you? If you truly have someone you love, Jianing would not come between you. However, if you are fabricating a woman merely to reject Jianing, I implore you to give her a chance. Chu Mohan clenched and then relaxed his fist. M.O.E. Go to the study and fetch the painting. M.O.E. complied and swiftly departed. The royal residence was not far from the palace, and in about 15 minutes, he returned holding a painting, approaching Chu Mohan. Unfold it for everyone to see the one whom this king cherishes. Regardless of whether I can marry her in the future, I shall never marry Jianing. M.O.E. in front of everyone in the grand hall, revealed the portrait of the beauty. Who is this? Why is her face covered? I have never seen her. Neither have I. May I ask, Your Highness, who is she? Princess Jianing was the first to inquire, and all were eager to know. She is the one whom this king cherishes. Which family does she belong to? I do not know. I'm also investigating. This girl has offended me, and I intend to find her and make her take responsibility. In a single sentence, the entire assembly was left in shock. Had the southern town prince been assaulted by a woman? And that woman had fled without a trace? Whose daughter was so audacious? Jianing found herself increasingly restless. Chu Mo Han's public declaration suggested he harbored feelings for the woman in question. What if the prince could not locate her? Chu Mo Han was a loss. Unable to fathom the consequences of such an outcome, surely he could not remain unmarried for life. The usually strategic southern town prince found himself speechless. She will appear, was all he uttered before departing the banquet. The prince had already chosen a beloved. This girl should awaken to reality. Early in the morning, Madame Mu began to admonish her daughter. Who could Chu Mo Han's beloved be? Just yesterday, the southern town prince had openly acknowledged his affections before everyone. Could it be merely a tactic to dismiss Princess Jianing's advances? The prince even presented a portrait of the woman. Surely, there could be no deceit in that. Oh, did father mention whether that woman was beautiful? Mu Wanqing appeared as if struck by lightning, lost in thought. Concealed behind a veil, her visage remained hidden. If she was veiled, it indicated something dubious. The prince claimed that the woman clad in red had assaulted him and then irresponsibly fled. He intended to find her and hold her accountable. Mu Wanqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning, remaining dazed until her mother nudged her back to reality. Could that veiled woman in red possibly be her? She had indeed contemplated assaulting him, though she had not succeeded. My goodness, this misunderstanding is quite absurd. If Chu Mo Han sought her accountability, he would not punish her. Instead, she continued to feign ignorance, hiding her identity while still harboring affection for him. This was both a confession and a declaration of love that would only serve to make her a laughingstock. Alas, her heart ached with regret. Must you not strive for success? The prince has a beloved. Does it warrant such behavior? Madame Mu lamented in frustration. Mother, if I were to claim that I am the prince's beloved, would you believe me? Daughter, you are beyond saving. You should have accompanied your aunt back to the countryside days ago. She knew they would never believe her. That scoundrel, Chu Imo-han, made such a grand display of wanting to catch the thief. How was she to know his true intentions? No, she must not act rashly. What if this was merely a ploy by Chu Imo-han to ensnare her? A test was necessary. Chapter 57. The Southern Town Prince Pursues His Beloved, Part 16. In the stillness of the night, a flash of red darted across the rooftops. Swiftly arriving at the Southern Town Prince's residence, Mu Wanqing stood atop the high courtyard walls, surveying the expanse of the estate, and based on the standard layout, she deduced the location of Chu Imo-han's study. Silently, she slipped into the courtyard, evading the guards, and stealthily approached the door of the study. What brings you here? A resonant voice emerged from within. Astonished, she thought to herself, despite her caution, Chu Imo-han could still perceive her presence. His martial prowess evidently surpassed her own. Changing her tone, she adopted a bewitching voice. I have heard that the Southern Town Prince is enamored with me. I have come to ascertain the truth of this matter. As her words hung in the air, the door swung open, and Chu Imo-han rushed out like the wind, leaving Imo-e behind in a state of shock. The prince's agility had evidently reached new heights. My dear, you have finally graced us with your presence. Mu Wanqing blinked, wondering if this person had floated in. I heard that the prince has been searching for me. I have searched for you with great difficulty. Where have you been hiding? Did she detect a hint of grievance in his tone? I have been at home. I feared you would take me to the authorities, which is why I dared not show myself. I have never intended to take you. Tell me, who exactly are you? Chu Imo-han cautiously extended his hand, attempting to unveil her veil. Mu Wanqing covered her face and shook her head. No matter your appearance, I would never scorn you. Chu Imo-han assumed that this girl was reluctant to remove her veil due to her perceived lack of beauty. Is that truly so? You are not deceiving me? It is indeed true. Oh, now I understand. I shall take my leave and return another day. Mu Wanqing turned to take flight, but was abruptly pulled back by Chu Imo-han. This fellow certainly possessed superior martial skills. Her own abilities were insufficient. Since you have arrived, do not leave. He had awaited this moment for so long. Surely, he must receive some form of interest, enveloped in his embrace. The scent of masculine allure filled her senses, and she found herself harboring inappropriate thoughts about him. Are you not afraid I might take liberties with you? I have been waiting for you to continue such liberties. May I return another day? No, it must be now. Imo-e stealthily slipped away. For what was about to transpire was not for the faint of heart. I am not yet prepared. Prepared for what? The veil upon my face was torn away by Chu Imo-han. A remarkably lifelike feline visage appeared before him. The mouth, the nose, the vividly depicted whiskers, all resembling a little cat. Mu Wanqing was unsure of Chu Imo-han's true intentions, so she had donned a cat-faced disguise, leaving only her eyes exposed. She even stuck out her tongue at him, huffing in defiance. Did he think he could discern her identity like this? In such dim light, with a face like that of a painted cat, it would indeed be a challenge to recognize her. Little did she know, Chu Imo-han's intent in removing her mask was not to uncover her identity, but rather to lower his head and capture her little cat mouth with his own. This fellow was truly the one taking liberties. The sensation felt quite agreeable. Yes, it could continue. The brief pause allowed Chu Imo-han to realize that she did not reject him. With a swift turn, they entered his study, and the door closed behind them. In the shadows, Imo-e glanced back upon hearing the sound. The prince, having been so restrained for so long, was finally indulging in his desires. Mu Wanqing blinked in astonishment, questioning how she had followed him inside. Wait, her lips were still ensnared in his. What were his hands doing? You must not touch recklessly. You have taken liberties with me. I shall return the favor. I merely touched you once. After such a long time, interest must accrue. Surely, it need not be this excessive. Why does it seem relentless? Chu Mohan kissed Mu Wanqing until she was utterly dazed, his hands taking full advantage of her. By the heavens, I truly only touched you once. I grant you the opportunity to touch freely. As he spoke these suggestive words, he tore open his own collar, revealing a strong and sensual chest, and Mu Wanqing could hear the sound of her own swallowing. Do you like it? Yes. Do you desire it? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Mu Wanqing's heart raced, her mind momentarily blank, as she was swept into the embrace of the man and pressed down onto the soft couch beneath him. I once vowed to find you and keep you bedridden for 3 days. Are you afraid? He taunted. Her silence was taken as acquiescence, though she wished to protest. Chu Mohan offered her no opportunity. He captured her lips once more in a fervent kiss, their mutual attraction igniting a fiery passion. My lord, you should come see this. Suddenly, a voice from outside broke the moment. It was M.O.E. Begone. Primoin Grouvlet. His hands continuing their exploration as he unfastened Mu Wanqing's buttons with impatience. My lord, a lady in red seeks your presence, M.O.E. added, reluctant to intrude upon the prince's intimate affairs. Yet, the two ladies were dressed identically, and he feared the prince might mistakenly bed the wrong one. At this, Chu Mohan paused, realizing the red-clad lady he sought was right in his arms. Who then was this newcomer? Mu Wanqing, lost in a haze of desire, felt the abrupt halt in his ministrations and clung to his neck, displeased at the interruption. I shall step outside briefly. Wait for me, my dear, he promised, releasing her and straightening his attire before exiting the study. He dared not meet the prince's frustrated gaze. In the moonlit courtyard stood a woman in crimson, her face veiled in delicate gauze, strikingly similar to the figure in his paintings. What brings you to seek this prince? He asked, his tone dripping with impatience. Fully aware of the pretense, the woman's voice was ethereal, akin to a celestial melody. I am unaware of your intentions. Might you enlighten me? If you wish only to exchange pleasantries, I am rather occupied and kindly request your departure. Her very first words were to dismiss him, such urgency. My lord, do you not desire for me to take responsibility? She feigned ignorance of his irritation. What responsibility could you possibly bear, my lady? I am quite certain you are here to exploit a loophole, he replied, his thoughts returning to the girl in his study, stirring a familiar longing within him. The woman was taken aback. The one he had sought for so long had suddenly appeared, and yet his demeanor was anything but joyful. Was the lady in his paintings but a figment of his imagination? M.O.E. Escort her away, he commanded. Yes, my lord, came the obedient reply. Wait, my lord. Do you not wish to know who I am? The woman, realizing Chu Mohan intended to retreat, swiftly obstructed his path. Without even a glance in her direction, he coldly responded, I have no interest. Begone. Time had been wasted. What if the girl in his study grew impatient? Upon re-entering the room, he found no trace of Mu Wanqing upon the couch. Frantically scanning his surroundings, he confirmed her absence and noted the open window. Frustrated and unable to vent his pent-up desire, he exited the study and struck out at the woman who dared to linger, sending her flying with a single blow, her scream echoing as she soared over the walls of the prince's residence. You shall run 5 laps around the estate, he ordered M.O.E. Why? M.O.E. protested, confused by the prince's sudden harshness. 10 laps, Chu Mohan countered. Yes, my lord, he conceded, silenced by the threat of further punishment. Chapter 58. The Prince of Zhennan pursues his wife, 17. As Mu Wanqing stepped out of the prince's residence, the wind swept over her, jolting her back to reality. She had merely sought to discern Chu Mohan's feelings for her, and yet she had nearly lost herself entirely. This body possesses remarkably little resolve. Easily beguiled by beauty and utterly enchanted. What a disgrace! As I touched my chest, repeatedly kneaded by Chu Mohan, my face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, an inexplicable woman had suddenly appeared. Otherwise, I would have been thoroughly consumed, having willingly presented myself. How frightening! Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and leapt away. She slipped away quietly. It would be surprising if Chu Mohan didn't go mad. Once calmed, Chu Mohan reflected on the past 6 months spent searching for someone, and suddenly, a connection sparked in his mind. The most unlikely person was precisely the one he sought. Realizing he had been played by her, he couldn't help but chuckle at her acting skills. With this understanding, his mood lightened, and he slept soundly until dawn. Chua Mohan did not rush to find Mu Wanqing. He now knew who it was. The gloom that had shadowed his heart for half a year lifted, leaving him in an unprecedented state of ease. His mind cleared, and everything fell into place. He transformed back into the cold prince, adept at strategizing and securing victory. Mu Wanqing continued to visit the shop periodically, spending her time practicing her skills in her room. It was only upon encountering Chu Imohan that she realized there were greater talents beyond her own. She had been so focused on earning money that she neglected her training, the only skill this body could truly claim. Yet the original owner had considered it a flaw. Hiding it away. Welcome to our establishment. Upon entering the elegant clothing store, Chu Imohan was met with expressions of astonishment. The Prince of Southern Town had personally come to shop. Such news would surely bring them much prestige. As Mu Wanqing watched Chu Imohan approach, she found herself momentarily speechless. "Miss Mu, I have some leisure today. Were you not going to dance for me?" Chu Imohan's lips curled slightly. After being toyed with for half a year, he was now eager to turn the tables. Dance? I don't recall knowing how to dance," Mu Wanqing replied, reluctant to perform, for she indeed lacked such skills. "Does this mean Miss Mu is toying with me? How could a mere maiden dare to toy with a prince?" "I simply do not remember the matter of dancing you mentioned," she retorted. Chu Imohan had intended to use this opportunity to connect with her, but she seemed oblivious to his intentions, thwarting his plans to playfully tease her. "Shall I remind you, then?" He leaned dangerously closer. "Your Highness, have you discovered my merits and wish to accept me?" She swiftly shifted her demeanor, adopting the bashful guise of a lovesick girl. Chu Imohan could not help but twitch his lips, unsure how to proceed. "You misunderstand. I already have someone in my heart." He turned his face aside, afraid of revealing his true feelings. "How can you be this way? If you already have someone, why seek me out? You are fickle, capricious, and untrustworthy." Mu Wanqing huffed, puffing her cheeks as she scolded him in the store. Everyone present was petrified, witnessing their young lady chastising the Prince of Southern Town as if he were a husband caught in infidelity, leaving him utterly speechless. Who has provoked Miss Mu to incite such ire? Murong Zifeng suddenly appeared, entering with a jest about the two of them. "Oh, is that you? The Prince of Zhennan? Why are you here instead of seeking your beloved? You've even offended Miss Mu. Indeed, it seems rather inappropriate for a prince who already has a sweetheart to be courting Wanqing and asking her to dance. What do you think? Is he not being excessive?" Mu Wanqing suddenly seemed to find her voice, launching into a critique with fervor. "I, Prince Chua Mohan, felt as if I had come here to seek punishment today. My intention was merely to tease this girl, yet I ended up being scolded instead. What troubled me further was the revelation that this girl was allied with Murong Zifeng. When did they become acquainted? They appeared quite familiar with each other, and jealousy stirred within me. Is the second prince here to purchase clothing?" Chu Mohan resumed his aloof demeanor, temporarily letting the girl off the hook. "This prince has come to find Miss Mu. You are quite familiar with her? We met a few days ago, merely a passing acquaintance. Might I have the honor of inviting Miss Mu to join me at the gathering of immortals?" His words addressed both Chu Imohan and Mu Wanqing. "Certainly, I happen to be free today," Mu Wanqing readily agreed, bringing a smile to Murong Zifeng's face while leaving Chu Imohan furrowed with concern. He wished to intervene, but found himself lacking the standing to do so. "I shall accompany you," he declared. He could not allow this girl to be alone with Murong Zifeng, who clearly had ulterior motives. Although he appeared handsome, what if this little flirtation led her astray? "Ah, Prince of Zhennan, you are quite busy, so I shall not delay you," Murong Zifeng interjected, eager for a private moment with the girl. "No delay at all. I have time today and have not visited the gathering of immortals in quite some time," Chu Mohan replied, feigning ignorance to the implications of the conversation. With such an invitation, what could he do? They would go together. Mu Wanqing walked confidently between the two distinguished gentlemen, unaware of her commoner status, striding boldly ahead of the two princes, while neither dared voice any objections. The trio entered the private room at the gathering of immortals, and Mu Wanqing unapologetically ordered all of the restaurant's signature dishes, disregarding whether they could finish them. Just as the dishes arrived, and before they had begun to eat, Chu Tiange made his entrance. He was responsible for entertaining envoys, and, fearing any oversight, had gone to the royal inn. Upon hearing that Murong Zifeng was here, he sought him out. "Second prince, I was looking for you. The servants informed me you were here. Turns out you are dining with the royal uncle." Mu Wanqing was automatically dismissed by him. This woman must be clinging to the royal uncle. In front of the foreign prince, the royal uncle would not want to embarrass her, hence allowing her to join the meal. "My invitation is for Miss Mu," Murong Zifeng clarified. "Therefore, your meal today is under my auspices," she remarked, showing no respect for the crown prince's manner of handling matters, even omitting honorifics. The crown prince, taken aback, turned to Chu Mohan. "What she said is not incorrect. If you do not wish to partake, you are free to leave," Chu Mohan responded, placing his teacup down. "Huh, you three could hardly consume such a feast. The emperor advocates for frugality. We must not waste it, shall we?" Chu Tiange revealed himself to be rather shameless. "I ordered extra dishes intentionally. We shall take what we cannot finish back for my family," as Chunlan came to reply, spending another's fortune to bring forth food for the maid. One can scarcely find another instance apart from Mu Wanqing. Chu Tiange found himself in a quandary, unable to depart or remain. The awkwardness of the situation palpable as he dined. In Chapter 59, the Southern King pursues his wife, Part 18, at the dinner table. Murong Zifeng lavished attentions upon Mu Wanqing, serving dishes and pouring drinks, inciting a stormy countenance upon Chu Mohan. "Miss Mu, do you not possess hands of your own?" Chu Mohan could not contain his exasperation. Had it not been for the girl's desire to conceal her identity, he would have long asserted his claim. Regret gnawed at him. He should have sought her out the following day, indulging in her presence first and foremost. The lady is willing for the second prince to serve her. If the prince is displeased, he may seek out his beloved elsewhere. This remark hinted at the notion that she was aggrieved by the Southern King's affections for another. Even if the royal uncle had no beloved, he would not wed her. As soon as Chu Tiange uttered this, he felt the piercing gaze of his royal uncle, as if he were about to be devoured. Had he erred in his words? "Miss Mu, do not be disheartened. The Southern King's lack of regard is merely a reflection of his poor judgment. Should you not mind, you may accompany me back to Donglin, where I am in need of a lady of the house." This is certainly worth considering," Mu Wanqing mused, nodding as she chewed her food. "You dare!" Chu Mohan slammed the table, startling everyone present, drawing their collective gaze towards him. "What I mean is, Lord Mu would never consent to your distant marriage." Mu Wanqing's eyes darted about. She had confirmed Chu Mohan had deduced her identity. A person who seldom frequented clothing shops would not so boldly seek her out for a song, and Murong Zifeng's insistence on dining with her, coupled with his earlier blunder, left her entirely convinced this fellow was toying with her. "Not at all. My father is quite democratic. If I choose, I may wed whomever I please." This impudent girl was deliberately provoking him. "Tonight, you would have to teach her a lesson. Does this imply Miss Mu is agreeable?" Murong Zifeng's eyes brightened. "May I inquire, second prince, why have you not taken a wife? Is there some hidden ailment? At your age, it seems peculiar not to have wed." Chu Mohan was occupied with guarding the borders. "But what of him?" "Ah, no, there are concubines in the estate. I simply have not married a formal wife." Murong Zifeng candidly laid bare his domestic situation. "I see. That is rather unsuitable. I shall refrain from going then." Mu Wanqing grimaced, realizing he was surrounded by a harem. "Should Miss Mu find them objectionable, I can send them away." "Please no. A day of marriage equates to 100 days of kindness. The second prince must not become someone ungrateful. Just a few minor concubines. As long as Wanqing is pleased, I shall return and dismiss them. If she was displeased, let her pursue another's man, even if there was no one in her heart. She would not engage in such actions. No, I think I shall pass on men who have been used by others." Both Chu Tiange and Murong Zifeng stared at her in disbelief. The notion of a man previously used by another was truly peculiar. This woman was indeed an enigma. Only Chu Mohan's lips curled into a smirk. He alone had remained unclaimed, his purity reserved for this girl. "Wanqing, are you expressing disdain for me?" Murong Zifeng found the situation utterly astonishing. How could having a few concubines lead to being deemed as someone who had been used by others? Are you implying that I have been used? His disbelief compelled him to seek further confirmation. Indeed, you have shared beds with several women, have you not? Surely, you did not abstain from such encounters. That would be a waste of resources. As the second prince of Donglin Nation, renowned for his exceptional intellect and martial prowess, he was perplexed by the disdain this girl expressed towards him merely for having a few concubines. He struggled to comprehend her peculiar notions. Wanqing, do not seek to belittle yourself. If you are no longer pure, what is there to explain? Chu Mo Han interjected with a dismissive tone. Yet, it was disheartening to hear his reputation tarnished as unclean. Was he truly so disgraceful? After all, he was not a woman who had been with multiple men. He was a man. Was it not normal for men to have multiple wives or concubines? It was the absence of such that seemed abnormal. What man has not been with 3 or 5 women? How has it come to be that your words cast such aspersions upon me? Murong Zifeng wished to defend his honor, and Chu Tinga nodded in agreement with his sentiments. I never claimed you were disgraceful. I simply prefer not to be involved with a man who has shared his bed with others. Mu Wanqing clarified her stance. But Wanqing, the prince of Southern Town, has also been with others. Would that not apply to you as well? She was asked with a hint of curiosity. Has the prince been involved with anyone? Mu Wanqing inquired innocently. No, Chu Mo Han replied, casting her a meaningful glance. But the prince publicly acknowledged being inappropriately approached by that woman in red before all the ministers. Could that be a lie? I was merely stripped of my upper garments. My trousers remained on. My innocence is intact. His words left much to the imagination. This time, it was Mu Wanqing who was at a loss for words. Well, had she ever removed his clothing? Was it necessary to exaggerate? Chu Tinga stared wide-eyed at his esteemed uncle, utterly bewildered by such remarks. How could my uncle utter such words? What is amiss with him today? As long as your innocence remains, all is well. If it were to be lost, I would certainly be discontented. It shall not be lost. I shall keep it safe for the little one. This implied an acknowledgement of her identity. As little one was the term used by Mu Wanqing that evening during their charade. Chu Tinga began to suspect that his uncle had been bewitched. Uncle, are you quite well? I am splendid, better than I have ever been. Who is this little one? Chu Tinga inquired cautiously. Your royal aunt. My mother? Does that mean you intend to marry this little one? Does father know? The meal concluded with each person harboring their own thoughts. As the crown prince departed, it felt as though he were fleeing from a pursuer. He needed to hurry back to the palace to inform his father that his uncle might have lost his senses. Considering he was contemplating marrying a little one and spoke of preserving his innocence for her, which seemed exceedingly abnormal. Murong Zifeng arrived in high spirits only to leave crestfallen, while the one most pleased was Chu Mo Han. Once the two had departed, he drew Mu Wanqing into his embrace. Do not leave just yet. Converse with me for a moment. What do you wish to discuss? I am no longer pretending. Why did you run away that day? Which day do you refer to? You mischievous girl. If you cannot speak properly, then perhaps it is best to remain silent. Lowering my head, I captured the restless lips of this girl, lingering in an embrace for what felt like an eternity. Will you still run away? You have ignited a fire within me, and yet you dared to slip away unnoticed. I have decided to extend our time together from 3 days to 7. 7 days? I desire to accompany you for a lifetime, my dear. Enveloped in the blissful bubbles of happiness, Chu Mo Han has forgotten the passage of time, repeatedly whispering the name of his beloved while holding Mu Wanqing's slender form tightly, inhaling the faint scent of mint that clings to her, as if his soul has taken flight. Chapter 60. The Southern King pursues his wife. 19. Princess Jianning has been ill, secluded in her chamber for several days without seeing anyone. The crown prince visits the inn daily, delivering medicinal herbs and nourishing food, ever concerned for Princess Jianning's health. In her room, Mu Rongzining has lost count of how many cups she has shattered in her frustration. Her heart once filled with joy at the thought of marrying Chu Mo Han, only to be publicly rejected and left in a state of distress. She realizes that Chu Mo Han must have deduced her identity and inflicted such harm upon her. Does he seek her life? Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. If I suffer, do not expect to find happiness. How is Ningning's health? Mu Rong Zifeng is unaware of the true cause of Jianning's ailment, assuming she has merely caught a chill. Brother, I am much better now. Even if this union does not come to fruition, I must not neglect my well-being. He believes that Jianning's illness stems from sorrow over Chu and Mohan's rejection. I understand now. I shall not grieve for someone who does not care for me. This is the resolve befitting a princess. To know when to hold on and when to let go, much like my brother, who has recently developed feelings for a woman but has faced disdain in return. Each person has their own aspirations, and one cannot impose their desires upon another. Who has my brother taken a liking to? A girl named Mu Wanqing, who has long harbored affection for the Southern King, yet finds my brother lacking. He feels too embarrassed to explain the reason. Mu Wanqing, does the Southern King have feelings for her? It seems he treats her differently, though Mu Rong Zifeng remains uncertain. Once Princess Jianning recovers, she visits the Emperor, wishing to meet the noble ladies of the Western Shu and hoping that the Emperor will facilitate an occasion for introductions. The Emperor readily agrees and issues an edict for the families of third-rank officials to join the palace banquet, mingling with the princes and princesses of Donglin. Mother, I'm going to see the goods with my cousin tomorrow. I have no time. Mu Wanqing is reluctant to enter the palace. Can't the matter of the goods wait until another day? With so many attending the banquet, no one will notice if I am absent. Do not worry. If you do not wish to go, then do not. It is better than being there, either watching the crown prince or the king and making a fool of oneself. Mu Wanqing has no desire to engage in such complex social gatherings. Previously, she had wished to see handsome men, but now, she can simply seek out Chu and Mohan. Most importantly, he comes to her, presenting himself for her admiration, captivating her with his irresistible charm that stirs her very soul. Mu Wanqing is not truly going to see the goods. Her sister-in-law is about to give birth, and she's been taking her for walks in the courtyard daily, fearing that Yang Shi will remain stagnant indoors and hinder the labor. As expected, while everyone is at the palace banquet, Yang Shi begins to experience labor pains. Fortunately, Mu Wanqing was at home, methodically instructing the midwife in the delivery process, arranging for the kitchen to prepare food for her sister-in-law, and inviting the finest gynecologist from the capital to be on hand, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. She was concerned that any sudden developments would necessitate immediate medical attention, and having a doctor present would enhance their chances of a favorable outcome. Thankfully, everything transpired smoothly, and both mother and child were safe, welcoming a grandson just as the elder Mu couple returned from their banquet. Upon learning of the events that unfolded that day, the couple belatedly realized that their daughter had truly matured. However, the palace banquet left a lingering discomfort in their hearts. The Princess Jianning shamelessly ridiculed the noble women of Shichu, declaring that none were worthy of the Prince of Jinnan, except for herself, a woman of both literary and martial prowess, who alone deserved to be his consort. Although many ministers disapproved of her remarks, they refrained from openly contradicting her. Lu Wushuang from the general's residence could not suppress her retort and was provocatively challenged by Princess Jianning to a duel. Lu Wushuang, possessing a fiery temperament, had been trained in martial arts by her father since childhood and readily accepted the challenge. If no noblewoman from Shichu can best me, then the Prince of Nan shall marry me, declared Princess Jianning. And if I lose? Lu Wushuang countered defiantly. Should I lose, I will return to Donglin and cease my pursuit of the prince. Agreed, Lu Wushuang confirmed with conviction. However, I have not consented to be your wager. Regardless of the outcome, I will not marry you, for my heart belongs to another, remarked Prince Chu Mohan, his expression impassive as he gazed at the teacup in his hand, as if it were a precious artifact. His beloved was absent today, and he found it difficult to remain composed. Were it not for the diplomatic relations between their nations, he would not have bothered attending such an event. My prince, unless your beloved stands here to defeat Jianning, she shall not relent, one remarked. Why must I win over you to marry whomever I choose? My affection for her is not predicated on her martial skills, although they are indeed impressive, replied the prince. You possess no true beloved, do you, prince? You simply wish to avoid forging a bond with Donglin. It is a pity that my father has generously prepared a substantial dowry. My several nephews are all quite admirable. The princess may select one. If she is unwilling to become my niece-in-law, There are plenty of talented youths present, he continued. Please, my lord, do not trample upon Jianning's sincere intentions. If she merely sought to marry, she would have done so long ago, rather than humiliate herself before Shichu. Seeing tensions escalate, the emperor swiftly intervened. Since the princess wishes to engage in a friendly competition with the women of Shichu, I shall serve as a witness. Regardless of the outcome, let us not jeopardize the harmony between our nations. Since my brother has a beloved, let us not impose upon the princess, he decreed, aiming to subtly pressure Chu Mohan to find a woman to marry and bear children. Thank you, your majesty, Chu Mohan replied, unexpectedly acquiescing. Which family's daughter is it? The emperor inquired. It is Mu Wanqing from the Ministry of Rites. He had intended to dismiss Princess Jianning before revealing this matter publicly, but the woman clung to him relentlessly. Thus, he had no choice but to present his beloved to the assembly. Upon his declaration, disbelief rippled through the crowd. Had it not been said that Mu Wanqing pursued the prince unilaterally? Could it be that the prince has been moved and decided to take her as his princess? Especially as the elder Mu couple thought they had misheard, only to confirm through the gazes of others that they had indeed heard correctly. The prince of Southern Town intends to marry their daughter. Very well. I shall have a decree prepared to grant your union. At this moment, Crown Prince Chu Tiange comprehended why his royal uncle could tolerate Mu Wanqing's rudeness, and why his uncle had uttered those peculiar words that day. It turned out that Mu Wanqing was the treasure his uncle had referred to. Another astonishment was Murong Zifeng, realizing that he had hosted a gathering that inadvertently facilitated another's romance. No wonder those two had lingered when he and the Crown Prince departed. They had clearly already developed mutual affection. Which one is Mu Wanqing? Might I have the pleasure of making her acquaintance? At this juncture, Princess Jianning still harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Mu Wanqing was merely a decorative cushion. She intended to humiliate the two of them thoroughly. Indeed, why has Miss Mu not arrived? The emperor also noticed that only the couple from a Mu family was present. In response to the emperor, they explained that their daughter had been feeling unwell lately, hence her absence. Very well, we shall wait for Miss Mu to recover, so she may come to the palace to meet the princess. In Chapter 61, the Prince of Southern Town pursues his bride, Part 20. The princess expressed her desire to see Miss Mu at tomorrow's competition. Everyone detected the provocative undertone in Princess Jianning's words. It seemed she intended to not only defeat Lu Wushuang, but also to deal with Mu Wanqing. It was widely known that Princess Jianning was highly skilled in martial arts, and Lu Wushuang likely stood little chance. If Lu Wushuang were to lose, then undoubtedly, Mu Wanqing would face humiliation. I truly apologize, but my daughter is unwell and cannot attend to witness the princess's grace. The elder Mu hastily declined, knowing full well that with his daughter's temper, a confrontation with the princess would be inevitable. What, is Miss Mu so ill that she cannot rise from her bed? Such frailty hardly befits the title of Princess of Southern Town. I shall bring her to the palace tomorrow, as long as the princess does not regret it. With that, Chu Mohan left the banquet. Regret? She had already regretted coming to Shichu. Having reached this point, she was determined to rectify her standing by dealing with a few individuals. That very evening, the elder Mu couple interrogated their daughter as if she were a criminal. Daughter, how did you come to be entangled with the Prince of Southern Town? What did you two meet? He claims he wishes to marry you. What transpired between you? Surely, the prince does not jest with you, having mentioned a beloved just days prior? Father, mother, could you allow me to respond to one question at a time? No need to answer. The prince has arrived. Let him speak to you. As the couple turned, they saw Chu Mohan entering through the door. Why was no one announced? They quickly stood and bowed, only to be supported by Chu Mohan as he stepped forward. Please, be at ease. Henceforth, you shall be my in-laws, and we are all family, so there is no need for excessive formalities. Your Highness, we, Wanwan and I, are truly in love. You need not worry. I will devote everything to ensure her happiness. Father, mother, do you have any further inquiries? If not, we shall take our leave. Faced with a barrage of questions, they fell silent upon the arrival of the principal. Where are you headed? To my room, of course. Nonsense. How could one suddenly fall silent while speaking in the middle of the night? He suddenly recalled something and quickly changed his words. You all may converse for a while, but do not linger too long. Let the prince return to his residence for rest. Very well, Lord Mu, do take your rest early. I take my leave, replied the prince. Chu Mohan followed Mu Wanqing out of the hall and into her courtyard, where Mo, understanding the situation, had already cleared out Chunlan. As soon as they entered the room, Chu Mohan embraced her tightly, and they exchanged fervent kisses without uttering a word. My royal brother will soon send the imperial edict for our marriage. Are you pleased, dear? After a lingering kiss, Chu Mohan inquired with a voice heavy with desire. Indeed, I have long wished to marry you. Her simple words ignited a fire within Chu Mohan, prompting another passionate exchange, making it difficult for them to part. Tomorrow, Princess Jianing will compete in martial arts against Lu Wushuang. Would you like to watch? Isn't this a marriage alliance? Why would there be a martial arts competition? I have no desire to marry her. She must find some outlet for her frustrations. Does this mean that Lu Wushuang will be in for a beating tomorrow? Thus, dear, you should assist her. How can I help? By taking Lu Wushuang's place? I fear you need not suggest it. Princess Jianing will likely provoke you. I do not wish to fight. My relative has arrived. What relative? A relative who visits once a month, just arrived yesterday, and may not leave tomorrow. But are you unwell? Chu Mohan took a while to comprehend, for without a woman, he was unfamiliar with such matters. He was aware that women experience their monthly cycle. I am not unwell, merely a bit lazy, with a slight ache in my back. Upon hearing this, Chu Mohan promptly reached out to massage her back, and Mu Wanqing sighed in comfort. Are you intentionally tormenting me, dear? One hand continued to soothe her back, while the other cradled her languid little head, planting kisses upon her delicate cheeks. It truly feels delightful. I must maintain this and keep striving. Very well, when you marry me, I shall attend to you every night, ensuring your utmost comfort. Chu Mohan's voice, imbued with a seductive allure, sent shivers through Mu Wanqing's ears. I wish to marry you now, she replied sweetly, her voice tinged with affection. The next day, Chu Mohan informed the emperor that an early wedding date would be preferable, leading the emperor to suspect that something had transpired between him and Mu Wanqing, perhaps even resulting in a pregnancy. Under the emperor's impression that she might be expecting, Mu Wanqing shone brilliantly at the martial arts arena the following day, representing the noble women of Shichu and earning admiration from all. Princess Jianing's evident provocation went unchecked by the emperor, who arranged the competition with great fanfare, inviting the wives of officials to witness the duel, resulting in a diverse crowd of all ages, including concubines from the inner palace, who gathered in small groups to enjoy the spectacle. Lu Wushuang had only one maidservant who had trained with her since childhood. Her father had merely advised her to accept defeat gracefully and not to linger too long on the matter, implying that he believed she would lose. With her boastful words already spoken, retreat was not an option. She would face the battle, even if it meant enduring defeat. In the training arena, numerous ministers gathered, each holding great expectations for the contest, hoping that Lu Wushuang would not suffer a disastrous defeat. There are quite a few people here. It seems no one is preoccupied with official documents today. Mu Wanqing, accompanying her father, boldly expressed her opinions. Minister Mu had previously advised her to refrain from speaking carelessly, as the Southern King's public declaration of his intention to marry her had already incited the jealousy of Princess Jianing. She must not give her any opportunity to criticize. Minister Mu, Miss Mu has arrived. The crowd exchanged polite greetings, stealing glances at Mu Wanqing, the young lady whom the Southern King had expressed a desire to wed, though they could not discern any remarkable qualities about her. Oh, they even prepared tea. Does this contest intend to last for an extended period? Surely a few exchanges should suffice to determine the victor? They had gone to great lengths to arrange tables and chairs with utmost seriousness. Chu Mohan entered the arena alongside the emperor, immediately searching for his beloved. Upon spotting Mu Wanqing, a softness graced his typically stern visage. The emperor, too, sought Mu Wanqing, curious to behold the beauty that had captured Chu Mohan's heart. With countless beauties in his harem, Mu Wanqing did not particularly stand out in his eyes. After the formalities, the emperor took his seat at the head of the gathering, with Chu Mohan beside him. Has Princess Jianing not yet arrived? The emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, we have already sent word. She shall be here shortly," reported the guard responsible for the arena. "Umph, what a grand affair, making so many wait for her," Mu Wanqing remarked as she nibbled on a delicacy. The palace pastries were delightful, albeit in insufficient quantity. Chapter 62. The Southern King Pursues His Bride, Part 21. Lu Wushuang stood a short distance away in the training arena, her hands alternating between being outstretched and clasped. Clearly anxious, Princess Janning, resembling a proud peacock, wore an expression that diminished her beauty. Murong Zifeng accompanied Princess Janning to the arena, aware that his sister was eager to vent her frustrations. He believed that few women could rival Janning's martial prowess and chose not to dissuade her. He too wished to assert himself before Shichu, as returning to Donglin without having made a mark would be untenable. The proud peacock did not seek her opponent upon arriving at the arena, but instead scanned the audience. Who was she searching for? The astute could readily deduce that she was looking for the woman the Southern King intended to marry, Mu Wanqing. It seemed only Mu Wanqing remained oblivious, engrossed in her pastries. "Which one is Mu Wanqing?" Princess Janning inquired loudly. Mu Wanqing, caught mid-bite, looked up in surprise. "You're looking for me? Are you Princess Janning? You're quite lovely. Why is it that you cannot find a suitor?" The arena fell silent, all present taken aback by her audacity. "Who cannot find a suitor?" Janning had approached her. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. Apologize to the princess at once." Minister Mu hastily stood to apologize, for even the emperor would not dare offend them directly. And his daughter seemed to be courting trouble. As Janning stood before Mu Wanqing, Murong Zifeng finally realized the situation and rushed over to intervene. "Ning Ning, we have other matters to attend to today. Let this matter be discussed another time." His concern was evident, as he wished to shield Mu Wanqing from Janning's ire. "Are you protecting her, second brother?" "Ning Ning, this is in the Western Shu, not Eastern Lin, so please remain composed." "Second prince, did you not hear her belittling me?" The two were embroiled in a dispute over Mu Wanqing, while the party in question remained unfazed, leisurely finishing the delicacies on her plate and clapping her hands. The pastries were delightful, albeit insufficient in quantity. "As an avid foodie, I wonder what could possibly attract Chu Mohan to you? It seems even the second prince regards her with distinction." "You are correct. Chu Mohan has a penchant for foodies and does not favor you." Mu Wanqing remained seated, her face tilted upwards in a self-satisfied manner, exuding an air of provocation. "You seek your own demise." Observing the princess of Jianing on the verge of fury, Murong Zifeng could only restrain her, preventing her from acting rashly. "Your statement is misplaced. I merely spoke the truth. How does speaking a few honest words in my own country equate to seeking death? You, a princess of a foreign land, threaten violence. Is there no sense of justice left? Look at your frightful demeanor. It is no wonder you remain unmarried in your own country and must venture out in search of a man." Mu Wanqing leisurely concluded her remarks, lifting her teacup and draining it in one gulp. The princess of Jianing had lost her reason, shoving Murong Zifeng aside and drawing a whip from her waist, aiming it at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing sidestepped, and the whip cleaved the table in two, sending plates and cups crashing to the ground. The emperor, seated in the main position, cast a perplexed glance at Chu Mohan, questioning why he did not intervene as the woman he intended to marry was being assaulted. Although Chu Mohan was confident that Mu Wanqing would not suffer harm, he remained vigilant, attuned to the unfolding chaos. Still seated 2 steps back, Mu Wanqing maintained her calm demeanor. "Is the princess of Jianing not dueling with Miss Lu today? Shall she change her target? I shall tear your lips apart today. Watch the whip." Another strike came swiftly, and Mu Wanqing leaned back to evade it. Murong Zifeng's attempt to intervene came to a halt. He recognized that Mu Wanqing was far from the innocuous facade she projected. Having dodged 2 strikes, the princess of Jianing leaped forward, lunging at Mu Wanqing, leaving Mu's father utterly stunned. "Father, quickly move aside. The princess of Jianing has gone mad." While urging her father to evade, she remained rooted in place. As the 3rd lash approached, she seized the whip mid-strike, channeling her inner strength to pull it in the direction of Jianing, who was propelled forward by the force of the whip. Mu Wanqing merely shifted slightly to allow her passage. as she had to yield the way for someone who was about to fall. The Princess of Jining found herself sprawled on the ground, bewildered by her predicament. How had she ended up there, having been bested by Mu Wanxing? Turning her head, she saw Mu Wanxing smirking, beckoning her with a single finger, implying she should continue. The Princess of Jining sprang back to her feet, her whip striking out once more, this time infused with inner strength, promising severe consequences if it landed. At last, Chu Mohan could no longer remain seated. Just as he began to rise, he witnessed Mu Wanxing swiftly retreating with her chair, narrowly escaping the fierce lash that followed. Princess Jining offered Mu Wanxing no opportunity to contemplate, relentlessly striking with her whip as if possessed, leaving all onlookers in the training grounds bewildered. What was the reason for this sudden assault? And had she mistakenly targeted someone other than Lu Wushuang? Where had Lu Wushuang vanished to? In the distance, Lu Wushuang stood in stunned silence, recognizing Princess Jining as a madwoman, attacking indiscriminately. Such fervor rendered her an unequal adversary. Meanwhile, Mu Wanxing remained seated, effortlessly evading the lashes of the whip, as if the chair had become a part of her. After dozens of strikes, Princess Jining was left panting, having failed to graze even the hem of Mu Wanxing's garment, while numerous tables and chairs bore the brunt of her fury. "Will you concede, Princess?" Mu Wanxing asked, reclining comfortably in her chair, her legs crossed and swaying to the rhythm of her amusement, almost provoking Princess Jining to the point of exasperation. "This princess will not yield. You merely evade my strikes. Dare you not retaliate?" Overcome by rage and losing her composure, Princess Jining failed to grasp that if her opponent could dodge her whips, an offensive from Mu Wanxing would leave her no escape. "Are you certain you wish for me to strike?" Mu Wanxing queried. "I assure you, within 3 moves, you shall either be prostrate or supine. Do you dare to believe?" "I do not believe you." "Very well. Should I bring you down?" "You shall obediently return home with your entourage." "Fine. Strike me then if you can." Before Princess Jining could finish her retort, she found herself on the ground, with Mu Wanxing standing above her, observing from a vantage point. "You are cheating. This does not count. I had not completed my statement." "All right. Rise, and we shall begin anew." Mu Wanxing extended her hand. Princess Jining swatted her hand away and climbed to her feet, brushing off the dust. "Are you prepared now, Princess?" Mu Wanxing crossed her arms leisurely, as though enjoying a performance. "Go ahead, strike." This time, Princess Jining was poised, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Wanxing. It was clear that bringing the princess down required no physical confrontation. "You have yet to finish your words and are already on the ground again," Mu Wanxing remarked. "You need only to kick." She completed her previously unfinished sentence. You are shameless. This is intentional," Princess Jining accused, realizing that Mu Wanxing had deliberately disrupted her focus, leading to her downfall. Murong Zifeng could no longer bear the spectacle and came forth to assist Princess Jining. "Miss Mu, your martial prowess is unparalleled. Princess Jining has lost. We shall return to our homeland. Second Imperial Brother, you must teach her a lesson for me. I cannot defeat her." Murong Zifeng's words sent ripples through the crowd. Chapter 63. The Prince of Jinan Pursues His Wife. Part 22. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but erupted throughout the training grounds in waves. Princess Jining, her dignity shattered, lost all desire to duel Lu Wushuang, leaving the scene in utter disgrace. Mu Wanxing returned nonchalantly to her astonished father, old Mu. "Ha ha ha! My dear minister has raised a remarkable daughter. No wonder the royal brother sought to marry her. He truly possesses an eye for talent." The emperor, in high spirits, decreed a marriage edict that very day, instructing the Bureau of Astronomy to determine an auspicious date for the wedding of the Princess of Jinan. Upon entering the hall, Mu Wanxing was met with the serious expressions of her parents, as if they were preparing for a formal inquiry. "When did you learn martial arts?" "I possess no martial prowess. Rather, I merely exhibit quicker reflexes and greater agility. My victory over Princess Jining today is solely attributable to the prince's guidance." "Why do you say that?" her mother inquired, puzzled. "The prince advised me, fearing that Lu Wushuang might falter, to deliberately provoke Princess Jining." In her fury, the princess lost her composure, and after exchanging a few blows, she succumbed to the ground. I suspect the prince intervened discreetly. Is that so? Indeed, you may ask, father. Her mother turned to old Mu, who appeared dazed. He lacked martial skills and was equally bewildered by the sight of Princess Jianning sprawled on the ground. Although Mrs. Mu could not ascertain the reason, she refrained from reproaching her daughter too harshly, advising her to be less ostentatious in the future to avoid inciting the prince's displeasure. Princess Jianning, having lost all face, prepared to depart the western Chu and return to Donglin. Crown Prince Chu Tiange had attempted to visit her several times, only to be rebuffed at the door. The fleeting intentions of falling petals and the indifference of flowing waters. Mu Wanqing remarked derisively as she observed Chu Tiange exiting the inn. The crown prince cast a glance in her direction without uttering a word. It was his father who urged him to win the favor of Princess Jianning and to do his utmost to retain her. He had no desire for a woman rejected by his uncle, yet his father insisted that sacrifices must be made for the sake of harmony between the two nations. She envied her uncle's ability to choose his beloved, though she harbored doubts about Mu Wanqing's suitability. Perhaps this is the phenomenon of beauty blinding the beholder. A few days later, Princess Jianning and Murong Zifeng, accompanied by the emissaries of Donglin, departed the capital. Before their departure, Murong Zifeng sought out Mu Wanqing. Miss Mu, your disdain for the young prince's concubines is merely a pretext, is it not? In truth, you and Chu Mohan have long been together, have you not? I apologize. I was merely jesting that day. You are the enigmatic hero of Western Chu, the very woman depicted in the painting of the Southern King. Though phrased as a question, it bore a tone of certainty. You are the only one, besides Chu Mohan, who knows my true identity. It is an honor for this young prince. I wish you a safe journey. Do encourage your sister to let go of her obsession. There are countless flowers in the world. Why should she fixate on a big-tailed wolf like Chu Mohan? Ha ha ha. Miss Mu, you are quite amusing. I wish I had met you sooner. Chu Mohan is fortunate. Indeed, not everyone is as fortunate as I am. Suddenly, Chu Mohan materialized beside Mu Wanqing, wrapping her in his embrace. When did you arrive without a sound? Mu Wanqing inquired softly. When my darling referred to me as a big-tailed wolf. Murong Zifeng, no longer wishing to play the background for their display of affection, took his leave, extending an invitation for Mu Wanqing to visit Donglin. What did you discuss and why for so long? Once Murong Zifeng departed, Chu Mohan turned her body to face him. Was it a lengthy conversation? Not particularly. Had you not come, we might have conversed further. Darling, I am feeling jealous. Really? I didn't detect anything. Mu Wanqing leaned closer, attempting to catch a scent from Chu Mohan's lips. You cannot discern it with your nose. It requires the mouth. He captured her lips, drawing her into a passionate kiss. Can you sense it now? Not yet. I need to savor it a little longer. Mu Wanqing, shifting from passive to active, ignited Chu Mohan's ardor as he yearned to consume her entirely. As the envoy from the east departed, the emperor of the western Chu felt a pang of guilt and bestowed countless treasures and specialties from his realm, hoping that this incident would not tarnish the fragile peace and friendship established between the two nations. The princess of western Chu reassured him, declaring that she was not one to cling to trivial matters. Admitting their own recklessness, she remarked that had she known the prince of southern Zhao already had a beloved, she would not have embarked on this journey. The demeanor of Princess Jianning was notably magnanimous. The emperor was assured that this matter would not affect the diplomatic relations between their countries. Murong Zifeng also expressed confidence that their relationship would remain unscathed. Relieved, the emperor joyfully saw them off from the capital. Upon returning to the palace, the emperor took time to reflect on the entire situation. For half a year, he had been unable to apprehend the elusive thief, only for a mysterious woman in red to appear, claiming to be his heart's desire. Subsequently, the focus shifted from this red-clad woman to a proposal to marry the daughter of the Mu family. The connections between the thief, the woman in red, and Mu Wanqing began to seem increasingly perplexing. The emperor, astute as a fox, soon unraveled the sequence of events. Was it possible that the girl he had summoned to the palace was indeed that very same woman? The notion of his brother's wife visiting his chambers felt rather awkward. While the emperor pondered how to restore his dignity, the young couple was already enveloped in a sweet intimacy sharing everything openly with one another. Mu Wanqing expressed her desire to experience a passionate romance that would make her life worthwhile, wishing to explore mountains and rivers with Chu Maxian, and to bask in the beauty of nature by moonlight and flowers. Upon hearing this proposal, Chu Maxian wholeheartedly agreed, promptly arranging his official duties to accompany his beloved on their adventures. As they traveled in a carriage, Mu Wanqing perched on the front, insisting that their escapade be devoid of any third party. Would the emperor perceive her as a source of trouble? Certainly not. Her brother-in-law would be delighted to see her by his side. It was often said that members of the royal family were filled with suspicion. It appeared that the bond between the brothers was strong. Chu Maxian reflected on his childhood. Having lost his mother early and grown under the protection of the Empress Dowager, receiving much care from his brother. Moreover, he had never been interested in the throne and chose to venture to the borderlands as an adult. Were there no women at the frontier? Why hadn't he taken any concubines? Indeed, he was disinterested in women, preferring the thrill of battle. Surely, you must have taken lives? She inquired knowingly. Never, he replied. I never kill. I merely punish. Ah, I had forgotten that you prefer to incapacitate. The thought of such matters unsettled Chu Maxian. The loss of life would only escalate the situation, he mused. I merely teach them lessons so they dare not err again. In the future, if someone displeases me, I shall instruct others to act on my behalf, he affirmed. The carriage soon arrived at the outskirts, and the two descended, hand in hand, strolling along a shaded path. How does it feel to embrace nature? Mu Wanqing asked, closing her eyes to savor the scent of fresh grass. I never realized that a simple walk could bring such happiness, he replied. That is because I am here with you. Let us make it a tradition to explore together every year, shall we? As spring emerges, one can behold the flowing streams and verdant grasses in autumn, the vibrant blossoms and the crimson leaves of fragrant mountains. During winter, the pristine white snow blankets the land. Each season presents its own unique spectacle, prompting us to venture out more often. Chu Mohan observed her animatedly gesturing with one hand, illustrating the scenery of the four seasons. And an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged within him. How blissful it is to harbor someone in one's heart. He vowed never to disappoint his beloved, aspiring for her to be the happiest woman in the world. Chapter 64. The Prince of Nan Pursues His Wife, Part 23. The two wandered from one end of the shaded path to the other, and then meandered back. Mu Wanqing retrieved supplies from the carriage and arranged them in a clear space. What is Wanwan up to? She inquired. After a day of fun, we must indulge in a picnic. Today, you shall savor my culinary skills. You can cook? Certainly. I can navigate both the grand hall and the kitchen, capable of outsmarting a mistress and confronting a wolf. While Mu Wanqing spoke, she busied herself with the items in hand. Go fetch some stones to create a fire pit and ignite the flames. Chu Mohan promptly complied, lighting the fire and placing a pot atop it, then filled it with stream water. He then watched as Mu Wanqing tossed a medley of chaotic seasonings into the pot, and once the water boiled, she added an assortment of leafy vegetables and thin slices of meat. Can this be consumed? Chu Mohan expressed his doubts. Am I merely playing? Can you not smell the aroma? It does seem to possess a hint of fragrance. This will have to suffice. Without seafood seasoning, we cannot remove the pot just yet. Chu Mohan obediently set the pot aside as Mu Wanqing placed skewers of meat she had prepared at home over the glowing coals. In no time, the skewers sizzled as the fat dripped onto the embers. Is meat meant to be consumed like this? Do taste and judge for yourself. Mu Wanqing offered the grilled skewer to Chu Mohan. Quite delightful. Wan, you are truly clever. Is this your own creation? I cannot claim originality. I have simply enjoyed this since childhood. However, indulging in barbecue too often is unwise. A rare treat suffices to satisfy cravings. The two sat upon the ground, relishing the roasted meat and sipping on a rather unorthodox spicy soup. Mu Wanqing seemed to be transported back to modern days spent picnicking with classmates. Before nightfall, Chu Mohan escorted Mu Wanqing home, having promised to take her boating in a few days. Along the way, Chu Mohan recalled a matter. What did Wanwan do at the palace before the New Year? Before the New Year? Nothing much. I merely observed the guards stationed at the palace. Did you visit your royal brother's chambers? I did. I swear I engaged in no mischief. I listened for a while and then departed. What did you hear? This. I shall tell you later. Mu Van King winked mischievously. Why later? This pertains to the joys of the boudoir. Are you certain you wish to know? I not only wish to know, but also wish to partake. Are you sure? Absolutely. I promise to fulfill your desires. 3 days later, Chu Mohan once again took Mu Wanxing out on the lake, rowing a small boat himself to create a world for just the two of them as they floated upon the water. The crown prince sought the counsel of his uncle, only to be informed by Moe that the prince was preoccupied with the future princess on a lakeside excursion. The following day, he returned, only to learn that the prince had taken the princess to climb Fragrant Mountain. On the third day, the uncle remained elusive. Chu Tiange suspected that his uncle had been enchanted by Mu Wanxing and had neglected his duties. Thus, he resolved to return to the palace and consult his father. Did I not instruct you to seek your uncle's guidance for matters you find perplexing? Henceforth, refrain from troubling me unnecessarily, the emperor remarked, casting a disdainful glance at him. Father, the uncle is quite occupied as well, Chu Tiange retorted, feeling aggrieved. What could he possibly be engaged in? He is constantly by Mu Wanxing's side. Your uncle has no time to attend to you, while I, burdened with so many women in the harem, also lack the leisure. If you have matters at hand, ponder them for yourself, the emperor declared, dismissing Chu Tiange from the study. Resigned, he thought to himself that he could rely on no one and would henceforth decide matters independently, rectifying any mistakes as they arose. Thus, the crown prince began to manage state affairs on his own, gradually evolving into a decisive and resolute leader. The folly of these brothers inadvertently forged a capable monarch. One should not be solely engrossed in romantic pursuits with Chu Mohan, but must also attend to one's business. Upon arriving at the Yashuan clothing store, the staff informed her that Yu Mingxian had not been seen for several days. Is there enough stock to sell? Has my cousin also succumbed to romance? Surely. After being married for so long with no new merchandise, we are selling only old stock. Do you know what he's been up to? He conducts business throughout the country. If he were to leave, he would surely inform me. Uncertain. Very well. Keep an eye on the store. I shall go find him. Upon entering Yu Mingxian's courtyard, she found him strolling with his wife, indeed engaged in romantic discourse. Cousin, you are home. I thought you had gone out. The couple hastily summoned a maid to serve water and wash fruits upon noticing her arrival. Warner, I have not attended to business these past few days because Shiyu is pregnant with our first child. I feared for her well-being and chose to remain by her side, especially since the store has been idle, Yu Mingxian explained, casting affectionate glances at his wife. Congratulations. You should cherish this time together, she replied, though inwardly she mused. Is it truly necessary to be so vigilant over a mere pregnancy? Later, when she herself became pregnant, Chu Mohan's attentiveness was even more exaggerated, as if she were to be cradled in his palms. After a brief visit with her cousin, Mu Wanxing departed, unwilling to intrude further on their romantic interlude. With nothing pressing, she returned home to play with her nephew. At just under 2 months old, despite the fact that children typically begin to roll over at 3 months, her nephew was already striving to turn over, his little face flushed with effort as everyone cheered him on. Oh dear nephew, must you exert yourself so? After all, you are of a noble lineage. Our family is not in need. You could simply lounge for a few months and enjoy the splendid life. Child, how can you speak so? My grandson is exceptional. What others cannot do, he will accomplish. He is destined for greatness. Mrs. Mu, feeling sympathy for her panting grandson, lifted him gently, shaking him playfully. Why does my dear nephew wish to crawl? Is it your grandmother who has inspired this ambition? If a child is frequently held, he soon becomes reluctant to lie in bed again. By the way, Mother, have you heard that Shiyu is pregnant? No. When did that happen? Mother must go and pay her a visit. Your aunt specifically instructed me to keep an eye on them, and it has been many days since I last saw them. Madame Mu has also stopped holding her child and has sent someone to prepare supplements, intending to deliver them personally to Luo Shiyu. Princess Jianning went missing on her way back to Donglin. She left a letter for Murong Zifeng, stating that she did not wish to return to the dreary palace. Desiring instead to explore the world on her own, urging her second brother not to search for her, departing without even a maid, but taking a substantial amount of silver with her. Murong Zifeng, knowing Jianning's temperament, decided to let her be if she wished to roam. It would serve as an opportunity for her to alleviate her pent-up feelings. Once she had wandered enough and her spirits lifted, she would surely return. Chapter 65. The Southern King Pursues His Wife. Part 24. The Emperor of Donglin is not a capricious man. Given the circumstances, he would allow her this freedom. Murong Zifeng left the envoy and galloped away for dozens of miles before coming to a halt, having grown up in the palace. Her interactions were limited to royal relatives and palace servants, who treated her with flattery and respect, leaving her devoid of genuine companionship. She yearned to witness the outside world and understand the lives of ordinary people. Her pride led her to believe that with her talents, beauty, and noble lineage, as long as her feelings were sincere, Chu Mohan would not reject her. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow, as she found herself overshadowed by a young lady from the Ministry of Rites. Having lost both her dignity and grace, she felt utterly ashamed to return to her father, the emperor. As her horse wandered aimlessly, she reflected on her thoughts, unaware of her surroundings. With no village in sight and darkness approaching, she intended to spur her horse onward to the next settlement when she spotted a young gentleman clad in white approaching and decided to inquire. "Excuse me, how far is it to the nearest town?" "Miss, you should not proceed further. You won't reach the town before nightfall," he replied. "Where's this place? Which direction should I take to find the nearest town?" "Miss, you must be from afar. If you do not mind, you may accompany me back to my village. A small path over there will lead you there," he said, pointing toward a distant mountain. Princess Jianning hesitated, uncertain whether he was a good person or a villain. What if he turned out to be dangerous? "Do not worry, miss. The people in our village are kind and will not trouble you. Being so beautiful, it is wise to be cautious when traveling alone," he reassured her. "Very well, I shall stay in your village for the night," she decided, sensing his benevolence. Jianning led her horse alongside the young gentleman as they traversed the mountain to his village. "My name is Feng Yang. May I know your name?" "I am Wu Zining. Where are you headed, miss?" "I am bound for the kingdom of Donglin." "Oh, you should set out early tomorrow. After passing the next town, you will soon reach Donglin's territory." "Thank you, kind sir. Do not mention it. I take it you hail from Donglin, judging by your accent. You must be from the capital." "How did you know? Have you been to the capital?" "Indeed, I have visited before." Upon the young man's back rested a large bamboo basket, filled to the brim with various items. "Did your elder brother venture to the town to procure goods?" "Indeed. He departed before dawn, and it is only now, as dusk approaches, that he returns." "Why not employ a cart or ride a horse?" "Alas, our family possesses no cart. Furthermore, I seldom leave home and thus have no need for such transport." As the young man had indicated, they soon reached their destination after traversing the mountains. "That house at the village's entrance is my home." Upon sighting his abode, the man's face illuminated with joy. "Are there others at home?" "Yes, my wife and son. It is just the three of us." As the two approached the entrance, a small boy dashed out from the courtyard. "Father, you're back. You're back. Little Bao, be careful. Don't fall," came the voice of a young woman. Princess Jianning turned her gaze towards the mother and child, and the young woman caught sight of the princess. Both stood in stunned silence, unable to speak. "Miss, this is my wife. My dear, this young lady is someone I encountered beyond the mountains," the man hastily explained, fearing his wife might misunderstand his bringing her home. "Princess? Meng Ruyan?" The two finally managed to voice each other's names after a prolonged moment of astonishment. "What princess?" "My lady, do you know another? How did you come to be here? How could a princess possibly be here? Let's converse inside." Princess Jianning followed Meng Ruyan into the house, while Feng Yang carried their son to another room to share the day's acquisitions with him. "How is it that you are here? What transpired all those years ago?" Meng Ruyan, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister of Donglin, had once crossed paths with Princess Jianning at a palace banquet when they were of similar age, naturally leading to a few exchanges. Later, Jianning learned that Meng Ruyan had fallen gravely ill and was sent to the countryside, with no word of her for years. Thus, it was a surprise to encounter her here, now with a son several years old. Meng Ruyan did not conceal the truth. recounting the events of the years past to Jianning. For years prior, during the imperial selection of consorts, daughters of officials ranked third grade and above, regardless of whether they were legitimate or not, were summoned to the palace. At the age of 28, Meng Ruyun found herself on the list of potential candidates. She wished to avoid serving the emperor and competing with a host of women for favor in the prince's court, and thus devised a plan to feign a debilitating illness, missing the opportunity to enter the palace. As the daughter of the prime minister, the emperor would certainly not permit her to marry off at will. He subtly implied to Meng Ruyun's father that she should wed the second prince and become a royal consort. Reluctant to become a mere pawn in the power struggles of others, she deceived her father into sending her to the countryside, promising she would return to the capital once her health improved. Upon reaching the rural village, Meng Ruyun soon slipped away secretly. A young lady alone in the world inevitably faced numerous hardships and was even bullied by rogues. At a critical moment, it was Feng Yang who rescued her. To escape her father's attempts to reclaim her, she returned home with Feng Yang and married him, severing all ties with the Meng family. I humbly beseech the princess not to disclose our whereabouts. With that, Meng Ruyun knelt on the ground, earnestly imploring, "Are you living happily?" Princess Jianning found it utterly incomprehensible to forsake the esteemed position of a royal consort in favor of living as an ordinary woman, especially in a household so impoverished that it lacked even a carriage. The life of a noblewoman had left her feeling like a mere shadow, compelled to adhere to her father's dictates. At last, she felt a sense of authenticity in her existence. She had never felt so genuinely alive, and she was filled with happiness. She vowed to keep this secret, wishing for their everlasting joy, as it bore no relevance to her and would serve no benefit if disclosed. How could the princess arrive here alone? Wasn't she meant to go to the Western Shu to fulfill a marriage alliance? It was Feng Yang who had heard the news at the market. "Ah, I was rejected most disgracefully," she chuckled, "and now I must impose upon you for a few days." Clearly, Princess Jianning wished to avoid further discussion about Western Shu. "Very well, as long as the princess does not mind, you may stay for as long as you wish." Meng Ruyun and her husband prepared a tidy room for Jianning, and she ended up residing there for an entire month. Each day, she observed the couple laboring tirelessly in the fields to make ends meet, while Feng Yang would venture into town every few days to procure necessities. She amused herself by playing with their child, which allowed her to momentarily forget all her troubles, including the emotional scars inflicted by Chu Mohan. Chapter 66. The Southern Town Prince Pursues His Wife. Part 25. Princess Jianning understood that, regardless of how splendid her life was here, she would ultimately have to depart. Meng Ruyun could live in seclusion, but she could not, for her father would never permit it. She began to envy Meng Ruyun's audacity in choosing her own path and finding such a wonderful man. Feng Yang was utterly devoted to his wife and showered their child with affection, embodying the ideal husband. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, uplifting her spirits considerably. She too longed to find an ordinary man to marry and lead a life free from strife, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. When Princess Jianning left the village, she bestowed her silver notes upon the couple and took with her the delicacies Meng Ruyun had prepared, heading straight back to Donglin. At that moment, the capital of Western Shu was abuzz with celebration, for today marked the day of the Southern Town Prince's wedding. Mu Wanqing wished to enjoy a romantic courtship, yet Chu Mohan hastily set their wedding date, insisting that they could continue their courtship after the nuptials. Gazing at the rows of red wedding boxes in the courtyard, filled with her dowry prepared by her parents, she felt certain of her lineage. "Mother, please don't give all the good things to me. Leave some for my nephew. You are marrying into royalty. A meager dowry would bring disgrace. Once you're settled, you may secretly send some back to your nephew." So it was for the sake of pride, she thought, mistakenly believing it was for her own sake. Why must it be this way? Of course, it is for you. A generous dowry ensures respect among your in-laws, and with respect, life will be easier, and the prince will treat you well. If her husband's affection depended on the size of her dowry, then perhaps he was not worth having. She found herself at a loss for words. A palace matron arrived to groom the bride, according to royal customs, assisting her with her attire and veil. A string of auspicious wishes flowed from the matron's lips. May the newlyweds enjoy harmony and beauty, grow old together, and be blessed with numerous offspring. That is a must, Mu Wanqing replied. The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride is to ascend the sedan chair, announced the officiant outside. Is it time for her to board? Where is the prince? Is it customary for the groom to be absent during the wedding? I have arrived. My apologies for making the princess wait, declared Chu Mohan, entering clad in a resplendent red wedding robe. His vibrant attire accentuated his extraordinary handsomeness, his striking features radiating joy and an aura of happiness. The matchmaker promptly draped a veil over Mu Wanqing, while Chu Mohan bent down to lift her into his arms. Your Highness, this is against protocol, the matchmaker interjected. When it comes to marrying my bride, I make the rules, he asserted, exuding an impressive confidence that enchanted her. He placed her gently into the flower-laden sedan chair and mounted his horse. With the officiant's command, the procession commenced, accompanied by the resounding beats of drums and music, leading them to the royal residence. Upon arrival, Chu Mohan dismounted, kicked open the sedan door, and took her hand to step over the fire basin, paying homage to heaven and earth before entering their bridal chamber, all proceeding smoothly. After ushering his bride to their new abode and arranging for maids to attend to her meals, Chu Mohan returned to the grand hall to join the ministers in revelry. The hall was filled with guests, all raising their glasses in toast to the Prince of Junnan, showering him with congratulations. Your Highness, allow me to toast to you. You have finally taken a bride. I once thought you had no interest in women, remarked the emperor's younger brother. Your Highness, is this an appropriate remark for such an occasion? He retorted. Nephew, I toast to your marital bliss. Nephew, here's to you and your bride. May you soon welcome a little prince. Nephew, here's to both of you, wishing you a harmonious life and a pair of children. Several princes, having indulged in their cups, expressed their well wishes, knowing well the joy of their uncle today. Chu Mohan laughed heartily, welcoming every toast, drinking with exuberance. After finishing their drinks in the hall, they spilled out into the courtyard, where the banquet overflowed with guests. Among them were the soldiers from the military camp, many of whom had returned with him from the front lines, those fortunate enough to have survived while others remained forever in distant lands. Having shared years of camaraderie, they gathered to celebrate their lord's joyous union. Chu Mohan urged everyone to fill their cups, raising a toast to their enduring brotherhood, expressing gratitude for their companionship and support throughout the years, and for joining him on this momentous occasion. He downed his drink in one swift motion, leading by example. The soldiers, robust and boisterous, eagerly filled his cup again and again, until one soldier, noticing the excess, intervened. Gentlemen, today the prince has a bridal chamber to attend. If you drink him into a stupor, how will he fulfill that duty? Indeed, we shall drink another time. We must not delay the prince's wedding night. A young general suggested. Your Highness, it is best to refrain from further drinking. Return to your bride. Do not keep her waiting, they insisted, gently but firmly ushering him back to his chambers. Aware of the amount he had already consumed, Chu Mohan understood that continued revelry might indeed hinder his marital duties. As he entered the room, the maids discreetly withdrew and closed the door behind him. Mu Wanqing, having grown impatient from waiting and already settled into slumber, stirred at the sound. The prince has returned. Have you had too much to drink? Fortunately, my dear, were you waiting too long? I am well. I managed to catch a nap. Chunlan, please bring me the sobering soup. Before long, Chunlan brought a bowl of soup, which Mu Wanqing handed to Chu Mohan. How considerate of her! What groom could escape the fate of being forced to drink? It was evident that much drinking was anticipated today. After consuming this hangover soup, a mere toast would suffice. The preparations for the wedding had surely exhausted him. After finishing, he should rest. He had imagined countless times the scene of their wedding night. Yet this was not how he envisioned it. He had expected his bride to be shy, blushing and eagerly awaiting his affection, leading them to a night of romance until dawn. Where had the enchanting vision gone? It seemed she had no intention of indulging in intimacy with him, which was unacceptable. If there were no commotion tonight, those rascals would genuinely believe he was incapable. After drinking the hangover soup and toasting, Chu Mohan eagerly pulled Mu Wanqing to the bed. You've had too much to drink. Don't stir things up. I assure you, I am quite capable of satisfying you. This humble girl is merely concerned for your well-being after your hard work. If you believe you can manage, so be it. The bed swayed, the red candles wept tears, and the gentle songs of the night faded, only to rest before the dawn broke. The couple, having spent the night in turmoil, finally succumbed to sleep as the sun began to rise, their maids and servants wisely refraining from disturbing them, allowing them to rest until the sun was high in the sky. "Good afternoon, my husband." Mu Wanqing realized it must be noon by now. "How is my beloved? With such a handsome husband attending to me, I am exceedingly well." Her words reignited Chu Mohan's desires. "My husband wishes to attend to you further." Thus, the couple indulged in more affectionate exchanges before rising for lunch. On the second day of their marriage, it was customary for couples to pay their respects to their elders with tea. However, since they had slept until noon, they had delayed this obligation. Chu Mohan could only send someone to the palace to inform them that they would visit the following day. "Is that acceptable?" Mu Wanqing expressed concern that the Emperor and Empress Dowager might be displeased. "They are experienced and will understand my situation." What a shameless indulgence in romance. And yet he feels justified. "Did you not say you would tell me what you overheard about the Emperor's private pleasures? You still remember that?" With so many women in the Emperor's harem, they all seemed to obey him. He must possess a certain skill. "What did you hear?" "They were engaging in role play. Would you like to try?" "Yes. I shall be the queen, and you will be the submissive." "Did you not comprehend?" "I wish to possess you, and your pleas for mercy will be futile. I shall claim you regardless. Do you understand?" Chu Mohan's expression darkened. Could it be that the Emperor preferred the submissive role, enjoying being dominated? "Not understanding is fine. You will grasp it once we begin." Mu Wanqing pulled Chu Mohan onto the bed, roughly unfastening his clothes. "If you wish to refuse, then do so. I desire you. This is not how it is done. You must pretend to be afraid. I crave you. Why should I fear? If you continue like this, I shall cease playing." Mu Wanqing paused her actions. "It is no longer your choice. I shall dominate you." With a swift motion, Chu Mohan flipped her beneath him. "Do not." Mu Wanqing persistently pushed him away, exasperated after a long night, lamenting the strain on her back. With this push, Chu Mohan was ignited with fervor, his passions inflamed, realizing once more that his royal brother was quite adept at inciting desire. Whether she wished it or not, he was determined to indulge in tormenting her. She was not accustomed to such play. She preferred to be the dominant one. He, the esteemed king of the South, would never assume the role of the submissive. The following day, they entered the palace to present tea to the Empress Dowager. She received the tea in a red envelope without uttering a word, merely advising them to cherish their life together. The Emperor and Empress also partook of the tea, bestowing a red envelope upon her. However, the peculiar look in the Emperor's eyes sent shivers down her spine. Was it possible that someone who frequently engaged in role-playing could be perverse? While she conversed with the Empress, Chu Mohan was summoned to the Emperor's study. "What did she say to you?" The Emperor inquired. "Who are you referring to, brother?" "Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely what I am asking." The brothers glared at one another, each remaining silent. "What is troubling you, brother?" "I am merely vexed that my sister-in-law overheard our discussion. It is quite embarrassing." Upon hearing that voice, Wanqing discreetly excused herself, feeling it improper for a young lady to linger. Did she understand what was said? "Your Majesty is quite skilled with women. I have learned much." The Emperor slammed his palm on the table. Not only did she hear it, but she also comprehended it and even imparted wisdom to you, which is why the tea ceremony was delayed yesterday. Chu Mohan spoke candidly, leaving the Emperor momentarily speechless. How did his brother possess a thicker skin than his own? Wanqing mentioned that this is the joy of the boudoir, and you are a man of sentiment. Do you not think me perverse? Not at all. Such pleasures are beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Ah, then I am relieved. I have been worrying that you both might consider me a deviant. Understanding is all I seek. The Emperor bore a look of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. I also appreciate your understanding, brother, and do not hold yesterday's absence against you. Understanding indeed. When passion ignites, it can become insatiable, yet one must also be mindful of their health. I am aware. You must take care of yourself as well. I know my limits. It has been several days since I have visited the harem. After discussing personal matters, The brothers moved on to affairs of state and invited the couple to dine in the palace before allowing them to return home. Upon arriving home, Wan Qing collapsed onto the bed. I sensed something peculiar about the emperor. His gaze was unsettling. Your brother fears you might view him as a deviant, which is why he has been so troubled. Does he know I eavesdropped? He is not foolish. He has pieced it together. Is he truly a deviant? Wan Qing whispered. Do you think me one? Chu Mohan leaned in dangerously close, his breath warm against her neck. Well, perhaps just a little, she replied with a teasing chuckle. She confirmed that the Chu brothers were indeed peculiar, though she was curious about Chu Tiange. Perhaps she would visit the crown prince's residence soon, having heard that he had recently acquired several concubines. Do you enjoy having a somewhat peculiar husband? She dare not claim otherwise. Before marriage, he heeded her every word. Yet on the very first night, he changed his mind, deciding instead to listen to the baby during the day and to him at night. Does he truly enjoy it? Chu Mohan felt a surge of joy. Should it be affection or indifference? The baby inquired about whom. The baby is quite fond of it. After Mu Wanqing concluded her statement, she nodded affirmatively. It is well that he likes it. Let us continue this evening. What if he does not? If he does not, he shall still partake, for over time, he shall grow fond of it. How shameless. Once, she envisioned dominating Chu Mohan. Yet it turned out he was the one overpowering her. She longed for control, but ultimately found herself in a passive role, which was quite vexing. Is the baby unhappy? Feeling rather dismal. Why? Each night, being subdued, she cannot take charge. Chu Mohan remained silent. This was a matter he would not concede. He would not be beneath her. Should we return to my family? Mu Wanqing suddenly recalled an important detail. In these past few days, she had been so flustered by Chu Mohan that she forgot the custom of returning home 3 days post-marriage. I have already informed my father-in-law. We shall return tomorrow. The Prince of Zhen Nan is indeed formidable, altering the ancestral customs. I instructed someone to inform my father-in-law that I inadvertently exhausted Wanner and require a day of rest. You shameless rogue, do you have no sense of shame? Did I err in what I said? How can you possess such a thick skin? Ha! I thought this little vixen had a tough exterior, yet look at how her cheeks flush. I couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. No need to feel embarrassed. I said nothing. What did you say then? My elder brother sought my counsel, and, while at it, we shared a meal. Let us return home tomorrow. Oh, how annoying. You startled the baby. Mu Wanqing clutched her chest, exhaled, and rolled her eyes. Chu Mohan was stirred by her actions, pulling her close for a fervent kiss, prompting her to plead for mercy. Chu Mohan relished this sensation. If she did not plead, it was one thing, but upon hearing her beg, he resumed his fervor, continuing from noon until nightfall. Mu Wanqing mused that this perverse prince was truly terrifying. He had not been with a woman for 30 years, but rather for 300. Chapter 68. The Prince of Zhen Nan pursues his wife, 27. While others returned home on the 3rd day, the Prince of Zhen Nan did so on the 4th, and none dared to voice objections. The entire household came forth to greet him, performing the customary rites of respect. The parents-in-law were told that, as family, no excessive formalities were necessary. Chu Mohan helped them to their feet, turned, and took his wife's hand, leading her into the minister's residence amidst the respectful reception of the crowd. The elder Mu couple felt gratified to witness the prince's affection for their daughter. The meal was a joyful occasion, and once satiated, they respectfully escorted the guests beyond the threshold. Parents, you may return. We shall come to visit again another day. Mu Wanqing waved to her parents, turning to enter the carriage, with Chu Mohan following suit. The members of the minister's residence watched the carriage disappear into the distance before returning inside. On the 5th day, post-marriage, Chu Mohan summoned everyone in the royal household and, before all present, entrusted the management of affairs to his wife. From this day forth, all affairs within the royal residence shall be governed by the princess consort. Anyone who dares to offend her shall face severe consequences, and I too shall heed her counsel. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain if the prince was jesting. Have you understood? From this day forward, the princess consort holds the authority over the royal estate, including myself. Understood? Good. Then let each of you attend to your duties. Subsequently, Chu Mohan entrusted her with the keys to the various storerooms, while the steward brought forth the household accounts for her review. Thus, from this day, Mu Wanqing assumed control of the southern town Prince-S residence, becoming the true steward of the estate. It has been a year since the Crown Prince's designation, and the position of Crown Princess remains vacant. Now that the southern town prince has wed, the selection of a Crown Princess is also on the agenda. The previous election was delayed due to a poisoning incident, but the young ladies who suffered have since recovered and are now eligible for selection. Your Highness, what are the criteria for selecting a Crown Princess? Mu Wanqing inquired, puzzled, believing the choice should depend on personal preference. Firstly, lineage is paramount, especially for the Crown Princess, who will one day embody maternal grace. Her status cannot be inferior. Secondly, her character must be gentle and virtuous, devoid of any boorishness, and she must possess exceptional talent and beauty. Oh, so many stipulations. I suppose someone like me would never be chosen, right? Do you think you have a chance to participate? Chu Mohan regarded her with a dangerous gaze. I was merely jesting. If the Crown Princess must be so exceptional, I would undoubtedly be unfit. Isn't it a pity that Wanqing cannot participate in the selection? Not at all. I have no desire to compete among a throng of men. It would be ideal if a handsome man could be selected from among them. What did you say? Repeat that. Why can't he take a joke? What kind of handsome man do you wish to select? Enough of this chatter. Why must I continue? Why the silence? What do you wish to say? What kind of handsome man does my darling desire? Someone like Brother Mohan, of course. There is no one more handsome than Brother Mohan in this world. Is that so? Indeed. What are you doing now? She was at a loss for what to do. The more she resisted, the more animated he became. If she did not resist, he would assume she was willing. Regardless, he felt justified in pursuing her. The domestic life she had envisioned was undergoing a drastic transformation. On the bustling streets of the capital, news of the Crown Prince's selection of a bride spread, stirring whispers among the populace. As this was the first occurrence of its kind, they wondered if this endeavor would proceed smoothly. Rumors also circulated regarding visitors from other nations. Horse, be careful. Get out of the way. A magnificent steed galloped forth, startling pedestrians into a frantic retreat. Those who reacted swiftly dashed to the roadside, while the slower ones tumbled and scrambled in a most undignified manner. Just as Mu Wanqing and Chunlan ascended to the second floor of Jushin Tower, the commotion outside drew them to the window. A woman clad in red struggled to control her wildly galloping horse, while a mother and child stood frozen in shock ahead. Without a moment to contemplate, she leaped from the second floor, landing before the horse and delivering a powerful strike infused with internal energy toward its head. With a pained whinny, the horse collapsed, and before it could fall completely, Mu Wanqing swiftly pulled the astonished mother and child to safety. In an instant, everything transpired. The onlookers, still reeling from the tragic scene of the mother and child, were oblivious to the young woman who had tumbled from her horse, which lay motionless on the ground after a few convulsions. The first to regain her senses was a woman who, clutching her child, knelt before Mu Wanqing, repeatedly expressing her profound gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Please rise. It is a relief to see you both unharmed, Mu Wanqing urged as she assisted them to their feet. The mother and child departed, overwhelmed with thanks. The street erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers, proclaiming the might of the Junnan princess, lauding her prowess. A gentle smile graced Mu Wanqing's lips, relishing the adulation bestowed upon her. Meanwhile, the girl who had fallen from her horse was left unattended, struggling for what seemed an eternity before she managed to rise. The crowd's attention had completely shifted to Mu Wanqing, leaving her in a state of envy, for she had always been the center of attention. Yet, in this instance, she felt lost as to how to reclaim the spotlight. Are you unhurt, my lady? Mu Wanqing inquired with concern. I am fine, but you are indeed the Junnan princess? Indeed, I am Mu Wanqing. May I ask your name? I am Wuyaki, a princess of the Wuzhou kingdom. So, a princess from afar. Early this morning, Chu Mohan had been dispatched to escort the Wuzhou emissaries, who were likely still outside the city. How had this princess wandered out alone? Riding through the streets, she was responsible for the inconvenience caused to the pedestrians. It was not my intention My horse was startled unexpectedly, and I am unsure of the cause, she explained. Regardless of intent, the consequences must be addressed, Mu Wanqing asserted, offering no leniency. Is this sufficient? Wu Yaqi asked, removing a golden hairpin from her head and presenting it to Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing accepted it and handed it to Chunlan. Convert this to silver and distribute it to those who have suffered losses. And what of my horse? You owe me for my steed, Wu Yaqi retorted, feeling unsettled. The horse had gone mad. Failure to put it down could lead to further harm. Should a life be lost on these streets, the princess would bear the burden. I'm a princess of a nation, even if a few commoners are injured. Do you expect me to pay with my life? If the repercussions were dire, one must indeed face the consequences. In cases of accidental harm, compensation could be arranged, contingent upon the agreement of the victims' families, Mu Wanqing patiently explained. It was evident that this princess had been poorly educated, viewing the common folk as inconsequential. Do you dare equate me with commoners? Even as a princess, such disrespect is intolerable. Disrespect? We are all born of parents. What differentiates a princess from these citizens? Mu Wanqing's expression turned grave. The princess had arrived, likely to negotiate a marriage alliance with the crown prince, and the position of the West Chu princess must not be hers. Of course, there is a difference. I am of noble birth, Wu Yaqi began, but faltered as she noticed the ire of the commoners directed towards her, realizing she had provoked their wrath. Chapter 69. The Zhennan Prince's Pursuit of His Wife, Part 28. Indeed, the princess was unlike them. While the commoners could sustain themselves through their labor, a princess without support would surely perish. Mu Wanqing showed no mercy towards her, as she had always been straightforward. Encountering such an inconsiderate girl infuriated her. You, Yaqi, with your red-rimmed eyes, ought to remember that the princess's food and attire are crafted by the so-called commoners you disdain. Without them, you would not survive a single day. How can you behave this way? I am but a distant guest, and instead of treating me with courtesy, you choose to bully me. She had never been scolded like this throughout her life. The humiliation was unbearable. That detestable princess of Zhen not only killed her horse, but also made her lose face in front of so many commoners. Royal aunt, what has transpired? The passing second prince, Chu Tianlin, noticed a crowd gathered and approached. Your arrival is timely. This spoiled princess rode her horse recklessly in the street, nearly injuring someone. I put her horse down and reprimanded her, and now she won't stop crying. Perhaps you could handle this? Very well, royal aunt. Leave this matter to your nephew. Please rest. Chu Tianlin was now in awe of Mu Wanqing. Seeing how adept she was in martial arts inspired him to practice diligently, lest he be looked down upon by his royal uncle. As Mu Wanqing departed with Chunlan, the commoners raised their thumbs in admiration. How Chu Tianlin would deal with that Yaqi princess was no longer her concern. Initially intending to dine at Jushin Tower, the unexpected incident led them back to the royal residence. Miss, you were incredible. With a single strike, you killed that horse. Not quite. My hand never even touched its head. How did you manage that? Chunlan exclaimed, astonished at her mistress's newfound prowess, which she had been oblivious to. Perhaps the horse was simply terrified? Are you suggesting that the horse died from fear? Perhaps. Her mistress often teased her, treating her like a fool, and Chunlan was reluctant to believe it. The envoys from the Wuzue kingdom arrived in Shichu, and the emperor hosted a banquet. When Princess Jianning attended, Mu Wanqing declined to enter the palace, as she was merely a subject at the time. Now, as the princess of Zhennan, her presence was imperative. What is their purpose? Were they invited? Mu Wanqing questioned, puzzled by the royal family's reluctance to marry foreign women out of fear of divided loyalties. The Wuzue kingdom had long desired to marry their daughter to Shichu, hence their presence during the prince's selection of a bride, though it did not necessarily imply she would wed Tian Ge. Surely she does not wish to marry you again? Rest assured, no one can take your man from you. I feel quite secure. They cling to her like sticky candy, impossible to shake off. If one were to say he was lustful, he had never taken a woman nor desired a concubine. But if one claimed he was not, he constantly pondered matters of the bedroom, not satisfied with just the night. Dressed in the formal attire of a princess and adorned with royal ornaments, Chunlon crafted an exquisite makeup look for her. "Miss, this is how a princess should present herself." Chunlon reflected, noting that her mistress's usual simple attire did not convey her noble status. "This is too cumbersome and uncomfortable. I prefer a simple dress." Entering the palace did not require a maid's attendance. The couple rode in a carriage, with Mo.E. handling the reins. Chu Mohan dismounted the carriage first, turning to gently lift his wife down, and then took her hand as they entered the palace together. With his long legs, he walked swiftly but deliberately slowed his pace to match hers. Is the Wuji nation comprised of ethnic minorities? I mean, do their customs differ from ours? Naturally, every region possesses its own unique traditions. How many concubines is the crown prince selecting this time? It should be one primary consort and 2 secondary ones, right? Isn't there already a concubine in the residence? Can he manage so many women? Will they not succumb to the pangs of loneliness? Choosing a royal life necessitates enduring solitude. How many women reside in the emperor's harem? There must be 20 or 30. Each one attends to him only once a month. How utterly monotonous. Thus, one must be content, for I shall be with you daily. I am indeed content. How could I not be? There is never a dull moment. Heartfelt words? Indeed, heartfelt words. Tonight, I shall reward you handsomely. Am I allowed to refuse? No, you are not. Mohan discreetly slowed his steps, creating distance from them, feeling embarrassed that the prince was driving in broad daylight. Upon entering the grand hall, they discovered that everyone else had already arrived, and they were late. "We apologize for our tardiness, esteemed brother," he said. "It is well that you have arrived. Please take a seat." This was Mu Wanqing's second encounter with the emperor since her marriage, and today he appeared quite amiable. Chu Mohan greeted the envoys from the Wuji nation, having previously met them. Only Wuyaki had not yet encountered Chu Mohan, and upon seeing him, she was momentarily spellbound. How could such an extraordinarily handsome man exist, even surpassing the prince in beauty? The men of the West Chu nation are all remarkably attractive. Even the second prince she encountered on the streets was a dragon among men. Returning to the palace, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. After just meeting the prince, who was already more graceful than the second prince, now another man of even greater allure appeared. He radiated an enchanting aura that made her heart race, and she found herself unable to tear her gaze away. "Princess Crow, we meet again." Mu Wanqing greeted the entranced Wuyaki. Only then did Wuyaki notice the woman beside the man. Her raven hair elegantly coiled atop her head, adorned with a golden hairpin that shimmered as she moved. Her features were exquisite, exuding both grace and allure, a lazy confidence intertwined with regal dominance. Clad in a striking red gown that accentuated her slender figure, she held hands with the man and regarded Wuyaki with an inscrutable expression, the emotions in her gaze rendering Wuyaki hesitant to meet her eyes. "Indeed, Princess of Sothertown, we meet again." Recognizing Mu Wanqing, she realized that this man was none other than the famed Chu Mohan of the West Chu, a name that resonated across 4 nations. It was said that he possessed unparalleled martial prowess, was valiant in battle, and ruthlessly efficient. Yet she had never heard of him being described as ethereal. Who knew a man could be so captivating that one would wish to gaze upon him endlessly? Chu Mohan took his wife's hand and seated himself in his designated place, never once casting a glance at the princess. He was aware that Princess Wuyaki had ventured into the streets on horseback, prompting his wife to intervene, though he had yet to inquire about the specifics of that encounter. What follows are mere formalities. Today is a banquet to welcome the envoy, attended solely by members of the royal family. The emperor and empress sit together. Several princes are gathered, as are the couple, Chu Mohan and his wife, alongside the envoy from Wuji, resulting in only a few tables. As the palace servants began to serve the dishes, Chu Mohan commenced attending to his wife, seemingly anxious that she might not be sufficiently nourished. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, Chu Mohan deemed it entirely appropriate to serve his beloved wife in any manner he wished, free from the constraints of opinion. Mu Wanqing, finding solace in her husband's attentions, savored the exquisite cuisine prepared by the palace chefs, frequently extolling its deliciousness. Consequently, Chu Mo Han later enticed the palace's finest cook to return to their residence. The emperor, observing the couple's interactions, inexplicably offered the empress a bite, leaving her both astonished and delighted. The envoy from Wuji then realized that it was customary for men in the Western Shu kingdom to serve their wives. Each nation possesses its own traditions, and this particular practice seemed commendable. They anticipated that, should their princess marry into this realm, she too would enjoy such treatment. Yu Yiqi, watching the handsome man across from her meticulously remove fish bones for his wife, felt a mix of envy and admiration as she stabbed at the food on her plate, reducing a fish to mere fragments. Two princes raised their glasses in a toast to the princess, prompting Yu Yiqi to finally divert her gaze from Chu Mo Han. Now, upon closer inspection, she found the two rather unattractive, lacking any resemblance to her royal uncle. Yu Yiqi began to strategize how to propose marriage to the Prince of Zhengnan when the emperor spoke first. Princess Yiqi, you have seen my 3 sons. Might I inquire which one has captured your fancy? The emperor had also heard of her encounter with Mu Wanqing on the streets and concluded that this woman could not ascend to the primary consort's position. Should she favor the crown prince, it could only be as a secondary wife, which seemed inappropriate for a princess. Therefore, he hoped she might find favor with one of his other 2 sons. Pray tell, your majesty, how many wives may a prince of the Western Shu take? She inquired. There is but one primary wife, yet he may have 2 secondary consorts. Of course, these are formal unions. Should he wish to take concubines, he may have as many as he desires. And how many consorts has the Prince of Zhengnan taken? Yu Yiqi boldly pressed on, determined to win the heart of this captivating man. My younger brother has taken but 1. The emperor grasped the situation. It was clear that Yu Yiqi had set her sights on Chu Mo Han. If the prince were willing, such a match could indeed be arranged. I wish to marry the prince and would accept the role of secondary consort, she declared, not daring to aspire for the primary position, especially upon witnessing the couple's evident affection. Chu Mo Han continued to serve his wife, remarking coldly, as long as you are not afraid of death, you may enter into this union. I can assure you that the envoy from Wuji shall attend your funeral before departing. What do you mean by that, my lord? An envoy from Wuji retorted, unable to contain his indignation. It is an honor for our princess to take an interest in you, and she has not demanded that you cast aside your wife. Your words are most unbecoming. My point is that any who covet my woman must reckon with death. Chu Mo Han replied. The Crow Princess might as well relinquish her hopes. She ought to be wary of a short life. He echoed his wife's playful term for Yu Yiqi, furthering the jest. The audacious Yiqi, utterly oblivious, gazed at him with tender eyes. This princess has come to forge a marital alliance. Having taken a liking to the prince, she wishes to wed him. Fear not, noble prince. I shall not disrupt your existing relationships. Mu Wanqing, indulging in her meal while observing the spectacle, mused on the troubles of such beauty. Just as one Janning departed, another crow has arrived, who decreed that a princess must marry whomever she fancies. Should the Crow Princess impose her will upon those unwilling? As Mu Wanqing continued her feasting, she remarked, I merely seek to be a secondary consort. I am not usurping your position. Why do you object? I harbor no objections. I am merely voicing my perspective. As long as the prince consents, I have no issues. However, the Crow Princess must ensure that your resolve is sturdier than that of a horse's head. The implication being that should the princess enter the residence, she would meet a fate akin to that of a horse, swiftly dispatched. You are clearly opposed. This jealousy of yours may lead to your abandonment. Yiqi, flustered, felt the heat of rejection in front of so many witnesses. Where could she possibly hide her face? Oh, I had nearly forgotten that I possess such a virtue as jealousy. How delightful to discover my growing list of attributes. Wouldn't you agree, dear prince? Indeed, my beloved, he replied, their gazes entwined, oblivious to the onlookers who were left speechless. When did jealousy become a virtue? This was news to them all. Princess Yaki, you must see that the Prince of Zhengnan will not marry you. Perhaps consider another suitor? The Emperor's voice broke the uncomfortable silence. Indeed, Princess Yaki, do you believe our prince is unworthy of your hand? The Empress chimed in, feeling a pang of discomfort at the thought that her son could not compare to Chu Mohan. No, not at all. The princes are admirable. It suffices that the princess finds them so. Love can blossom in time, given the right duration. I am confident you shall change your mind. She believed her son to be no less than Chu Mohan, merely lacking in martial prowess. With the conversation having reached such a point, Wyatt Chi deemed it unwise to pursue the matter further. The alliance could be deliberated upon at a later date. The envoy from Wuji resided at the royal inn, while only Wyatt Chi dwelled within the palace, brought back by Chu Tianlin, who had arranged her in his side hall. When she expressed a desire to stay with the envoy, Chu Tianlin intervened. Their mother had commanded him to ensure Wyatt Chi's hand in marriage, lest their family suffer disgrace. It was preferable for a Jianing princess to return alone to Donglin than for the Wuji princess to depart, for that would be a significant loss of face for the princes of the West. Princess, as you are new to the affairs of the West Chu, permit me to guide you around, so you may familiarize yourself with your surroundings. I require no such assistance. I wish to return to the inn. It is quite late. Shall we not depart until tomorrow? I shall personally see you back. Very well, we shall leave tomorrow. Wyatt Chi found herself once more in the side hall of the second prince. That night, Chu Tianlin could hardly find rest, his mind incessantly turning over how to fulfill the task his mother had entrusted to him. Before dawn on the second day, Wu Yaqi heard sounds coming from the courtyard. Rising from her slumber, she opened the door to find Chu Tianlin practicing his swordplay. His movements flowed like water, the glint of the sword flashing as it danced gracefully in the air, his white garments fluttering in the breeze, presenting a captivating sight. This man appeared to possess considerable skill. She pondered in curiosity how he would compare to Prince Zhennan. Once she finished her preparations, a palace maid arrived to invite her to breakfast. Upon entering the hall, Wu Yaqi discovered that Chu Tianlin was already awaiting her. Did the princess sleep well last night? He inquired. Quite well, and I apologize for making the second prince wait, she replied. Come, let us dine. I have specially instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Do sample them and tell me how they taste. How do you know what this princess likes to eat? I inquired about the envoys yesterday and learned of your preferences, so I had the kitchen prepare them. Now do try this. Thank you. Wu Yaqi, not one to be easily deceived, grasped Chu Tianlin's intentions. Yet her heart still yearned for Chu Mohan. In Chapter 71, titled Prince Zhennan Pursues His Wife, Part 3, Chu Tianlin kept his word and escorted Wu Yaqi out of the palace after breakfast. This morning, I saw you practicing your swordplay, he remarked. My apologies for disturbing your rest. Princess, he continued, how does your skill compare to your royal uncle's? Wu Yaqi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to hear a satisfactory reply. Uncle has fought on the battlefield for many years. He must be formidable. He thought of lying, claiming to be superior. But his conscience would not permit it. He was far inferior to his uncle. Have you never sparred with him? Never, but I know that my royal aunt is exceptionally skilled. She must surpass my uncle. After all, how else could she have subdued him? This hardly counts as a deliberate falsehood. Mu Wanqing? Is she truly that remarkable? Indeed, it is common knowledge in our western Chu capital. Did not the princess witness her prowess? Indeed, one who can slay a horse with a mere gust of wind is surely no ordinary individual. Is there truly no hope for me? Your uncle and aunt share a profound bond. They would not tolerate anyone attempting to intrude between them. Thus, the noble ladies of Western Chu are wise enough to steer clear of them. Even the princess of Donglin was bested by my aunt in 3 moves. Seeing her fall silent, Chu Tianlin pressed further. Wu Yaqi remained mute on the way back to the inn. Upon returning to the manor, Chu Mohan, in high spirits, took Mu Wanqing by the hand and retreated to their chamber. What is the matter? You have not faced any provocations today. My dear, I am merely protecting my husband, which brings me joy. When did I ever need protecting? I was unaware. You must always be vigilant, ensuring that your man is well guarded. Do not let any unscrupulous women encroach upon him. If you yourself do not wish to be pursued, who would dare? Did you not say that the Crow Princess had no designs on you? Yet upon meeting, she wishes to become a concubine? It is your husband's exceptional qualities that have sparked her interest. I must protect him well. Rest assured, no one can steal you away. Anyone who dares to try will find themselves on the receiving end of a beating, regardless of their royal status. For several days, Chu Mohan did not leave the royal residence, as Mu Wanxing prevented him from appearing before the Crow Princess, giving her nephew a chance. Upon finishing his review of the official documents, he retreated to the bedroom to accompany his wife in their efforts to conceive. For 3 consecutive days, Mu Wanxing remained largely confined to their quarters, as this persistent wolf of a husband seemed to consume her time entirely. "My lord, shall we take a stroll outside?" she gently urged. "I have no desire to venture out. I only wish to be with our little one," he replied. "The baby is hungry, tired, and eager to play." "Very well. I shall take the baby out to enjoy some leisure," he conceded, unable to resist her playful charm. As fate would have it, during their outing, they unexpectedly encountered Chu Tianlin and Wu Yaqi. Over the past few days, Chu Tianlin had guided her through the delightful sights of the capital and thought it would be lovely to explore the countryside. "Why are there so many people here today? The last time we came, it was deserted. My uncle, are you and my aunt also here to pay your respects?" Chu Tianlin greeted. "Pay respects? For what?" Mu Wanxing inquired, puzzled by the day's significance. At the Guanyin Temple on the mountain, it is said that the deity has recently manifested divine presence, attracting many who seek blessings for children. "Is that so? I was unaware of a Guanyin temple on this mountain. Is the second prince also here to seek blessings?" "Not at all. Please do not tease me. I am merely accompanying Princess Wu Yaqi." "Oh, where's the princess?" she asked. "She was just here. Where could she have gone?" Chu Tianlin looked around, but she was nowhere in sight. "Hurry and search for her. We must not lose her." "Very well, I shall go," he replied, hastily setting off. Meanwhile, Chu Mohan led Mu Wanxing in another direction. "Surely, there are no kidnappers lurking here? What if the crow is abducted?" Mu Wanxing voiced her concerns. "Do not fret. Tianlin is searching for her," he reassured her. Given Chu Mohan's confidence, she felt somewhat at ease, trusting in the capital's safety under his watch. Across the way, Chu Tianlin was in a frantic state, akin to an ant on a hot pan. She had just been there. He had only stepped away briefly to greet his uncle, and now she had vanished. Should anything happen to her on his watch, it would spell trouble. Just then, a child of about 8 or 9 approached him. "Uncle, are you searching for a beautiful sister?" "Indeed. Have you seen her?" Chu Tianlin grasped the child's shoulders, hope igniting within him. "I saw 2 uncles take that sister away." Heading in that direction, the child pointed toward a hillock. "Thank you. Thank you," Chu Tianlin exclaimed, following the child's indication. Sure enough, a narrow, winding path led toward another mountain. As he pressed on, he discovered Wu Yaqi's hairpin along the way, confirming that the princess had indeed been brought here against her will, with the intent of nurturing their bond. He had ventured out with just the 2 of them, without any guards. Now, returning for assistance would only waste precious time. If anything were to happen to Wu Yaqi, he would have to rescue her himself. On the opposite hillside, Wu Yaqi was blindfolded, her mouth gagged, and her hands bound, huddled against the stone wall. She had been thoroughly frightened. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention wherever she went. Yet today, she was suddenly treated so rudely, leaving her trembling uncontrollably, uncertain of what would happen next. In recent days, she had scrutinized Chu Tianlin with disdain, but he paled in comparison to the Prince of Jinan. However, the prince showed her no regard, refusing to even come when summoned. If she were to be defiled by these bandits today, not only would Chu Mohan abandon her, but even Chu Tianlin would reject her. Who would come to her rescue? At this point, she would marry anyone who came to save her. In the distance, 2 masked men exchanged glances, pondering their next move. It was their first time as robbers, after all. "You go scare her," one suggested. "I want to do it." "You go," the other replied. "Why don't we do it together?" Just as Wu Yaqi was internally praying for someone to rescue her, she heard the footsteps of the 2 men approaching. "Hey, brother, this girl is quite a figure. She'll surely fetch a good price." "Indeed, but it would be a shame to sell her outright. How about we enjoy her a bit first?" "That is not right. They want to pay as much if she is deflowered. We can't indulge, but peeking wouldn't hurt, right? Let us strip her clothes and see her body." "I've never seen a woman bare." Wu Yaqi felt someone tugging at her clothes, emitting muffled sounds as she shook her head vigorously. Was this the end for her? who would come to save her. Chapter 72. The Prince of Jinnan Pursues His Bride, Part 31. Just as Wu Yaqi believed she could not escape her fate, a furious roar echoed nearby. "Stop, shameless scoundrels!" In broad daylight, beneath the emperor's gaze, "You dare to abduct innocent women? I shall slay you." Chu Tianlin suddenly appeared, his voice like a celestial melody to Wu Yaqi. The bandit was pushed aside by Chu Tianlin, who tore the cloth from Wu Yaqi's eyes and removed the gag from her mouth. She gasped for air, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ah, so this young master intends to be the hero who saves the damsel? You better consider whether you possess the ability, for my brother and I are invincible across the land. Do not let the beauty slip away while you lose your own life." Invincible across the land? Upon hearing this, Wu Yaqi cried even harder, fearing that both men would perish. "Do you know who we are? No matter your identity, if you defeat us, the lovely maiden is yours. If not, her fate is ours to decide." "Very well, let me see what this invincibility looks like." Chu Tianlin stood up and directly attacked the nearest masked man. The ensuing battle was fierce and evenly matched. After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand, and the two masked men exchanged knowing glances before launching a simultaneous attack on Chu Tianlin. They had thought him merely a pretty face, but were surprised to find his strength formidable. Only by working together could they achieve parity. Chu Tianlin endured several blows, but fortunately, under the guidance of his royal uncle over the past year, he had honed his skills. Otherwise, he would have been no match for these two. Who would have thought? "You delicate-looking lad, you have some skill," one of the bandits remarked. "We won't fight you any longer. We'll leave the girl to you." And with that, they retreated. Two masked individuals exchanged a fleeting glance before swiftly vanishing from sight. Chu Tianlin made no attempt to detain them. His priority was to escort Wu Yaqi back, concerned about the fright she had endured. Moreover, attempting to intercept them would likely yield little success, and he was confident that reporting to his uncle would ensure those two would not escape justice. "Fear not, princess. All is well now. I shall take you home," he assured her. As he attempted to help her up, Wu Yaqi's trembling legs betrayed her, compelling Chu Tianlin to squat down and carry her out of the ravine. Retracing their steps along the path they had come, Wu Yaqi clung to his back, shivering uncontrollably, unable to quell her fear. "It is my fault for not protecting you adequately, leading to your distress," he consoled her throughout the journey, eventually depositing her into their carriage and making his way back to the palace, guiding her to his private chambers. Returning her to the inn in her current state would invite unnecessary complications. Thus, he resolved to keep her until she regained her composure. Accustomed to a life of luxury, Wu Yaqi was genuinely terrified and fell into a deep slumber upon returning to the palace, only to awaken with a high fever, mumbling incoherently. Chu Tianlin summoned the imperial physician to prescribe medication and personally administered it to her. When Wu Yaqi finally opened her eyes again, it was already the following day. "Princess, you are awake. How do you feel?" Chu Tianlin inquired, having kept vigil by her side throughout the night without a moment's rest, his eyes bloodshot. "I am fine now. Thank you," she replied. Though still dazed, she recognized the man who had stayed with her. In that moment of clarity, she resolved to marry him, forsaking her previous affections for the Prince of Jinnan. "All is well, though you frighten me terribly. After breakfast, I shall escort you home, and it would be wise to rest today and refrain from any outings," he suggested gently. For several consecutive days, Chu Tianlin sought various justifications to spend time with her, acknowledging his share of responsibility for the recent incident. "Very well," Wu Yaqi acquiesced, obediently following his lead. "Wait, are you saying she was truly abducted by bandits?" Mu Wanqing asked incredulously. "Your Highness, how do you manage the security of the capital when bandits roam so freely beneath the emperor's very feet?" "Perhaps they are merely transient criminals from elsewhere," Chu Mohan remarked nonchalantly. "Nevertheless, all is well now. Tianlin has already rescued her. Do you not realize the severity of the situation? If anything befalls Yaqi here, it could severely strain relations between our two nations. This second prince really ought to have brought more men along. Was that not intended to foster camaraderie? It might serve him well." Princess Yaki could very well feel grateful and decide to marry him. Indeed, one could argue that the bandits inadvertently assisted the second prince. Should we extend our sympathies to Princess Yaki? The delegation from Wuzhou Kingdom remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired the previous day. Only a select few were privy to the details, and word of it could tarnish the princess's reputation. Were those two bandits apprehended? Mu Wanxing expressed concern for the safety of the capital's citizens. I shall ensure this matter is addressed. Do not concern yourself, my dear. We sought blessings at the Guanyin Temple yesterday. Perhaps we should take a more proactive approach rather than relying solely on Guanyin. If we agree with our husband's intentions, then let us take action. She was utterly speechless. In the capital, a kidnapping incident had occurred, with intentions to abduct a princess, all under his jurisdiction. Shouldn't he be furious? Yet he seemed more preoccupied with other matters. Something was amiss. Chu Mohan's behavior was far from normal. Mu Wanqing's mind raced, and she finally deduced that this kidnapping might very well be a theatrical performance orchestrated by Chu Mohan himself. Focus, darling, the arrival of our son is imminent. Noticing his wife's wandering gaze, Chu Mohan realized she was lost in thought, completely oblivious to his actions. My lord, was this your doing? She asked with certainty. Is this about having a son? Do not twist my words. Confess honestly if this was your doing. Chu Mohan, unwilling to grant her any further opportunity for dialogue, mounted his horse and galloped away. He reflected on how his gentleness had allowed her to concern herself with matters beyond their own. Perhaps now she would be silent. Are you tired, darling? After the commotion, Mu Wanqing was too exhausted to speak, shutting her eyes and ignoring him. Chu Mohan's large hand began to knead her back, waist, and thighs, but soon his intentions turned mischievous. Stop it, Mu Wanqing protested. What do you mean stop it? You're so annoying. I don't want to talk to you anymore. She turned her back to him, giving him the cold shoulder. I wanted to inform you about the abduction of Princess Crow, but since you refuse to listen, I shall remain silent. That rascal was intentionally provoking her. She refused to engage. Lost in her thoughts, she soon drifted into slumber. Chu Mohan, hearing her steady breathing, leaned over to kiss her cheek tenderly, then gently covered her with a blanket before quietly leaving the room, transforming back into the strikingly handsome and aloof king of Zhengnan. Chapter 73. The King of Zhengnan Pursues His Wife, Part 32, at last. The day for the prince's selection of a consort had arrived. As a first-rank princess, Mu Wanqing was entitled to participate actively in the proceedings. A group of young ladies had undergone rigorous selection, leaving only 4 by the end. These remaining candidates were undoubtedly of exceptional talent and character. Throughout the process, Mu Wanqing observed that the judges seemed to prioritize familial background. Could one truly assess character through a few verses of poetry or snippets of dialogue? Even if someone feigned magnanimity, who would be the wiser? Do you have anything to say, Wanqing? Inquired the empress. Am I allowed to speak? It is not as if she is selecting a bride for herself. After all, Wanqing was the prince's royal aunt and was expected to lend her insight. Very well. I shall pose a light-hearted question to enliven the atmosphere. Those old-fashioned judges only ask the most tedious questions. Suppose there is a carriage with me seated inside, the prince at the reins, and the emperor walking alongside. Can you guess who the owner of the carriage is? This is a riddle fit for today's primary school students. The princess is quite audacious, allowing the emperor to walk while she rides, remarked one of the onlookers. The emperor himself was taken aback, questioning why he was not permitted to ride as well. Sister-in-law, why must I walk beside you? The emperor asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Because your majesty is too corpulent and ought to exercise more, she replied. Oh, that makes sense. But what my younger brother? Where is he? The emperor is an inquisitive soul, and Mu Wanqing delights in appeasing his curiosity. Mo, on the other hand, has taken a fancy to a young maid within the royal residence, seeking to charm her. Not far off, Mo wears a frown, bemused by the princess's increasingly fanciful remarks. Your majesty, these matters are trivial. What do you suppose belongs to this carriage? I cannot even sit in it. So it certainly does not belong to me, he replied. Everyone is encouraged to guess and share their thoughts. Mu Wanqing waved her hand. I am but a mere coachman. It cannot belong to me either. Chu Mohan interjected, his gaze fixed on his wife, certain that there is more beneath the surface, and that they cannot approach this matter with conventional reasoning. So, you mean it belongs to me? He queried. It might also be borrowed, the crown prince suggested. The young ladies expressed their opinions, some claiming it belongs to the princess, while others insisted it is the emperor's. Mu Wanqing cleared her throat and proclaimed, "Please listen attentively. If there were a carriage, it would be hypothetical. Why the silence? Is my explanation unclear? Is that even a valid answer? This is a riddle. If your minds cannot pivot, you shall certainly fail to discern the correct answer." The assembly felt humiliated by the princess's remarks, as if being labeled fools, which inadvertently included the emperor and the prince in this jest. Are you implying that we are all simpletons? Only the emperor would dare pose such a question. Not at all. A lack of mental agility does not equate to foolishness, for even some fools can think laterally. They pondered how the princess's insinuations rendered them less astute. Additionally, here is a straightforward inquiry. Should your husband wish to take a concubine, what would your response be? Speak truthfully. The young ladies contemplated how to respond, but the Crow Princess was the first to speak. If my husband were to flirt with another woman, I would be quite displeased and furious. I would certainly intervene. An honest answer, devoid of falsehood. Mu Wanqing nodded in approval. Just days prior, this girl sought to become Chu Mohan's concubine to vex her. Yet today she exhibits jealousy. May I inquire, Your Highness, what would you do should the prince desire a concubine? One of the young ladies asked, all eyes upon her, eager to hear her response. If the prince were to take another woman, I would cast them all out, ensuring he leaves with nothing but the clothes on his back. Such ruthlessness shocked all, as she would relinquish her partner, yet retain his wealth. Chu Mohan's lips twitched in amusement, while the emperor reveled in the spectacle. However, the code of conduct forbids such actions. But the code is crafted by man and can be amended. Is it truly so simple? Can one merely alter the traditions passed down by our ancestors? I, as a noble woman, would strive to prevent my husband from taking a concubine. Lu Wushuang was the first to respond. And what do you all? I would likely feel jealous. I too would be displeased. I would feel envy, anger, and would attempt to intervene. All your responses were commendable. The crowd was momentarily stunned, particularly the old scholars who were overly pedantic. It is well known that women, often driven by jealousy, fall under the scrutiny of the 7 exclusions. Yet, this group of women audaciously discussed their envy towards men taking concubines. Is it not a universally accepted truth that men are entitled to such liberties, and any woman who obstructs this will face repudiation? Do they not comprehend this reality? One might query whether the men they aspire to marry would take concubines. If such a circumstance is intolerable, they are free to abstain from marriage, for they possess the right to choose. Mu Wanqing took it upon herself to advocate for these women. The empress and emperor were visibly displeased. Was this an attempt to disrupt the harmony of the court? Would their son still be able to find a bride under such chaos? The princess boldly inquired if the second prince would refrain from taking concubines, declaring her willingness to marry him if he agreed. Princess Wuyaki was the first to voice her support. The prince expressed his desire to wed Princess Yaki, pledging to never take a concubine. Chu Tianlin made his intentions clear. Very well. Is this not the formation of couple? She remarked. Let me add, in a harmonious marriage, both parties should live contentedly together. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, separation is permissible, and remarriage is an option. One need not remain bound to a single tree. Can a royal wife seek separation and remarry? Questioned a courtier incredulously, as the princess's audacity seemed increasingly outrageous. Very well. I shall promptly issue a decree to divorce King Wuzhu and grant you two a marriage, allowing the Royal Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date. One lady expressed her desire to marry the third prince, to which another replied, I do not wish to be chosen. I am not yet ready for marriage. Choose the eldest prince instead. Surprisingly, none of them selected the crown prince, all acutely aware that he would certainly take concubines. Would there be a shortage of women for the future emperor? I have an affinity for the crown prince, Lu Wushuang interjected. I shall have countless wives and concubines. Miss Lu, do think carefully. Chu Tiange was in a foul mood, as none of the women appealed to him, yet he was to be subjected to their selection. He had no desire for any of them, and his parents would never permit him to refuse. For the stability of the court, he must marry the daughters of the prime minister and the general, ensuring their allegiance. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, his tone reflecting his irritation. "I understand," one lady said. "It suffices that Wu Shuang can remain by the crown prince's side." Her father had indicated that the emperor favored her, clearly valuing her father's status as a general who could serve the court. She felt trapped, begrudgingly flattering others in hopes of gaining favor and a morsel of recognition. Who would want to compete with a host of women for a man's affection? It was utterly distasteful. In Chapter 74, the Southern King pursues his wife, Part 33. The scene unfolded further. Well, has a couple not formed anew? Let the emperor bestow the marriages collectively. Mu Wanqing feared that others might also wish to marry poorly. Thus, Lu Wushuang shall be the crown prince's primary consort. As for the secondary consort, the crown prince interjected, "Let us discuss that later." "Very well. Let it be for now. Only the third remains. He is still young and may marry in a few years." The third prince, Chu Tianxiao, felt a sense of relief. He had merely come to observe and had no desire for an arranged marriage, as he still wished to enjoy his youth. The long-planned selection of consorts by the crown prince yielded only one choice, leaving the officials puzzled yet hesitant to inquire further. The prospect of Princess Wu Yaqi marrying the second prince was indeed a boon for diplomatic relations between their realms. Was the abduction of Princess Wu Yaqi orchestrated by you? Is the second prince aware of this? Mu Wanqing pondered, unable to discern the truth of the matter, while secretly contemplating the implications. If he were to discover the truth, the entire charade would lose its authenticity. You have ensnared even your own nephew. This prince is equally helpless. My nephew is so foolish that he cannot even manage a woman. Thus, I must lend a hand. He truly presents himself as a figure of exasperation. Why did you not arrange for Princess Jianning to be with the crown prince back then? Jianning is not as naive as a crow and cannot be easily deceived. It seems that in his heart, he regards Wu Yaqi as a simpleton. In the crown prince's residence, Chu Tiange stands in the courtyard, gazing up at the stars above. Although today marks the selection of the crown princess, he feels no joy within. Lu Wushuang is not his chosen one, for his heart belongs to another. After a moment of contemplation, he turns and retreats into his chamber, changing into night attire before vanishing into the darkness. Simultaneously, Lu Wushuang in the general's manner shares a similar sentiment. She too feels no elation. It is evident to her that the crown prince does not genuinely wish to marry her, yet she has no alternative. As the legitimate daughter of the general's household, she must consider her family's interests. Both the emperor and her father desire her marriage, so she will acquiesce. She envies Mu Wanqing, who lives freely and receives the affection of her husband. How does she achieve such a bond? I must learn from her how to cultivate a husband's unwavering devotion. The crown prince's wedding is a grand celebration, marked by the unprecedented event of the royal family marrying two brides on the same day. Initially, the emperor intended to stagger the dates, but Mu Wanqing suggested a joint ceremony for the sake of festivity, making this the first instance in the history of Western Chu to celebrate nuptials in such a manner. This matter has been a source of much discussion among the populace. The emperor and empress, now in the role of in-laws, are delightfully anticipating the arrival of grandchildren, while the envoys from Wuzui Kingdom have completed their mission and returned home. Chu Tianlin and Princess Wu Yaqi seem to harmonize beautifully, deeply in love. In contrast, Chu Tiange and Lu Wushuang spent their wedding night apart. It is unknown which considerate designer placed a soft couch in the crown princess's chamber, where the crown prince spent the night, while Lu Wushuang remained in bed, not inviting him to join her. If he does not come, then so be it. Who cares? The following day, Chu Tiange returned to his former quarters, initiating a life of separation as a married couple. Their marriage was shortly followed by the Mid-Autumn Festival, where the interactions between couples revealed much to Mu Wanqing. The second prince and his wife were a picture of sweetness, and, as someone with experience, she could easily discern their affection for one another. However, Chu Tiange and Lu Wushuang maintained a respectful distance, their politeness tinged with aloofness. There is something amiss between them. Mu Wanqing remarked to Chu Mohan on their way back to the royal residence. Which two are you referring to? Chu Mohan was preoccupied with seeing to his wife's needs and had not noticed anyone else. The crown prince and the crown princess. What is the matter with them? They seem quite peculiar, unlike a typical couple. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you, Chu Mohan admonished. I have already promised to go out with Lu Wushuang. Just the two of you? Yes. Princess Wuyaki and her husband cannot bear to be apart for a moment, leaving only the two of us. Originally, Lu Wushuang had invited her and Wuyaki, but Chu Tianlin disapproved of her going out without providing a valid reason. Newlyweds. Their bond is understandable. She and Lu Wushuang are of similar age and should have common topics to discuss. Upon meeting, she realized that Lu Wushuang sought her guidance. Auntie, how did you make Uncle fall in love with you? Lu Wushuang is indeed a forthright individual, unafraid to speak her mind. The crown prince does not love you, does he? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing immediately grasped the situation. I know he has someone in his heart. My father and the emperor have conspired to arrange my marriage to him. I have no choice in the matter. If I could choose for myself, I would never marry him. Every woman in the realm aspires to be that esteemed lady, yet you scorn it? Are you inviting trouble? Mu Wanqing jested with her. I cannot make my own decisions. If I could, I would renounce that position. Don't say that. Others would covet this position, and now that it is yours, you must find a way to secure it and prevent anyone from taking it away. Mu Wanqing's spirits lifted. She relished a challenge. Tell me about the two of you, and I shall offer my advice. Oh, I have long known that the crown prince's affections lie with Tang Rulin. If it weren't for her misguided attempt at poisoning someone, the title of crown princess would undoubtedly belong to her. Lu Wushuang lamented, genuinely reluctant to disrupt a pair of star-crossed lovers. Tang Rulin is no longer qualified to enter the palace as a consort. Does the crown prince still cling to hope? They have been childhood friends, their bond strong. While the crown prince openly complies with the emperor's edicts, he secretly maintains contact with her. Lu Wushuang informed Mu Wanqing. How do you know they are in contact? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Mu Wanqing inquired. Surely the crown prince's clandestine meetings would not go unnoticed. I have seen it with my own eyes, indeed. Oh, you harbor a secret affection for the crown prince and have been following him? I'm not so trivial. When that incident occurred with Tang Rulin, she remained hidden in the courtyard without any reaction. This is not her character. I suspect she is scheming. One night, I stealthily visited the Tang residence to uncover her actions, and that is when I encountered the crown prince. It seems Lu Wushuang enjoys playing the shadowy specter. Does the crown prince know who you are? No, I was masked. Did you confront him? No. Upon seeing him, I understood Tang Rulin's intentions and departed. So, you do not know if the crown prince visited afterward? He certainly did. Need you even ask? It appears that Lu Wushuang holds no hope for Chu Tiange. Men tend to possess a base nature. The kinder you are to them, the less they value you. Do not indulge him. If you discover him seeking the company of other women, give him a sound thrashing, truly. Lu Wushuang nearly choked on her tea, realizing the absurdity of her own suggestion. If she were to strike the crown prince, surely the emperor would punish her, and her father would not let her off lightly either. You still doubt me? To confront him, you must hold some leverage. Punish both the rogue and the harlot. They deserve it. Fear not. Should trouble arise, I shall stand by you. Is this truly feasible? Please do not lead me astray. Lu Wushuang expressed skepticism, sensing Mu Wanqing's unreliability. If you do not believe, so be it. This matter cannot be meddled with by others. You must act on your own. Just think, since the crown prince does not love you, what is the worst that can happen? Perhaps he may even fear your wrath. Is it permissible for a woman to act thus? Is my aunt too violent? My cousin has given birth. Shall we go visit her? Luo Shiyu and her companions were close friends before their marriages, and it was only fitting to pay a visit during her confinement. As the crown princess and the prince's consort, they could certainly send gifts through their servants. Mu Wanqing simply wished to drop by and had not visited her cousin's home in quite some time. However, it was now rather late. Tomorrow, I shall arrange to visit you, and I will bring some gifts from the estate. We can go together and enjoy a meal at their home. That sounds splendid. Let it be settled. Both were not fond of pretense, dressing in ordinary attire as they strolled about the streets before returning to their residence. The next day, Mu Wanqing arrived at the crown prince's residence early, instructing the gatekeeper to inform the crown princess that she awaited outside. "Where are you off to?" Lu Wushuang encountered Chu Tiange returning from the morning court session. "I'm going out with the Empress Dowager to visit a friend." Lu Wushuang recalled Mu Wanqing's words and, without being overly courteous, walked past the crown prince without offering a bow. "Lu Wushuang, you are being exceedingly rude. What have I done?" "Oh." Wushuang has acknowledged the crown prince and departed. Realizing her oversight, Lu Wushuang offered a perfunctory bow. "Lu Wushuang, as the crown princess, how can you be gallivanting about all day?" Chu Tiange reprimanded her with a stern countenance. She had only gone out yesterday and was merely stepping out again today. How could that be considered gallivanting? "I only venture out during the day, unlike His Highness who roams about at night." Lu Wushuang feigned an affected tone. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Chu Tiange, unaccustomed to such insolence from a woman, raised his hand and struck Lu Wushuang. However, she was not a fragile flower and deftly stepped back to evade the crown prince's slap. Was the crown prince incensed with embarrassment? As he sought to chastise her further, Lu Wushuang swiftly turned and fled, exclaiming, "His Highness strikes women. I shall return to my mother's house." Chu Tiange was left bewildered. Lu Wushuang was utterly shameless, and he had not even touched her. With a joyful demeanor, Lu Wushuang exited the crown prince's residence, realizing that such freedom could indeed elevate her spirits. "Look at you, all smiles. Did the crown prince favor you last night?" Mu Wanqing teased her. "Who would care? I just stood up to him and then made my escape." "He is likely infuriated," Lu Wushuang replied gleefully, her heart racing from the thrill of it all. "If you vex him a few more times, he will grow accustomed to it," Mu Wanqing suggested. The two ladies pondered how to further irk Chu Tiange, leaving the maidservants and coachmen outside utterly dumbfounded by their conversation. Upon arriving at Yu Mingxuan's residence, they knocked, and a steward soon appeared. "May I inquire who you are?" "We are friends of Shiyu, here to visit her." "Ah, friends of the young mistress. Please do come in." The steward led them to the parlor before reporting to Yu Mingxian. "Wana, what brings you here? How did the prince allow you to come out?" Yu Mingxian addressed Mu Wanqing upon entering the parlor, then turned to Lu Wushuang. "And this lady is also a friend of Shiyu's?" He was unfamiliar with Lu Wushuang and unaware of her status. "This is Lu Wushuang. We have come to see your son. Please take us to him quickly." She refrained from disclosing her identity, fearing it might startle those present. "Very well, follow me," Yu Mingxian said, leading the two into the backyard, with their maidservants trailing behind. "Shiyu, Wanner has come to see you," Yu Mingxian announced before they even entered the inner chamber. "Quickly, let her in. Luo Shiyu has not yet left her confinement. She cannot go outside." Upon entering the inner room, Luo Shiyu lifted her head. "Ah, Lu, no, Your Highness the Crown Princess." Luo Shiyu attempted to rise to pay her respects, but Lu Wushuang stopped her. "There is no need for such formalities. We are longtime friends, and there are no outsiders here." "Ah, Miss Lu is the Crown Princess." Yu Mingxian was equally astonished. Why had Tiwana mentioned this earlier? "She is the Crown Princess, and I am her imperial aunt. Yet I have not seen you paying me your respects." Mu Wanqing feigned annoyance. Yes, yes. Henceforth, we shall bow deeply to the Princess of Zhennan. Where's my nephew? Hurry and bring him to us for a glimpse." Yu Mingxian instructed the nurse to bring the child over, and the two leaned over, discussing whom the child resembled. "Look at those little lips blowing bubbles. Isn't it delightful? Aren't you tempted?" Mu Wanqing inquired of Lu Wushuang. "Indeed, I am tempted. If that is the case, perhaps I should have one of my own. It has been quite some time since my marriage. Why is there no news?" Lu Wushuang voiced the question that lingered on everyone's mind. "Has it been long since my marriage? Indeed, why is there no news?" "Do not fret, Wanqing. It will come in due time," Luo Shiyu reassured her. "I am not anxious." She spoke her true feelings, while others assumed she was merely being polite, having just fawned over their son. "Cousin, shall we have lunch here?" "Very well, I shall arrange for it," Yu Mingxian replied before stepping out to make preparations. While the three continued their conversation. "Is it appropriate for us to be here while Shiyu is in confinement?" Lu Wushuang hesitated. "It is nearly a month. She can move about a bit now. It is perfect for us to share a meal together today." "All right. Wanqing knows best. We shall heed her advice." Mu Wanqing always articulated everyday knowledge with such clarity that it earned her admiration, even from her own mother, who now regarded her with newfound respect. The three sisters joyfully enjoyed their lunch, and the two presented precious tonics to Luo Shiyu. Royal gifts are never lacking in quality, leaving her deeply moved to tears. After the meal, the two took their leave, allowing Luo Shiyu to rest. Imperial Aunt, should I return to my family home or to the Crown Prince's residence? Lu Wushuang recalled her earlier impulsiveness and felt a bit embarrassed. Returning now might provide fodder for Chu Tiange's mockery. Go wherever your heart desires. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Oh, then I shall return to the Crown Prince's residence. Returning home would likely prompt my father to inquire incessantly. Lu Wushuang returned to the Crown Prince's residence, whereupon Chu Tiange stormed into her chamber, brimming with anger. Did you not say you were going to your family home? Why are you back? I returned because I wish to. Who said one cannot return home at night? Is His Highness concerned about what I might do tonight? How could I possibly? Her sentence trailed off as if recalling something, and she turned to exit her room. Chapter 76. The Prince of Nan pursues his wife, 35. Did the baby have a splendid time today? Chu Mohan gently massaged her legs and kneaded her waist. Oh, how adorable my cousin's son is. I wish to have one as well. Hasn't the baby been absent for quite some time? It seems so. I had almost forgotten about it. Have you been particularly fatigued these days? Indeed. Are you suggesting that I might be with child? Mu Wanqing, feeling no discomfort in her waist, sat up suddenly. Yes, it is quite possible. The big baby is about to welcome a little one, Chu Mohan affectionately teased, playfully pinching her petite nose. After all this busyness, we finally have a result, Mu Wanqing exclaimed, throwing herself into Chu Mohan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist. While he held her close. Tomorrow, let us consult the physician to confirm. From now on, you must refrain from wandering about and nurture the baby at home. He gently patted her back. Well, I must admit, I too have become rather lazy. Unless there are pressing matters, I prefer to stay indoors. Why are you so obedient today? I compared my situation with Lu Wushuang's, and I feel profoundly fortunate. One must be content and cherish the good days we have. The days of our child will be eternally blissful. Chu Mohan cradled her face, bestowing soft kisses upon her forehead and cheeks. The news of Mu Wanqing's pregnancy swiftly spread, prompting visits from dignitaries who brought nourishing gifts, including a grand box of ginseng and other herbs from the Empress herself, urging her to take care of her health. Both Madame Mu and her sister-in-law came to see her, their faces beaming with joy. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss? It is merely a pregnancy. Dear Wan'er, you are carrying the heir of the Prince of Jinan. Given the prince's age, should you bear him a son, he would regard you with newfound esteem. Elevating your status within the palace, they remarked. Are you implying that if I do not bear him a son, he might lose interest in me? Wan'er, you are the sole one in the prince's heart. Can you guarantee he will never waver? I cannot assure such a thing. Who can? Indeed, even couples in their 40s or 50s can stray. You must seize your youth and bear several children for the prince, regardless of what occurs. Your position in the palace will remain unshaken. Ah, I shall remember this well. Do not be so carefree, Madame Mu admonished, seeing her daughter-in-law respond with a carefree attitude. Understood, mother. I shall bear a multitude of sons for the prince, enough to fill the entire palace. You impudent girl, I am speaking seriously, and you jest. Did you hear that, sister-in-law? Hurry and have more children. Otherwise, you might be driven out of the Mu residence by your brother. Enough of this nonsense. Your brother is not that kind of person. How can mother guarantee that he will never change his heart? Fuming, Madame Mu took her daughter-in-law away, unable to continue the conversation without growing more exasperated. Lu Wushuang also arrived, bringing with her a plethora of nourishing gifts. Although she herself was not favored, the affairs of the Crown Prince's residence were still predominantly under her influence. So, it is true you were expecting, yet you still covet another's child? At the time, I was unaware. How about you? Has Chu Ting troubled you? Not at all. He merely wears a sour expression daily, which I choose to ignore, pretending not to notice. Have you not sneaked out to see him? Absolutely not. He can find whomever he wishes. This simply won't do. Your man is yours to keep, and you must not allow others to lay claim to him. By the way, what is the background of those concubines of Chu Tiange? They appear to be mere bed warmers without any connections, and it seems Chu Tiange has not summoned them for his bed. After all, he harbors affections for someone else. Thus, one must keep a vigilant eye on him and ensure he remains untouchable. This is not merely a trifle. One cannot allow such liberties to be taken. Remember this. Do not be so carefree and thoughtless. Mu Wanqing had fully embraced her maternal persona. Remember, Your Highness. Look at that. Even her response mirrors her mother's, clearly indicating that she hasn't absorbed a word. Her mother was exasperated and left. Yet this was her home, and she could not afford to be driven away. Get out of here quickly. Do not irritate me. A pregnant woman must avoid distress. Take good care of the Empress Dowager. I shall return in a few days. Lu Wushuang hastily exited her chamber, knowing that if her royal uncle discovered she had angered his wife, he would likely prevent her from visiting in the future. As Lu Wushuang rode back to the Crown Prince's residence, she unexpectedly encountered a carriage from the Tang family. She instructed the coachman to follow that carriage. Eager to discover who occupied it, Lu Wushuang, being discreet, rode in an ordinary carriage befitting her status as Crown Princess, ensuring their pursuit went unnoticed. The Tang family's carriage halted before a secluded courtyard, and a woman emerged, her face veiled with a scarf. To Lu Wushuang, who had known her for years, it was immediately clear that it was Tang Rulin. Tang Rulin approached and entered without hesitation, clearly a frequent visitor, while the carriage remained waiting not far away. Lu Wushuang commanded the coachman to position the carriage around a distant corner. She intended to observe what Tang Rulin was up to. Deep down, she had an inkling. She began to ponder Mu Wanqing's words. If she were to catch the two engaging in an affair today, would she take it upon herself to discipline them? Although she professed indifference regarding whom the Crown Prince consorted with, witnessing it firsthand was undeniably unsettling. Indeed, after a short while, another carriage approached from a different direction, driven by a coachman from the Crown Prince's residence, one Lu Wushuang recognized. Chu Tiange disembarked and seamlessly entered the courtyard. These two were remarkably audacious, clandestinely meeting in broad daylight. Did they not fear being seen? Clearly, their rendezvous had not been a fleeting occurrence. Lu Wushuang contemplated how to ensure this pair would no longer associate with one another. Would she truly have to resort to violence, as Mu Wanqing suggested? Wait for me here, she instructed the coachman. Your Highness, do you wish for the coachman to accompany Lu Wushuang? He has witnessed the Crown Prince and Tang Rulin entering the courtyard one after another and comprehends the situation perfectly. However, he is also concerned about a potential quarrel between the couple that could attract unwanted attention. To catch them in the act, the coachman thought too much. Lu Wushuang had no intention of arguing. She was resolved to take decisive action. Leaping from the carriage, she stealthily advanced into the courtyard, only to find it devoid of any servants. Following the stone path, she quietly approached the main house. Voices could be heard from within, and Lu Wushuang leaned closer to the window to eavesdrop. Your Highness, Lanner misses you dearly. I have waited for you several times, yet you do not come. Has marrying the Crown Princess caused you to lose interest in Lanner? I am afraid, Your Highness, that I must attend to state affairs. I am indeed quite busy. When do you intend to marry Lanner? This matter requires careful deliberation. We must not allow those stubborn old officials to seize upon any weaknesses. How is grandfather's health? He has improved significantly. Yet it is Lanner who is at fault, for her deep affection for Your Highness has led her to act foolishly, and she deeply regrets her actions. It is only natural to feel regret. Had she not acted so recklessly, she would have been the Crown Princess last year. Chapter 77. The Prince of Zhennan pursues his wife, 36. As Tang Rulin spoke, she began to sob quietly. It is all in the past. There's no need to cry. Just refrain from acting foolishly in the future. From the sound of it, the two seem quite normal. Lu Wushuang had thought they would be consumed by passion. Your Highness, Lana loves you. Lu Wushuang was surprised to find that she could not hear Chu Tiange's voice. Should he not be declaring his love in return? Your Highness, I truly miss you. Why is there still no response? Your Highness, when do you plan to marry me? Well, I am currently contemplating this matter. Do not rush, Lanner. Your Highness, do you no longer have affection for Lanner? Please do not entertain such thoughts. However, you have been married for quite some time, and have yet to visit me. Lu Wushuang grew more confused with each passing moment. It seemed these two had not yet shared a bed, and her desire to catch them in a compromising position felt futile. She turned to leave, but reconsidered. What if they were to engage in something scandalous in her absence? Inside the room, Chu Tiange was suppressing his overwhelming desires with his inner strength. Suddenly, he realized the nature of his feelings. Despite knowing Tang Rulin for so long, he had never felt such intensity. Could it be that the tea he had consumed upon entering the room was tainted? Indeed, the emperor was correct. This woman harbored impure intentions and was too cunning to be trifled with. Ignoring the warnings, he found himself reminiscing about youthful infatuations and meeting her frequently in secret. He believed Tang Rulin's claims that her foolish actions stemmed from her profound love for him, that she merely wished to be with him regardless of status. Willing even to be a disdained concubine, he had promised her a secure future. Why then did she persist in such behavior? Rulin, did you tamper with the tea? What is your highness speaking of? Lanner does not understand. She could not allow the crown prince to discover her schemes, for that was not the outcome she desired. She wished for him to believe that he had acted upon an uncontrollable desire towards her, instilling a sense of guilt within him. Your highness, just as Tang Rulin was about to embrace Chu Tiange, the door was suddenly pushed open. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Have I interrupted you two? Both were startled and turned in unison, and Chu Tiange saw Lu Wushuang standing at the door, arms crossed, refraining from entering. To his surprise, Chu Tiange approached Lu Wushuang, his eyes filled with unbridled desire. Upon seeing his crimson gaze, Lu Wushuang realized her suspicions were correct. Raising her hand, she struck him unconscious. How dare he attempt to take advantage of her? Tang Rulin stood frozen in place. When had Lu Wushuang arrived? Their affair had been exposed. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. The more alarming thought was that the crown prince might no longer be under her control. He had pushed her away to seek Lu Wushuang. He had once convinced himself he did not love Lu Wushuang, preferring to indulge in someone he did not love rather than touch her. What was she to do now? Before she could ponder her next steps, Lu Wushuang had already made a decision for her. She forcefully pushed aside the unconscious Chu Tiange, rose to her feet, adjusted her attire, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The unfortunate crown prince, rendered senseless, could not escape the fate of being battered and bruised. Now it's your turn, Miss Tang, she declared, advancing towards Tang Rulin and delivering another stinging slap. Tang Rulin had no opportunity to scream, her cheeks instantly bloodied from the blow. Mu Wanqing had once advised her that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. This hypocritical Tang Rulin, if Chu Tiange truly loved her, would not have subjected her to such torment. It seemed this scheming woman had included him in her calculations as well. Why spare her to let her grow stronger? As for Chu Tiange, it was a lesson for him to never be deceived by a false lily again. Tang Rulin wept, covering her face. The tears only exacerbated her pain. How humiliating it was for her, the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor's household, to find herself living like a rat scurrying through the streets due to a momentary lapse in judgment. She had hoped to rise through the affections of the man she adored, but instead, she found herself in this dire predicament. That wretched brute only knew how to fight. It was no wonder the crown prince held no affection for her. She wished to voice her grievances, yet the pain in her cheeks stifled her words, leaving her to sob silently. If Miss Tang does not depart soon, I shall sell you to a brothel, Lu Wushuang threatened. How could she possibly leave with such a disfigured visage? Do you require assistance? Lu Wushuang's eyes glinted dangerously. Tang Rulin, terrified, scrambled out of the room. Upon exiting, she encountered the crown prince, who was veiled, and the coachman, unaware of her distress, simply drove her back to the Tang estate. In her room, Lu Wushuang gazed at the crown prince, now a battered mess, feeling utterly exhausted. Was this truly the state of affairs? She had no desire to tend to him, yet here she was, compelled to preserve his image. Awake now, you embarrassing fool, she muttered, exasperated. Ah, Lu Wushuang, what brings you here? Chu Tiange inquired, his voice strained by pain. As he spoke, the agony in his cheeks intensified. He recalled being struck down by Lu Wushuang and suddenly remembered something. The effects of the potion still lingered, and this infuriating woman had dared to reject him. "How dare you strike me? What has happened to my face?" he demanded. "I did that," Lu Wushuang replied nonchalantly. "You are quite bold. Not only did I strike you, but I also dealt with your beloved. If you seek vengeance on her behalf, you ought to first sort yourself out, you worthless fool." As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at him before exiting the room, leaving Chu Tiange feeling as though he had been stripped bare by her scorn. "Do not leave," he called after her, but she ignored him. He rose to pursue her, only to find that Lu Wushuang had vanished from sight. This woman was truly ruthless. Even in his current state, she had abandoned him. Chu Tiange returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged to meditate for a while. Upon exiting the courtyard, he swiftly hopped into the carriage, leaving the bewildered coachman pondering the prince's unusual haste. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, Chu Tiange darted into his room like a gust of wind, remaining there for an entire day and night without a single appearance. The next day, when Chu Tiange made his entrance into Lu Wushuang's chamber, his face had completely healed, showing no trace of injury, and the recovery had been remarkably swift. "Lu Wushuang, as the crown princess, you exhibit no awareness of your responsibilities as a wife. Is your highness here to lecture me? You have yet to sweep the snow from your own doorstep, but wish to concern yourself with the frost on another's roof?" Lu Wushuang did not even lift her eyelids, focused intently on applying her eyebrow makeup in front of the mirror. "Are you not afraid that I might seek the company of other women? If I were to fear such matters, I would live in perpetual fright throughout my life." Chu Tiange found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, as the future emperor, he would inevitably attract other women. To let fear consume him would be endless. Nevertheless, he yearned for this woman to care for him, to mind his connections with others. "Do you have any business here? If not, tend to your affairs. I shall be going out shortly." A dignified crown princess should not be parading about in public. Silence. Once again, the same rebuke. He was aware of his own shortcomings. It need not be reiterated constantly. "What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly, do not delay my matters. Will you speak, or shall I speak? Lu Wushuang, you are the crown princess, not some common street brawler. I truly do not wish to be this troublesome crown princess. If someone else desires it, they may take it. Do you truly not care?" Lu Wushuang, who was it that professed admiration for me at the selection banquet? "I only said what my father instructed me to say." He indicated that the emperor shared this sentiment, that I should marry you. Even if I cannot be the crown princess, I must not marry another. Do you wish to marry someone else? Chu Tiange felt a pang of disillusionment. He had assumed that Lu Wushuang was enamored with him, eagerly rushing to marry, while he had been deliberately ignoring her, fixated on Tang Rulin's virtues. "Oh, how I wish to marry a man who truly loves me, someone who calls me darling every day," she had learned to say from moonwalking. "Lu Wushuang, you are shameless." Chu Tiange was genuinely incensed, feeling as though he had been toyed with. A twinge of jealousy stirred within him at the thought of her desiring another man. "What are you up to? Are you plotting against me on behalf of Tang Rulin? Unleashing your fury upon me? You dare say that? You rejected me, leaving me unconscious. I am still your man. Ah, so you possess some awareness of that?" Lu Wushuang retorted, assuming he believed himself to be the man of all women. "Lu Wushuang, you." Unable to best her in words, Chu Tiange suddenly embraced Lu Wushuang, lowering his head to kiss her lips, silencing her with an unexpected gesture. Lu Wushuang thrust her knee against him, catching Chu Tiange off guard. He had not anticipated her fierceness. After enduring discomfort the previous day, he was still tender. The force of her knee sent him reeling, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, clutching his lower body. "You heartless woman, do you wish to cast me aside? Perhaps it would be for the best, severing this root of calamity and preventing further trouble." Lu Wushuang wiped her mouth and, accompanied by the astonished maid, exited the prince's residence. "Will you truly disregard the crown prince? Your highness, if you care for him, then stay and tend to him." Lu Wushuang replied coldly. No, I dare not. To harbor such thoughts toward my master would be unacceptable. The crown princess herself dares to strike the crown prince. I have no desire to meet my demise. Thus, The room was left with Chu Tiange enduring both physical and psychological torment, on the verge of tears. Lu Wushuang then proceeded to the residence of the Southern King, recounting the recent events to Mu Wanqing, who was rolling with laughter on the bed. So Chu Tiange, the great oaf, has met his match today, ha ha ha. Is it truly that amusing? Do you not find it funny? He is the crown prince, and such an embarrassing incident is a rare occurrence. Your kindness blinds you. If it were me, I would sell that shameless Tang to Wanshan Tower. She enjoys seducing men. Let her indulge to her heart's content. You are indeed ruthless. No wonder no one dares to entice the emperor's uncle. Indeed, how dull it is. If someone were to pursue him, I could take pleasure in tormenting that white lotus. You speak so lightly of others' misfortunes. Do you take joy in their suffering? Not all. I genuinely believe Chu Tiange deserves this. He mistook a fish eye for a pearl. Suddenly, Lu Wushuang felt a pang of pity for Chu Tiange, who was heartbroken from being schemed against by Tang Rulin. Yet she had treated him so harshly, leaving him without a soul to console him, forced to swallow his grievances. Rising to take her leave, she returned to the prince's residence, realizing her moment of impulse. If she truly harmed the crown prince, the sky would surely fall. Upon returning to her chamber, she brewed a cup of tea and inquired about the crown prince's whereabouts, discovering he was in the study. With tea in hand, she made her way there. Upon reaching the door, she took a few deep breaths. They were family, not foes, and it was best not to dwell on trivial matters of pride. Who was outside? Chu Tiange inquired upon hearing the approaching voice, wondering why they lingered at the door. Lu Wushuang stepped inside. Have you truly returned? Chu Tiange's handsome face was stern. I acted impulsively, and I am here to apologize. Lu Wushuang placed the tea before him. If apologies could rectify misdeeds, what need would there be for the authorities? It seemed he had no intention of forgiving her. Chu Tiange observed her biting her lower lip, resembling a child reprimanded for misbehavior. There's a condition if you wish for my forgiveness, he said, his tone softening considerably. What is it? Lu Wushuang's eyes were fixed upon him. He was certain that if his terms were too demanding, she would face repercussions. You must fulfill your duties as a wife, attending to my daily needs. Why should I serve you? Well, the maidservants. The maidservants are inconvenient. Should you harm me, you must take responsibility. To what extent have I been harmed? Am I still usable? Why do I sense the maid's expression as if she hopes for my incapacitation? Temporarily, you are unable, and you must take excellent care of me. It is not as if you cannot move. You still require proper attention. This is your recompense for your actions against me. Did you not just declare your intention to apologize? You fine, then move into my room. It will be more convenient to attend to things. I shall take my leave. After all, it cannot be of any use, can it? That wretched woman. Could she not spare a moment to accompany him here? The ladies of the household vie for his affection, yet she treats him with such indifference. Why must he be burdened with such an ungrateful woman? Having dined, Chu Tiange obediently made his way to Lu Wushuang's chamber. This marked the second occasion since their marriage that they would share a bed. Xiaoyao, prepare the bedding on the soft couch, for his highness prefers it that way. Lu Wushuang instructed the maidservant accordingly. Chu Tiange felt a surge of frustration. When did he ever express a preference for the soft couch? He recalled the incident that had left him resentful, the soft couch on the night of their wedding. Chapter 79. The Southern King Pursues His Wife, Part 38. Seated at the table, Chu Tiange fumed silently, feeling as though he had come merely to endure vexation. With Lu Wushuang's obstinate temperament, the fact that she offered him even a cup of tea was remarkable. Expecting her to humble herself and court his favor seemed a futile endeavor. Is there truly no tea upon my arrival? There is not. Drinking too much water at night would necessitate frequent trips to relieve oneself. It is bothersome. Lu Wushuang reclined against the bed, engrossed in her picture book. Are you intentionally trying to vex me? He retorted, having hurriedly consumed a meager meal, arriving with thirst unquenched, hoping to sip tea and engage in conversation to foster their bond. Instead, he found himself bereft of even a cup of tea. Your Highness, Wushuang acts in your best interest. Drinking excessively would only burden your bladder, she replied coolly. Lu Wushuang, are you truly a woman? Chu Tiange's face flushed with anger. Xiaoyao, having finished arranging the soft couch, discreetly exited, closing the door behind her. The atmosphere between the two was indeed intimidating. It would seem so, after all these years. Have you ever doubted my femininity? Do women possess such thick skin as yours? Indeed, who can rival your audacity? Your imperial aunt, Mu Wanqing, that shameless woman. You have certainly learned ill from her. If your imperial uncle were to hear such words, he might well flay you alive. Lu Wushuang shot him a glare. Henceforth, you are not to associate with her, Chu Tiange commanded, his tone brooking no argument. I am merely learning from her how to train men. Did she instruct you to take action against your own husband? No. She merely said that if one can use their feet, there is no need for hands. This remark reminded Chu Tiange of the time at the training grounds when Mu Wanqing had dealt with Princess Jianing. She had indeed said that one need only compel another to kneel. Hands were unnecessary. The thought that Lu Wushuang had been taught to treat him in such a manner was disconcerting. Is that why you have resorted to using your feet against me? You truly heed her words. You must understand your identity, who you are to me. I am myself, not anyone else's. Mu Wanqing has taught that women can be independent, not mere soft persimmons tethered to men. One can live splendidly without them. Lu Wushuang had evidently been thoroughly influenced by Mu Wanqing's teachings. Chu Tiange gazed at her in astonishment. It felt as though he were conversing with her for the first time, albeit during a quarrel, forcing him to reevaluate her. What thoughts occupied her mind? May I not have a cup of water when I am thirsty? Suddenly, Chu Tiange shifted the topic and altered his demeanor, prompting Lu Wushuang to cast a suspicious glance in his direction. He had come over from the dining table without having a sip of water. There is water in the flask before you. Serve yourself, she remarked. Chu Tiange was about to reprimand her loudly, but restrained his anger with great effort. He endured, for his parents had taught him that harmony fosters prosperity. Since he had resolved to put aside his feelings and coexist amicably with this woman, he decided to compromise for the time being. Chu Tiange lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. Then, still feeling parched, poured another, ultimately consuming 3 cups before setting the flask down. Did the kitchen's dishes turn too salty today? Lu Wushuang inquired, observing him closely. Not particularly. Why do you ask? Chu Tiange responded, perplexed. Look how much water you've drunk. It seems you're quite affected by it. He fell silent, bemused that merely drinking a few cups could lead her to such a conclusion. Did she not drink water regularly? Realizing he could no longer engage her in conversation without becoming exasperated, he took a seat on the soft couch, not daring to hope that this woman would invite him to share her bed. Having just consumed so much water, he would need to visit the lavatory before sleeping. Do you need to supervise whether I go to the lavatory? He retorted. If you don't go now, you will surely have to later, and I will be sound asleep when you wake me. Besides, living in my quarters means you must heed my words. Chu Tiange inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly several times to quell his irritation, convinced that his time with this woman would shorten his lifespan. Fine, I shall go, he conceded, feeling more constrained than ever in his life, even being monitored for such trivial matters. As he walked out, he muttered to himself, they say one can control the heavens and the earth, but not others' bodily functions. As a crown prince, he found it utterly beneath him to utter such words. Lu Wushuang observed his awkward demeanor, and when he was out of sight, a smirk crept onto her lips, amused by his predicament. Chu Tiange lay on the couch, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He had hoped Lu Wushuang would engage him in conversation, but instead, she snored soundly, indifferent to his plight. The more restless he became, the more he felt the urge to relieve himself. He made 3 trips to the lavatory that night, careful not to disturb Lu Wushuang, who remained undisturbed by his stealth. Come morning, he appeared at court with dark circles under his eyes, attracting the concern of several ministers. Your Highness, did you not rest well last night? One asked. Indeed, Your Highness, as the heir apparent, you must take care of your health and retire early at night, another advised. He was left speechless, unsure how to respond appropriately. What a disgrace to be so worn out after one night. Chu Mohan passed by, his footsteps unceasing, uttering a remark that left much to the imagination. This caught the attention of Lu Wushuang's father, who, with a twinkle in his eye, seemed to ponder something inscrutable. Thank you for your concern. I simply drank too much tea last night and had to rise several times which disrupted my rest. I shall be more mindful in the future, he replied. How could his uncle possibly know he had been restless all night? Surely, he could not suspect that he and Lu Wushuang had shared a night together. The mere thought of her ignited a fire of frustration within him. He could no longer stay in her quarters, lest he find himself embroiled in further absurdities. Returning to the Crown Prince's residence, he retreated to his own chamber for a much-needed nap. Without adequate rest, he could not attend to his duties or review official documents, as that would surely lead to errors. That evening, I decided against visiting Lu Wushuang's chamber. However, just after finishing dinner, the maid Xiao Yao came to summon me. Your Highness, the Crown Princess has expressed concern that you did not rest well yesterday and urges you to retire early tonight. Very well, I shall go shortly. Since this woman was so eager for my presence, I resolved to stay another night and see how it unfolded. With a flutter of excitement, I made my way to Lu Wushuang's quarters. Upon entering, Lu Wushuang remarked, Your Highness did not rest well last night. You should retire early today and refrain from drinking water. How do you know I did not rest well? Did you hear something? Indeed, I did. I am aware of how many times you ventured out last night, the sounds you made. I observed everything. Nonsense. I'm not so base as to indulge in such vulgarities, I retorted, feeling my perceptions of her continually challenged. How could I have resolved not to come, yet found myself here again? Why was there a lingering sense of reluctance to take my leave? Chapter 80. The Prince of Zhennan Pursues His Wife. Part 39. Chu Tiange decided to refrain from conversing with this shameless woman. After a brief nap during the day, he felt quite fatigued and went directly to the soft couch, shedding his outer garments and collapsing into slumber. He slept soundly until the time for morning court. His biological clock honed over the years, awakening him promptly. He rose, donned his attire, and quietly made his way out. Casting a glance at Lu Wushuang on the grand bed, the curtains were half drawn, revealing that she had kicked the covers aside. He gently approached and pulled the blanket over her, as the autumn mornings were still somewhat brisk. This woman appeared far more endearing while asleep, devoid of any provocation. Chu Tiange stealthily exited the chamber to attend court, while Lu Wushuang opened her eyes, smiling as she tugged at the blanket. It seemed this man was not so intolerable after all. In a flurry, Tang Rulin returned to the Tang residence, retreating into her room for several days without venturing outside. Her battered visage would require a considerable time to heal and return to its former state. The Crown Prince had discovered the truth of her actions. Would he harbor resentment towards her? Anxious to ascertain his feelings, she sent a message to him, even as the marks on her face had yet to fade. Arranging to meet Chu Tiange at their usual spot. The Crown Prince had always honored their rendezvous, but this time, after waiting an entire day, she saw no sign of him. It appeared that he was displeased with her. With a heart heavy with vexation, Tang Rulin returned to the Tang residence. She could not surrender so easily. She yearned to become the most esteemed woman, deserving of the world's admiration. Given her years of rapport with the Crown Prince, he could not be so callous as to abandon her. It was undoubtedly Lu Wushuang who was meddling. Half of her conjecture proved correct. A messenger from Tang Rulin reached the Crown Prince's residence. The doorman, newly appointed and unaware of the circumstances between the Crown Prince and Tang Rulin, delivered the message to the Crown Princess, who would pass it along to the Crown Prince. After all, they were a married couple sharing the same bed. Sending a note was hardly inappropriate. When Lu Wushuang received the letter, she noted the words to His Highness, personally opened. Recognizing Tang Rulin's handwriting, she recalled that Tang Rulin had once been a celebrated talent in the capital, her calligraphy sought after and emulated by many. It could be said that a significant portion of the noble women in the capital were familiar with her script. Lu Wushuang personally delivered the letter to Chu Tiange. When Chu Tiange received the letter, he stole a guilty glance at her. The two had been getting along quite well lately, and their relationship had undergone subtle changes. At that moment, if he did not perform well, he feared that this woman might retaliate against him in some way. Upon glancing at the handwriting, he instantly recognized the author. Could Lu Wushuang be unaware? Although she appeared unfazed, deep down, she was likely fuming. After some deliberation, he handed the letter back to Lu Wushuang, declaring, I have decided to sever ties with her. I shan't read this letter. You may dispose of it as you wish. But think it through. Will you not regret it? I do not regret it now, but who knows about the future? Lu Wushuang snatched the letter, tore it to shreds, and discarded it into the wastebasket, leaving him no chance for regret. Chu Tiange stifled a laugh. This woman clearly cared about his interactions with other women while feigning indifference. She claimed her father had arranged her marriage, yet she clearly harbored feelings for him. Over the past few days, she had brewed him tea, cooked noodles, and urged him to rest early. He was certain that within days, she would invite him to share her bed. He resolved that should she extend such an invitation, he would decline her several times, allowing her to taste the bitterness of being mocked and scorned. This matter caused no ripples between the couple. Neither mentioned it again, and the incident involving Tang Rulin was soon forgotten. However, Tang Rulin was unwilling to relinquish her hold on the prince, so she sent another letter, which once again found its way into Lu Wushuang's hands. This time, Lu Wushuang tore open the letter, glanced at its contents, and then ripped it apart. In the letter, Tang Rulin expressed her profound regret for drugging the prince, her deep longing for him, and her promise to wait for him at their usual spot. If he did not come, she would wait indefinitely. Moreover, she mentioned something Lu Wushuang was unaware of, that Tang Rulin had saved Chu Tiange's life, using this favor to coerce the prince into providing her with a reasonable explanation. How could she have been ignorant of such a matter? After all these years of acquaintance, she had never heard of it. She needed to clarify this issue. If there was indeed a life-saving debt, she would have shown some leniency when the time came. Recently, Chu Tiange was in high spirits. He felt considerably lighter after letting go of Tang Rulin. Indeed, a person of integrity should never have any dark secrets in any aspect of life. Now, he no longer had to live in fear of being discovered or worry about how to manage her. Your Highness seems quite cheerful today. Is there good news? Lu Wushuang remarked, finding his beaming face pleasing, while his sulky demeanor was rather irksome. As long as you do not provoke my anger, I shall be happy every day. The implication was clear. If he were unhappy, it would be due to her actions. What is the matter? Did I speak incorrectly? Lu Wushuang chose not to pursue the matter further for now, as she had more pressing questions for him. When did Tang Rulin save you? How did you come to know of this? Clearly, aside from us, no one else is aware. She saved you, but did not want anyone to know. This is not Tang Rulin's style. How did you learn of this? Did Rulin confide in you? Chu Tiange anxiously inquired about a matter to which they had both sworn silence, a pact that had remained unbroken over the years. Today, however, Lu Wushuang's mention of it stirred memories that he had nearly forgotten. Indeed, it was your Rulin who informed me, he admitted. Are you upset again? Chu Tiange feigned concern for her feelings, yet secretly reveled in the notion that she was perhaps jealous. I'm currently asking you to clarify what transpired. Do answer promptly. She was reluctant to engage in unnecessary chatter, having noticed that this man had recently taken to rambling incessantly. That event occurred 5 years ago, during the last birthday celebration of the Empress Dowager, when she was still alive. Many nobles gathered in the palace for the feast. Disliking the commotion, I chose to stroll alone in the imperial garden without attendance. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager fainted, causing chaos. I hurried towards the tumult, oblivious to the icy water that had formed along the shore in October. My foot slipped and I fell in. Chu Tiange hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he recounted the incident, how he had managed to tumble into the water while merely walking. His legs had cramped from the cold, and he struggled for what felt like an eternity to escape, nearly succumbing to the frigid depths. Even now, the memory instilled a fear of water within him. And then, Lu Wushuang urged, her mind connecting the dots. Tang Rulin usurped your credit. The bank was particularly slick, and I could not climb back up. While the palace attendants were preoccupied with the Empress Dowager, I fainted from the cold. It was Tang Rulin who rescued me and brought me to the nearest palace, thus preserving my life. Chapter 81. The Prince of Southern Town Pursues His Wife, Part 40. Upon concluding his tale, Chu Tiange found himself on the receiving end of a scathing reprimand from Lu Wushuang. You fool! Did you not tell Tang Rulin that you were unsure who saved you, leading her to claim that she was your savior, forbidding you from speaking of it to anyone else? How do you know this? He retorted, bewildered. You, a robust man, nearly perished in the water, while she, a delicate woman, supposedly saved you. Are you truly so gullible to believe her words? Chu Tiangu remained silent for a long moment, the realization dawning upon him with a force greater than any deception he had faced from Tang Rulin. He had been deceived for 5 years without a semblance of doubt. Wushuang, how can you be so certain she has misled me? Lu Wushuang delivered a sharp rap to his head. I nearly risked my life to save you. And you dare to acknowledge a thief as your savior? If not for Ru Bing's assistance, I would have perished that day. The recollection of those events still sent shivers down her spine. Alongside her devoted maid, Ru Bing, she had departed the banquet and stumbled upon a person in the water. Recognizing him as the prince, despite her youth, she recklessly plunged into the depths to rescue him. Fortunately, the water was not too deep. She pushed for below while Ru Bing pulled from the shore, ultimately bringing the prince to safety. She too succumbed to the cold while Ru Bing, only 16 at the time and a maid trained by her father, had managed to escort the prince to a nearby palace to summon help before departing. The palace attendants, upon seeing the prince nearly frozen, were too frightened to concern themselves with who had brought him. Ru Bing carried the almost lifeless Lu Wushuang out of the palace and returned to the general's residence, where she suffered from a high fever for 3 days, nearly losing her life. On that fateful day, the Empress Dowager unexpectedly fainted, causing both the emperor and empress to rush to her aid. Upon awakening, Chu Tiange found himself in good health after the physician's treatment, and the incident was soon forgotten. However, just a few days later, the Empress Dowager passed away, plunging the entire nation into mourning. The news stirred profound emotions within Chu Tiange, his eyes reddening with unshed tears. His savior had been by his side all along, and he reflected on the years that had slipped away. How foolish he had been, oblivious to the machinations around him, despite being the crown prince. Wushuang, I have wronged you. I was blind to the truth. But it is never too late to realize it now, he vowed. Indeed, it is not too late, and I shall make amends, he declared fervently. But what did you promise Tang Rulin in terms of compensation? I made no such promise. We have not spoken of this matter for years, having sworn to never mention it again. Have you not considered her motives? Why did she act in such a manner? I once believed her actions were noble, saving lives without expectation of reward. It seems she feared being exposed for her deceit. And now, having broken our vow, what repercussions shall she face? She has not mentioned any consequences, replied the other. But Tang Rulin is far from simple-minded. She was merely 12 at the time. Yet she expertly manipulated emotions to secure her position as the crown princess. Here, take a look at this. Should we not confront her? Lu Wushuang handed him a letter from Tang Rulin. This audacious wretch. How could I have been deceived by such a woman for so long? I shall take my leave to end her. Chu Tiange seethed, preparing to storm off. Ah, you intend to take a life? Do not be hasty. Such an act would lack meaning. I have yet to savor the game. Lu Wushuang quickly interjected. Moreover, to kill her simply for her deception would be folly. Your own naivety allowed her to ensnare you. Surprisingly, Chu Tiange found himself at a loss for words, feeling like a wayward man caught in a scandal, exposed by his own wife. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Lead the way. Chu Tiange acquiesced, appearing as a dutiful husband, save for his indulgence in a soft bed. Tang Rulin, having sent 2 letters to Chu Tiange without receiving a response, was filled with trepidation. If the letter fell into Lu Wushuang's hands, her carefully crafted lies could be unraveled. She could not afford to wait any longer. She must seek out the crown prince in person. One day, as Chu Tiange returned from the morning court, a veiled woman sprang from around the corner, obstructing his carriage. Your Highness, it is I, Lan'er. I have matters to discuss with you. Suppressing the urge to dismount and reprimand her, Chu Tiange instructed the driver, pay her no mind. Tell her to leave. Pardon? The driver was taken aback. Was not this Miss Tang the crown prince's beloved? What had transpired in that courtyard to warrant such a shift in demeanor? Miss, please step aside, the driver requested politely, suspecting that the prince wished to avoid being seen with her. Your Highness, are you truly willing to forsake Lan'er? Have you genuinely forgotten the bond we once shared? Tang Rulin's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears as she reminded him of the life she had once saved. I've already discovered who it was that saved me all those years ago. Miss Tang, would you care to know the identity of that individual? Chu Tiange suppressed the anger simmering within, recalling Lu Wushuang's words that dealing with hypocritical scoundrels with a swift blade was rather uninteresting. Instead, it was far more impactful to unmask their deceitful facade and expose their grotesque souls, delivering a blow that would render them worse than dead. Who is it? No. Your Highness, what are you saying? It was clearly Lanner who saved you. Tang Rulin's heart plummeted as if plunged into an icy abyss. Yet she stubbornly continued to argue. I truly wish to avert my gaze from your shameless, hypocritical visage. Seeing you reminds me of my own foolishness. If you possessed even a modicum of dignity, you would refrain from appearing before me again. Depart. Throughout this exchange, Chu Tiange remained unseen, instructing the carriage driver to return home. Tang Rulin stood there, dazed, watching the prince's carriage pass her by, too intimidated to utter another word. Long after the carriage had departed, she finally snapped out of her stupor, sinking to the ground in utter exhaustion. She would forever lose the grand tree that was the prince. As the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Minister of Education, renowned for her talents and beauty in the capital, she had once been courted by countless noble suitors, none of whom she deemed worthy. For she aspired to that exalted position that all women coveted. Thus, during the first selection of consorts, she had resorted to underhanded tactics against her competitors. Yet the emperor had decreed that she was not permitted to enter the palace. Unwilling to accept this fate, she had hoped that the prince, out of gratitude for her life-saving assistance, would defy the emperor's edict. Now that her lies had been exposed, what was she to do? Her grandfather had already begun arranging marriages for her. She had initially believed her scheme would succeed. The prince would surely take responsibility, and once he intervened, her grandfather would allow her to marry. She truly did not wish to wed an ordinary man. Aside from the prince, the most esteemed men in the Western Chu Kingdom were the other two princes. Tang Rulin calculated in her mind that as long as the prince did not intervene, her talents and beauty still afforded her a chance at marrying into the royal family. Chapter 82. The Prince of Nan Pursues His Wife, Part 41. Mu Wanqing had been confined within the estate by Chu Mohan to the point of nearly growing mold. Ever since it was confirmed that she was pregnant, she was not allowed to go anywhere, with the exception of having a chamber pot brought to her room. My lord, do you not realize that being cooped up all day is detrimental to the fetus's development? The physician advised against vigorous activities during the first 3 months. Does avoiding vigorous activities mean I cannot leave the house at all? I can walk. I am not running. Let's go for a stroll. Haven't we been going out every day? A couple of laps in the garden is hardly sufficient, and I am not even allowed to walk quickly, nor can I go unaccompanied. Is this what you call activity? Shall we go out and admire the scenery? Recall how we prayed at the Guanyin Temple for a child, and shortly thereafter, I became pregnant. Should we not fulfill our vow? Shouldn't we wait until the child is born before doing so? The sooner we fulfill it, the quicker the next conception will occur. Such absurdity can only emanate from Mu Wanqing. Is it truly possible to conceive before giving birth? Is there anything more ludicrous in this world? These two are undoubtedly a couple. The baby longs to venture outside, not permitted during the day, nor at night. Moreover, that Lu Wushuang has not returned. I wonder if she has resolved matters with Chu Tiange. She could keep Tiangu awake all night, emerging in the morning with dark circles under her eyes for the morning court. Chu Mohan recalled what he had witnessed that morning. What do you mean by that? Do they fight all night? With her understanding of Lu Wushuang, even if she accepted Chu Tiange, it wouldn't lead to a night spent in bed together. Especially since Chu Tiange had just been hurt by Tang Rulin. She surely wouldn't fall for someone else so quickly, although she secretly hoped for their reconciliation. Why assume they were fighting? Was baby referring to a tussle beneath the covers? Is that even a possibility? Could it be that Wu Shuang was so engrossed in romantic moments with her husband that she neglected to visit me? Such a person, prioritizing love over friendship, had even said she would come back in a few days. At that moment, M.O.E. reported from outside that the crown princess had come to pay a visit. Quickly let her in. We were just speaking of her. You all chat. I shall retreat to the study, with someone to keep his wife company. Chu and Mohan went to the study to handle state affairs. Upon meeting, the two women had endless chatter, Their voice is a delightful symphony. I heard you captured the crown prince? Mu Wanqing teased her. Soon, very soon, came the playful reply. What do you mean by soon? Have you captured him or not? Where is Chu Tiangu sleeping now? Aunt, as an elder, is it appropriate for you to pry into your nephew's private affairs? Oh, you little rascal. Wasn't he it you who sought my counsel on how to win over a man? Now that you no longer need me, are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? Burn what bridge? I came to see you and even brought you the jujube cake from Falu Pavilion, your favorite. Now that's more like it. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Soon it will be too cold to venture out. While savoring the pastries that Lu Wushuang had brought, Mu Wanqing proposed. I dare not take you out. What if something goes awry? The prince would surely have my head. I don't mean for you to lead. Let us go together, just the four of us couples plus Princess Crow. It would be a delightful outing. We could go see the red leaves of Xiangshan. That sounds like a splendid idea, though I'm uncertain if the prince would agree. Fear not. During the day, he listens to me. Lu Wushuang chuckled behind her hand. Oh, I see. During the day, the prince listens to you, and at night you listen to him, right? Not at all. Even at night, he listens to me now. Mu Wanqing regretted inadvertently revealing too much truth. The two women settled their plans, with Lu Wushuang extending an invitation in the name of the crown princess to Chu Tianlin and Wu Yaqi. Chu Tiangu, currently obedient to his wife, sent a message to Chu Tianxiao, who was at that carefree age of 16 or 17. Naturally, he would be eager to join in any entertainment. Chu Mo Han preferred a quieter atmosphere, but he couldn't resist his wife's enthusiasm. Seeing her radiant spirit brought him joy, so he decided to indulge her. After all, they were merely a bunch of overgrown children. Apart from Chu Mo Han, only Chu Tiangu had crossed the threshold of 20, while the rest were all under 20. The journey was filled with laughter and chatter, with Mu Wanqing and Lu Wushuang leading the conversation, while Wu Yaqi chimed in occasionally. And Chu Tianxiao added a few remarks. Why are you all so quiet? Is it that you don't wish to accompany your wives on this outing? Not at all. In a rare moment of levity, Chu Tiange was the first to speak. Who would refuse? We are all ears for the tales of the imperial aunt. Chu Tianlin quickly affirmed. Why are you silent? He turned to inquire of Chu Mo Han, who sat beside him. You've already spoken for yourself. What need have I for words? The royal family is notoriously reticent. Why not share a few golden nuggets of wisdom for all to hear? Mu Wanqing's jest elicited laughter from a group. Laughter is a balm for the soul. One must embrace joy daily. Even emperors are human and should converse with others, grounding themselves in reality to appear more relatable. The imperial aunt's wisdom was duly noted by her nephews, who nodded in agreement. Look at us, all paired up. Don't you envy us, Xiao Sanzi? Observing the affectionate couples around him, the nephew could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? Yes, the one with whom you share romantic moments under the moonlight? No, not at all. Are you certain? Indeed. I assure you, I have none. If you did, we could all venture out together. But I'm not yet wed. Would she even accompany us? You won't know until you try, will you? There seemed to be an inkling of affection in his words. At 17, he was at the tender age of budding emotions, finding it quite natural to harbor feelings for a young lady. The group, engaged in light-hearted banter, soon arrived at the foot of Xiangshan, the very spot where Wu Yaqi had been abducted previously. That's south the place. It was here that a princess, was taken by two rogues, nearly sold off. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Wu Yaqi pointed towards a nearby stall, recounting the harrowing experience of her abduction. Mu Wanqing glanced at Chu Mo Han, whose expression remained unchanged as he solemnly reassured Wu Yaqi. Those brigands have been apprehended and executed. Rest assured, such incidents shall not occur again in the capital. Mu Wanqing stifled a laugh at Chu Mo Han's earnest yet absurd proclamation, hastily lowering her head to conceal her amusement. Sensing her struggle, Chu Mo Han pulled her closer, resting her head against his chest in a comforting embrace. Fear not, dear one, for I shall protect you from any harm. You need not be frightened. She thought to herself, as if I would be scared if a robber dared to lay a hand on me. I dare say it would be them who would be frightened. Chapter 83. The Prince of Southern Town pursues his wife. Part 42, to the onlookers. The royal uncle's affection for the imperial aunt was palpable. The tenderness in his gaze and tone was akin to that of a parent soothing a child. He had never shown such gentleness towards them before. Chu Tianlin, too, held his wife's hand softly, promising that she would never again face danger. Chu Tiange felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wished to take Lu Wushuang's hand, but feared her resistance. Witnessing the couple's affection, he subtly extended his hand toward her. When she did not withdraw, he felt a surge of joy as he enveloped her small hand within his own, gripping it tightly without the intention of letting go. Unperturbed, Lu Wushuang noted the slight dampness of his palm, a sign of his nervousness. Could it be that he had never held a woman's hand before? There is a Guanyin temple upon this mountain. Shall we ascend to explore it? Mu Wanqing's previous visit had merely been for the sake of amusement. She held no belief in the so-called Guanyin of childbirth. Her purpose today was but an excuse to venture out for a leisurely stroll and to engage in some physical activity amidst the mountains. For one cannot remain cooped up indoors indefinitely without detrimental effects on their health. Wu Yaqi concurred. Having missed the opportunity to ascend the mountain during her last encounter with danger, today she planned to pray to Guanyin as well, longing for a child of her own. Lu Wushuang, however, remained silent, harboring doubts about the notion that children could be summoned through divine supplication. If such a thing were feasible without a man's involvement, it would indeed be miraculous. The group, comprised of striking men and charming women, attracted numerous glances, with some recognizing their identities. Yet, their ordinary attire suggested a desire for anonymity, rendering formalities unnecessary. Mu Wanqing broke free from Chu Mohan's grasp and ascended the mountain with swift strides. Chu Mohan followed closely, concerned for her well-being, ready to assist should she tire or stumble. They reached the summit without pausing, where she stood, gasping for breath. "Are you fatigued?" Chu Mohan inquired with genuine concern. "This is splendid. It not only exercises the legs but also enhances lung capacity." "Quite invigorating," she replied. "Lung capacity?" Chu Mohan mused, grasping only that it pertained to breathing. Turning back, he observed the others still leisurely making their way up the mountain, seemingly engrossed in romantic exchanges. "Aunt, why are you all in such a rush?" Chu Tianxiao was the second to arrive, halting to catch his breath. "Have you been slacking in your training, you rascal?" Chu Mohan shot him a frosty glare. "I assure you, no matter how hard I train, I cannot compare to you, uncle," he chuckled, though his tone implied he had not been diligent. "Do you dare to compete with me? You can't even rival a pregnant woman." "How embarrassing," Chu Mohan retorted. "Let us not dwell on this today. Upon our return, you must train earnestly. No more slacking." Mu Wanqing quickly intervened, wishing to alleviate Chu Tianxiao's discomfort. "Indeed, Tianxiao will train diligently, surpassing Aunt." "Very well. Aunt shall await your triumph over me," came the playful reply. Wu Yaqi, having been dragged up the mountain by Chu Tianlin, insisted on walking unaided, believing that such an act would lack sincerity in her prayer for children. Meanwhile, Lu Wushuang and Chu Tiange strolled up at a leisurely pace, clearly engrossed in their romantic banter, as evidenced by the radiant expression on Chu Tiange's face. The Guanyin temple was bustling with young women offering prayers. Mu Wanqing made a token offering and then ventured to the rear of the temple to admire the scenery. It was late autumn, and the foliage had lost its verdant hue, transforming the mountains into a splendid tapestry of reds and yellows. "If only I had a camera to capture this moment as a keepsake," she mused. "What did Wanwan say?" I lamented forgetting my paintbrush. If I had paper and ink, I could immortalize this beautiful vista and include all of us for a treasure memory. "Indeed, I could depict Wanwan, so our son may behold her beauty," Chu Mohan replied, pulling her close and gently caressing her still flat abdomen. "Excellent idea, though I must confess I lack the skill to draw," she responded cheerfully. In her past life, she lacked the talent for painting. In this life, she had been preoccupied with secretly honing her skills. By day, she embroidered alongside Chunlan. Her abilities in the arts, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, were disappointingly mediocre. It was no wonder her mother was so critical. The original owner of this life was indeed quite ordinary. Even now, her mother could not comprehend what attracted Chu Mohan to her daughter. to the extent that he seemed intent on showering her with affection. She suspected that Chu Mohan had spent too long in the borderlands, leading to questionable tastes. Once their son was born, they would bring him along and capture moments to share with their daughter later. Such a simple word, good, encapsulated his beautiful aspirations for their future life and his boundless affection for his wife. Chu Tiange and Lu Wushuang did not enter the Guanyin temple, but instead admired the scenery around them. From a distance, they spotted the couple, Mu Wanqing and her husband, in a tender embrace, and he suddenly felt envious of their relationship. To love one person exclusively for a lifetime, what a pure and perfect sentiment. He yearned for such a connection. Let us move away, so we do not disturb them, Lu Wushuang suggested. Wushuang, do you not envy them? Of course. Who would not desire such a unique bond? She admitted. Yet, it was precisely this longing that caused her to reject Chu Tiange as the prince and future emperor. He was destined to take concubines. She would never enjoy the fortunate life that Mu Wanqing had. I envy it too, he confessed. But Lu Wushuang shot him a look. Envy was of little use if it could not be realized. The two harbored their thoughts and took a different path. Weaki, exhausted, plopped down on a nearby stone after emerging from the temple, declaring, I am tired and do not wish to move. I will stay here with you until they return. He replied, crouching down to massage her legs. When we return home, let me carry you. We cannot let my wife become too fatigued. Who will bear her children? Besides, we just prayed for a son. We must strike while the iron is hot. They remained seated, the sun nearing its zenith, yet others had not returned. What could they be doing? When will they come home? Weaki stood, stretching and shaking her arms. Are you hungry? I shall go find them and suggest we descend for a meal. Chu Tianlin rose to search, just as he spotted Chu Tianxiao approaching from afar. Second brother, look what I found in the woods. Do you recognize this mushroom? Chu Tianxiao placed the mushroom he had gathered on ground. Has the royal uncle and elder brother not returned yet? Not yet. Since you've returned, they should be close behind, I suppose. As for that mushroom, I cannot say if it is edible. Having grown up in the palace, they had little experience with mushrooms, having only seen them on the dining table. Perhaps the royal aunt will know. Then we shall wait for her return to inquire. The brothers shared the same thought. Mu Wanqing was knowledgeable about many matters, able to speak authoritatively on each, earning her undeniable respect. It was no wonder the royal uncle favored her. Her martial prowess was equally impressive, and her affection was well-deserved. Chapter 84. The Southern King Pursues His Wife, Part 43. Chu Mohan accompanied his wife through the woods, following her every step. Is this enjoyable? He inquired. Very much so. Are you tired? Not all, though I do feel a bit hungry. It seemed close to noon. Here, sit and have a snack to tide you over. We will dine at the restaurant shortly. Chu Mohan pulled out a biscuit from his pocket and handed it to her. You actually carry snacks with you? Aren't you worried about the two of you going hungry? Better to be prepared, she replied. Husband, you are so thoughtful. I feel so happy and touched. Stop joking. Once we finish eating, we should head back. Is there any more? No, that's all. All right, I must finish this before we leave. What if they also want some? There's only one piece. You are pregnant. Nobody will compete with you for it. Have you ever ventured out by yourself before? Chu Tiange inquired as he gently held Lu Wushuang's hand, strolling slowly. I used to go to the outskirts often with Ru Bing, but since she married, I haven't ventured out alone. What did she marry? She was a deputy general beside my father and left the capital. Was she the one who saved us back then? Indeed, Ru Bing possesses remarkable martial skills. Most of my abilities were taught by her. Chu Tiange halted, turning to face Lu Wushuang earnestly. Shuanger, I will always treat you well. Trust me. Oh, I believe you. Lu Wushuang replied nonchalantly, her expression unchanged. A ruler's kindness to a woman signifies granting her supreme power. As for affection, she harbored no grand illusions. After all, the more one hopes, the greater the disappointment. Just like the current emperor, whose deep affection for the empress did not prevent him from lingering in the palaces of other concubines. While his children were all born of the empress, which was already a sign of great favor. Shuanger, do you not trust me? Not at all. I said I believe you. Her tone and demeanor clearly expressed disbelief. Never mind. He will demonstrate through his actions that he is capable of loyalty. The group descended the mountain and proceeded directly to Jushin Building, arriving at Chu Mohan's exclusive private room, where they ordered a sumptuous feast. Everyone's appetite seemed to have grown with the outing, and they devoured their meal with gusto. Slow down, don't choke," Chu Mohan chided while pouring water. Lu Wushuang showed no semblance of decorum befitting a noble lady, indulging heartily in the meal. Chu Tianxiao watched in astonishment, realizing that women could eat with such vigor. In his understanding, women were always slow and silent. Even as a man, years of royal upbringing had taught him not to behave so rudely. Observing the way her husband doted on her, not only showing no disdain, but assisting her with her food as if to protect it from being taken by others, he remarked, "Second imperial sister-in-law, if you don't eat soon, there won't be any left." "Huh, it's fine. We can always order more after we finish. Today I'm treating, and I guarantee you'll be full," Mu Wanqing declared with a wave of her chopsticks, exuding a carefree spirit. Chu Mohan looked at her with fondness, watching as she stuffed her cheeks full, her cheeks puffing out, while still urging everyone to eat quickly. Once satiated, they all returned to their respective homes. Overall, this collective outing had been delightful. The news soon reached the emperor's ears, who protested that this family had gone out to enjoy themselves without him. He insisted on joining next time, lamenting that he hadn't left the palace in a long while and had longed to savor the roast duck from Jushin building. Indeed, the plight of an emperor could be quite pitiable. Mu Wanqing returned to her residence with a light heart to nurture her pregnancy, while Chu Tianlin and his wife also returned home to conceive. Consequently, Chu Tiange and Lu Wushuang grew closer during this outing. However, Lu Wushuang had yet to invite him to share a bed. As the future sovereign, he was inundated with endless memorials and, after a day of leisure, found himself besieged by paperwork. His father had become increasingly outrageous, delegating all the memorials to him while he indulged in pleasures within the palace. Initially, he had sought assistance from his royal uncle, but now that the latter's wife was expecting, he no longer provided aid, leaving Chu Tiange to toil over the documents until midnight. Lu Wushuang could no longer bear to witness this. If he was this overwhelmed before ascending the throne, how exhausting would it be once he became emperor? This was untenable. Why should he alone bear the burden of reviewing so many memorials? His father was indifferent, and she felt reluctant to approach her royal uncle for help. Why not enlist the second and third princes to assist you? If they lack understanding, you can teach them. Are you afraid of losing power? Indeed, how had she not thought of this? Such readily available labor should not go to waste. How astute Wushuang was. She wondered why she had never realized that Chu Tiange was somewhat naive. With Lu Wushuang's suggestion in mind, the following day, Chu Tiange summoned his brothers to collectively review the memorials. By learning and working together, they completed the task during daylight hours, freeing their evenings from late-night toil and allowing them to lead a more normal life. Most importantly, it granted him time to cherish romantic moments with his wife. "Wushuang, the weather is growing colder," Chu Tiange remarked as he reclined on a soft couch. Indeed, October is approaching, and it will undoubtedly become chilly. Soon as snow. "Are you cold, Wushuang?" "No. I am accustomed to the cold due to my martial training, unlike those delicate beings who shiver at the slightest chill." Chu Tiange had intended to express his own discomfort, hoping that Lu Wushuang might invite him to share her bed, but her words thwarted him. If he admitted to feeling cold, it would portray him as weak. Lu Wushuang was clearly teasing him, deliberately waiting for him to invite her, and she refrained from doing so, curious to see how long he could endure. The affairs of state were being managed quite well by his younger brothers, while the emperor, having surpassed the age of discernment, spent his days immersed in the harem, delegating all matters except morning court sessions to the crown prince, justifying it as a means to train him. Whenever a challenge arose, he would direct his son to consult his royal uncle. However, the uncle was preoccupied with his own wife, leaving the crown prince to navigate alone. The prohibition against interference in court affairs had been entirely disregarded. Lu Wushuang had yet to become empress and was already assisting in governance. "Wushuang, your father had already sired you at my age." "Oh, your father married rather early." Lu Wushuang feigned ignorance. "We have been married for several months now." "Indeed, how swiftly time passes," she continued to pretend. "Yet, both your siblings are already expecting." "Strangely enough, That deity of fertility seems quite effective. Lu Wushuang was on the verge of losing her composure. Wushuang, do you desire a child? I do wish for one. But such matters cannot be summoned by mere desire. I can assist you if needed. Chu Tiange's eyes sparkled with an intensity that startled her. Lu Wushuang's lips twitched in irritation. This rascal was slyly maneuvering her into requesting that he consummate their union. Why could he not be more proactive? It vexed her to no end. Chapter 85. The Southern Prince's Pursuit of His Wife, Part 44. Lu Wushuang feigned a sigh of helplessness. I require His Highness's assistance. It's not that I fear your reluctance, for after all, it would be rather inappropriate to compel you. Wouldn't it? Since it's your request, how could I refuse? I'm more than willing. Truly willing? Indeed, truly willing. Chu Tiange, having waited in vain for Lu Wushuang to beckon him over, grew increasingly impatient. Shuanger, do you need me to come over now? Not at the moment. When will you require my presence? I shall summon you when the time comes. Chu Tiange was left in a state of exasperation. Was it not customary for her to shyly invite him over? Instead, he felt like a mere tool, useful when needed, yet cast aside when not. This was the very essence of suffering for the sake of pride, epitomized by Chu Tiange himself. In the Empress's chamber, she could no longer contain herself as she observed the Emperor languishing on the bed. Your Majesty, do you not need to review any memorials? No. Tiange manages everything splendidly. He is still young. You must supervise him. Although the inner court was not to interfere with state affairs, this emperor seemed rather absurd. Indulging in frivolities at his age, he spoke of wanting a daughter. If it were truly possible, wouldn't he have had one by now? Years ago, during the birth of his third son, the physician had declared that she could no longer conceive. When she had married the then crown prince, their love was profound, and the inner court was tranquil, devoid of concubines. They welcomed 3 robust sons. As the old emperor grew frail, he abdicated in favor of his heir, who, in a bid to solidify his reign, was compelled to take several consorts. Strangely, none of those women bore children, save for the 3 princes born to the empress. The custom dictated that on the 1st and 15th of each month, the emperor would rest with the empress, while at other times, he would indulge in the company of his concubines. Over the years, the number of concubines had swelled to such an extent that even the emperor himself had lost count. At times, driven by whim, he would select one to bestow his favor upon, while the majority of his time was spent with the empress. If the emperor truly desires a daughter, the women of the inner court would gladly oblige. Through the years, the emperor's feelings for her had remained unchanged, and the empress preserved her initial purity and kindness. She raised their 3 sons well, fostering a bond of brotherly love, free from deceit. I fear that should they bear sons, they might harbor unwarranted ambitions, causing trouble for Tiange, the emperor voiced. Previously, you worried when Guer was young. But now that he has matured, you may rest assured and encourage childbirth. Even if it be sons, it will not affect Guer, my empress. Can you not feel a tinge of jealousy and restrain me? The emperor, vexed by his own magnanimity, lamented that when he sought the company of concubines, the empress merely advised him to take care of his health and not overexert himself, displaying no sign of grievance. The emperor's heart still resides with me. Why should I feel jealousy? If other women bear you children, it is only natural for your affections to shift towards them. You foolish woman. The emperor turned over and embraced her once more, indulging in a moment of affection. Your Majesty, she remarked, I truly believe that having a little princess in the palace would be quite delightful. Indeed, am I not striving for that? He replied. However, your efforts here seem futile. The women of the harem are driven to madness by their desire for children, yet this old fool has not managed to conceive even once. By heaven's virtue, this matter has nothing to do with her. The imperial physician mentioned that your health has been well nurtured over the years, and perhaps you could bear a daughter if you cooperate with me. Your Majesty, I am already at the age to cradle grandchildren. I have no desire to bear more children. Imagine the scene of holding both a grandson and a daughter. Do you not long for that? The naive empress contemplated this thoughtfully. It did seem rather appealing, and thus, she was coaxed by the emperor to engage in the pursuit of a daughter daily within the confines of their chamber. With perseverance, the emperor visited the Fengqi palace once more, and before he even entered, he heard the sounds of retching from within. "What is the matter? Have you fallen ill?" "Your Majesty, I believe I may truly be with child." "Really? How splendid. I told you, we will surely have a little princess." The Empress cradled her belly, her heart racing with uncertainty. At 38 years of age, could she truly be pregnant again? Might she really bear another daughter? The Emperor was overjoyed and instructed the physician to ensure the Empress received proper care, guaranteeing the safety of both mother and child. The physician, hesitant to contradict, could not discern the gender of the child, yet the Emperor seemed to know. Upon hearing this news, the Crown Prince rushed to the palace to extend his congratulations. "Congratulations, Father, for your enduring vigor, and Mother, for your wishes coming to fruition. You two must act swiftly. Your younger brother's wife is already expecting, yet there is no news from Liu." "Ah, yes, I shall make my efforts," the Crown Prince replied, fearing further inquiries that might expose his own uncertainties, and quickly exited the palace. Returning to the prince's residence, he encountered Lu Wushuang practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. The blades danced gracefully, her form appearing and disappearing like a fleeting shadow. Her skill was exquisite, prompting the prince to exclaim, "What remarkable swordsmanship!" Hearing his voice, Lu Wushuang halted, her cheeks flushed, slightly breathless. "Why have you returned so late today?" "I visited the palace to see the Empress. She is with child." "Ah, that is wonderful news. Why did you not summon me to join?" "I attended the morning court and returned shortly after, having said little." "What do you mean by that?" "The Emperor and Empress are urging us to hasten our own family." "Well then, let's have a child. I shall take a bath." As Lu Wushuang departed, the Crown Prince stood in bewilderment, uncertain of her meaning. Does one simply bathe before giving birth? His heart raced with excitement. He too sought to freshen up, wishing to leave a favorable impression, lest his future wife be disappointed. In a mere quarter of an hour, he was ready and returned to his chamber to await Lu Wushuang. Why does it take her so long to bathe? How long must she soak? The water must be cold by now. Just as his impatience grew, Lu Wushuang appeared. "Your Highness, do you find yourself idle today? Normally, you would be occupied with state affairs at this hour. I was merely waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Is there something of great importance?" "Indeed, there is something of utmost significance, Lu Wushuang. Are you toying with me?" Chu Tinga felt both embarrassed and angry, realizing that he had misinterpreted the situation. The other party had not intended what he thought. "Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Well, have I ever toyed with you? You just said you wanted to have children with me." Having a child is not merely a matter of saying so. It requires the right timing, circumstances, and harmony between people. Lu Wushuang leisurely sat on the bed, patiently explaining this to him. "I have never heard of such intricacies. There are indeed such nuances. I assert it to be so. You're doing this on purpose. I declare that it is not the case, and now I demand it." He dismissed all notions of propriety, wanting nothing more than to embrace his wife and conceive a child. Chapter 86. The Prince of Southern Town Pursues His Wife, Part 45. As Lu Wushuang observed Chu Tinga lunging towards her, she mischievously blinked, shedding all pretenses of modesty. They had been married for half a year, and during their first intimate moment, neither felt awkward. It flowed as smoothly as if they had done it countless times before. Like a fish in water, thoroughly enjoyable. After their passionate encounter, Chu Tinga held her tightly in his arms. "Shuanger, I love you." Lu Wushuang buried her face in the blankets. Gazing at his little wife, Chu Tinga felt that the time spent hesitating was wasted. If only they had done this sooner. Perhaps a child would already be on the way. He had worried about her rejecting him, yet her enthusiasm had surpassed his own. "Shuanger, you like me too, don't you? You must have wanted this for a while. Haven't you?" Chu Tinga believed Lu Wushuang was merely shy, while she pondered his earlier behavior. Did he truly have no past with Tang Ruolin? Lu Wushuang had always thought that even if there was no marital bond between Chu Tinga and Tang Ruolin, there must have been some form of intimate connection. This man could not even kiss properly. She had been left with bruises on her lips. This revelation lifted her spirits considerably, and she reached out to caress Chu Tinga's body. "Shuanger," he let out a low, pleasant sound. "Your Highness, let's discuss a matter." Whatever Shuanger says goes. With the potential to be a foolish monarch, he acquiesced after one affectionate encounter. Then from now on, all matters will be decided by me, day and night. Agreed. I shall heed your every word. Lu Wushuang suspected he was still lost in the afterglow of their intimacy. Send away those women in the back courtyard. Very well, I shall see to it shortly. And no more concubines in the future. Only Shuang shall suffice. He complied with her every request. Your Highness, are you certain you are awake? It feels as if I am dreaming. This dream has persisted for so long, and it has finally come true. Shuang, I have longed to share this affection with you, fearing you would not be willing. Are you afraid I would not be willing? Or are you feigning modesty and clinging to your pride? Chu Tiange was left speechless, realizing he had been celibate for months while facing his wife. With renewed vigor, Chu Tiange went to court. He encountered General Lu, greeting him politely with, "Greetings, father-in-law," leaving the elder Lu astonished, as he should have been the one to bow to the crown prince. Before he could perform the proper gesture, the prince's unexpected salutation left him utterly bewildered. The crown prince is well aware that he does not harbor any affection for his own daughter. Even after marrying her, he remains indifferent towards his father-in-law. This sudden display of warmth leaves him perplexed. Could it be that his daughter is with child, prompting the crown prince to elevate his status? Upon returning home, he shared his thoughts with his wife, Lady Lu, who argued against such a notion. She insisted that if the crown princess were indeed pregnant, they would have received news. Consequently, she dispatched a maid to inquire at the crown prince's residence about any recent developments. The maid returned swiftly, bringing shocking news that astonished the couple. The crown prince had dismissed the concubines from his household and vowed never to take another concubine again, attributing this decision to the crown princess's disapproval. Lady Shuang's behavior was deemed frivolous, a manifestation of jealousy. Had the crown prince truly become so enamored with her after only a brief period? General Lu advised his wife to counsel their daughter on the importance of magnanimity, reminding her that she was married to the crown prince, not an ordinary man. How could she prevent him from taking concubines? After all, what emperor exists without a harem? The general expressed his understanding of their daughter's sentiments. Who would wish to see their partner surrounded by numerous women? If the crown prince was unwilling, would Lady Shuang merely send them away? Did she not hear the maid's report that the crown prince himself had vowed never to take concubines again? Lady Lu staunchly supported their daughter. But did you not hear that the crown princess forbids concubines? You should go see for yourself. I shall not go. If anyone is to go, it should be you. How can I, a man, go? What is wrong with a father wishing to see his daughter? Master, madam, let us not quarrel. Would it not suffice to have a young lady return tomorrow? The maid, unable to hold her tongue amidst their argument, interjected. Indeed, let us have Shuang return tomorrow. Although she was their own daughter, now the crown princess, her elevated status meant that visits were not to be taken lightly. Her return would require a formal reception, with the entire household expected to greet her. When the crown princess arrived at the general's residence, the couple anticipated seeing their daughter, but to their surprise, it was the crown prince who stepped down from the carriage. He even turned to assist Lady Shuang down, a gesture that evoked envy among the onlookers. The crown prince had merely sent for their daughter to discuss matters. How could he himself be present? Chu Tiange, having heard of Lady Shuang's return to her parental home, insisted on accompanying her, unwilling to be separated from his wife. I told you not to come. Look, even your parents are at a loss for words. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, if there is something to say, please do so openly. Do not treat me as a stranger. Ah, your highness, it is this. I heard that the crown prince dismissed the maidservants due to Lady Shuang's jealousy. Indeed, he replied earnestly, Lady Shuang asserts that this virtue of jealousy must be upheld, and henceforth, no other women are permitted in the crown prince's residence. Lady Shuang looked at him, bewildered. She had never articulated such a statement, though she did indeed regard jealousy as a virtue. Yes, dear parents, it is I who wish for the crown prince to send them away. Maintaining them only wastes resources. Let them seek others who require their care. Does the crown prince's household truly lack such resources? This girl is simply being absurd. Lady Shuang, you're being unreasonable. The crown prince is the future emperor. How can you be so thoughtless? General Lu scolded Lady Shuang, his expression filled with anger. Dear father-in-law, please quell your anger. This decision is entirely mine, and not Shuang-er's fault. I wish to cherish Shuang-er and ensure she endures no grievances. Hence, I have resolved to refrain from taking concubines henceforth. Your Highness, as the sovereign of the realm, it would be unthinkable for the imperial harem to remain devoid of women, would it not? Father, how could it be empty? For I am here, as well as the Empress Dowager and our children. Indeed, we could simply have more children. I find such sentiment from you, Chu Tiange, quite agreeable. Your Highness Schwanger, you must not jest. Historically, the relationships within the harem have been intricate. Even the emperor and empress share a profound affection amidst countless concubines. You cannot be an exception. Father-in-law, your words are misguided. The emperor of your had no choice, with his brother on the front lines and the court in disarray. He had to take in numerous consorts to stabilize the dynasty. Now, with no wars, even if the emperor were to abdicate, I still have 3 brothers to support me. My uncle stationed in the capital, and you and my maternal uncle to assist. Must I truly resort to selling myself to secure their aid? Upon hearing this, the couple nearly choked. To speak of concubines in such a manner, does the emperor know of this? Chapter 87. The Southern King pursues his wife. Finale. Lu Wushuang smiled as she watched Chu Tiange eloquently persuade her parents. Do they not wish for me to exclusively cherish Shuang? What parent does not yearn for their children's happiness? The elder Lu couple was moved by the crown prince's words and vowed that the Lu family would remain ever loyal to the emperor and to the Western Shu. On their way home, Lu Wushuang asked Chu Tiange, "Did you speak from the heart? Why does Shuang not believe in me? Is there something about me that makes her doubt my worthiness? If it were indeed Tang Rulin who saved you that time, would you still treat me this way?" "Absolutely," he replied without hesitation. "Consider it carefully and respond again." "No need for consideration. I have long resolved to treat you well, even before I discovered Tang Rulin's deceit." "Very well. I shall temporarily trust you. I will ensure Schwanger believes in me for a lifetime and loves me forever." Oh, how sentimental. Though she spoke those words, her heart brimmed with sweetness. The news of the crown prince dismissing his concubines and declaring his intent to solely favor the crown princess swiftly spread throughout the capital. Upon hearing this, Tang Rulin overturned the table. That position was rightfully hers. The one to be favored should have been her, not that brutish fool who only knows how to wield a sword. Now, her regret was as deep as the ocean, but it was too late. Mu Wanqing, with her eyes narrowed, relished the service of Chu Mohan. She was not the least bit surprised by this news. The men of the Chu family are devoted. Such is their inheritance. Once he recognizes Lu Wushuang's merits, he will undoubtedly cherish her for a lifetime. It took them 2 months longer than I anticipated. These two truly possess remarkable patience, living under the same roof and enduring for so long. In this regard, he is nothing like his uncle. Chu Mohan, back in the day, could not wait to consume me whole before marriage. As though he had never encountered a woman in his life, Chu Mohan remained silent, his hands never ceasing their movements. Starting from her toes, he kneaded her feet, then her legs, followed by her waist, and even her chest, providing an exceptionally thorough service. "Is my darling comfortable?" "Very comfortable. Is it not time for my darling to serve this prince?" Mu Wanqing glared at him with her eyes, an audacious scoundrel. Even while pregnant, she was still being exploited. Just a little longer, he would assure her. What a deceiver. He always said the same, and yet the situation dragged on endlessly. Mu Wanqing felt immense anxiety regarding this pregnancy. At the age of 38, being an advanced maternal age in this era of primitive medical practices posed considerable risks. She found it utterly perplexing that the emperor insisted on having a daughter. Did he not comprehend the dangers of childbirth at an older age? Months later, Mu Wanqing gave birth to a son. The child emerged wrinkled and resembling a little monkey. The midwife assured her that all newborns appeared thus, and that despite his current unattractiveness, he would grow into a handsome boy. She, too, pondered, with Chu Mohan's good looks, how could their son be anything but charming? "The princess is truly resilient," remarked the midwife, having witnessed countless births, yet never one as effortless as that of the princess. After tidying up, the midwife departed, leaving the child in the arms of the wet nurse, while Chu Mohan remained by her side. "Darling, you have worked hard," he said. "Indeed, it was quite arduous." "I shall not bear another child," she replied. Chu Mohan said nothing. How could they not have another? He longed for a daughter. I am in pain. Please help me with a massage. Upon hearing this, Chu Mohan understood she was feigning tenderness to elicit his concern. The midwife had just reported that the delivery was remarkably smooth and there should be no complications. With all the gifts received during your pregnancy, surely there will be even more now? She mused. Indeed, there will be more. Fret not, my little spendthrift. As for our son, do you find him unattractive? Not at all. Regardless of how he looks, as long as he is born of you, I shall love him dearly. Oh, spare me. Your affection is not solely because I bore him, but because he is your blood. Is it not the same? Can a child born of you be anyone else's? Certainly not. Chu Mohan leaned down to kiss her forehead. I shall remain here with you. Take a moment to rest. When she awoke, several waves of congratulatory visitors had already arrived, just as Mu Wanqing had anticipated, bringing with them a plethora of gifts. Chu Tiange accompanied Lu Wushuang, but could not enter the inner chambers, opting instead to seek out Chu Mohan in the study. Lu Wushuang, several months pregnant herself, had become the apple of Chu Tiange's eye. He would not allow her to go anywhere without him, insisting on accompanying her to visit the postnatal Mu Wanqing. Did Chu Tiange accompany you? Mu Wanqing inquired. Indeed, it's utterly vexing. He follows me everywhere, Lu Wushuang complained. You are speaking contrary to your heart. You must be secretly delighted. You could say that. Every man in the Chu family is devoted, so there is no need to worry about infidelity. I heard the emperor plans to abdicate in favor of the crown prince. Mu Wanqing recalled hearing this from Chu Mohan, but had not inquired further. Yes, His Majesty has expressed a desire to care for the empress, intending to step down before her delivery to allow Tiange to ascend the throne. He wishes to retire at just over 40? How lazy! His Majesty mentioned that during his youth, he was preoccupied with state affairs and could not spend quality time with the empress. Now that he is still young, he wishes to enjoy life with her. Months passed, and the emperor abdicated, paving the way for Chu Tiange's ascension. Lu Wushuang was established as empress, reigning as the sole female sovereign in the harem. 1 month after the new emperor ascended the throne, the empress dowager gave birth to a daughter, whom they named Xinyue. The former emperor and his consort finally had their wish fulfilled, spending their days in the imperial harem in joyous companionship with their beloved little Pearl. A few months later, the empress bore a son, who was designated as the crown prince. Wu Yaqi's firstborn was also a son, and the two brothers, gazing at their soft and adorable little sister, eagerly wished for a daughter of their own. As another spring arrived, the imperial garden blossomed with life, where a group of innocent and carefree children encircled a middle-aged couple. Grandmother, let's play eagle and chicks. We will be the chicks, and let grandfather be the eagle. Very well, I shall heed my eldest grandson's words. Annie, stay close to grandmother so she can protect you. Each child was a picture of beauty, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, resembling the ethereal children depicted in traditional New Year paintings, and one could foresee their future as beings of divine grace. The Chu family lacked daughters, apart from the former emperor who fathered a girl at an age of discernment. The rest were boys. Mu Wanqing had 2 sons, and Lu Wushuang had 2 as well, and was expecting again, with uncertainty over the gender of this child. Wu Yaqi had already given birth to 3. Yet Chu Tianlin remained undeterred, resolutely wishing for a daughter. Seated comfortably, Mu Wanqing had her eldest son peeling fruit for her, while her youngest massaged her legs, and their father kneaded her shoulders, enjoying a blissful life akin to that of celestial beings. Mother, Amao's mother just had a little sister. Mother, please grant us a little sister too, just as lovely as Sister Xinyue. Indeed, I find this feasible, the prince agreed. Let it be so. Mother shall give birth now. I concur, let it happen at once. This tale has reached its conclusion. Tomorrow, the next chapter will commence. The enigmatic King S. affection for the little poisonous concubine. Chapter 88. A rather ordinary carriage slowly came to a halt before the minister's residence. The young coachman placed a small stool beside the carriage, and as the curtain was drawn back, a maid and an elderly woman emerged, followed by a young lady, supported by the older woman. The 4 of them stepped out of the carriage, gazing at the towering gates of the minister's residence, which stood firmly closed, with not a soul in sight. Madam, do they not know we have returned today? The elderly woman inquired, puzzled. This is fortuitous. We shall seize this opportunity to usurp the stewardship from the Duan family. With the tiger away, the monkey truly believes he reigns supreme, the young lady said coldly. Linger, we must not act recklessly upon our return, her mother cautioned. Your mother's gentle nature is precisely why she was driven to live in the countryside for so many years. Have you not learned anything over these years? Linger, forgive me for subjecting you to such hardship, the woman said, lowering her head in shame. At that moment, passers-by began to point and whisper as they walked past the minister's gates. Villagers, do you wish to know who we are? Mo Xinling called out loudly to the onlookers. We are the wife and legitimate daughter of Minister Mo, just returned home today. The lady currently in charge of the household was well aware of our arrival, but has tightly closed the gates, denying us entry. Tell me, does such treatment towards the mistress warrant punishment? The melodious voice, infused with internal energy, resonated far and wide, leaving her unconvinced that those within the door could remain oblivious. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, having long heard of the Prime Minister's wife's frail health, which had necessitated her retreat to the countryside for recuperation. It appeared she had recovered. The Duan family had long claimed the title of the Prime Minister's wife. With the rightful mistress returning, their discomfort was palpable. Perhaps the closed door was a deliberate act on their part. As the chatter continued, the door swung open, revealing a throng of individuals. At the forefront stood a woman clad in resplendent attire, her hair adorned with shimmering hairpins, her face embellished with exquisite makeup. Following her was a young maiden, also meticulously groomed, with delicate features, rosy cheeks, and cherry-red lips, embodying a fragile beauty. No wonder the Prime Minister, Mo, hesitated to part with her for Xianyuan Xie, choosing instead to bring her back himself. As the group exited the grand entrance, they fell to their knees. The Duan matriarch persisted in her explanations. Sister, do not be angered. It was merely the servant's failure to report in a timely manner that delayed my sister's welcome. I implore you to overlook their shortcomings. Just as Song was about to concede, she was interrupted by Mo Xinling. My mother does not harbor resentment over trifles, but I am merely a child. If we are to remember their faults, who among the Prime Minister's household failed to deliver news of such significance? What purpose do you serve in the Prime Minister's residence if you neglect your duties? Perhaps you should face immediate punishment. The ominous silence that ensued sent shivers through the crowd. The beautiful young lady approached, gripping Mo Xinling's arm. Sister, do not allow a few lowly servants to upset your health. Let us enter the manor. Later, we shall allow Mother to administer their deserved punishment. No, I wish to witness their demise firsthand. Her chilling words sent a wave of dread through the assembly. Miss, do you not fear being labeled as cruel for such actions? Duan attempted to dissuade her, for escalating the matter would yield no benefit. I fear not. Let judgment be executed here in plain sight. Duan sought to intervene further. Aunt Duan, have you forgotten your place? How dare a lowly concubine obstruct my decree? The term lowly concubine struck her deeply, igniting a seething resentment. Why did this wretched mother and daughter not perish in the countryside? How incompetent must those fools be to have accepted so much silver, yet allow them to return safely to the capital? Very well. The one responsible for delivering messages in the manor is Wang Er. Proceed with your actions. Miss, I am wronged. I distinctly informed Granny Yu. This matter is not my doing. He trembled, fearing for his life, having initially believed the second madam would resolve matters with the eldest lady. Silence. It is clear that you failed to report. If you wish for your family to live well, refrain from speaking out of turn. Duan's glare was fierce, a blatant threat to make him a scapegoat. I am wronged. His cries of innocence faded, leaving him unable to reiterate that he had indeed informed Granny Yu. Who is Granny Yu? Mo Xinling inquired, her expression still devoid of emotion. Replying to the eldest lady, it is this old servant, came the response, as everyone, barring Mo Xinyu, remained kneeling. Granny Yu lifted her head at the inquiry. Execute both Granny Yu and Wang Er. What? Duan was momentarily taken aback. Please spare me, eldest lady. This matter does not concern this old servant. Do not believe Wang Er's fabrications. Why did he not implicate others, but you specifically? Let us proceed with the execution. I am weary and wish to return to rest. It is as simple as crushing 2 ants underfoot. Madam, dear madam, help. You mama, trembling with fear, sought aid from the Duan family. It is all my fault. I forgot the time of the young lady's return and thus delayed our departure to greet her. If blame is to be assigned, let fall on me. Not on you, mama. You mama had served her as a wet nurse for decades. She could not disregard her fate. So you admit it was intentional. No longer seeking a scapegoat? I did not intend it. It was merely an oversight. Duan sought to salvage her reputation. There were onlookers in the distance. If word of this spread, how could she navigate the circles of high society thereafter? Enough. You are a 1,000-year-old fox. Cease pretending to be a naive rabbit. Today, you deliberately obstructed us at the door. Duan, do you still believe my mother is as easily bullied as she was 8 years ago? If she were, we would not be here now, would we? A chill swept through Duan's heart. Could it be that she knew of the hired assassin? Wang Air from now on. Perform your duties diligently, and I shall ensure the safety of your family. As for you, mama, regardless of rank, addressing a mere servant as Madame warrants death, execute it immediately. Young miss, spare this old servant. I shall never dare again. Young miss, even if rank is disregarded, such a crime does not warrant death. Sister, you mama has served Aunt Duan for many years. Though she has no merit, she has endured hardships. Please forgive her. Mo Sinew interceded. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, she dared not call her mother but instead referred to her as Aunt. She serves Aunt Duan, not my mother. Why should I acknowledge her contributions? Sister, can you truly be so heartless? Compared to the actions of Aunt Duan and you mama, my heart is rather kind. Wouldn't you agree, Duan? Duan collapsed to the ground. She was a devil, returned for vengeance, fully aware of her misdeeds. No one could alter you mama's fate, who was brutally beaten to death before the minister's residence. The crowd buzzed with gossip. Some claimed Mo Xineling was a little demon, while others suggested that Duan had usurped the rightful place of the First Lady and must have committed grave wrongs, for otherwise her daughter would not have acted against her wet nurse upon her return. Chapter 89. The Wicked King's Indulgent Affection for the Poisonous Consort, Part 2. Mo Xineling entered the minister's residence, arriving at the courtyard where she had lived as a child. The area was clean and tidy, with fragrant flowers, clearly inhabited. Upon reaching her room, she confirmed that her quarters had been occupied by another. The only young lady in the residence was Mo Sinew, and upon seeing the lavish furnishings within, it was undoubtedly her doing. Miss, what shall we do? Throw out her clothes and bedding. The rest belongs to me. Understood. The maid Chiuyue complied, beginning to clear the room and discarding all of Mo Sinew's belongings outside the courtyard. Duan, grieving the loss of Yumama, received comfort from Mo Sinew. Thus, when Mo Sinew returned to the courtyard, she found her clothes discarded at the entrance. Sister, how could you do this? Why have you thrown out all my clothes? Montag Sinew stürmt in, furious, to confront Montag Sinewing. I had thought that this room had been prepared for me by the Duan family. Since I have little fondness for those items, I ordered them to be discarded. The rest shall suffice for my use. This is my room, not one designated for you. How could it possibly belong to you? I have resided here since childhood. When did it become yours? It seems the Duan family is utterly incapable of handling such matters, making even the simplest of mistakes. I no longer want it. It belongs to my sister. Let her occupy it. Mo Sinew felt intimidated by her. If this matter were to lead to her mother being blamed again, she could only imagine the repercussions. If it comes to it, I can always have father buy more decorations. Mo Xineling wandered through the estate, confirming that the Duan family had not adequately prepared accommodations for the two of them. They had merely assigned 2 courtyards randomly. She had taken her mother's courtyard, while Mo Sinew had taken hers. Upon reaching Song's courtyard, she discovered that her mother intended to remain there. Mother, come with me. Did I not instruct you to retrieve your belongings upon your return? If anyone attempts to prevent you, do not hesitate to take them by force. Xiaoling, wouldn't your father be angry? It would be better if you were furious. That way, the entire residence would belong to you. Xiaoling, this is unfilial. She had no desire to engage in further discussion with her mother, who was akin to a soft persimmon, easily squished and oblivious, having been sold while still counting coins for others. 8 years ago, The Duan family had poisoned her mother, leaving her frail and incapable of managing household affairs. Subsequently, a fortune teller claimed that the southeastern direction would restore health, prompting her father to send her mother to the countryside for recuperation. Her mother's health had long since improved under her care, and she had written to inform her father of her wish to return to the estate. Instead, she was met with a string of assassination attempts. With the emperor's recent decree, the daughter of the prime minister was to be wed to Xianyuan Xie, a notorious figure known for his otherworldly purple eyes and his need for human blood to sustain his life. Who could tell when his end might come? The Duan family had whispered in the right ears, bringing Immo Xinling back and plotting to eliminate Song along the way. Little did they know, those assassins were merely mercenaries who took their pay but failed to act, allowing the mother and daughter to return safely. Immo Xinling had no doubt that her father was oblivious to the Duan family's schemes. They were, after all, two sides of the same coin. While Immo Xinyu lamented to the Duan family, a maid rushed in from outside, collapsing at their feet and losing consciousness. Moments later, Immo Xinling and her companions entered the room. "Qiu Yu, Su Mama, dispose of anything unsuitable for my mother. You all, miss, you're going too far. The master will not allow you to act so recklessly upon his return." The Duan family trembled with rage. As a mere concubine, she lacked the awareness of her status. Occupying the main wife's courtyard and feeling wronged when asked to leave? "I have not usurped it. The master consented. Are you implying my father forcibly brought you here? If you do not leave at once, I shall have you thrown out myself." The Duan family was dragged away by Immo Xinyu. After years of living in luxury, she believed herself the mistress of the residence. The blow from Immo Xinling left her in a daze, as though trapped in a dream. Immo Xinyu, not one to be underestimated, chose not to confront Immo Xinling directly, but instead accompanied the Duan family to the main hall to await her father's return for a resolution. Chancellor Immo Huaiqing, in the prime of his life, was once a dashing young gentleman, as evidenced by the beauty of his two daughters, who had both inherited his striking features. 8 years prior, upon his elevation to chancellor, an influx of responsibilities overwhelmed his wife, Lady Song, leading to her declining health. Despite consulting numerous physicians, her condition only worsened. His concubine, Lady Duan, suggested that malevolent forces might be at play, prompting them to summon a skilled Taoist priest to perform rituals. The priest advised that Lady Song must leave the chancellor's residence and head southeast to dispel the calamity. Thus began an 8-year separation, and now, upon her return, Immo Huaiqing found himself uncertain of how to confront both mother and daughter, having not seen them in nearly a decade, and now facing the prospect of marrying them off. Alas, he felt powerless. A revered monk had informed the emperor that the daughters of the chancellor were perfect matches for the sinister king. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to sacrifice his beloved Xianyu for the sake of Xianling. To his dismay, upon entering his home, he was met with the tearful complaints of his concubine and daughter, who lamented being bullied by the eldest daughter. Well, Linger has grown wild in the countryside. A bit of temper can be understood, especially as she won't be home for long. Just indulge her a little, he thought to himself. But where were his daughters? He had hoped for Linger to take on responsibilities in his absence. "My lord, the eldest daughter has just returned and insulted this humble concubine, claiming that a mere concubine is unworthy of standing in her presence. She even ordered the death of the wet nurse for addressing me as madam, asserting that the wet nurse blurred the lines of respect and commanded her death. My lord, you must stand up for me." His frustration boiled over. This was not a daughter before him, but a veritable demon. With Lady Song absent, the household staff referred to Lady Duan as madam, a title he tacitly accepted. Yet how could such a fatal incident occur? "Daddy, my sister has taken over my courtyard, claiming it as her own and even seizing my belongings." Indeed, that courtyard belonged to Linger, being the prime location within a residence, and he had permitted Yuer to reside there. In that moment, Immo Huaiqing realized the extent to which he had forgotten about the two women, neglecting them completely over the years. Had it not been for the emperor's decree of marriage, he would have entirely overlooked the suffering of his daughter in the countryside. "You two must bear with this situation for a time. I shall compensate you for your troubles later. Do not quarrel with your sister," he urged. "But father, where shall we live?" In such a vast estate, is there truly no place for us? He replied, well, the courtyard prepared for you and your mother. If it is suitable for you, why should it not be for us? Suddenly, Mo Huiqing's anger erupted, leaving Mo Hexin too frightened to speak. Her father had never directed such fury towards her. All of it was because of Mo Xianling, and she vowed not to let it go unpunished. Chapter 90. The Sinister King's Indulgent Little Poisonous Consort. Part 3. Mo Huiqing found himself at a loss for emotions upon encountering Mo Xianling and her mother. Father, what has prompted you to suddenly remember that you have another daughter? What nonsense is this, Ling? You are my child, and now that you've grown, it is time for you to marry. I must consider your future. He retorted, why did you not think of this in the past 8 years? Is Linger blaming her father? Certainly. Would you believe me if I said, I bear no ill will? Madam, you have raised a commendable daughter. He merely compared her to Mo Xinling and then turned his ire towards Song. He presumed Song to be the woman who endured reprimands without retort. However, Song had just been enlightened by her daughter and was far from yielding to his words. My health has been poor, and, for these years, it has been Linger who has tended to me. Alas, I do indeed owe you both an apology. I shall make amends in due course. No need for that. I will not remain here much longer. It suffices that you compensate my mother well. Have you come to understand? What do you mean? Mo Xinling feigned ignorance. Why did Linger say you wouldn't be here long? I have matured and shall soon marry. In any case, I cannot stay for many years. Regardless of where you may wed, this place will always be your home. To make amends for my mother, I implore you to relinquish the authority of the steward to Duan. Her conduct does not merit such a position. Today, my mother and I returned to the residence only to find the gates of the Xiang Manor firmly shut, leaving us standing outside for nearly an hour. Is that so? Father must discipline Duan accordingly. Moreover, he has neither divorced her nor elevated her status. Yet she audaciously encourages the servants to address her as madam, showing a complete disregard for propriety. Would it not be a source of mockery for the Xiang Manor if word got out? Indeed, father must strictly reprimand those servants. Mo Xinling was well aware that this was instigated by her father and intentionally spoke to discomfort him. Furthermore, my mother and I are not deceased. Yet, this mother-daughter duo occupies our quarters, leaving us without a place to stay upon our return. The fact that this Duan has usurped her stewardship is a mere affront. Such an unconscionable and absurd woman ought to be cast out of the manor. For the sake of my younger sister, let her remain temporarily. After delivering this speech, Mo Huiqing felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Her words, which he had orchestrated, clearly accused him of being both inconsiderate and foolish. His face flushed with embarrassment as he retreated to his chamber. He had intended to spend some tender moments with Song upon her return, but after his daughter's scolding, he felt he could no longer linger. The next day, before Mo Huiqing returned from court, Mo Xinling summoned all the servants to the hall. Miss, what are your commands? Are you the steward of the Xiang Manor? Indeed. You are to demand Duan relinquish her stewardship today. Any deficit will not be pursued. Should you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation and miss this opportune moment, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. The steward departed to relay her message. Mo Xinling surveyed the room, filled with unfamiliar faces. Over the past 8 years, Duan had replaced nearly all the staff, and she knew few shared her sentiments. From this day forth, my mother shall oversee the household, while Duan shall be regarded as an inconsequential concubine. If any of you wish to depart, you may settle your accounts now. Miss, the master is not at home. Is it wise to seize control of the household in his absence? Inquired a middle-aged man who appeared to be in charge. Pray tell, what is unwise about it? Surely, I must have the master's consent. He could not articulate what was amiss. She was the legitimate daughter, while Duan was merely a concubine, lacking any rightful authority over the household. Last night, I conferred with my grandfather, who did not oppose my views. Previously, the steward of the Duan family was appointed due to my mother's absence. Now that the mistress has returned, can she still be regarded as a mere concubine? Everyone nodded in agreement with the eldest daughter's reasoning. Which courtyard do you belong to? Asked Mo Xinling, addressing the speaker. I am merely a steward from the ladies, no, from the Duan concubine's courtyard. You are not a legitimate child. are you? No. You may settle your accounts and leave. Since you're not a legitimate child, you have no right to sell him. Why? Is it merely because I oppose the eldest daughter? Indeed, I find you displeasing, and the residents will no longer employ you. Do you still wish to linger? I was summoned back by the Duan concubine. The eldest daughter should consult her. Do I need to seek approval from a lowly concubine to conduct my affairs? Are you instructing me? I am merely begone. Under M.O. Xinling's icy gaze, the individual hastily departed the hall. On her way, Duan encountered the steward, who embellished his grievances. You may leave. I cannot protect you, Duan stated, closing her eyes. She was already struggling to safeguard herself and had no heart to concern herself with others. After a night of contemplation, she devised no suitable plan. This morning, she dispatched a maid to her family, hoping to seek counsel, only to learn from the doorkeeper that no one could leave the residence without the eldest daughter's command. Was she now being confined by a mere child? How could the doorkeeper be so obedient? Had her established authority dissipated so easily over the years? Duan, with dark circles under her eyes, entered the hall, where she respectfully greeted M.O. Xinling. This humble concubine pays her respects to the eldest daughter. The steward has already informed you. Surrender the authority of the household and transfer the accounts. The Duan concubine may now enjoy her life in the rear courtyard. After all, you have labored for my mother for so many years. Eldest daughter, transferring the household authority is not a simple matter. It must be done in the presence of the master. She could not relinquish her power. Otherwise, she would truly become a useless concubine in the residence. I advise the Duan concubine not to play tricks on me. The consequences will be beyond your bearing. I have managed the household for so many years, and while I may not have achievements, I have endured hardships. I merely wish to transfer this matter in front of the master. She did not believe that M.O. Huiqing would strip her of her authority. It was certainly M.O. Xinling who was bullying her in the absence of the master. Even if M.O. Xinling suspected her of plotting against her mother and daughter, there was no evidence. The woman who poisoned Song had already died. I know what you are thinking. Since the woman is dead, her actions leave no trace, do they? M.O. Xinling languidly reclined in her chair, feeling quite fatigued after several days of travel. What is the eldest daughter saying? I do not comprehend. You do not understand? The Duan concubine should be aware of why I targeted the woman upon my return, should she not? The distinction of rank need not warrant a death sentence. Even if she had remained silent yesterday, I would still have taken her life. If the Duan family could poison the matriarch, then your mama played a significant role in that scheme. Had there been a benevolent nurse to offer counsel, the Duan family would not have committed such heinous acts. If one were to assign blame, your mama would be the primary culprit. Chapter 91. The Wicked King's Overindulgence of His Poisonous Concubine. Part 4. Speaking of your mama, Duan sure bit her lip, trembling all over. She shared a bond with your mama akin to that of a mother and daughter. Your mama's demise was a heavy blow to her, and she would likely feel less sorrow even if her own mother had passed away. M.O. Xinling observed Duan Shi's genuine sorrow, not a facade, and a subtle smile graced her lips. This was precisely the effect she desired. Do you feel distressed? Does your heart ache? Cherish those you hold dear. I take pleasure in striking at the heart. Miss, what do you intend to do? All the servants in the mansion remained in the hall, having discerned the underlying tension. The eldest miss and Duan Shi seemed to harbor enmity. It appeared that Duan Shi had wronged the eldest miss, who had now returned to exact revenge. What I wish to do depends on how astute Aunt Duan is. Duan Shi remained silent, biding her time until M.O. Huiqing returned. M.O. Xinling was in no hurry, reclining in her chair with her eyes closed, while the hall was enveloped in silence. Except for M.O. Xinling and Song Shi, everyone stood still, refraining from uttering a word, fearful of disturbing the little ancestor's rest. Song Shi cast several glances her way, hesitating to speak, fearful that she might abandon her if she did. Linger had claimed that her illness in the past was due to poisoning, but the so-called Taoist was a fraud brought back by Duan Shi. Several times over the years, she had narrowly escaped harm at the hands of thieves, all orchestrated by Duan Shi. She felt a twinge of doubt during her time in the manor. Duan Shi had treated her exceedingly well, considering her needs in all matters. Was it all merely an act? If it were true, what would become of her if Linger were to leave? An hour later, Mo Huiqing returned from court. Aside from a gatekeeper, the courtyard appeared deserted, prompting his hurried arrival at the hall. He sensed that the little ancestor was about to create trouble. What is happening here? Upon seeing the gathered crowd, he noticed the girl still asleep. Master, you have returned, Duan Sure exclaimed, her voice breaking with emotion. Father, sister demands that auntie relinquish control of the household. Mo Sinew, who had remained silent all morning, finally spoke. Let's not dwell on this. Everyone should return to their tasks. I shall speak with Linger. Mo Xinling opened her eyes and lazily regarded the family trio. No one is to leave. All of you must witness this. From this day forth, the rightful mistress of the mansion has returned, and there is no longer a need for a concubine to manage the household. Those who had been about to depart halted in their tracks, their legs stiffening. They would rather be out working instead. Linger, Aunt Duan has managed the rear courtyard excellently over the years. Your mother has just returned. Let her rest properly, and we shall discuss this matter later. Very well. Since father believes my mother is unnecessary, we shall take our leave. Mother, we are going. Chiwa, Su Mama, gather your things. We are returning to the countryside. Mo Xinling stood, stretched, and proceeded to exit, followed by Song Shi, Chiwa, and Su Mama, all four departing the hall without a hint of reluctance. Stay right there. You are not allowed to leave. Mo Huiqing called out to them. Lingia, what your father means is that we can discuss the matters of the household in a few days. He never said your mother should not be in charge. We either hand over the responsibilities today, or we leave today. It's one or the other. Mo Xianling did not trust this old fox. In a few days, he would likely find a way to marry her off, or the Duan family might not hesitate to misappropriate funds. Fine, we will hand over the responsibilities today. Mo Huiqing had no choice but to concede. If this girl were to leave, Ewer would have to marry that monster. Old Madame Duan, with tears in her eyes, still sought to delay the inevitable. Let her have it. Linger cannot leave the Xiang residence. Duan understood the significance of the situation, even though she was reluctant. She had no choice but to relinquish her authority. In front of the entire household staff, she handed over the household seal, keys, and account books to Song Shi. From now on, all matters concerning the back courtyard of the Xiang residence would be managed by the Prime Minister's wife, Song Shi. Duan returned to her former state from 8 years ago, living in her cramped quarters and becoming an inconspicuous concubine. Her resentment was futile. She needed Mo Xianling to marry Xian Yuan Xia. Once that girl was married off, who knew how long she would last? Then, Song Shi would be at her mercy, and eventually, her daughter could marry the crown prince and become the crown princess. Who would dare to call her a lowly concubine then? Mother, the accounts are accurate, right? Yes, Madame Duan has indeed kept the accounts in order. There are no apparent discrepancies. As long as there are no major errors, we are not after a vast amount of silver, just a matter of pride. She probably didn't expect us to return and seize her authority before she could make any moves. Mother, do you want to check on those properties and shops? Would you like to join Linga? Sure, it would be a good opportunity to see the sights of the capital. Then let us also stop by the jewelry shop to pick out some decent adornments. After all, you will be the legitimate young lady of the Xiang residence and should not dress too plainly. You're not a child anymore. I will reach out to my former acquaintances to see which young man is worthy of my daughter. Her mother was just a naive simpleton, unaware of the schemes her scoundrel father had in mind. On the bustling streets, the four of them carried their bundles of purchased goods. Mo Xianling and Xiaoyu, being young, excitedly ran around, marveling at the many unfamiliar sights. Wretched girl, are you blind? Xiaoyu, lost in her joy, accidentally bumped into a lavishly dressed young lady, who immediately began to berate her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Xiaoyu apologized repeatedly, frightened. You wretched maid. How dare you dirty my lady's clothes? Do you want to die? An arrogant and rude maid pointed at Xiaoyu, scolding her. What dog is barking in street? Mo Xianling, witnessing the entire episode, noted that Xiaoyu had merely brushed against the young lady's clothing and had not even stained it. And who are you to call someone a dog? The maid pointed at Mo Xianling naturally. Whoever responded would be targeted. Mo Xianling leisurely approached the maid. grasped her finger, and a sharp crack rang out, followed by the maid's piercing scream. "Ah, my finger! Ah!" The maid clutched her hand, crying and wailing, leaving everyone astonished. What a fierce young lady this was. A few sharp words led to the breaking of a servant girl's finger. The lady of the maid blushed with anger. After all, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. It was utterly unreasonable that her personal servant had suffered such an injury. Where did these barbarians come from? To be so cruel? Mo Xinling, having snapped the maid's finger, took out a pristine handkerchief to wipe her hands repeatedly, and then, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, discarded it into a nearby trash bin. I utterly detest being pointed at. This dog has crossed my threshold. Chapter 92. The Wicked King's Indulgent Pet Poisonous. Part 5. Do you know who I am? The young lady trembled with anger, fearful to point at her. Regardless of who it might be, I shall not tolerate anyone, not even the emperor. Xiaoyu, let us depart. The four of them strode away with great confidence, leaving the young lady with no choice but to take her maid to the medical hall for treatment, all the while inquiring about the identity of the girl who had injured them. Since it was Mo Xinling's first outing, no one recognized them. Ling Er, you must temper your temperament. The capital is not like the countryside, where one can offend powerful figures without consequence, Song said with concern on their way home. Fear not, my father will shield us. Her father, the current prime minister, held a position above most, save for royal kin. If they were truly offended, it would be for the better. She had no intention of marrying anyway. The injured master and servant were Yun Wanyu, the sister of the favored Lady Yun, who, taking advantage of her sister's status in the palace, was haughty and imperious, having never faced any hardship. Naturally, she would not let this go unpunished. Returning to the minister's residence with her maid, Kaling, she personally painted portraits of Mo Xinling and Xiaoyu, sending someone to inquire about their identities. Meanwhile, Mo Xinling was at the residence, sorting through the items purchased on their outing. Miss, the things in the capital are quite expensive. These items cost us a year's worth of silver from the countryside, Xiaoyu lamented, reflecting on the years spent in humble circumstances. We can afford to spend lavishly every day. The minister's residence has ample funds, assured Mo Xinling, providing her a sense of reassurance. Miss, will we truly not encounter any trouble? The young lady appeared to have a significant status, as long as she's not a princess or noble. Can her status surpass that of a legitimate daughter of the minister? Did you not always dislike using status to bully others? I have not oppressed them with my title. I merely asserted my strength over them. Have I not faced enough troubles over the years? Without the prime minister's protection, I have still survived. When I first traversed into this body, it was the most challenging time for the Song mother and daughter. The people from the estate had evidently benefited from the Duan family, making life difficult for them. The feeble Song had no strength to resist, allowing her daughter to be pushed into the water by servants in the autumn chill, leading to a fever that claimed her life. This frail body took half a year of nurturing to resemble a normal 10-year-old child. She is a proud descendant of a distinguished family of traditional Chinese medicine, nurtured from a young age to become the heir. However, her heart lies not with medicine but with martial arts. In her spare time, she diligently practices ancient combat techniques. Upon hearing rumors of a significant archaeological discovery, a grand ancient tomb, her curiosity compels her to secretly explore its depths. Inside, she encounters a transparent crystal coffin, within which lies a strikingly handsome young man from antiquity, evoking a profound sense of déjà vu and an inexplicable ache within her heart. Realizing her emotions are awry and that the tomb harbors deeper mysteries, she suddenly loses consciousness, collapsing atop the crystal coffin. When she awakens, she finds herself in the frail body of Mo Xinling, her hair a sickly yellow and her frame emaciated, lacking even the strength to speak loudly. It appears she has met her demise in the ancient tomb in her previous life. She cannot fathom how her family would react to the loss of their carefully cultivated heir, vanishing without explanation. Tragically, she has now found herself inhabiting the life of a pitiable girl, with her mother reduced to tears, powerless to change their fate. Once she regains some strength, she personally exacts revenge on the maid who had pushed her into the water, using a knife to exact a gruesome punishment. From that day forth, No one dares to defy her. The inhabitants of the estate submit to her authority. Only Chiue, a maid who has never bullied her, remains by her side, attending to her every need. Mo Xinling discovers that Song Shi's frail condition is the result of prolonged poisoning. Over the course of 2 years, she diligently purges the toxins and restores her mother's health, prompting Song Shi to write a letter to Mo Huaicheng, informing him of her recovery and her desire to return to the capital. As Mo Xinling had suspected, following the dispatch of that letter, a series of assassins descend upon them. Fortunately, her previous life's mastery of ancient martial arts proves invaluable. Otherwise, she shudders to think of how many times she might have perished. Who are these assailants, and why do they seek to eliminate them? Song Shi, believing herself to be of gentle disposition and having wronged no one, is baffled by the threats against them. You have influenced someone's future, Mo Xinling states. Her mother, merely a sheltered woman, could hardly be seen as a threat to anyone's prospects. Duan has perished. The residence belongs to her. As long as he lives, her hopes are extinguished. Observing the half-believing expression on Song Shi's face, Mo Xinling opts not to elaborate further, as long as her mother does not impede her plans. Watching her daughter meticulously craft traps and contraptions, Song Shi is increasingly bewildered. When did her daughter acquire such knowledge? People can change. If her mother remains as naive after all they have endured, no one can save her. Thus, upon their return to the capital, Mo Xinling lays down her terms. Everything must adhere to her strategy, and she must not be hindered. Recalling her daughter's ruthless treatment of the maid, Song Shi dares not refuse. The wet nurse sent to retrieve them from the estate is oblivious to the truth, showing no respect upon arrival. Mo Xinling pulls her aside and administers a thorough beating until she divulges the reason the Chancellor is sending for them, before discarding her into a dry well as a final act of retribution. Those who accompanied her are dismissed in advance, and for safety's sake, she employs her own coachman for the journey, ensuring their safe arrival in the capital. Miss, do wear this. The hairpin is truly exquisite and suits your enchanting beauty